In the 40th year of Konoha, within a ninja tool shop at the Uchiha residence, a young man named Uchiha Lini exhaled softly, observing his identical shadow clone beside him. Ah, I can now execute the shadow clone technique swiftly within 2 seconds, he mused, reflecting on his previous life where he had spent countless nights engrossed in Jaja's bizarre adventure, finishing the series for the third time. Content: he lay down to sleep, only to awaken as a newborn within the Uchiha clan of Konoha. As time passed, he gradually comprehended that he had traversed into the realm of Naruto. However, the awkward truth was that he had not watched the series. To him, this anime, which concluded during his middle school years, felt both antiquated and lengthy each time he contemplated diving into it. The overwhelming episode count deterred him. His sole source of information came from two university roommates who played the Naruto mobile game. As a traveler in this new world, devoid of a system or an old mentor, and lacking any knowledge of the plot, he found himself in a precarious situation, a rather chaotic beginning. Fortunately, fate smiled upon him. He was not an orphan, but a scion of the Uchiha clan, one of the most powerful families in this era. Although not of direct lineage, his father merely operated a ninja tool shop, while his mother was a chunin. Previously responsible for caring for the clan's ninja, Kachi still bore the esteemed Uchiha surname. Being a non-direct descendant had its advantages: fewer responsibilities and less pressure. Despite the outdated systems in place, the existence of films and television, even the delights of cola and hamburgers, provided a sense of comfort. What was there to strive for? He could lean on his family and eventually inherit his father's shop. With the Uchiha clan's penchant for showcasing their techniques, the consumption of ninja tools matched the rapidity of their Sharingan. Moreover, he could spend time with the ninja cats. Was this not a far more pleasant existence than being a mere cog in the corporate machine? At least, this was his sentiment 3 years prior. Shaking his head, Lini retrieved 2 candies from his pocket, savoring them as he began to gather chakra once again. His tasks for the day were not trivial. He still had 2 sets of physical training to complete, and he had yet to commence practicing the substitution technique. According to teacher Tamla's experience, when first learning these 2 hand seals, it is advisable to allow for a longer interval in between to facilitate chakra guidance. He performed the hand seals, channeling chakra and preparing the wooden stake as a medium. Then came the substitution technique. The concentrated chakra began to dissipate. Have I succeeded? Chakra, the essence used to perform ninjutsu, typically flows without disturbance, indicating a successful technique execution. Much like a program running without errors, it signified that the code was correctly written. A second elapsed, and Lini blinked. 2 seconds passed, and he made a slight jump, yet still, no obscuring white smoke appeared, nor did he find himself swapped with the wooden stake. Had he failed? No, something seemed to stir within him. He slowly turned his body. His once placid gaze narrowed as he beheld a towering purple figure, nearly twice his height, silently hovering behind him with arms crossed, its face chiseled and disdainful. This isn't right, Lini stammered, slightly agape. Where did this platinum star emerge from? Unlike the unfamiliarity of the Naruto universe, the significance of Platinum Star was clear to him as a seasoned fan of JoJo. Incredible speed and strength, time manipulation, bullet catching, and nanoscopic precision, in essence, an invincible stand. Suppressing his racing heart, Lini sprinted out of the ninja tool shop. His father, Uchiha, merely caught a fleeting glimpse of something flashing in front of him. This little brat. Since 3 years ago, his son had transformed dramatically, devoting himself entirely to training and spending hours in his late mother's study. A stark contrast to the boy who once spoke of inheriting the family shop. Panting, Lini finally halted in a secluded clearing within the forest. This was his chosen training ground, as his home lacked the space for practice and public training facilities. Well, in a brutal world, only a fool would train openly. Before him lay a blue stone, marked with the scars of kunai and shuriken. This served as his testing ground for concealed weapons. Recalling his earlier memories, he quickened his pace, performed the hand seals, gathered his chakra, and then substitution. Once again, no typical white smoke or wooden stake appeared. He turned to see the familiar figure still floating behind him. At least it wasn't an illusion. Taking a deep breath, Lini pointed at the blue stone. Spicy sauce from the cafeteria, Platinum Star. The stone remained unchanged, though the crows in the trees took flight, startled by his shout. Lini raised an eyebrow and turned to look. Platinum Star remained silent, merely directing its gaze at the stone. TSK, I forgot your range is C. He stepped forward, maintaining a distance of about a meter from the stone. Once more he pointed. In an instant, Platinum Star lunged forward, its massive fist smashing down onto the stone. Aura! Boom! The stone shattered into fragments, scattering in all directions. Indeed, Lini was also knocked down by the force. Lying on the ground, he took several breaths before managing to sit up cross-legged, hastily retrieving a few candies from his pocket. With just one punch, not only had he depleted the chakra he had gathered for the substitution technique, but he had also consumed 60% of his previously stored chakra. Strong as it may be, the consumption is beyond my current capacity. Turning to look, he noticed that Platinum Star had vanished without a trace. However, I wonder if my Platinum Star possesses abilities from its world and whether others can perceive it. Lini stood up once more, that he was reluctant to attempt further, understanding that if his chakra were to be entirely exhausted, he would be facing his demise. In the past, he would have lamented such a waste of chakra, but now, excitement filled his heart. Compared to an ill-defined, noble lineage, Platinum Star instilled in him a sense of confidence to navigate this perilous world. The direction of my training must be adjusted somewhat. Sitting atop the rubble, Lini supported his head with his hands, contemplating his future path. Originally, his plan centered on ninjutsu training, with physical training and concealed weapons as secondary focuses, while chakra cultivation and control were to be supplementary. After all, in the 3 years leading up to his entrance into the Ninja Academy, he had devoted himself to mastering chakra control and extraction. Chakra comprises physical stamina and mental energy. Should he exhaust it completely, he would meet his end. For a child, even excessive extraction could hinder bodily and mental development, which was why he had previously shunned ninjutsu training. Even the simplest rank ninjutsu consumed enough chakra to leave his past self in anguish, rendering it impossible to indulge in casual practice. Yet now, having entered the Ninja Academy, the Uchiha clan's already impressive physique and exceptional mental prowess began to manifest. Coupled with his natural resilience as a traveler, he resolved to shift his focus towards ninjutsu training. However, as he gazed at the scattered debris around him, he thought, this technique proves far more effective than ninjutsu. Chapter 2. The Oiler and the Wood Grade in a Serene Grove. Lini sat cross-legged upon a stone, absently twirling a kunai in his hand. After 2 days of relentless experimentation, he had garnered a substantial understanding of his stand abilities. Primarily, he discovered that it was unnecessary to perform all the hand seals to activate his stand. A mere symbolic gesture while envisioning Platinum Star sufficed for successful summoning. Furthermore, every action of the Platinum Star was contingent upon chakra. For instance, a single punch consumed over half of his chakra reserves. After 2 punches, the outcome for the adversary remained uncertain, but Lini would undoubtedly be the first to falter. However, summoning the stand alone did not result in excessive chakra expenditure, akin to climbing a tree or wading through water. Regarding defense, Lin-E conducted a specific test using a wooden kunai. Unlike the JoJo universe, damage inflicted upon the stand did not transfer to him. Nonetheless, the stand would absorb damage on his behalf, depleting chakra in accordance with the intensity of the harm received. In essence, it was akin to using chakra to mitigate damage. Thus, whether for attack, defense, or even merely summoning the stand to observe like a large figurine, chakra consumption was inevitable. Presently, the duration of his stand's manifestation was primarily determined by the cooldown period. If Platinum Star maintained its presence with little to no cooldown, as long as Lini could sustain the chakra, the stand could continue to operate indefinitely. Unfortunately, he found himself lacking in chakra. Much like a jungler whose blue buff had been stolen, even with unlimited skill usage, he would ultimately be constrained by his dwindling resources. This predicament prompted Lin-E to pivot his focus from ninjutsu training back to chakra cultivation. Chakra was a synthesis of mental and physical energy. Members of the Uchiha clan possessed formidable physical prowess and exceptional mental strength. Particularly, Lin-E, as a transmigrator, would see his chakra reserves steadily increase with age. Yet, time was of the essence. Lin-E was determined not to leave his foundation to the whims of time. Every second counted. He decided to amplify his training regimen by 5 times, ensuring his physical capabilities were also enhanced. He casually hurled the kunai, striking a target affixed to a nearby tree. As for enhancing his mental fortitude, he was uncertain how to cultivate it. The clan's refinement techniques merely suggested that experience and practice would naturally bolster one's mental acuity. Thus, he could only focus on his physical development, even if it meant gorging on barbecued meat until he was sick. Regarding financial matters, the daily income from the ninja tool shop, coupled with the modest gains from his father Uchiha's exploits during the Second Ninja War, would suffice for his expenses over the coming years. Having nearly restored his stamina from previous exertions, Lin Yi resumed chakra refinement. He had now grasped the fundamental applications of Platinum Star and envisioned his future efforts. Next, he aimed to test 3 crucial points. In the bustling cafeteria, a robust, purple figure emerged, arms crossed, and a chiseled face radiating disdain. In the next moment, Platinum Star began to move its hands, the speed so swift it seemed to leave afterimages. Within a breath, the action concluded. Indeed, Platinum Star was not engaged in anything else but performing hand seals for the shadow clone technique. Chakra began to dissipate. With a swift side glance, Lin observed the outcome of his ninjutsu activation. It was successful, albeit not entirely so. The shadow clone technique had indeed triggered. But instead of manifesting a second Platinum Star, a clone of Lin appeared. However, this clone seemed more solid and robust than the typical version he would summon. Dismissing the muscular clone, Lin recalled Platinum Star, pondering the implications. Although he had not achieved the optimal expectations for his stand to perform ninjutsu, he was nonetheless satisfied with the results. It was evident that Uchiha would not perceive Platinum Star, and likely most others would remain oblivious as well. This suggested that his ninjutsu would lack a wind-up time. One moment, he could be engaged in close combat, and the next, a massive fireball could erupt from his mouth without warning. Moreover, the speed and precision of Platinum Star far exceeded his own capabilities. After reconstituting his chakra, Lin summoned Platinum Star once more. This time, he did not hastily proceed but instead retrieved 2 soldier pills to place in his mouth. These pills rapidly restored chakra and stamina, although they should be consumed sparingly, typically reserved for combat situations where rest was not an option. Next, he sought to ascertain whether Platinum Star could achieve the most pivotal ability, Time Stop. Lin consumed both soldier pills simultaneously, mindful of his chakra reserves. As a single punch could deplete a significant portion. Taking a deep breath, he retrieved a shuriken and hurled it forward. Standing upright, he pointed at the shuriken soaring through the air. Naruto. The shuriken continued its trajectory, ultimately embedding itself beside the kunai he had previously thrown. His chakra expenditure mirrored that of a standard summoning for Platinum Star, signifying that he was still in the fundamental version of his ability. Recalling Platinum Star, he resumed his meditative posture. It was impossible to deny a sense of disappointment. The power to halt time was exceedingly formidable, especially in a world where physical prowess was already exaggerated. Even a mere second of suspended time could allow a powerful ninja to unleash a devastating assault on their opponent. In the original narrative, Jotaro only awakened this ability in the face of Dio. Lin was without such an adversary and remained uncertain of his potential awakening. Nevertheless, he did not succumb to despair. Jotaro himself had initially lacked the time stop ability and yet remained invincible. Platinum Star was inherently powerful. Moreover, Lin could hardly sustain 2 punches, rendering the time stop ability unnecessary at this juncture. The final aspect he deemed crucial to explore, one he considered even more significant than whether Platinum Star could halt time, was whether his stand abilities were restricted solely to summoning Platinum Star or if he could call forth other stands as well. If he could indeed summon additional stands, his previous concerns would become inconsequential. Should Platinum Star fail to awaken, he might summon a stand from another world, one equipped with its own time-stopping abilities. Or even one like Killer Queen or Red King, which manipulated time. With resolve, he initiated the summoning sequence. This time, Lin Yi's thoughts were not of Platinum Star, but of a figure radiating a golden brilliance. Chakra began to dissipate as anticipation surged within him. He turned to behold the result. Indeed, it was not Platinum Star. It appeared that the issue lay not with his stand ability, but with the summoning itself. However, it was Wood Great. The figure was undeniably golden and indeed proclaimed Wood Great. Lin regarded the tall, elegant silhouette before him, his lips twitching slightly. Yet, it was not Dio's stand, the world, but rather that of his son, Gold Experience. Dismissing the summoning of Gold Experience, Lin reinitiated the hand seals. Aura. He cancelled and attempted again. Would great. Until he had expended nearly all the chakra he had just gathered, he resigned himself to the outcome. The good news, there were indeed multiple options. The bad news, it meant he could only alternate between Gold Experience and Platinum Star. If one envisions the Platinum Star, then the Platinum Star shall manifest. Likewise, if one contemplates the Golden Experience will also emerge. Should one desire an alternative stand, then a random selection between the two shall occur. Chapter 3. The Art of Swordsmanship. There remains only one final lap. Lin Yi's face, twisted in a grimace, glistened with sweat, his small shirt thoroughly drenched. His chest heaved rhythmically, each breath drawn in deep gasps accompanied by the sound of his footsteps pounding against the ground. His lungs relentlessly expelled oxygen to fuel his heart. Hoo-hoo for Lin. Running had become the most optimal solution after considering all forms of exercise. It not only trained his entire body and enhanced his lung capacity, but also, more importantly, tempered his willpower. Additionally, with the correct running posture, the strain on his knees was minimal, and he had medicinal ointments at home to alleviate any discomfort. After completing the last set of 2 kilometers, Lin finally collapsed onto the grass, greedily inhaling the fresh air. Having resolved to shift his focus, He understood that the emphasis on physical training must increase. He had grown weary of the ninja school lessons, his mind solely preoccupied with weightlifting. He had also tested out Gold Experience. Like Platinum Star, it was merely the most basic version. The Requiem ability was something to be contemplated only in dreams. The capacity to transform inanimate objects into animals with his chakra was limited to the size of cats and dogs at best. Even Giorno's ability to convert inanimate objects into usable body parts remained uncertain, while he could transmute a stone into an eyeball. The thought of replacing his own eye with it was too daunting. It would be wiser to wait for a volunteer to experiment with this later. In recent days, he had stubbornly attempted to activate the stand ability over 10 times, yet the results remained unchanged. No new stand had manifested. Nevertheless, Linny felt certain that he could summon more than just 2. He simply had yet to discover a method to increase their number. For now, he was content with having one for offense and another for support. As long as his energy reserves were sufficient, self-preservation would not be a significant issue. He did not wish to become mere cannon fodder, relying on fate alone on the battlefield. After savoring a piece of candy for 10 minutes, Linny sprang to his feet, retrieving a pair of shuriken and advancing toward the wooden post adorned with targets. Whoosh, 2 shurikens, one buried deeper than the other, struck the bullseye. Beside him, Platinum Star mirrored his actions perfectly. Indeed, the shuriken that penetrated deeper had been thrown by Platinum Star. This sparked an idea in Lin Yi's mind regarding the potential development of this ability after releasing his stand to perform ninjutsu. If ninjutsu could not be unleashed, could taijutsu and weaponry be viable alternatives? Absolutely. Although Gold Experience's precision and power were rated only as C, rendering it inadequate for significant output, Platinum Star, this numerical anomaly with the ratings in strength, speed, and precision, was evidently born for martial arts and weaponry. Moreover, Linny was pleasantly surprised to discover that if Platinum Star's fist did not directly contact the target, but instead utilized a medium to throw or slash, the chakra consumed exceeded that required for maintaining the summon, yet remained well within his capacity. It could sustain a battle rather than becoming a liability. While the Uchiha's throwing techniques were indeed exceptional, their swordsmanship left much to be desired. Linny realized he needed to find a more formidable sword style to fully harness Platinum Star's capabilities. As he collected his shuriken and kunai, he understood that running a ninja tool shop did not grant him the freedom to craft at will. Riding a bicycle to the bar, he knew when to save and when to spend. The physical training he sought was no trivial matter. His immediate priority was to equip Platinum Star with an exceptional sword technique. As he tidied up his ninja tools, Linny set off, weary legs carrying him toward the village. For him, there were 2 certainties, his family and his village. The renowned legacy of the second Hokage's Raijin sword was clearly documented in the annals of Uchiha history. Their swordsmanship was undoubtedly formidable. However, as a newcomer to the academy, what right did he have to demand the second Hokage's sword techniques? Clearly, those were beyond his reach, at least for now. As one of the most powerful clans in the ninja world, the Uchiha surely possessed superior sword techniques, though he had yet to access them. While the Uchiha throwing techniques were unparalleled in the ninja world, they were not difficult to acquire within the clan. There were even books in his mother's study. However, the awkward truth was that requesting sword techniques from his family was no less challenging than approaching the village. In terms of status, he was merely a distant branch of the family, and in terms of strength, he was not even a genin, lacking power and connections. Why would the clan provide him with ninjutsu or sword techniques? Furthermore, the Uchiha placed immense value on the Sharingan, and Lin Yi himself doubted he would ever awaken it. After all, his ancestors were either commoners in the clan or merely observers of ninja cats, with his mother being the strongest among them. If she were capable of awakening the Sharingan, she would not have remained a mere chunin. If Lin Yi did not reveal his stand, he would merely be regarded as an inconsequential member of the family. The family should be more reliable than the village. If all else failed, he would confront them. If he sought investment, he must demonstrate his worth. It was not that Lin Yi was anxious, but the world he inhabited, a place where children graduated and were thrust onto the battlefield, compelled him to hurry. At just over 6 years of age, he was still at an age where he hadn't even begun elementary school in his previous life. Yet, in the ninja world, many of his peers, just a year or 2 older, had already applied for early graduation to join the battlefield. Even if he stubbornly clung to the academy, delaying his graduation would only extend his time by 6 years. However, he was no genius, unable to create ninjutsu or sword techniques in isolation, nor could he conjure skills from thin air. Each passing day only served to rob him of precious time. Lord White Fang has returned. Lord White Fang. Here are family SX. As Linny stepped onto the street, he observed numerous villagers rushing toward the main gate. His earlier course toward the clan grounds was momentarily halted, and he swiftly vaulted onto a nearby railing. Squinting slightly, he strained to glimpse a tuft of white hair amidst the throng. The White Fang of Konoha, Kakashi Hitaki. Linny realized he had stumbled upon a better option. Why must he remain torn between the Uchiha clan and the village? What was the strongest swordsmanship in the ninja world? The sword techniques of the Land of Iron? The Konoha style? In the past, there may have been no clear answer, until a man appeared, wielding a short blade and instilling fear throughout the ninja world. Of course, one should not equate a man with his swordsmanship. While Kakashi Hatake was formidable, it did not automatically imply that the Hatake sword techniques were the pinnacle of the ninja realm. However, the existence of a powerful figure who dominated the ninja world certainly indicated that the Hatake sword techniques were far from weak. The crucial point was that Lin-E had a connection with this white fang of Konoha. Of course, he was not an illegitimate child. The Uchiha clan's honor remained intact. Rather, 3 years prior, Lin-E's mother, Uchiha Nami, had saved Kakashi Hatake's life. It was just that Lin-E had gotten stuck in a mental loop, momentarily forgetting this fact until he saw Kakashi again. He suspected that by now, Kakashi was likely confronting the clan leader at the Uchiha compound. Chapter 4. White Fang. Can you resist the temptation? To say that he saved Hatake Tsukumo would be an oversimplification. It would be more accurate to state that it was his mother who, while on a mission with Tsukumo, made a judicious choice. Logically speaking, the probability of his mother, Uchiha Nami, encountering peril was quite low. After all, her duties primarily involved tending to the clan's ninja cats, without the need for engaging with the guard force or undertaking any missions. Her days were typically spent collecting data on the cats, and occasionally, she would indulge in petting them. However, the harshness of reality seldom aligns with reason. 3 years ago, shortly after the outbreak of the Second Shinobi World War, 2 elite puppet masters from Sunagakure led an elite unit to raid Konoha, exploiting its vulnerable rear. At that time, most of Konoha's elite were deployed elsewhere, leaving the village inadequately defended, and with only a handful of J-Nin available, Nami, as a Ch-Nin of the Uchiha clan, was urgently summoned. Ultimately, it was Tsukumo who intervened, simultaneously assuming the roles of commander and principal force, turning the tide amidst the grave peril facing Konoha's stronghold. He decisively eliminated the 2 elite puppet masters and 4 elite J-Nin from Sunagakure, earning the moniker of Konoha's White Fang. Unfortunately, Nami fell victim to the poison of one of the puppet master's needles. That needle was originally intended for Tsukumo, who was preoccupied with multiple formidable adversaries and could not evade the attack. Nami was the nearest and the only one who could act in time, so she rushed forward to intercept the poison needle. It was a straightforward dilemma. If she shielded Tsukumo, she would perish, yet he would have a chance to survive. If she did not intervene, Tsukumo would be lost, and the remaining defenders would be unable to halt Sunagakure's advance, leading to further casualties. Any ninja present could have made the correct choice. The only distinction was who would be unfortunate enough to be the one faced with that decision. On that fateful day, Uchiha, clutching all their possessions, carried the near-lifeless Uchiha Manai to the Konoha hospital, only to be met with the sorrowful response, "Apologies, Lady Tsunade is unavailable, and we are powerless to assist." It was then that Lin-E first comprehended the terrifying and brutal nature of this world. A chaotic world can forge heroes, yet it can also extinguish the lives of the cowardly. There is no possibility of evading or shirking responsibility. Later, Tsukumo, as one of the few outsiders permitted to attend the funeral, expressed that if help was ever needed in the future, Lin-E could seek him out at the Hatake household. Yet, as one of Konoha's foremost combatants, Tsukumo was almost perpetually engaged on various battlefronts, and both he and Uchiha understood that such words were largely ceremonial. Moreover, Tsukumo indeed succeeded in annihilating the invading forces from Sunagakure, thus avenging Nami's fate. As time passed, Lin-E gradually forgot about this connection. It was clear that confronting Tsukumo directly for aid would be futile. With some goodwill, perhaps he could request assistance once, and the reply might be favorable. However, to demand the swordsmanship outright, on what grounds? Merely on the basis of being a student? He was far from being a prodigy. The Hatake swordsmanship was the very foundation of their clan's existence. Could he expect to receive a favor as an Uchiha? This was akin to requesting the secret techniques of the Sharingan from the Uchiha clan, which, of course, required certain prerequisites. As for swordsmanship, it was simply a matter of having hands. Thus, the possibility of sharing such knowledge was exceedingly unlikely. Yet, it was equally impossible for Lin-E to relinquish his aspirations. Earlier, he had no choice but to sell himself for resources. Now, with a glimmer of hope, he could aim for the best. It would be foolish not to strive for it. The most crucial aspect was that if he succeeded, he would possess an extraordinary ally within Konoha, becoming a disciple of the White Fang. If such teachings were not to be shared with outsiders, then becoming an internal disciple was indeed feasible. This was not mere daydreaming for Lin-E. A master takes on disciples based on opportunity, talent, perseverance, background, and their own desire to teach. He had a compelling opportunity to present. Not only had he saved Tsukumo's life, but at the very least, he had a favor to leverage. In terms of identity, while he was an Uchiha, his father was merely a commoner, and his mother had passed away, leaving him a mere shadow within the Uchiha clan. Although there were obstacles, they were not insurmountable. As for talent and determination, Lin-E believed he met the criteria. The only gamble remained whether Tsukumo was interested in taking on a disciple. If he had no intention, then no matter how extraordinary Lin-E's abilities, they would be of little consequence. After all, while talent may hold potential, Tsukumo had already positioned himself at the pinnacle of the current shinobi world. To bluntly request to become a disciple would likely yield results akin to demanding swordsmanship directly. The most prudent strategy was to reverse the dynamic, allowing Tsukumo to voluntarily take him on as a pupil. In Konoha, at the Hitaki clan estate, raise your hands higher, increase your speed. Speed must be accompanied by strength. It's not merely about hastily swinging. Power originates from the waist. Hitaki Tsukumo held a teacup in one hand while gently tapping a white-haired boy clad in a mask on the shoulder with a willow branch. Kakashi, I told you that you could start your training 2 years later, but since you've chosen to begin now, you must not falter halfway. Kakashi remained silent, gritting his teeth as he lifted his arm. He was determined to become a ninja more accomplished than his father. Sitting on a stone, Tsukumo set down his teacup and raised an eyebrow. He gestured, and an instant shadow clone materialized, lazily accepting the teacup and willow branch from the original, nodding in acknowledgement as it settled down. Meanwhile, Tsukumo himself vanished from the courtyard in a flash. Finished running. Next comes 1,000 frog leaps. 1, 2. Is he calling for Uchiha? Linny? Squinting from a high branch, Tsukumo observed the boy below, drenched in sweat as he performed his exercises. Only when Linny's figure gradually faded from view did Tsukumo retract his gaze. In the distance, Linny collapsed in the woods after concluding a set of training. This was the first phase of his plan, to capture Hitaki Tsukumo's attention. Naturally, he could not simply train at Tsukumo's doorstep. That would be foolish. He meticulously chose a location as his starting point, running 10 kilometers around the outskirts of Konoha, where the trees conveniently faced the back gate of the Hitaki clan. Thus, it would seamlessly lead into the second phase of his training, avoiding any appearance of ulterior motives while ensuring Tsukumo would notice him. Fortunately, the Hitaki clan was sparsely populated, and for a ninja of Tsukumo's caliber, any disturbance in the vicinity would not escape his perception. Otherwise, it would all be in vain. From this point onward, the plan was straightforward. 2 words, repetition. Of course, Lin-Yi set a timeline for himself. 1 month. After a month, he would initiate the second phase of his plan. By then, if he succeeded, it would come to fruition. If not, he would reluctantly confront his clan. Why a month, you might ask? Because a month from now would mark the anniversary of his mother, Uchiha Nami's, passing. Coincidentally, Tsukumo's wife had also perished during that same raid. In Konoha, those who lost their lives in the line of duty during the war were laid to rest in Konoha's cemetery. Therefore, a month later, Lin-Yi would simply need to arrive early to pay his respects. Even if he chose to linger without leaving, it would naturally lead to a meeting with Tsukumo. This strategy, a blend of self-sacrifice and patience, came with the added bonus of presenting himself as a prodigious disciple. White Fang, how could you not be enticed? Chapter 5. I have always believed that swordsmanship possesses an undeniable elegance. This young man's swordsmanship is quite intriguing. Unbeknownst to Lin-Yi, an elderly man with white hair perched on a tree branch, stroking his chin while observing Lin-Yi, who was diligently practicing his strikes against a large tree. To ensure that Shuo Mao did not suspect any intentionality, Lin-Yi would sometimes come here to engage in frog jumps. Or perhaps he would coincidentally land here after a series of jumps to commence his training with concealed weapons. On other occasions, a shuriken would inadvertently fly nearby, prompting him to practice his sword techniques. There were even instances when Lin-Yi did not come here for 2 consecutive days. In essence, his visits were entirely random. With a swift sound, the sword's edge sliced through the air, piercing the center of the target hanging from the tree. The sequence of actions, drawing the sword, sheathing it, and then thrusting was executed with simplicity yet repeated incessantly by Lin-Yi. He was not well versed in any particular sword technique. This was merely the most fundamental thrust. However, it was evident to Shuo Mao that what truly astonished him was Lin-Yi's accuracy. He could discern that Lin-Yi was not a seasoned practitioner of blades. His calloused hands and posture were unmistakably different from those who had trained with weapons for an extended period. For a novice swordsman to possess such precision was indeed a rarity. Typically, most individuals would struggle to insert a sword into its sheath steadily, let alone achieve a seamless thrust to the center. Any slight deviation would result in an off-target strike. Moreover, unlike concealed weapons, wielding a sword required a different level of skill. Mere accuracy with shurikens did not translate to proficiency with a sword. Shuo Mao remained unaware that Lin-Yi's Platinum Star bestowed upon him a nano-level precision. Once the Platinum Star had made a single thrust, Lin-Yi could easily recall its angle and replicate the motion, swiftly adjusting for any minor discrepancies. Lacking familiarity with the Platinum Star, Shuo Mao could only conclude that this young man possessed a modicum of innate talent. After 1,000 thrusts, Lin-Yi transitioned to 1,000 slashes. He recalled the trajectory of the Platinum Star's cuts, aimed at the red dot, and swung downwards. With the Platinum Star, Lin-Yi had truly realized that his pace of improvement was unprecedented. It was not merely the accuracy of the Platinum Star that aided him, more importantly. With each enhancement of his chakra, the summoning duration of the Platinum Star extended, allowing for prolonged utilization. This evident positive feedback served as a potent motivator, even if ultimately, White Fang did not accept him as a disciple. He would not diminish or alter his training regimen. Instead, he would intensify it. As long as he practiced diligently without jeopardizing his foundation, he would train relentlessly. On a tranquil morning, the streets of Konoha were still somewhat desolate. Lin-Yi held a bouquet of white lilies, slowly making his way to the Konoha cemetery. Uchiha and had not accompanied him for the memorial. He likely intended to visit separately. In his father's words, he wished to enjoy some quality time with Name without being interrupted by a child. Coincidentally, Lenny had been pondering how to separate from Uchiha and to pay his respects, so this circumstance spared him the need for an excuse. Upon reaching Name's grave, Lenny gently placed the bouquet down. In his previous life, Lenny had grown up in an orphanage, devoid of parental guidance. In this life, he genuinely felt the warmth of family. He had initially thought that leading a simple life was not without its merits. After all, when the sky fell, a tall person would bear the brunt. With his family, selling ninja tools, petting cats, and leaning against the great Uchiha tree, he believed he could comfortably drift through life. Lenny gently brushed away the dust from the gravestone. As he raised his gaze, the array of stone markers loomed over him, suffocating in their sheer number. In this world, a weak person's mundane existence was a luxury, surrendering life and death to fate and the strong. Especially in the midst of ongoing war? The three legendary Sannin, White Fang, demigods of the ninja world. One day, when heroes arise, it would again bring 10 years of calamity upon the populace. The renowned masters of the ninja world, who among them was not surrounded by countless corpses? Lenny did not aspire to be a hero. Yet he detested the idea of becoming a mere casualty in the grand narrative of heroism, particularly now, with the possession of his unique abilities. Your mother is an exceptional ninja. As Lenny remained in silent contemplation, a bouquet of flowers was gently placed beside Name's gravestone. Following the white lilies he had laid down, White Fang, Lenny turned to see a flash of silver white before his eyes. A wave of relief washed over him. Finally, the bait had been taken. As he lifted his gaze, he saw Shuamao, who was also holding a bouquet of flowers, accompanied by the white-haired boy, Kakashi, who carried an additional bundle. Indeed, bringing Kakashi along to pay tribute to his mother and his comrades was a thoughtful gesture. A gentle smile appeared on Shuamao's face. From this visage, Lenny could only perceive a kindly elder, incongruous with the fearsome reputation of Konoha's White Fang. Lenny, there is no need for such formality between us. Lenny nodded slightly. At least there was a glimmer of progress. Shuamao, Sr. It was not yet time to reveal his intentions. He needed to tread carefully. I apologize, at that time, my blade was not swift enough. A pair of calloused hands gently patted Lenny's shoulder. This sentiment was not new. It had been expressed to Lenny before. You need not feel guilty. This was not your fault. On the contrary, I should be grateful that you helped avenge my mother. Lenny spoke sincerely, to be frank. If White Fang had not been present, could Name have refrained from rushing to aid? She would have had to, and she would have perished. The truth was harsh. Without White Fang, those puppet masters could have unleashed their poison unchecked. One could not guarantee that Lenny would not find himself in a similar predicament in the future. If Lenny were merely a 6-year-old child, he might harbor resentment towards Shuamao. Yet he was not. He understood that blame could not be directed at the man before him, nor did he have any justification for such feelings. If blame were to be assigned, it could only be directed towards the ceaseless world of war. Shuamao raised an eyebrow, taken aback. He could see that Lenny was earnest. He had expected Lenny to blame him, to blame Suna, or even Konoha. He slowly knelt to meet Lin Yi's gaze, speaking in a melancholic tone. The war will soon come to an end. We will be the victors. After all, if the front lines were still fraught with tension, he would not be here. No. Senior Shuamao. Lin Yi lifted his gaze, locking eyes with him. He gestured towards the gravestones, standing tall beside him. In war, there are no victors, only the vanquished. Lin Yi was aware that he currently showed no overt signs of desiring to become a disciple. Yet he continued to bolster his resolve. A gifted child, possessing both willpower and vision, stood before him. Shuamao was momentarily stunned, his gaze fixed on the youthful yet resolute Lin Yi. Suddenly, he smiled and reached out to ruffle Lin Yi's hair. At such a young age, you grasp profound truths far beyond my own understanding as an adult. Are you currently enrolled in school? Just recently started. Lin Yi made an effort to escape Shuamao's playful grasp, responding softly. Shuamao was unperturbed, feigning ignorance of Lin Yi's training. He pulled Lin Yi's shoulder closer and quietly inquired, "Ah, I see. While ninjas are not strictly bound to weapons, the power of tools is certainly superior to that of bare hands. Do you have a weapon you favor?" Lin Yi blinked, gazing at the smiling Shuamao. Upon hearing this question, he understood. This was a promising sign. He was no fool. He could discern the underlying implications in the man's words. Indeed, I have always found swordsmanship to be quite admirable. Chapter 6. The Substitute's Swordsmanship, Unstoppable. In the Land of Fire, at the residence of the Hatake clan, Hatake Tsukumo retrieved a short blade from within his abode and tossed it to Hate. Hate caught the dagger and swung it experimentally. "Thank you, Sensei, it feels quite comfortable." After a brief hesitation, he added, "However, I might need a larger one." Tsukumo raised an eyebrow in curiosity. "How large?" Hate pointed to the white-toothed short blade behind Tsukumo. "Larger than that one." Tsukumo nodded, without further inquiry, and turned back inside to procure a larger blade, one that was nearly the length of a standard sword. "Is this size suitable?" Hate nodded in affirmation. "Yes, this should suffice." "Thank you, Sensei." After a pause, he ventured, "Aren't you curious as to why I require it?" "Because I anticipated you would be unable to contain yourself, Tsukumo replied with a playful squint. So why is that? Such a wickedly curious teacher. Hate hesitated about revealing his substitute, for it was, after all, his trump card. Yet, having become a disciple of the White Fang, he knew that unless he refrained from using it entirely, it would eventually be discovered. Thus, it was better to confess early, allowing Tsukumo to devise a more effective training regimen. Furthermore, unlike the Uchiha clan or the village, White Fang was now his master. This bond transcended the typical teacher-student dynamic found in ninja academies. It was akin to being a half-son, someone who could inherit the legacy of Hitaki swordsmanship. Suddenly, the robust form of the Platinum Star appeared before him, eerily causing the larger blade Hate just received to float effortlessly. Sensei, can you sense it? Tsukumo blinked, fixating intently on the direction of the Platinum Star. I cannot see it, but I can perceive it. This must stem from your spiritual power, a unique bloodline limit. After Hayate's brief explanation, Tsukumo stroked his chin thoughtfully. The Uchiha clan possesses the Sharingan, which leans towards spiritual power. Your mutation is the Platinum Star, isn't it? Hate nodded. That is indeed the case. That is quite normal. Albeit rare, Tsukumo remarked, waving his hand dismissively before retrieving a scroll and presenting it to Hate. This is the comprehensive guide to Hitaki swordsmanship. Study it in the hall. I shall return shortly to teach you the movements. Understood, Sensei. Once he confirmed that Hate had departed, Tsukumo could hardly contain his excitement. What a treasure I have stumbled upon. Truly a remarkable find. Tsukumo was exhilarated. Initially, he valued Hayate's perseverance and character. But now he recognized that Hayate's talent seemed destined for inheriting his legacy. If Hayate's Platinum Star could also unleash ninjutsu, it would indicate that this bloodline was a universal remedy. However, Hayate stated that it could not release ninjutsu, yet its speed, precision, and strength were extraordinary. What did that signify? A natural-born master of swords. In essence, swordsmanship boils down to speed, strength, and precision. Just imagine. If two White Fang practitioners could merge their abilities, not merely collaborating, but sharing a profound connection, executing their moves simultaneously without hindrance, that would be a formidable force. Hate would undoubtedly surpass me. 6 months later, at the Hitaki clan's training ground. Faster, accelerate. Hate gritted his teeth as he wielded the short blade. Strangely, another, considerably larger blade danced in synchrony with his movements. Your Platinum Star is accommodating your speed. Increase it. The essence of Hitaki swordsmanship lies in speed and precision. Tsukumo, wielding a flexible willow branch, lightly tapped Hayate's arm. Your force is misdirected. Your movements lack continuity. Start over. Accelerating does not equate to recklessly increasing power. It requires a more cohesive application of force, beginning from the waist. Blindly relying on brute strength will expose your vulnerabilities. Begin anew, gasping for breath. Tasting iron in his throat, Hate inhaled deeply and resumed his practice. However, the surrounding blades were sheathed behind him. All right, time for a break, Tsukumo announced. Nodding to the timer, he then fetched a wooden tub filled with the clan's special medicinal bath for Hate to absorb. The Hitaki clan lacked any extraordinary physique or bloodline. Yet they inherited exceptional ninjutsu and sword techniques, largely due to their secret medicinal baths. After all, it is impossible for a clan like the Hitaki, from which Kakashi graduated from ninja school at the age of 5, to lack merit. Thus, it is established that there exists a family secret remedy. Half submerged in the tub, Hate breathed heavily. Having a teacher is infinitely better than having none, especially a powerful one. The efficiency of training, the wealth of experience, and the Hitaki clan's treasured medicinal concoctions propelled Hayate's rapid growth. In just 6 months, his progress surpassed the cumulative effort of 3 years spent in solitary contemplation. His chakra reserves had doubled through continuous training. Presently, Hate could maintain synchronization with the Platinum Star while wielding his sword for half an hour. Over these 6 months, Hate's most significant advancement lay in swordsmanship, specifically the Hitaki sword technique. This rate of growth even exceeded Tsukumo's highest expectations. Your Platinum Star is the most coveted bloodline for anyone wielding close combat weapons, Tsukumo marveled repeatedly. He initially perceived the bloodline's future potential as boundless but was astonished by its immediate benefits during the learning process, thanks to the unparalleled precision of the Platinum Star. Anyone studying sword techniques knows that at the outset, even sheathing a blade can take considerable time to master, while others practice, seeking to hone their trajectory from the moment of drawing the sword to striking the target accurately. Hate required none of that effort. The trajectory of the Platinum Star was infallible. It would strike precisely where intended, be it the eye or the heart. It is no wonder that during previous practice sessions, whether thrusting or slashing, Hate demonstrated remarkable accuracy. The core tenets of the Hitaki sword technique, speed and precision, had been innately fulfilled by Hate, thus surpassing Tsukumo's expectations for growth. After absorbing the medicinal properties and regaining his strength, Hate emerged from the bath. He quickly changed and reattached his dual blades to his back. The larger blade was named Sun Blade, while the smaller one was called Moon Blade, titles given by White Fang. Originally, Hate intended to name them First Slash and Second Slash. Sensei, I shall take my leave now. As he stepped outside, a small knife suddenly appeared in Hayate's line of sight. He deftly sidestepped, then kicked out, sending Kakashi sprawling onto the grass. Kakashi, your intent to attack was too obvious. Hate chided, shaking his head. In an instant, the fallen Kakashi transformed into a wooden stump, plummeting to the ground. A substitution technique? Behind him, a flash of white light surged forth. The sharp sound of clashing swords echoed as the sun blade rose to intercept Kakashi's attack autonomously. Then I shall respond with a substitution technique as well. With a flourish, the golden experience returned the sun blade to its sheath before vanishing from sight. He dared not allow the platinum star to engage in sparring with Kakashi, for he was the son of his teacher. A single strike could lead to trouble. Immediately, Lin Yi swiftly turned around and delivered a powerful kick towards the open goal where Kakashi stood. A scream of anguish echoed through the air. It seemed that this time it was indeed for real. Chapter 7. Oh my, Minato Namikaze. Lin Yi, your bloodline is truly extraordinary. Kakashi rubbed his backside and slowly rose from the ground. Ouch. Lin Yi retracted his fist and shook it a couple of times. I should call my senior brother. Just moments ago, during the initiation ceremony, Kakashi had been quite obedient. Kakashi, one hand clutching his rear and the other shielding his head, hurried to catch up. Can you train with me today? Sorry, Kakashi, Lin Yi has already made plans with me. Before Lin Yi could respond, a clear youthful voice chimed in. What? That blonde again. Kakashi's expression fell. After training with his senior brother each day, he would usually continue to practice with Lin Yi. In contrast to his busy father and peers who only understood ninja games, Lin Yi had become both a mentor and a friend to Kakashi. It seemed that about 3 or 4 months ago, a certain Jiraiya had returned to the village to report on some matters and coincidentally encountered his father. Their conversation eventually drifted to disciples. Then, that blonde lad had descended from the heavens, shouting about mutual progress and challenging his senior brother to a fight. Ultimately, Lin Yi lost without question. However, this blonde was several years older than Lin Yi, and Kakashi knew that at that time. Lin Yi hadn't utilized his more formidable bloodline, which only fueled his own frustration. But what left Kakashi even more dumbfounded was that although he and his senior brother were on the same side, the blonde began to seek Lin Yi out for sparring sessions from that point on. Now, as soon as their training with Minato ended, the two would vanish to continue their practice elsewhere. Take him along, Minato. But what if he gets hurt? The young boy scratched his head and leaned closer to Lin Yi, murmuring softly. It's fine. He'll be enrolling soon, and training with us will benefit him. Minato was somewhat unsure, but Lin Yi understood well that although Kakashi was only 3 or 4 years old, he had already surpassed most students at the Ninja Academy. Kakashi, would you like to train with us? Well, I don't have anything else to do. Lin Yi smirked, the prideful attitude fading away. Kakashi took his small strides and followed the two, leaping quickly through the forest. The war has ended. Kushina should have returned to the village as a low-ranking ninja, right? I haven't checked. Perhaps she has, haha. Note, at this point, it is explained that Kushina is not indispensable to Konoha. She is merely a refugee after her country fell. If not for her talents from the Uzumaki clan, Konoha might not have taken her in and nurtured her. As Minato stepped on branches, he chuckled lightly. There aren't any trash bins near the Hitaki residence. Next time, we can dispose of the dango in the village instead of keeping the sticks in our pockets. I ate this myself, not intending to give it to anyone. I never said you needed to give it away. On the outskirts of the Konoha forest, in an open area. Wow, so fast. Kakashi sat cross-legged not far away, his eyes fixated on the two figures that continuously intertwined. Lin Yi wielded the moon blade, while the sun blade circled around, launching relentless attacks towards Minato. Such a torrential downpour of strikes, Kakashi mused. He would be hard-pressed to endure even 2 seconds, yet Minato managed to respond to each one, either blocking or evading. Lin Yi, get ready. I'm about to counterattack. Is this still just passive defense? From Kakashi's perspective, the blonde expertly deflected Lin Yi's moon blade with a kunai, then sidestepped the follow-up from the sun blade, and then vanished. Clang, the Minato who had disappeared from Kakashi's sight suddenly reappeared behind Lin Yi. Yet his kunai did not strike Lin Yi. Instead, it emitted a metallic clang and eerily froze midair. From Lin Yi's perspective, the Platinum Star had intercepted the attack with his fist. Phew, Minato, you've become even faster. Lin Yi gasped, retracting his substitute. Even with the support of the substitute, it was as if he had the upper hand in close combat. Yet Minato could counter all his attacks, executing perfect retaliations. 666. This entry is also noteworthy. Although I can't compare to your growth, I still wish to delay being surpassed by you. Minato sheathed his kunai and sat cross-legged beside Lin Yi. Then you must put in the effort. Lin Yi teased with a smile. His friendship with Minato was not solely due to their shared affinity for speed and close combat, but also because of Minato's remarkably amiable nature. Let us go, Kakashi. Glancing up at the sky, the sun had nearly vanished. After brushing off the dust from his clothing, he prepared for an early rise the next day. As the last rays of sunlight disappeared, the moonlight gradually enveloped the forest. Lin Yi, can I join you tomorrow? Senior brother. Well, let us see how you perform tomorrow. Lin Yi replied nonchalantly, resting his hands behind his head. Lin Yi. Upon hearing the urgency in Minato's voice, Lin Yi turned his head sharply. If it weren't for something important, he would never use such a tone. Look at this. Minato extended his hand, revealing 2 strands of bright red hair in his palm. A color so familiar. Kushina? It must be her. Minato clenched his fist tightly. For the first time, Lenny noticed an expression of anxiety on his face. Kakashi, you head back and inform the teacher. I will leave markers along the way. Lenny patted Kakashi's shoulder, then nodded to Minato, and in an instant, the two vanished from their spot. It's heading towards the border. Could it be the work of outsiders? However, Kushina is merely a low-ranking ninja. Why would anyone target her? Logically, the war has ended. The immediate priority is to find Kushina. As Minato followed the trail of red hair on the ground, he pressed forward with all his might. Lenny closely followed, marking the path with the moonblade. If this was indeed the work of outsiders, although the reason for abducting such a low-ranking ninja remained unclear, it was better to be cautious. A wise person knows to utilize their resources. As darkness deepened, Minato gradually fell silent. We are nearing the border. Finally, Lin-E strained his eyes to catch a glimpse of several figures looming in the distance. Minato, I see them. Where? His previously tense expression relaxed considerably. There are 3 in total. Judging by their attire, they are indeed ninjas from an outer village. The one on the left is mine, perhaps due to his Uchiha lineage. Lin-E's vision remained keen even in the dark, and with the presence of the Platinum Star, his sight was remarkably sharp. In the shadows, Kushina Uzumaki walked forward, her hands bound by ropes, her expression numb. Compared to the inner turmoil and despair, the pain of her hair being pulled was insignificant. Indeed, she was merely an outsider. Who would truly care about her? Perhaps even her small team and instructor would not have anticipated that she had been kidnapped from the very beginning. Bang! Was that the wind? It felt as though the ropes binding her had loosened slightly. Kushina continued her numbing march forward. The clouds obscuring the moon gradually dispersed, allowing moonlight to gently illuminate the weary face of the young girl. A soothing voice echoed, I have come to rescue you. Chapter 8, Early Graduation. The Chunin team from Cloud Hidden Village. 2 individuals with white hair, one large and one small, crouched together alongside Lin-E. Shuo Mao casually glanced at the unconscious ninja on the ground and quickly reached a conclusion. Senior brother? It seemed that Kakashi had sensed the absence of the blonde boy beside Lin-E and adjusted the mask on his face. Watergate was. Lin-E blinked and turned to see the blonde boy leaping up while holding a girl. Children should refrain from prying into worldly affairs. However, if Kakashi, with his mask and white hair, were to grow up, he would undoubtedly be considered a coveted partner by many in his previous life, or perhaps a wife. Teacher, is it because Cloud Hidden Village did not participate in this war that they seek to take advantage of the situation? Lin-E had never been on the battlefield, but his teacher was the legendary Konoha White Fang and a member of the Uchiha clan, so he at least understood the situation of the warring nations. Konoha had engaged in battles with Sand Hidden and Rain Hidden, and its current state could hardly be described as prosperous. It was entirely possible that Cloud Hidden Village wished to seize the opportunity for a stealthy strike. That is unlikely, Shuo Mao shook his head. The brutes of Cloud Hidden Village, filled with muscle, would have charged into battle long ago if they truly desired war. Their absence from this conflict is not due to a lack of desire, but rather because, after the losses of the Golden Horn, Silver Horn, and the Second Raikage, Cloud Hidden Village is currently in a period of vulnerability. It is possible that they covet Kushina's unique physique. Physique? Kakashi and Lin-E echoed in unison. Yes, akin to Lin-Yi's special bloodline and your Uchiha Sharingan. Although the Uzumaki clan lacks a defined bloodline limit, they inherently possess an astonishing amount of chakra and formidable vitality that others cannot hope to match in their lifetime. Furthermore, the Uzumaki clan is renowned for their sealing techniques. So Cloud Hidden may be seeking to capture Kushina now that Konoha has recently concluded the war and is in a state of disarray, intending to use her as a Jinchuriki. As Shuo Mao secured the 3 individuals together, he explained this to Lin-E. Shuo Mao-sama, at that moment, Watergate, having finished with the girl he was carrying, finally joined the conversation, looking somewhat exhausted. Truly, he is Jiraiya's disciple. When Kakashi had first found him out of breath, it had worried Shuo Mao for a moment. Although he believed in Lin-Yi's strength, even if he faced AJ Nin, he could at least manage to run away while fighting for a while. But since this was a newly acquired precious disciple, he had not yet warmed up to him. If anything were to happen, whom would he turn to for answers? You need not worry about this matter. I will report to the 3rd Hokage. Lin-E, I will leave you in Kakashi's care. Gently patting Lin-E on the shoulder, Shuo Mao vanished in an instant, taking the unconscious Cloud Ninja with him. Watergate, Kakashi and I shall take our leave. Lin-E wisely refrained from suggesting they return together, glancing at the pair still nestled close to one another. Kakashi, are you tired? Not tired. Well, if you are tired, senior brother can carry you back. I clearly said I am not tired. However, being carried by senior brother might not be too bad. Kakashi adjusted his mask, a vision of himself perched on Lin-Yi's shoulder flashing through his mind. Perhaps it wouldn't be so bad after all. Now that you mention it, I am a little tired. In the next moment, Kakashi suddenly felt a pulling sensation as he was lifted off the ground. Is this what senior brother's shoulders feel like? So broad. He instinctively looked down, only to realize there was quite a distance between him and Lin Yi. Unbeknownst to Kakashi, a stern purple face peered at the small figure on his shoulder. Early graduation? Lin Yi, who had just concluded a medicinal bath and was about to seek out Watergate, halted his steps. But teacher, I have only just completed 1 year. Although there was no definitive graduation year at the Ninja Academy, 6 years was merely the upper limit, meaning one could linger for up to 6 years. If one could not even perform a decent E-rank technique after 6 years, it might be best to cultivate crops instead. Yet Lin Yi had originally planned to become the sword god of Shirley Slope. After all, possessing both an offensive and supportive double, he believed that as long as he patiently awaited his growth, reaching Jainin would merely be a starting point. Indeed, Lin Yi, your abilities have reached a level where you can effortlessly defeat Chunin from great ninja villages. Remaining in the academy will only squander your time. Shuo Mao, while cleaning his short blade, spoke calmly. Had the war still been ongoing, even if you wished to graduate early, I would not have consented. Yesterday, after taking those 3 Cloud ninjas to interrogate with the 3rd Hokage, I learned that Cloud Hidden is currently struggling to find a suitable Jinchuriki for the 8 Tails, prompting them to send out teams to search for candidates. They are merely one of the squads. Though this revelation had eased Shuo Mao's mind, confirming it was not a signal for an attack. He could not ignore the reality that the current peace in the ninja world was not the same as the peace once enforced by Senju Hashirama. As the head of the Umbu, Shuo Mao found it easy to imagine that once several ninja villages emerged from the shadows of war, the next outbreak would be even more brutal. Now that the war had ended, all major ninja villages were recuperating, which also presented an opportune moment for Lin Yi's rapid growth. Lin Yi rubbed the moon blade in his hand and closed his eyes in contemplation. Upon reopening them, he solemnly regarded Shuo Mao. Teacher, but if I graduate now, there aren't many Jainin available to lead teams, are there? Speak plainly to me. Shuo Mao chided with a smile. Lin Yi scratched his head and chuckled. Heh, if after graduation I am assigned to trivial tasks like weeding and cat catching, I might as well stay in the Ninja Academy. The teacher was right, recognizing that he had been hiding away during the war to build strength demonstrated self-awareness. After all, on the battlefield, even a Jainin was merely a larger piece of cannon fodder. A barrage of ninjutsu could spell doom for anyone. However, now that the war had essentially concluded, as long as he did not recklessly provoke conflict at an enemy base, surviving would only hinder his growth. After graduation, you will directly join the Umbu. I will arrange it for you. The assurance filled Lin Yi with a sense of security. Then let us proceed at once. What? Shuo Mao paused in his task of cleaning his blade. The graduation examination, teacher. Let us undertake it now. Once completed, I can train with Watergate. Lin Yi reattached the moon blade to his back. At the Konoha training grounds, 2 figures, one large and one small, faced off against each other. An Uchiha brat, is it? Humph. Thinking you can graduate after just 1 year? I shall personally show you. With a swift sound of a blade being unsheathed accompanying his footsteps, he charged forward. How fast? Yamashiro's left side furrowed his brow, fixated on the approaching Lin Yi. Do not underestimate me. With swift hand signs, he unleashed a powerful jutsu. Fire release, great fireball technique. A fireball the size of a human head erupted from Yamashiro's mouth, hurtling towards Lin Yi. Boom! The fireball struck the training ground, leaving a charred mark on the floor as smoke gradually enveloped the remnants of the flames. TCH. What a nuisance. You told me not to hold back, yet I am a Chunin who has survived the battlefield, despite the surrounding spectators not calling for a halt. Yamashiro's left side dared not let his guard down completely. As the smoke cleared, the anticipated sight of the small boy collapsed on the ground did not materialize. Substitution. Years of experience led Yamashiro's left side to execute the substitution technique. In the next moment, a flash of white light appeared. The wooden stake split in 2 and fell to the ground. To achieve such rapid movement techniques after just 1 year? Impressive. From the stands, Saratobi Hiruzen squinted, exhaling a cloud of smoke while speaking. Indeed, Lin Yi is quite exceptional. 3rd Hokage, I shall take my leave now. Is there something urgent, Shuo Mao? Saratobi Hiruzen was somewhat perplexed. His disciple had only just begun to fight, yet the master was ready to depart. He needed to prepare a dark department uniform for Lin Yi, but there hadn't been such a small size available before. Oh, Saratobi Hiruzen raised an eyebrow, as the assessment was not yet concluded. No, Kakashi Hitaki merely smiled gently, casting a glance at Lin Yi on the stage. The blade behind him had already begun to unsheath slightly. It is already concluded, Lord Hokage. Chapter 9. Into the shadows with a swift motion. The searing air was cleaved apart by the crescent moon blade, and in an instant, a silver ribbon surged towards the newly emerged left of the mountain city. The left appeared momentarily stunned, still holding the hand signs for his technique. You've fallen into my trap, young one. Earth release, underworld fish technique. From behind Lin Yi, the figure of the left of the mountain city suddenly emerged from the ground. This was the very foundation of the left's survival in the chaos of war. At the moment the shadow clone dissipated, the left split off a clone with half of his chakra, unleashing a grand fireball to draw Lin Yi's attention. Meanwhile, the original slipped into the earth, preparing for a surprise attack from behind. Just enough chakra for one more release. The left quickly formed hand signs. and the grand fireball took shape, erupting forth. Worry not. Even though you have lost, I will inform Lord Hokage that you have passed your graduation assessment. Thank you for your kindness. On the platform, Sarutobi Hiruzen squinted at Lin Yi's back. Was this the reason White Fang held him in such esteem? With a sharp sound, the blade scraped against its sheath. The slightly loosened sun blade behind Lin Yi suddenly erupted forth like a dragon leaping from the sea. Aura! The platinum star instantly positioned itself before the fireball, its robust arm cleaving down towards the left of the mountain city. In the eyes of the left, it appeared as though Lin Yi's blade had soared unexpectedly, crossing roughly 2 meters in an instant, effortlessly shattering his final ninjutsu and confidence. As if a hot knife slicing through butter, the blade emitted energy slice towards the left of the mountain city, leaving no chance to evade. He felt a chill at the tip of his nose. Raising his hand gently, he wiped it, and blood droplets fell onto his fingers. This is what it means to be a genius? Please, both sides seal the reconciliation sign. Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly rose and spoke softly. Observing Lin Yi and the dazed left sealing the sign of reconciliation, he lowered his smoking pipe and exhaled a puff of smoke. Graduating from the Ninja Academy in just a year. Moreover, Lin Yi displayed a bloodline ability entirely distinct from the Uchiha clan. It's a pity he is already a disciple of White Fang. This is your uniform. Choose a mask and codename that you prefer. At the Umbu base, Shikumo had already donned the uniform, gesturing towards a row of masks hanging in a small room. Lin Yi surveyed the options and finally settled on a simple fox mask. Compared to other options like pigs or monkeys, a fox was already quite commendable. I shall be called the messenger. The nearby Umbu member wearing a monkey mask nodded, swiftly recording the information with a pen on a board. Jinin Uchiha Lin Yi. Age, 7, codename, messenger. I will first take you to meet your teammates. After nodding to the recorder, Shikumo led Lin Yi outside. The team consists of 4 members including you, newly formed. The captain is a jonin known as Badger Dog, skilled in taijutsu, along with 2 others, one a reconnaissance ninja and the other a medical ninja. Lin Yi paused briefly before quickly catching up. He had initially thought it was quite a privilege for his teacher to bring this 7-year-old graduate directly into the Umbu. Little did he know, it was an arrangement tailored just for him. No, rather a 3-to-1 situation. The newly formed team comprised 1 adept in taijutsu, 1 healer, and 1 support. Anyone could see that they were missing one, and that one was him. Thank you, teacher. Huh. Kigaku Shikumo seemed not to comprehend, blinking at Lin Yi. Let us go out for barbecue tonight to celebrate your graduation. Arriving at the team assembly location, the other 3 had already gathered. Lin Yi quickly adjusted his mask and approached. Tomorrow morning at 8 at the main gate. Since we've just been formed, I need to assess your actual abilities. Badger Dog, though not particularly tall, had a somewhat slender build and wore a canine mask. His voice carried a low timbre. Understood, the 3 responded in unison. The other 2 were Lin Yi's teammates, Shadow Sparrow and Flower Butterfly, though they had not yet fought. Their code names suggested that Shadow Sparrow specialized in reconnaissance, while Flower Butterfly excelled in medical ninjutsu. After celebrating with his teacher and Kakashi, Lin Yi informed Minato of his early graduation. Due to the upcoming appointment, he only had a brief spar before bidding farewell and heading home. Grandma, it's quite late. Allow me to assist you. As Lin Yi approached the clan grounds, he heard a youthful voice. Curiously, he leaped onto a tree and gazed down. A small boy with a hedgehog hairstyle was gently supporting an elderly woman by the end of her cane, slowly leading her toward the clan's interior. Though it seemed he was more of a hindrance than a help, it was the first time Lin Yi had witnessed Uchiha engaging in such acts of kindness. Quite interesting. Aura, do you feel the same? Aura, indeed, the platinum star speaks true. After a few light leaps, Lin Yi gently opened his home door. I'm back. Training so late today? Uchiha and sat casually on the sofa, polishing his ninja tools without turning his head. I had a test today. It went quite swiftly, but I spent some time afterwards celebrating with the teachers. A test? Uchiha and raised his head in surprise. Isn't it too early for midterms or finals? Just a simple quiz. A quiz? Uchiha nodded, finding it understandable. Wait, why celebrate for a quiz? Perhaps because of this? Lin Yi produced his forehead protector, twirling it in his hand. Uchiha and S eyes widened slightly, then closed and reopened. His eyes and T turned red, but the rims were somewhat flushed. You graduated early? In less than a year? You call this a mere quiz? Well, it was quite simple. It ended in 3 minutes. The following day, at the designated meeting place. Before we begin to understand each other, let us introduce ourselves briefly. Badger Dog's voice remained gravelly. He had previously harbored some dissatisfaction, having wished to relax after the war, but ended up assigned to tutor the prince. He was named Badger Dog because he was daring and capable, having earned his place as an Umbu team leader through sheer effort. His greatest disdain was for those who relied on connections. Messenger, you've just graduated. Just give it your all. Badger Dog specifically reminded Lin Yi. There is no choice. One must progress. Initially resistant, he now recognized the reality. The Uchiha heir and the direct disciple of the department head, his status was formidable. Badger Dog was unaware of whether Lin Yi was a main or collateral branch. Breaking the graduation record at the Ninja Academy indicated that his talent was certainly exceptional. With talent, background, and if he possessed strength, what need would there be for Badger Dog? He should focus on his own responsibilities instead of dwelling on such thoughts. As for the other two, what were their code names again? A furtive glance at the manual. Cough. Cough. Shadow Butterfly, Flower Sparrow. You all just give it your best. Shadow Sparrow and Flower Butterfly. Chapter 10. Team Test Codename. Badger. Proficient in physical techniques. Swordsmanship, and particularly knowledgeable in wind-based ninjutsu. As the captain, Badger commenced by outlining his strengths. Shadow Sparrow, adept in reconnaissance and perception, possesses a solid grasp of physical techniques, though his ninjutsu skills are rather average. After casting a glance at Badger, Shadow Sparrow spoke slowly, a skilled scout and fighter, a ninja from the Hyuga clan. Perhaps? Badger absent-mindedly touched the blade on his back. Butterfly, skilled in setting traps and healing, excels in water and earth techniques, while her physical prowess is mediocre at best. The sound of her voice suggested she was a girl. With the conclusion of the Second Great Ninja War, Tsunade's initiative to train medical ninjas has gradually been prioritized. As the trio's gaze shifted towards her, Lin spoke softly, the messenger, proficient in physical techniques and swordplay. The others nodded, waiting in silence. Noticing Lin Yi's lack of further elaboration, a sense of awkwardness enveloped him. He was aware that he possessed wind, lightning, and fire chakra. Fire is an essential chakra affinity for nearly all Uchiha, while wind likely stemmed from his mother's lineage, and lightning was presumably self-awakened. However, he had yet to learn any ninjutsu corresponding to these elemental transformations. It would be absurd to claim that he was particularly skilled in body techniques, especially the substitution technique. Wouldn't it? Given Lin Yi's current capabilities, if he were to exhaust all available chakra, he could barely unleash the full power of Jotaro before encountering Dio, though only a single punch. Yet, what does that imply? He could effortlessly pull a heavy off-road vehicle, occupied by 4 individuals, and a single strike could halt a 10-ton truck traveling at unrestricted speeds. What ninjutsu could rival such strength? In close combat, he could overpower with a punch or a sword, and at range, he would surpass any thrown weapon or technique. Instead of investing time in learning ninjutsu, it would be more prudent to enhance his chakra reserves and proficiency in substitution techniques. Clearing his throat, Badger gently broke the silence. Thus, let us designate the forest outside as our battleground. I will provide you with my route of movement. He slowly revealed a scroll from his pocket. Now, let us assume I am a ninja from an enemy village, and your objective is to acquire intelligence from me. As his words settled, Badger vanished from sight. The trio exchanged glances, one novice, one healer. Shadow Sparrow felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. He had expected the messenger to possess some remarkable abilities. Yet he was dismayed to realize that he lacked even basic ninjutsu skills. How had he passed the preliminary assessment? A ninja who cannot perform ninjutsu, can they truly be called a ninja? With no other option, Shadow Sparrow took the initiative. Picking up a stick and sketching Badger's route in the dirt, he marked a point roughly 1/3 of the way along the path. Let us quickly set our preparations here. I will conduct reconnaissance and adapt as necessary. Lin Yi and Butterfly nodded in agreement, following Shadow Sparrow. Lin Yi felt no qualms about allowing Shadow Sparrow to take the lead. It was akin to playing a MOBA game in his past life, where the commander often resembled a support or jungler. Those with vision could better control the battlefield, and Lin Yi welcomed the chance to take a backseat. Besides, he possessed extraordinary intelligence. He simply chose not to employ it at that moment. The trio concealed themselves atop a massive tree branch. After a moment of silence, Shadow Sparrow's pupils seemed to vanish, leaving his eyes a brilliant white. Byakugan, Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. As one of the 2 clans in Konohagakure adept in ocular techniques, he was well acquainted with Byakugan. Though the Uchiha regarded it as inferior to the Sharingan, it was undeniable that the Hyuga clan outperformed in both quantity and baseline ability. After all, Byakugan could be awakened through methodical practice, offering a comprehensive suite of abilities, including X-ray vision, long-range sight, and target locking, an undeniable advantage for any ninja. Got it. Shadow Sparrow's voice interrupted Lin Yi's musings. Nearby, Butterfly had already set her traps. Due east, 150 meters. At Badger's current speed, he should arrive in approximately half a minute. This pace was typical for elite ninjas. Given Badger's proficiency in physical techniques, he could potentially move faster. But exceeding that speed would generate sound, thus revealing his position. Suddenly, a shadow darted past, narrowly evading Butterfly's trap of Samban. Earth-style, earth wall technique. Butterfly swiftly performed hand seals, and the ground erupted, forming a wall of earth to block Badger's right side. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, a kunai rigged with an explosive tag awaited. Yet, Badger did not falter. Instead, he accelerated, intent on breaking through the 2-pronged assault. 8 trigrams, air palm. Shadow Sparrow leapt from the tree, a surge of chakra directed at Badger. As expected of a Hyuga ninja, Badger's reaction was instantaneous. Even Shadow Sparrow's Byakugan could barely track him as he lunged forward. First, I must eliminate the scout. A flash of steel glimmered as Badger's wind chakra-infused speed surged. What the crisp sound of metal clashing echoed. Badger looked up to find a floating blade, seemingly unmanned, firmly blocking his own. No, not unmanned, merely invisible. Badger sensed an unseen force grappling with him, though it remained hidden. Meanwhile, Lin Yi felt his chakra plummet and rushed to Shadow Sparrow's side. I'll take left. You take right, Shadow Sparrow urged, quickly regaining his composure. Is this what you call swordsmanship? Sword manipulation is also a form of swordplay, isn't it? Nodding rapidly. Shadow Sparrow executed a strike aimed at Badger's right chakra point, while Lin Yi wielded his moon blade, slashing toward Badger. In response, Badger instinctively attempted to parry Lin Yi's moon blade before reaching for his own weapon. Clang. He couldn't break through. In that instant, Platinum Star adjusted its force, maintaining its grip on Badger's blade. Do you understand the essence of precision and power combined? With no other recourse, Badger swiftly retreated. Earth-style, inner decapitation technique. Butterfly, who had been lingering on the outskirts, rejoined the fray. Though it was their first collaboration, her training in the Umbu allowed her to quickly assess the situation. Captain, it seems we have succeeded. After confirming that the Badger before them was not a shadow clone, Shadow Sparrow began to relax and deactivated his Byakugan. Hey, I underestimated you. But the unseen is not unique to you. In the next moment, Badger's head vanished, leaving behind only an empty void. Chapter 11. The frightening combo of 3,000 points through the art of phasing, the shadowy figure, Inkei, enhanced his chakra output and reactivated his Byakugan. His eyes continuously scanning the surroundings. Southwest 15 degrees. With a resounding clash, the blade of the sun firmly intercepted the weapon suspended in midair. The Byakugan detects chakra, while phasing merely renders the body transparent, still allowing it to be sensed. This was also the reason why Huan Chuan initially refrained from using phasing directly, opting instead to incapacitate Inkei first. Lin Yi felt the energy within him rapidly depleting. Only half of his chakra remained. Huan Chuan realized that he could not outsmart this formless opponent, prompting him to act swiftly. Boom. A sudden burst of airflow surged forth, directly targeting Inkei. Wind release. Great breakthrough. The range was too extensive. There was no time to evade. 8 trigrams. Air palm. Inkei managed only to hastily unleash a gust of wind. However, the wind merely stalled momentarily before continuing its relentless advance towards him. In a critical moment, an immense force yanked Inkei away, narrowly avoiding the great breakthrough. Hua Dai, unleash all the concealed shurikens. Inkei shouted without time for gratitude. He could perceive Huan Chuan, but could not keep pace with his movements. He could detect him one moment, and the next, he was gone. Once the shurikens were scattered over a wide area, Inkei only needed to remain vigilant for the gaps not covered or the areas where shurikens were abruptly dislodged. Hua Dai, still no response. Behind a large tree, Huan Chuan gently placed the unconscious Hua Dai behind its trunk. Inkei, let us take a gamble. Lin Yi and Inkei stood back to back, whispering, you will act as bait. Among the trio, Hua Dai would be of little use against a ninja of Huan Chuan's caliber. As for the remaining two, Lin Yi could resist but remained invisible, while Inkei could see but could not contend. Thus, for Huan Chuan, it was more advantageous to eliminate Inkei rather than engage Lin Yi head-on, as the latter would pose little threat once Inkei was dealt with. All right. Inkei did not hesitate and immediately distanced himself slightly from Lin Yi. Over 2 meters apart now, Inkei faced away as Huan Chuan squinted from his perch among the branches. Even from this brief test, he discerned that Lin Yi's invisible force could not extend beyond 2 meters. With a swift motion, Huan Chuan traversed 100 meters in an instant, the airflow lifting him like a staircase. Secret sword dance, first form. Back. Inkei barely managed to utter a word before he was struck unconscious by the back of the blade. However, the disturbance and trampled weeds had already revealed Huan Chuan's location. As Huan Chuan prepared to conceal himself again, Lin Yi stepped forward, the sun blade soaring into the air, descending with a lethal slash. Huan Chuan was compelled to channel his chakra, bracing to endure the strike before rapidly retreating. The sound of tearing flesh echoed. Wooden giant. The golden experience merely grazed Huan Chuan's blade before vanishing from sight. The sun blade fell feebly, easily deflected by Huan Chuan, who, having infused all his strength and chakra, continued his relentless assault. In other words, he had revealed an opening. You've entered my 2-meter range, have you? Super intelligence dictated that it was time to unleash superpower. Activate all available chakra. Spicy sauce from the cafeteria. Oh, la. The platinum star materialized instantaneously behind Huan Chuan. With a resounding thud, Huan Chuan felt as if he had collided with a stroke of fortune, spitting out blood as he was sent flying. Gently catching the scroll that fell from the sky, Lin Yi grinned at the now unsteady Huan Chuan. Captain, do we really not need to go to the hospital? At this moment, the four had arrived at the Akimichi barbecue restaurant. Removing his mask, Huan Chuan surprisingly did not exude the menacing aura one might expect. Instead, he appeared somewhat refined. Hua Dai and Inkei were mere 14 or 15-year-olds. No need. It was just a test of your abilities. Huan Chuan waved his hand, taking a sip of sake. Lin Yi could only awkwardly eat his meal. But you said you were determined to kill me. Now that you're truly going all out, you seem displeased. However, Captain, you are bleeding. Hua Dai observed Huan Chuan. Although she was the first to be eliminated, she was gently placed behind the tree, leading her to be quite satisfied with the captain. Inkei nodded, pointing at Huan Chuan's nose, where two streams of blood trickled down. Haha, I'm merely experiencing some heat lately. Huan Chuan chuckled, wiping away the blood. But why does the barbecue smell so bloody? That's because you're the one bleeding, Captain, Hua Dai quietly reminded him. Is it? The three youngsters nodded in unison. Oh, thud. His head crashed onto the plate. Well, that certainly ruined the refined look. After Hua Dai performed some basic medical treatment on Huan Chuan, the trio swiftly transported their captain to the Konoha hospital. It's not a serious injury, just a stubborn mouth. Trying to hold on, he used chakra to suppress the injury. Hence he fainted. Knowing Huan Chuan was fine, everyone sighed in relief and returned to their respective homes. After all, the Umbu had few missions during peacetime, and regular tasks did not necessitate their involvement, especially with their captain lying in the hospital. In the ninja equipment store, Lin Yi maintained his dual blades while reflecting on the earlier battle. On the surface, it appeared as though Lin Yi had secured a close combat opportunity by trading Inkei, then deceived Huan Chuan with a feigned recoil, ultimately delivering a powerful punch, resulting in a combo that startled even the top-tier ninjas. Indeed, he had acquired the scroll, a feat even Huan Chuan likely did not anticipate. From this perspective, one might conclude that Lin Yi was already capable of contending with ninjas of Huan Chuan's caliber. However, this was predicated on the fact that Huan Chuan had allowed the trio time to prepare, informed them of his movements, and casually placed the scroll in his pocket without properly concealing it, among other factors. Otherwise, the outcome would surely have been their complete annihilation. It was a harsh reality. Moreover, even though Lin Yi had obtained the scroll, ultimately, Huan Chuan had only sustained minor injuries. Despite now resting in the hospital, they had still returned from their journey and enjoyed barbecue. At that moment, Lin Yi had truly exhausted all his chakra reserves. Had Huan Chuan wished to, he could have easily reclaimed the scroll and dispatched Lin Yi with a swift strike. Speed, stamina, Lin Yi gently tapped his finished dual blades, recognizing his own shortcomings. His advantages were clear: the unique ability of his substitution technique and the unparalleled destructive power of the Platinum Star. Even a formidable ninja like Huan Chuan, who belonged to the Umbu's elite, found himself in the hospital after enduring Lin Yi's punch that consumed nearly half his chakra. Had that punch been a direct strike with the Sunblade, Huan Chuan might now be seated at the same table as Satoru Gojo. Yet, he was hindered by his own speed and endurance. The second punch of a hero not using full power would typically result in the opponent's demise, while Lin Yi's second punch, if not delivered with full force, would be fatal for himself. So given the circumstances, it was time to focus on training. Chapter 12. 3 years later. No, Minato, this is too sinister. Lin Yi helplessly turned to block the shuriken thrown by Minato. Unlike traditional shurikens, Minato's shuriken resembled a trident. The characters inscribed on the hilt of the Sword of Endurance flickered momentarily, and in the next second, Minato appeared beside the shuriken he had just thrown. Sinister? It conveys a rather unpleasant connotation. With a swift motion, the Golden Experience wielded the Sunblade, knocking several other shurikens aside. No more fighting. Lin Yi lay down on the ground, giving up. Ever since he became part of the Umbu, Lin Yi's growth had accelerated, with his chakra increasing significantly due to age and the aid of the Konoha secret elixir. While Minato was also improving, his chakra growth was not as pronounced anymore. 2 years ago, nearly 10-year-old Lin Yi had finally glimpsed the hope of defeating Minato. However, after Kushina became the Jinchuriki, it was as if Minato had been invigorated, learning the Flying Thunder God technique, enabling him to teleport. Each time a swarm of shurikens came flying, it was a guessing game. When dodging, he would teleport right in front of you to strike, or knock the shuriken away and attack. Come on, buddy, that's just declaring you the winner. If it weren't for the precise A grade of the Platinum Star, which could instantly dispel all the marked shurikens, Lin Yi would have had no chance to retaliate. Just wait until I acquire time-stopping abilities, Flash Dog. You'll see. Brother. A youthful voice interrupted Lin Yi's thoughts from a distance. He sprang to his feet with a flip. I've successfully become a Chunin. At just 6 years old, Kakashi, Lin Yi's junior, had indeed proven himself. Minato approached, ready to shower Kakashi with praise. Oh. It's nothing. In the past, Kakashi had felt that Minato encroached on his time with Lin Yi, but now that he interacted more with Minato, he realized the truth of that sentiment. Shall we celebrate together today? Is the teacher still on a mission? My father hasn't returned yet. Kakashi nodded, looking somewhat dejected. Minato scratched his head, appearing apologetic. I still have to practice sealing techniques with Kushina. We have a weekly appointment. Then it'll just be Kakashi and me, Lin Yi decided. He understood that while Minato appeared to be a sunny, handsome guy, he was merely a love-struck fool. He felt no envy. What about your friends? Friends? Kakashi looked puzzled. One with a green bowl-shaped head, and another girl from my clan. Lin Yi recounted. After Lin Yi enrolled at 6 and graduated at 7, Kakashi, eager to catch up to his senior, had enrolled at 4 and graduated at 5. Given his proud temperament, Lin Yi found it surprising that he had managed to make 3 friends in such a short time. They're just, Kakashi stammered. Hey, Kakashi, you've already become a Chunin. A small whirlwind approached, revealing a boy with a green bowl cut. For some reason, Lin Yi felt an inexplicable urge to dig his toes into the ground at the sight of the boy's grin. Although he claimed they were not friends, he ended up sharing lunch with Lin Yi and the others. Once everyone had left, Lin Yi retrieved a short blade from his pocket. A gift from your senior. Kakashi immediately drew the short blade into light, the sharp glint causing a slight shiver to run through him. How impressive. Though small, Kakashi was quite the connoisseur of short blades and recognized the exceptional craftsmanship at a glance. How could it not be exceptional? It's forged from the Platinum Star. Thank you, senior. I won't let you down. Kakashi carefully sheathed the blade, preserving it with care. Just be happy with it. Lin Yi waved his hand, smiling slightly as he watched Kakashi occasionally draw the blade to admire it. Each day was filled with training, sparring, and occasionally roasting badgers and teachers over a fire. With friends to spar with and precious family ties, Lin Yi felt quite content with his current life. The next day, just as Lin Yi was about to seek out Minato for training, he was intercepted by a familiar masked Umbu. Messenger, there's a new mission. Understood. Lin Yi took the mission scroll tossed by the badger, exhaling softly. How could it feel as though the holiday had barely begun when it was already coming to an end? Investigating the movements of a Wagakure, Lin Yi squinted. It seemed this would not be a task that could be completed swiftly. After the Second Great Ninja War, two major nations had remained uninvolved. One was the recently pacified Kumogakure, preoccupied with its own affairs, while the other, Iwagakure, had quietly amassed wealth, retaining its Jinchuriki without suffering the ravages of war, making its intentions seem rather normal. After notifying Minato, Lin Yi left a note at the Hitaki residence and his own ninja tool shop before swiftly heading towards the gates of Konoha. Are we all prepared? We're heading to the land of Earth. It's best to bring ample supplies. The badger cleared his throat lightly, waiting for the other three to nod in confirmation before they all vanished from Konoha. Is Iwagakure planning some underhanded move? On the road, the Shadow Sparrow inquired. Not sure. But since there's an order, we shall investigate. The badger shook his head. Hanabi bit her lip, wishing for no more wars. Both her parents had perished in the Second Great War, which was why she chose to become a medical ninja. The badger remained silent. He too hoped for no further conflict, but such matters were beyond his control. 4 months later, outside Iwagakure in the land of Earth. Move quickly, the Shadow Sparrow shouted, prompting the badger and Lin Yi to immediately turn and flee. It seemed Hanabi was struggling to keep up behind them. Platinum Star. Oi! The Platinum Star appeared behind Lin Yi, swiftly catching Hanabi and closely following Lin Yi. What's wrong, Shadow Sparrow? There was an intense chakra fluctuation. It could be a Jinchuriki. A Jinchuriki. A sense of dread settled in the hearts of the four. If ninjas were killing machines, the Umbu were the elite among elites. A Jinchuriki could be classified as a weapon of war. When Lin Yi first beheld the true size of a tailed beast, he thought he had entered the world of Ultraman. The temperature is rising, the badger noted, feeling the winds around them. Yes, closing in. In the forest, Konoha Shikaku stared at the fallen comrade, a moment of hesitation flickering beneath his mask. Captain, let him go, we must continue. The rain fell like ink in the darkness, and under the inky smear, the fallen comrade blossomed crimson from his mouth and nose. I will carry out the next task alone, you take him back for treatment. The voice of White Fang shattered the silence. There's no time, my speed. I can't keep up. Then I will take over. But the mission? I will shoulder it. Chapter 13. Confronting the Jinchuriki, the steam propelled an unrelenting wave of heat against Lin Yi's team. Captain, messenger, you go on without me, Shadow Sparrow gritted his teeth. He possessed some understanding of body techniques, yet his speed paled in comparison to Badger Hound and Lin Yi. At that moment, he recognized that the two were accommodating him. Aura. Lin Yi and Badger Hound fell silent, and Shadow Sparrow felt himself being abruptly lifted, finding himself seated beside Flower Butterfly. Fortunately, Platinum Star had 2 arms. Flower Butterfly. Take out the remaining explosive tags from the scroll, Badger Hound instructed, while accelerating their retreat alongside Lin Yi. Understood, Flower Butterfly nodded, retrieving the scroll from her bosom. A flicker of concern crossing her eyes. Some to the back, some to the left, we will proceed to the right. Badger Hound continued. Flower Butterfly signaled in agreement, adjusting Platinum Star's grip to ensure it would not interfere with her throwing angle. First, she threw some tags to the left, then cast the remainder backward. Badger Hound exchanged a glance with Lin Yi. Great fireball. Though he had previously dismissed ninjutsu, 3 years had passed, and Lin Yi had mastered some simple C-rank techniques. Much like Gandalf, who wielded his staff and sword, yet could also cast light spells, Lin Yi ignited the explosive tags on the left side. The unique rocks of the Earth Country quickly buried the area, creating the illusion that several individuals were obstructing the pursuers by destroying the terrain. The remaining flames gradually spread toward the explosive tags behind them. Let us go. Just seconds after Lin Yi and the group departed, 2 ninjas, fueled by searing heat, arrived on the scene. The heat intensified the residual flames, which instantly ignited the scattered explosive tags. Boom. Amidst the smoke and debris, the 2 unharmed Jinchuriki slowly released their tailed beast chakra cloak. Left side? Not necessarily. Just a few rats. You go left. I'll go right. They 1T escaped the Earth country. The heat and steam erupted in the opposite direction. The chakra seemed to diminish. No, it was not that. It was that there had been two before, and now there was only one. As Shadow Sparrow was lifted by Platinum Star, he spoke steadily, positioning his head to the rear for reconnaissance. During his earlier hasty observation, he had only glimpsed an exaggerated chakra source. Since Shadow Sparrow had never faced a Jinchuriki directly, he mistakenly perceived the combined chakra source of the two as a single entity. Can one of them be defeated? Linny asked in a low voice. Having encountered tailed beasts during the Second War, Badgerhound shook his head. What are you thinking? We cannot defeat it. Only shadow-level experts can contend with the Jinchuriki. Even if we could fight, victory in a short time is impossible. If they manage to hold us back, we will surely perish. The downside of infiltrating enemy territory is that once discovered, one must either flee swiftly or strike quickly. If delayed, there will always be a means to deal with you. Damn it, he is accelerating. Shadow Sparrow's expression shifted. Behind them, Han gazed at the unmasked traces, a slow grin spreading beneath his mask. If it were that old fool, he might have actually let you escape. Steam mode, activate. The pipes behind him erupted with white steam, and in an instant, Han's speed surged like a meteor chasing the moon. Boom, 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 boom. The sound of continuous sonic booms echoed behind them. 5,000 meters, 4,000 meters, 3,000 meters. Shadow Sparrow's veins bulged as he kept speaking. I'll hold him off. You all go. Linny and Badgerhound spoke in unison. Messenger. I believe in your strength, but you are still too young, lacking in experience. Linny merely halted, allowing Platinum Star to gently set down Shadow Sparrow and Flower Butterfly. Captain, how long can you hold him off? Badgerhound did not refute. He belonged to the swift assassination type. For ninjas of this kind, once they fell below their kill threshold, they would slaughter as easily as slicing through vegetables, yet against an opponent they could not cut down. Even evasion would be a luxury. Leaving Badgerhound behind meant that his attacks against the Jinchuriki would merely be a tickle. As for intangibility, the enemy could easily disregard it and continue the pursuit. In other words, he excelled at overwhelming weaker foes but struggled to overcome stronger ones. Trust me, Linny said, leaving only that phrase before turning to run back. Let us go. Without a moment's hesitation, Badgerhound grabbed Shadow Sparrow and Flower Butterfly, swiftly transporting them toward the land of fire. Have you been abandoned by them? A deep voice emerged from beneath the red hat. Linny, now standing at 1.60 meters, found himself dwarfed by the figure before him, who towered over him by half a body length. No, I simply had an itch to scratch. Bang. Dust flew as Linny charged at Han. Quite interesting. The steam propelled his punch, and the terrifying speed and temperature distorted the air around Han. Screech. The sun blade emitted a glass-like shriek as it struck Han's gauntlet. Han gazed at the blade floating before him. A bloodline limit? Aura. Platinum Star struck Han back with force. Linny instantly closed in. The moon blade pressed against Han's neck. Clang. Han dodged by tilting his head, blocking Linny's blade with his hand, while the air currents from the pipes forced Linny back. Soon, a layer of chakra, resembling a cloak, began to envelop Han's body, merging with the steam enveloping him. Linny narrowed his eyes. Hot sauce from the cafeteria. Han merely sidestepped to evade the incoming sun blade. However, immediately after, another blade of similar size to the sun blade struck Han's torso, tearing a large gash in his tailed beast cloak. Double blades? Han fixated on the two floating swords before him. I told you, Platinum Star has two arms. Linny drew a slightly larger short blade from behind, chakra surging forth as he and Platinum Star ruthlessly charged at Han. Four-sword style. Platinum Star's strikes were heavy and forceful, aimed at defense, while Linny was nimble and precise, targeting vital points. Aura, 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 aura. The clash echoed as Han was violently sent flying. His chakra cloak sliced open in numerous places, slowly writhing to heal, while his inner armor lay in tatters. Your Majesty, it seems we have been underestimated. Linny swiftly swallowed a soldier pill. Ahead, the tattered Han began to swell, the chaotic chakra behind him coalescing into 5 tails. Then, the face, replaced by a monstrous visage, opened its gaping maw, a small dark sphere gradually forming. Tail beast ball. There was no evading it. Linny pressed forward, thrusting both short blades toward the 5 tails, only for them to be effortlessly blocked by the chakra cloak now transformed into claws. Such a powerful chakra response. Shadow Sparrow observed nervously, chewing on a soldier pill as he glanced toward Linny. Aura, 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 aura. The dual blades of Platinum Star continued to dance. Yet the chakra of the 5 tails seemed boundless. It mended instantly after being torn apart. The pitch-black eyes revealed a savage glint as Han emitted a tearing sound. Die. The tailed beast ball, the size of a human head, rapidly expanded before hurtling toward Linny. The world seemed to fall silent for several seconds. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, boom. Chapter 14. The return to the village and the rumors of Shuo Mao as the smoke gradually dissipated. The once verdant terrain had been utterly transformed into a desolate wasteland. Han gasped for breath, dispelling the transformation into a tailed beast. He removed the tattered armor from his body and inhaled the cool air. His forearms were riddled with gruesome wounds, deep enough to expose bone. Was this strength characteristic of a leaf ninja, or perhaps that of the Iron Country? Such a level of ninja was entirely unfamiliar to him. Had the Earth Country truly been so isolated for too long? The tailed beast bomb he had unleashed, while lacking the destructive capacity of a full transformation, represented the pinnacle of his half-transformed state. Any further escalation not only posed a challenge in terms of control but would also endanger his own life at such close proximity. Had it not been for his opponent's need to buy time for his comrades, Han doubted he could have successfully contained the adversary. Remaining vigilant, Han sealed his blood flow with chakra and continued his meticulous search. However, apart from a distant ebony dagger, the surroundings were dominated by the soil emitting dark fumes. Had he truly resolved the matter? Muwang. A deep voice resonated within him. There is no trace of life. It seemed that all had perished. Han, do you wish to pursue further? No, he replied, shaking his head. Given the commotion that just unfolded, and with Lao Zi yet to arrive, it is likely he is far away. We are already on the brink of the national border, and in my current state, the risks outweigh the benefits. Though his battle with Lin Yi lasted only a few minutes, it was sufficient for elite ninjas to cover nearly 100 miles at full speed. Such a caliber of ninja was exceedingly rare across any faction. Capturing one was already a significant accomplishment. With that, Han donned his half-broken hat and staggered away. At the border between the grass and earth countries, Captain, the sky is darkened. The badger hound remained perched silently on the tree, offering no response. The Umbu team was unlike ordinary squads. Engaging in perilous missions was the norm. For over 3 years, they had faced various crises together. Initially seeking to invest in the connections with Lin Yi, but now, the badger hound had come to regard the envoy as a partner he could truly trust. Live men seek the living, and dead men seek the dead. You all may leave, I shall return. The badger hound handed the scroll containing the intelligence they had gathered over the months to Quebec. No, they both exclaimed in unison, shaking their heads. The pursuers have likely retreated, and besides, I possess the ability to evade detection. If I merely seek the envoy, I shall not be discovered. Inkei paused for a moment before speaking slowly. It is too dark. With Byakugan, I shall see more clearly. If I locate the envoy, I can offer him treatment. What I chimed in eagerly. The badger hound closed his eyes, hesitating for a moment. After a brief interval, he opened his eyes, concealed the scroll in a hidden location, and inscribed the Umbu secret code. Umbu Team 7, move out. Received. Acknowledged. Hours had passed. Yet the acrid scent of charred earth continued to assault the nostrils of the trio. Captain. Inkei picked up the charred crescent blade that lay on the ground, gently handing it to the badger hound. The badger hound's fingers trembled slightly as he calmly accepted the twisted weapon. Even with such foreknowledge, as long as Lin Yi remained unseen, he could still deceive himself. Woo-woo. Envoy Uchiha Lin Yi. Huadai knelt on the ground, her calloused hands rhythmically striking the earth. Let us go, Huadai. We still need to relay the information to the village. The badger hound carefully wrapped the crescent blade and tucked it into his cloak, gently patting Huadai's shoulder. Thud. 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 The group immediately straightened, their eyes sharpening. In Quebec received. Byakugan, activate. Swallowing a soldier's ration pill, Inkei activated his Byakugan and scanned the surroundings. It seems there is nothing. Thud. The sound echoed once more. Inkei quickly lowered his head, and in the pure world of Byakugan, he discerned a faint chakra flickering beneath the ground. Underground. Earth-style? Huadai immediately formed hand seals, and the surface rocks rose sharply. Careful. Don't let the Jinchuriki kill you in the end. Dying at the hands of our own would be tragic. A familiar voice emerged. The badger hound halted, a flicker of a smile breaking through his dog-faced mask. You rascal. At the moment he unleashed the tailed beast bomb, I had already retreated, frantically digging downwards. As Lin Yi was supported, he recalled the moment. When he witnessed the Platinum Star unleash a flurry of strikes, he knew that trouble was imminent. When Han raised his mouth to obscure his view, Lin Yi promptly summoned the Platinum Star and began to excavate downward. Aura. He consumed soldiers' ration pills in abundance. Within mere seconds, they had burrowed over 10 meters down. All right. Primarily, it was the Platinum Star utilizing the Day Blade and Akizan to dig. Akizan was the name of the second blade of the Platinum Star, with Shuomao absent. The naming rights now belonged to Lin Yi. Then, he switched to Golden Experience, transforming the debris above into resilient vines. This not only provided space to prevent being crushed, but also mitigated the impact alongside the debris. Lastly, he instructed the Platinum Star to grasp Lin Yi's heart, creating an illusion of death. Who would have thought the Five Tails would insist on examining for over 10 minutes? Lin Yi ultimately succumbed to exhaustion from chakra depletion and insufficient blood supply, fainting. Your life truly is remarkable. Lin Yi did not divulge every detail, and the Badger Hound and others would not pry further. Yet, they could not help but express their astonishment. Still so weak, Lin Yi clenched his fist. He had thought that his current chakra reserves could enable the Platinum Star to engage in a complete battle, not to dominate the ninja world, but to navigate it with ease. Little did he expect to be so swiftly proven wrong. Five Tails, your tailed beast bomb is indeed formidable. Are there any other simple, yet powerful techniques you could recommend? There are indeed others. Like it, there are a total of 9. Yet, how could he continue to grow? Lin Yi inhaled deeply. It seemed he had encountered a bottleneck. Ninjas like Kiba, do they also defy the rules? Such ninjas. Can they still be called ninjas? It appeared the village had suffered immense losses due to this incident. Kakashi lowered his head, running through the streets of Konoha. In the silent Hatake residence, Hatake Shuamao crouched beside the tatami, his silhouette resembling a weathered gravestone. 7 years ago, when he stood forth to sever the sand-hidden puppets, did the village's cheers resonate with such fervor? He could not recall. He only remembered that after that battle, the flames before the Konoha cemetery gradually faded into smoke, the smoke slowly rising, connecting with the clouds as he stood amidst it, holding a child and rubbing his eyes. He watched as his wife walked into the clouds. Today, the clouds over Konoha were iron gray. Clearly, it was he who had saved his comrades. In Konoha Hospital, the wound on a comrade's neck resembled a grotesque centipede. It was Hatake Shuamao's command. In truth, I didn't need him to save me. Completing the mission was what truly mattered. Wasn't he it? The centipede emitted a piercing wail, yet its harm surpassed that of the strongest ninja from enemy villages. How grotesque. And how tragic. A decade of ninja experience could turn youth into mere pulp, replacing the notion of humanity with that of tools. He had become the pulp. Yet he still had Kakashi. He still had his disciple Lin Yi. Lin Yi's teammates had been meticulously selected. What of the future Kakashi? Even if he could still protect Kakashi, what about others? At home, Hatake Shuamao suddenly opened his eyes. The will of the first Hokage was to usher in a world of peace, where children would no longer tread the battlefield. He found himself incapable of realizing this ideal, unable to alter the grotesque reality of the present. Thus, he resolved to serve as a harbinger to awaken the consciousness of others. His gaze fell upon a nearby dagger. As he slowly shed his garments, in the streets of Konoha, Kakashi ran with fervor, an inexplicable unease gnawing at his heart, as though he were on the verge of losing something precious. Brother, where are you? White Fang breaking the rules. Messenger, have they lost their minds? Upon returning to the village, Lin Yi and his companions intended to relay information to the Umbu when they overheard the murmurs circulating through the streets. Lin Yi merely furrowed his brow, choosing silence as his response. Kakashi? Lin Yi noticed the white-haired figure racing through the streets and turned to Badger, saying, You all go ahead to report on the mission. I shall return home first. With that, he set off in the direction of Kakashi. Chapter 15. Oh time, please pause. Bang. Perhaps due to haste, Kakashi misstepped and stumbled forward. He quickly prepared to steady himself when, with a soft thud, a hand firmly grasped him. Kakashi lifted his head in haste, and, upon recognizing the familiar figure, felt an unexpected wave of relief wash over him. Senior brother, father would never. Let us head home first. Lin Yi wasted no time. The immediate priority was to find their teacher and clarify the situation. Clenching his fists, Lin Yi swiftly led Kakashi homeward. The wind howled around them, and snippets of gossip occasionally reached their ears. Almost there, 1,000 meters. The familiar woods came into view. 500 meters. The outline of their home became increasingly distinct. 200 meters. They sprinted forward, with the platinum star protecting Kakashi closely. Boom. Without time to slow down, the living room door was blown off its hinges by the violent air current. The platinum star gently set Kakashi down. In the brothers' eyes, the silhouette of the man who had guided them for many years was reflected. The dagger had already pierced his body. Shuamao trembled slightly, tilting his head just enough for his lips to quiver. Yet, his hand did not falter. The surrounding air grew heavy with tension. Only a few fragmented words from the man could be heard. Sorry. No. Kakashi's eyes widened, bloodshot with confusion. He couldn't comprehend why his father would do such a thing. He could neither fathom his father's betrayal of the rules nor understand his choice of self-destruction. Was it guilt? Lin Yi remained silent as he accelerated toward Shuamao. Blood-stained White Fang's torso, blooming like saffron upon the blade. In less than 5 meters, he could reach. But no matter how swift Lin Yi was, he could not match the speed of Shuamao, the legendary White Fang of the shinobi world. Just 1 second. 1 second. Lin Yi gritted his teeth, his vision igniting with a crimson hue. Suddenly, the entire room fell silent, as if a pantomime were unfolding. Birds outside froze mid-flight. Their wings spread wide. In the streets of Konoha, droplets from a shopkeeper's cup hung suspended in the air, refracting light. The ripples in the water stilled, forming intricate curves. It was as if the world had been paused. A robust figure appeared beside Lin Yi. A golden-hued body, sharp eyes glimmering beneath a cold mask, and 2 oxygen tanks slung across his back. Zazavoluto. Lin Yi felt a wave of dizziness, nearly exhausting all of his chakra. With a single step, he crossed the 5-meter gap in an instant, then swiftly reached out to withdraw the dagger that had yet to find its final mark. After a brief pause, White Fang did not feel the anticipated sensation of life ebbing away. Instead, his grip loosened, and the bloody dagger was sent flying aside. Turning his head, he saw his panting disciple with bloodshot eyes, 2 swirling black tomo in his gaze. Sharingan. Although he was unaware of what had just transpired, Shuamao smiled nonetheless. You've surpassed me, Lin Yi. Lin Yi felt no elation. He simply retrieved a soldier pill from his pocket and swallowed it. The sturdy figure was replaced by the lithe golden experience. He picked up a shard of the recently shattered door frame from the ground. Muda 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 muda. A flesh-colored substance emerged, which Lin unceremoniously shoved into Shuo Mao's wound. Hiss, even a ninja of White Fang's caliber winced in pain from such treatment. Yet, faced with the grim expressions of the two before him, Shuo Mao could only offer a wry smile and scratch his head. That's roughly how it went. Shuo Mao sighed. Damn it, father, you saved his life. Yet he repays you with betrayal. Kakashi clenched the dagger tightly, filled with indignation. But he quickly questioned, but why, father? Would you do such a thing? If it weren't for senior brother Lin, you might be. Shuo Mao merely patted Kakashi's shoulder and said nothing further. At this moment, Kakashi could not grasp the deeply entrenched shackles of the ninja profession. The teacher wishes to redefine the essence of a ninja through his own life. Lin sat on the floor, speaking calmly. It was not that White Fang lacked a strong heart, rather. It was precisely because of his formidable spirit that he could make such a resolute decision. It was the treachery of the ninja that exposed the deformities within the ninja system to Shuo Mao. Teacher, Kakashi is only 7. This is too irresponsible of you. Lin understood the profound implications of Shuo Mao's decision, yet for those close to White Fang, such a choice seemed recklessly premature. I believe Kakashi can be entrusted to you, Lin. Shuo Mao wiped the blood from his blade and spoke solemnly. No, teacher. I can never replace the significance you hold for Kakashi. With that, Lin gently rose, moving behind Kakashi and nudging him toward Shuo Mao. If you truly wish to create change, teacher, become Hokage. He lifted his gaze to the man who was now only slightly taller than himself. Uttering a phrase familiar from his past life that had long been cliched. There exists but one true hero in this world. One who, having seen the essence of life, continues to embrace it. Lin paused, turning to walk outside. To martyr oneself is grand. But to live and affect change is even more magnificent. Becoming Hokage to bring about change. Shuo Mao regarded Kakashi, his expression tense yet flickering with concern. You've schooled me once again, haven't you, kid? Having a Hokage as a teacher is pretty cool. Lin knew that with this statement. White Fang would certainly not consider ending his life. Truth be told, if the teacher were determined to die, no amount of time stopping could prevent it. All he could do was offer counsel. Moreover, it was not entirely impossible for White Fang to become Hokage before the teacher's incident. Should Konoha's White Fang seek to succeed the 4th Hokage, no citizen would likely oppose him. The MVP of the Second Great Ninja War. Capable of single-handedly dominating the ninja world while also defending and commanding at home, he was the head of the Umbu. In terms of qualifications, strength, and honor, he was the prime candidate. Yet, until now, the teacher had never considered this path. However, this incident would have a substantial impact on White Fang. After all, as one of the current leading figures among Konoha's ninjas, his breach of rules would complicate his bid for Hokage. Contemplating this, Lin narrowed his eyes slightly. I hope this incident is truly just a coincidence. I want to compensate for the door, teacher. I just completed a mission and am utterly exhausted. So I'll be on my way. With that, Lin waved his hand and walked out. Not far from Konoha Hospital, Lin crouched atop a tree, gazing intently at a window. It was the ward of the person saved by Hatake Shuo Mao. Chapter 16, The World and the Stand of Platinum Star. Initially, Lin intended to visit the hospital to check on that individual. However, the daytime crowd and the recent turmoil made it quite difficult to approach. Furthermore, he himself had undergone some changes, so Lin decided to return home first. He gazed into the mirror, observing his own eyes. To be honest, he never anticipated that he would awaken the Sharingan. After all, the emotional turmoil he experienced upon his mother's passing was, without a doubt, comparable to witnessing his teacher's suicide before his very eyes. Perhaps it was due to the absence of chakra at that moment. The two Tomo, while lacking the most formidable genjutsu and the extraordinary replication techniques, were functionalities that he seldom needed. Instead, the enhancements in night vision and dynamic visual acuity proved to be quite advantageous for his swordsmanship. Having contemplated the Sharingan, the next revelation was of a truly heavyweight nature, the Stand Gold experience. If the Platinum Star exuded a sense of reliability and security, adorned with an invincible demeanor, the world, on the other hand, emanated an aura of malevolence and dominance, imparting a sharp, piercing sensation. As for why he could summon the world this time, it indeed bore a connection to the Sharingan. Lin perceived that with each evolution of the Sharingan, he could summon an additional stand. However, whether it allowed him to summon whatever he desired remained uncertain. The very fact that he could possess 2 stands was likely due to his status as a traveler. This implied that upon awakening the 3 Tomo in the future, he could potentially acquire a 5th stand. Lin felt a surge of anticipation. Yes, a 5th one. What he awakened this time was not solely the world but also the Stand Gold experience. In the context of JoJo, the dimensional attributes of Platinum Star and Platinum Star world differ, so let us establish it this way. While it seems somewhat unwise to exchange 2 slots for 1 stand, if it were the time-stopping Platinum Star, that would indeed be a substantial gain. Although Platinum Star was powerful, it was fundamentally a numerical anomaly. In contrast, Platinum Star, World was designed with an imposing mechanism, perfected after filling in the numerical gaps. Unexpectedly, the previously troubling bottleneck was resolved in a rather haphazard manner. The world could halt time for 9 seconds, while Platinum Star could manage 5. Those switching stands did not refresh their statuses, meaning he could not switch from World to Platinum Star after the time halt. It still amounted to a total of 14 seconds of time stop. What of the Jinchuriki? Regardless of the number of tails, nothing could withstand his Euler or Muda for 14 seconds before entering the tailed beast transformation. 666. This individual was doomed. With a smirk, Lin Yi roused from his reverie, just as when he had intervened to prevent Kiba Shikamaru's suicide. His chakra barely sufficed for a 1-second halt. Moreover, during that second, he had no excess chakra to unleash an attack with his stand. If he desired his stands to dance freely within the time-stop space, he could only afford to halt for half a second. Though in many situations, that would already be sufficient to alter the course of events, it was frustrating. Just as he could finally unleash his Euler, he was left feeling inadequate. Currently, Lin Yi's chakra levels had reached or even surpassed the standard upper ninja levels, yet it still felt insufficient before the 2 newly acquired stands. Angered, Lin Yi contemplated capturing a tailed beast to bolster his own chakra reserves. Yet, he feared that his stand might not be able to harness the chakra of the tailed beasts, potentially leaving him worse off than before. Moreover, it was not simply a matter of capturing one. Defeating it was one thing, but how to contain it was another entirely. Observing the sky outside, he noted that night had yet to fall. Feeling his chakra gradually replenishing, he resolved to consume medicine and train. As night cloaked the surroundings, Konoha Hospital dimmed, illuminated only by a few scattered lights. Lin Yi cast his gaze toward the room he had memorized during the day, his eyes swirling with crimson. With a swift motion, he was at the window. Gold Experience softly punched the glass, which transformed into branches cascading down. Lin Yi glanced at the resting ninja on the bed before cautiously turning to hide. Once he departed, the branches reverted to glass, as if nothing had transpired. Beneath the bed, Lin Yi held his breath, utilizing the Sharingan to scrutinize his surroundings. With the assistance of his stand and night vision, every detail was laid bare. Fruit baskets, medical supplies, medicines, clothing. Nothing appeared suspicious. Perhaps he had watched too much of Nirvana and Fire in his previous life, leading to an overabundance of suspicion. Knock, knock, knock-a-knock, knock. The varying sounds of knocking prompted Lin Yi, who had intended to leave, to squint his eyes. Was it a signal? Soon, the injured individual on the bed moved slightly, opening the door frame with a gentle smile as he accepted the fruit basket offered by the visitor. A quiet exchange followed. You really need to be more careful. Hey, it's my mission, Yamada-kun. You're still thinking of me at this late hour. Lin Yi furrowed his brow as he listened. There was something amiss. He refrained from acting rashly. It seemed the person at the door had already departed after delivering the fruit basket. The injured ninja casually picked up a banana, preparing to enjoy it. Lin Yi swiftly consumed a military ration pill. During this period, he had nearly reached the point of nausea from overeating them. The world began to emerge from him. A 10-meter range, what a delight. Just as the bandaged ninja was about to peel the fruit, he shouted, Muda. 1 second passed. All right, it's done. Although it was merely a second, it sufficed for the world to switch the banana with the fruit basket he had just received. Upon inspection, the basket revealed no immediately discernible issues. No signals, no notes. Quickly swallowing the military ration pill, the external world faded from view. Lin Yi remained concealed beneath the bed, observing the unfolding events. The ninja, having finished the banana, reclined back onto the bed. Outside, a masked ninja waited in silence. A minute passed. The bandaged ninja trembled slightly. 2 minutes elapsed. Why am I still not dead? The ninja outside frowned. Why is he not dead yet? Is this medication really so slow? With narrowed eyes beneath the mask, he decided to take matters into his own hands. The door creaked open once more. The cold blade inched closer to the injured individual on the bed. Initially believing this approach would leave no trace, he intended to disguise the murder as a natural death. Yet for reasons unknown, this individual had not yet been removed. However, to avoid prolonged complications, he had to act swiftly. The individual on the bed seemed to sense his impending fate, slowly closing his eyes. Clang. The blade was halted by an invisible force. Indeed, patience proved to be a virtue. Lin Yi slowly revealed a grin. Chapter 17. Poisonous schemes boldly intruding upon the Konoha Hospital to commit murder. Your audacity is remarkable. Lin Yi, donning a mask, lowered his voice deliberately as he questioned the figure before him. Observing the familiar attire, he wondered, Umbu? Is this someone I know? Or merely an imposter? The figure remained silent, seemingly oblivious to Lin Yi's presence, as it continued to advance towards its intended target. In a swift motion, Lin Yi evaded to the side, effortlessly disarming the foe Umbu with a single slash. The imposter recoiled, a hoarse voice escaping its throat. Knowing this was an Umbu's operation, you should leave immediately, or face the same consequences. The faintly mocking tone provoked a twitch of anger from the false Umbu, which then lunged violently towards the injured person on the hospital bed. Lin Yi glanced at the bed. The injured individual appeared paralyzed with fear, lacking even the strength to evade. Just as Lin Yi was about to leap in to shield him from the impending attack, the foe Umbu suddenly turned, unleashing a swarm of insects that surged towards Lin Yi. Makudai, Makudai, Makudai. The world shimmered as the figure left behind an afterimage. However, the assailant was unaware. As Lin Yi's insects met their demise without even grazing the hem of his clothing, bang! A cloud of smoke erupted, accompanied by a flurry of insects that vanished in an instant. As the smoke cleared, only a severed arm remained on the ground, clenching a sharp spike. Blood began to seep, staining the floor crimson. Lin Yi turned to the bed, eyeing the seemingly dazed ninja. Stop pretending, you are at least a jonin. Yet, the figure remained silent. Who are you? What have you done for them? Still, silence prevailed. Lin Yi's eyes glimmered with crimson intensity. Why did he spare you when he could have easily ended your life? Wasn't he that his objective? It was as if he were conversing with the injured individual while simultaneously engaging in self-reflection. Lin Yi understood the foe Umbu's intent was to eliminate witnesses. But why refrain from killing in the end? Was he concerned about his own escape? While tossing a banana, Lin Yi pondered this dilemma. The person on the bed was the sole lead, yet he remained as mute as a statue, unwilling to cooperate. I shall return tomorrow to question you. You cannot evade me. With that, Lin Yi's form gradually faded away. In the darkness, time passed slowly. 15 minutes later, the injured ninja exhaled, summoning the strength to rise and tidy up the aftermath. He repositioned items, cleaned the blood, and ultimately retrieved the severed limb, concealing it within a scroll. It appeared they would not return. A cold voice broke the silence as Lin Yi had already instructed the world to retrieve the spike from the ground. I cannot fathom this. Lin Yi gazed at the pale face before him. You were meant to be silenced. Why did he subsequently disregard you? The foe Umbu's attack was merely a feint, aimed at ambushing Lin Yi. Moreover, you assisted him, or them, in cleaning up, wishing to keep today's events concealed. Lin Yi's voice dripped with mockery. The ninja's complexion grew even paler, yet he remained mute. Let us draw a simple conclusion. Lin Yi produced the previously swapped banana, now peeled. Originally, they wanted you dead, yet they also sought a way to ensure your demise appeared natural, employing this wound-suppressing poison. After his departure, the Platinum Star meticulously scanned the banana. With an observational prowess surpassing that of a microscope, every trace of poison became evident. Yet, why did he choose not to kill you afterward? The injured man's face grew increasingly ashen. Because, in my presence, he could not fabricate your death as natural. Thus, he aimed to eliminate me first. Even after realizing he was no match for me, he could not harm you. Otherwise, Lin Yi's voice turned cold and somber. The scheme to frame White Fang bore the risk of exposure, did it not? No. Swish, the sound of slicing air echoed. The injured man, who could only utter a single word, fell silent, coldly staring at the figure clutching his throat. Lin Yi casually discarded the spike, which clattered against the floor. Apologies. I have yet to inquire your name, but it matters little. Lin Yi could surmise what the man was about to say, most likely some absurd justification, perhaps involving threats to his family or untold hardships. But what concern was that of his? If he dared to act against him, he would retaliate. But if he dared to harm those close to him, he would not walk away unscathed. He needed to ensure that by the following day, others would discover him slain, rather than succumbing to natural causes. Had he not grown cautious today and investigated, the adversary's scheme would have succeeded entirely. White Fang, in a bid to save his comrade, violated the rules, only to be betrayed by that very comrade, ultimately leading to his demise. Shaw Mo neither completed his mission nor rescued his ally. It could be said that the act of murder was accompanied by a psychological torment, with the only knowledgeable witness dying a seemingly natural death, leaving no room for a retrial. One cannot deny the cunning nature of this plot. Contemplating this, Lin Yi's crimson gaze intensified. He casually retrieved a blade from the scroll, preparing to sever the head of this traitor, not out of vengeance, but to prevent any potential revelations that could emerge from his mind. After all, I too. No. Lin Yi abruptly halted his movements. On the contrary, on the morrow, when people discover he has been murdered in the infirmary, who would be most anxious? Would it be himself? He had concealed his voice, appearance, and employed standard blades along with the adversary's spike. They would have no knowledge of his involvement. Only a righteous individual taking action against an unjust framing of White Fang. So, who would be most concerned, most eager to obtain the body? That would be the true mastermind, who claims that the dead are of no use. Lin Yi chuckled softly, sheathing the blade as he turned to conceal himself by the window. As time trickled away, it seemed the adversary assumed he would not return to eliminate the sole witness. And thus, Lin Yi did not encounter any ninjas resembling the foe Umbu thereafter. As dawn approached, a nurse entered to record the daily status of the patients. What greeted her, however, was the sight of the injured man sprawled on the floor, clutching his neck. With the severed limb Lin Yi had extracted from the scroll lying nearby, the shattered bed, the disheveled room, and the blood that pooled around her feet. Ah, like the morning crowing of a golden rooster. The show was about to commence. First, I must return to inform my teacher. He must know he has fallen victim to a ploy. Chapter 18. To end killing with killing in the Hataki residence, Kakashi closely followed Hataki Tsukumo, concerned that Tsukumo might act recklessly again. Lin Yi, are you here to train so early today? You should balance work and rest after just completing a mission. Tsukumo remarked nonchalantly, sipping milk while waving at Lin. Let us have breakfast together and share your mission experiences with the teacher. Lin shook his head in disbelief. Even after being schemed against, Tsukumo remained so carefree. He couldn't discern whether this aspect of his teacher's character was a virtue or a flaw. Teacher, you've been wronged. Both the elder and younger white-haired figures raised their heads in unison. Lin nodded and recounted the events of the previous night. He felt no need to conceal anything from Kakashi and Tsukumo, especially since the matter was ultimately for Tsukumo's sake. Bam! Tsukumo slammed his cup down with force. He was the kind of person who could show a smile to all his comrades and would willingly sacrifice himself for the advancement of ninjas. However, he could not tolerate being stabbed in the back, just as he had been disheartened by betrayal from his teammates before. He had not anticipated that this entire situation had been orchestrated. Had Lin not saved him before, even if he had survived the suicide attempt, the knowledge would have only deepened his despair, leading him to withdraw from everything. Yet now, he was more resolute than ever in his belief to change all of this. The name of Konoha's White Fang was not merely a title, it was built upon the blood he had shed, drop by drop, with a short blade. This is outrageous, father. We must confront the Hokage. No. X2 the two voices echoed in unison. Tsukumo was momentarily taken aback before turning to Lin. Kakashi. The Hokage is also on my list. What list? Lin explained, naturally, it is the list of suspects. Among the current candidates for Hokage, Orochimaru is also quite popular. The other two Sannin include a descendant of the first and second Hokage, while the last one is at least someone of considerable merit. In other words, if Tsukumo loses his chance at the Hokage position, the likelihood of the fourth being a disciple of the Hokage is as high as 90%. Thus, the third Hokage has his reasons to act this way. Lin, having lived over 20 years in the 21st century, had developed feelings for Konoha and those he cared for. This was only natural. However, it had nothing to do with the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. So he did not harbor any illusions that the Hokage would be infallible. No way. Kakashi's eyes widened in disbelief. Tsukumo patted Lin on the shoulder. Lin, I know you're doing this for the teacher, but the Hokage is likely unaware of the situation, even if the village has its shadows. We must still harbor sincerity in our hearts. Tsukumo paused for a moment. If it were the Hokage, I would have already gone to the Umbu to accept the village's punishment. Lin remained silent for several seconds. From this perspective, the third Hokage did show some decency. However, but the Hokage hasn't even spoken a word in your defense, father. That is indeed correct, Kakashi. Lin gently interjected before Tsukumo could respond. As the village's foremost combatant, the public's scrutiny of the teacher will be even more severe. If the Hokage were to speak in his favor now, it would only yield counterproductive results, especially given the presence of a hidden agenda. Moreover, if the Hokage were to exonerate the teacher, it would imply that future missions could be abandoned due to personal requests from comrades. Kakashi blinked in confusion. But aren't comrades more important than missions? Of course, both White Fang and Lin replied in unison. Yet, it does not preclude the possibility of someone using this opportunity to evade responsibility, as long as the two of them coordinate their testimonies. They could use this as an excuse for any challenging task in the future. Human nature cannot withstand scrutiny. The third Hokage can afford to turn a blind eye. And the fact that he hasn't even dismissed Tsukumo from his position as Umbu captain is quite generous. Teacher, is it that you don't wish to inform the Hokage because? Tsukumo shook his head. This situation, as you said, Lin, is a plot against me in my pursuit of the Hokage position, and the candidates are merely those few. Revealing this to the third Hokage would only inform him. Nothing more. Kakashi looked bewildered, clearly struggling to comprehend. What does the teacher mean? If we tell the Hokage now, he won't help us, but will instead assist the one who framed him in covering their tracks. Why is that? Kakashi asked, perplexed, as the adversary sought to harm his father. Lin regarded Kakashi intently and slowly articulated. He refrains from punishing the teacher because he is the Hokage. Likewise, he will assist another person in concealing their actions for the same reason. Those who can orchestrate against White Fang, regardless of their status or strength, must possess at least one attribute that matches or exceeds his. Given that Konoha has only recently emerged from war, the Hokage would never allow such a scandal of internal strife to reach the public. Otherwise, the next day, the coalition of the three nations would be at your doorstep, ready to mediate your family disputes. Have you heard? Your top expert is embroiled in internal conflict with his own kin? If Tsukumo were to perish as a result of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen might very well be enraged upon learning the truth and punish the puppet master behind the scenes. But in the end, it would amount to little more than empty threats. After all, a dead expert is no longer an expert. There is no need to disrupt the village's dynamics for the sake of a deceased White Fang. However, now that Tsukumo was alive, the Hokage would be even less inclined to take action against him. After all, regardless of the circumstances surrounding the attempted suicide, the end result was that he remained unharmed. Meanwhile, the individual in the hospital had bled out, and a key member of the opposing group had even lost an arm. Thus, once this matter was disclosed to the Hokage, the outcome would be predetermined. The only viable course of action was. Lin Yi and White Fang exchanged glances. The logic was the same. If White Fang were to die, the third Hokage would only angrily denounce the mastermind. But what if the mastermind were to die? The third Hokage would likewise not demand White Fang's life in return. The principle remained. A dead expert is no longer an expert. If one dares to demand White Fang's life, the next day, the coalition of the three nations would come knocking. Who wouldn't he want White Fang? Please. Come this way. The Hitaki household consisted of just the two of them. Once the father and son departed, the monastery would be devoid of monks. Moreover, the matter was clearly in favor of White Fang. The puppet master framed him, and if he retaliated against the puppet master, no one could find fault with him. Lord White Fang, the Hokage requests your presence at Konoha Hospital. Suddenly, a ninja dressed in umbu attire appeared at the door, bowing respectfully. Teacher, let us depart. I want to go too. Kakashi declared resolutely, gazing at the two of them. Kakashi, you should stay home. Lin Yi instinctively wished to keep Kakashi away from such petty affairs. It's fine, Kakashi. If you want to come, let us go together. Father and my brother will protect you, Sakumo replied, not refusing but instead patting Lin Yi, who was nearing his height. It's time for Kakashi to face some realities. We cannot shield him forever, and even if we could, he would not wish for that. All right. The three quickly gathered their things and set out together. Lin Yi slowly caressed the hilt of his second blade. The moon blade was still broken and unrepaired. This time, it would be to end killing with killing. Chapter 19. The pressure intensifies. Lin Yi scheming Konoha Hospital, early morning. Come, YKO, please reiterate what you just said. At the corridor entrance, a space had been cleared. And the third Hokage gazed at Lin Yi and his companions, taking a puff from his pipe before addressing the trembling young nurse before him. Heh, Lord White Fang. It's rather rare for you to arrive late today. A raspy voice interjected. Our teacher and I were simply enjoying breakfast, had it not been for the umbu's notification. We would not have come at all, Lin Yi interjected before Mu could speak, casting a scrutinizing glance at the somber man shrouded in an air of mystery before him. So this is Orochimaru. He is already laying verbal traps for the teacher. Could it be him? Enough, Orochimaru. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his pipe, interrupting the ill-tempered Orochimaru. YKO, please continue. The young nurse, her complexion pale under the scrutiny of the crowd, finally stammered. I do not know what transpired. I was merely conducting my routine rounds this morning. How early? A deep, resonant voice cut through YKO's words. Roughly around 7 o'clock. That is the time we check on the hospitalized patients, YKO reflected. Choosing her words carefully. Teacher, who is he? Lin Yi inquired softly, directing his question towards the man who had just spoken, ensuring only Mu could hear. Shimura Danzo. One of the Hokage's advisors, a senior elder, Lin Yi nodded, recalling that he had joined the umbu right after graduation and had not had many formal encounters with this figure. Upon opening the door, I was met with chaos in the patient's room. The patient had been stabbed in the throat and lay dead on the floor. There was an arm that did not belong to the patient and a sharp weapon nearby. The platinum star shimmered faintly, enveloping Lin Yi. As his keen eyesight meticulously scrutinized everyone present, the dead cannot lie. It is likely he fought with the assailant, and although he paid the ultimate price, he managed to sever one of the attacker's arms. A female elder spoke in a calm tone. Lin Yi recognized her as one of the third's close aides. The door to the room creaked as personnel from the medical and torture departments approached the third Hokage. The deceased's brain shows no signs of trauma, and the time of death was recent. Theoretically, we can extract memories from at least 3 hours prior to death. Thank you for your efforts, the third Hokage acknowledged. Exhaling a plume of smoke, Lin Yi gradually withdrew the platinum star. They are all seasoned veterans. At least he did not observe any overtly unnatural actions. The most proactive among them is indeed the third's disciple, Orochimaru. He has the most reason to act, yet I cannot shake the feeling that it is not him. Just like in detective novels, the most suspect is often not the true perpetrator. I have not watched over 700 episodes of Conan for nothing. Heh. Then leave it to me, teacher. Perhaps I can extract more precise and lasting visuals. Orochimaru spoke, his voice carrying an unsettling chill. The third Hokage narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Orochimaru for a moment. Just as he was about to grant consent, a voice abruptly interrupted. Kid, stop. Who gave you permission to act? The usually silent Hokage Kohei suddenly spoke, drawing all eyes to him. The door to the patient room was ajar, and Lin Yi was dragging the deceased's body with one hand while scratching an itch with the other. White Fang, you ought to manage your disciple. Danzo's single eye fixed on Kakashi Mu, his voice slow and deliberate. This elder? Or perhaps a consultant? His words are quite entertaining. Hasn't it already been concluded that the deceased was killed by an outsider? Lin Yi returned to White Fang's side, maintaining an expressionless demeanor as he dropped a bombshell. If you are not in a hurry, I shall compel you to be. Hokage Kohei frowned, instinctively ready to retort but halted by Lin Yi's subtly mocking expression. If it was not an outsider ninja, then it must have been someone from within. Setting aside internal strife among our own, why would anyone wish to eliminate this ninja who accused White Fang of violating rules? The moment you dared to suggest it was one of our own, White Fang will clear his name by tomorrow. Indeed, it must have been an outsider ninja. The third Hokage's eyes gleamed with understanding, instantly endorsing Lin Yi's assertion. Since it was the work of an outsider, teacher, what is the full title and duty of the Umbu? Kakashi Shmu smiled slightly. A special tactical unit for assassination. Tasked with protecting the Hokage, preventing external threats, while simultaneously handling all enemy intelligence and assassination missions. Lin Yi spread his hands. This was a rule established by the second Hokage, responsible for all enemy-related matters. Having said that, Lin Yi pulled out a spare mask, tossing it lightly in his hand. After all, the people present were either high-ranking or influential, and the Umbu's secrets were practically no secret to them, especially with the Hokage present. The 3rd Division of the Umbu, Team 7, Janine Emissary, is it not reasonable for us to take custody of the relevant remains? Lin Yi looked towards Shmu. Kakashi Shmu suppressed his smile and resumed his cold demeanor. Publicly, as the head of the Umbu, I have the obligation to investigate all matters related to enemy villages. Privately, he was a comrade I brought back with great effort, and it is utterly unacceptable for him to die under such ambiguous circumstances on his way to recovery. Hokage-sama. I demand a thorough investigation. White Fang emphasized thorough investigation with deliberate force, causing a slight twitch in the 3rd Hokage's eyelid. Lin Yi silently praised the maneuver. Especially White Fang's private remarks, which transformed Shmu's prior blemish into a compelling reason to investigate the matter thoroughly, effectively silencing any potential criticism regarding his earlier breach of rules. Emissary, at your command. Lin Yi immediately half-knelt. I shall take the deceased body back to the Umbu base, and I will personally seek the expertise of an interrogation specialist to examine the brain. White Fang paused, adding, of course, if Orochimaru has a better method. He is welcome to discuss it with the Umbu. Understood. Lin Yi slowly made his way toward the corpse. Step by step, he approached the target, tightening the psychological grip on a certain individual present. Do you dare to gamble? Hold on. Lin Yi's pace remained unchanged as he continued toward the body. I command you to stop. An oppressive force descended. The pressure was futile. If such a presence were effective, Lin Yi might as well avoid confronting the Five Tails. Their aura surpassed his by far. This elder, do you perhaps harbor discontent regarding the rules set by the second Hokage? Lin Yi turned his head, slowly delivering this piercing remark to Danzo. I would never dare to contravene the rules. Danzo cast a sidelong glance at White Fang before continuing, however. I too belong to the Umbu Special Unit. This matter is of great significance, and it is best handled by me. At this time, Danzo was already in his 50s. Quite a long life in the world of Hokage, so referring to himself as old man was entirely appropriate. Since when did I know that the Umbu had an elder serving as a division leader? Humph, you young brat. Do not be too arrogant. The Hokage will make the final decision on this matter. At that moment, all eyes turned to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Then let Elder Danzo handle it entirely. Lin Yi shrugged, decisively releasing the corpse. In the instant he turned, a slightly cruel smile crept onto his lips. So it was you. Chapter 20. The alliance of master and apprentice, shattering the roots inside the Hitaki residence. Kakashi paced back and forth, glancing at the two individuals who appeared utterly unfazed, and could not help but stomp his foot in frustration. Father, my senior brother is about to be exposed. You must think of a solution. However, Shiboku merely shook his head, while Lin Yi smiled. What am I exposing? That person was killed by my senior brother. He is not some rogue ninja from another village. Who said that? Where's the evidence? Kakashi was momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, his senior brother had disguised his physique and voice. It was not uncommon for skilled warriors to wield weapons. Furthermore, Lin Yi had consistently maintained a low profile. Apart from the Badger Squad and his teacher, Shiboku, hardly anyone was aware that Konoha harbored such a young yet formidable individual capable of contending with the Jinchuriki. Lin Yi rose and nodded towards Shiboku. It is him. Are you certain? Hitaki Shiboku also slowly stood, producing a piece of white cloth. Yes, Lin Yi observed as the butterfly returned to his hand, transforming back into a button, which he reattached to his collar. Through the ability of gold experience, he had glimpsed the opponent's base, and most crucially, he had seen a familiar figure missing a hand. In truth, even without taking this step, he could have deduced that the orchestrator was indeed Shimura Danzo. After all, as previously mentioned, those plotting against White Fang either held high positions or wielded substantial influence. Moreover, the Foambu ninja he had battled yesterday was certainly not an ordinary foe. Lin Yi did not count the time stop since acquiring the world. He had likely not exceeded his previous limits by much, but his lower threshold had been significantly elevated. The operational range of the world was 10 meters. Other attributes such as force and speed, although slightly inferior to the Platinum Star world, were still capable of delivering lethal blows to high attack, low defense ninjas. The fact that the fake Umbu could engage him for a brief moment and still retain a name indicated that he was at least of Jounin caliber. Thus, Danzo satisfied both the criteria of high position and considerable authority, while also having the capacity to summon personnel, and he had even interrupted Lin Yi with his words. That is not me. Oh, but it seems to align. Danzo mentioned he had a dark division, suggesting that it is indeed a true Umbu. So, does that mean my senior brother is unharmed? Kakashi appeared somewhat bewildered. Of course, I am fine, but someone else is about to face serious consequences. Since Lin Yi's ultimate step was a gamble, it naturally held both potential gains and losses. If Danzo remained silent, the plan would falter by half. After all, who could be unaware of the identity of the murderer? He witnessed the death firsthand. If he truly sought the corpse. Aside from reviewing the scenes he had observed yesterday and admiring his own swordsmanship, what utility would it serve? Yet, Danzo dared not take that risk. Subsequently, Lin Yi's actions against the opponent were entirely unbeknownst to him. He could not gamble that the deceased had not disclosed any information before their demise. And Lin Yi was indeed wagering that Danzo, the puppeteer, would refrain from taking that gamble. Kakashi, remain at home. I and your senior brother shall return shortly. Hatake Shiboka finished polishing the white fang short blade, carefully stowing the cloth away. Understood, father. Although Kakashi was young, he possessed a sense of propriety at present. He had only recently become a chunin and would only be a hindrance if he accompanied them. Outside, the weather was somewhat gloomy, with fierce winds causing the branches to creak ominously. Teacher, I did not expect you to be so decisive. To be honest, Lin Yi was surprised that someone like Hatake Shiboku would unhesitatingly accompany him to confront Danzo. Linny, do you know why I am called White Fang? Shiboku asked with a smile as they rushed forward. Because my blade is named White Fang. Of course, that's obvious. Lin Yi rolled his eyes, recognizing that his teacher occasionally enjoyed jesting. Yet, in the next moment, Hatake Shiboku spoke earnestly, and the number of lives taken by this blade is considerable. Lin Yi blinked and smiled, appreciating the moment. His teacher was indeed showing off. Most importantly, I know you are doing this for me. Konoha has left me disheartened. But I cannot allow you to feel the same. Hatake Shiboku silently vowed. With a thunderous crash, the entrance to the root base swung open. Who goes there? A sleek sound of a blade slicing through the air echoed. The White Fang short blade. Along with the Day Blade and Moon Blade, a similar replacement, slashed through the darkness. 5 blades danced like streaks of light within the pitch-black base, targeting tendons and vital points. Though Lin Yi felt that eliminating them all was inconsequential, Shiboka believed it sufficient to eliminate only the principal perpetrator. After all, killing Danzo alone would leave the third Hokage turning a blind eye. Should they slay numerous ninjas, any shadow would undoubtedly be enraged. One by one, the umbu-clad ninjas either fell unconscious or writhed on the ground. For those who could not restrain themselves, all he could say was, I apologize. It seemed that ever since Lin Yi acquired the world, he had grown somewhat indifferent to life, although he had never held it in high regard. Yet, Lin Yi did not despise this sensation. Insect extermination, obliteration. Oh, a familiar face. Spotting a one-armed ninja not far away, Lin Yi smiled. Zaza Warudo. Of course, this was not a time stop. Against such foes, he need not resort to it. The Day Blade and One Slash were instantly seized by the world, and he arrived 10 meters away in an instant. The ground was littered with insect corpses, meticulously halved. The one-armed ninja, understanding the situation, rolled his eyes and fainted. You have indeed surpassed your master, Lin Yi. After clearing the scene, White Fang gazed at Lin Yi with a sense of admiration. Although he had anticipated that his disciple would likely surpass him, he had not expected it to occur so swiftly. It's merely that I possess an extra pair of hands. Thus, I can dispatch the weaker foes more efficiently. Lin Yi, however, did not feel pride. He merely shook his head with a smile. To truly stand against a ninja of White Fang's caliber, he knew he could only win by employing a time stop for a surprise attack. Otherwise, he would be the one fleeing. This, Lin Yi was acutely aware of. White Fang, are you contemplating rebellion? A deep voice resonated. From the shadows, Shimura Danzo's visage gradually became discernible. Indeed, Hatake Shiboku and Lin Yi had merely donned masks. Lin Yi even found his mask slightly oversized, causing it to slip and reveal part of his face. Saltless. That style of swordsmanship was unmistakably White Fang's. If one could not discern it, they might as well be using a block of tofu. One may indulge in all manners of food, but one must not speak frivolously about rice. Lin Yi gently shook his head. Lord White Fang is recuperating at home. We are merely wandering samurai of the Iron Country, acting against injustice. You little brat, no wonder you possess such audacity. It seems I have underestimated you. Danzo replied coldly. Do you not fear the Hokage's wrath for your actions? Lin Yi merely shook his head and spoke calmly, assassinating the enemy village ninja who targeted White Fang's comrades. In order to prevent the exposure of our village's information and avert war, we resorted to forbidden techniques to eliminate Lord Danzo, who was in charge of retrieving the corpse. Konoha's White Fang and his disciple arrived too late. In a fit of righteous indignation, they annihilated the enemy from the foreign village to avenge Elder Danzo. Would this explanation satisfy you, Elder Danzo? Ridiculous. Do you truly believe you and your master can pin me down? Danzo's expression darkened. Behind him, several masked elite ninjas slowly emerged. Raising his head to speak, he suddenly realized that White Fang had already vanished from sight. In the next moment, one of the elites collapsed to the ground. Lin Yi also began to draw closer. Almost there, just 10 meters. You little brat, what do you mean by this? Zaza Warudo. Chapter 21. The Old Trickster and the Four Scarlet Sun Formation. Suddenly, a figure as magnificent as gold appeared behind Danzo. With a resounding thud, Danzo's aged visage was contorted from the impact, sending him flying in the opposite direction. It must be said, the world was exceptionally effective in its initial strike. Alas, this blow lacked a weapon's edge. Had it been armed, it might have proven fatal in a single stroke. In the next moment, Lin Yi surged forward, simultaneously tossing a slashing technique and a sunblade for the world to intercept. Earth style, earth flow wall. A wall of earth erupted instantly before Lin Yi. Shuo Mao, having revealed his position by drawing his weapon, was entangled with 7 or 8 root ninjas. Previously, Lin Yi and Shuo Mao had dispatched their foes swiftly due to the element of surprise and the inferior strength of their adversaries. With a swift motion, four blades sliced through the air, severing the earthen walls as if they were mere tofu. One of the root ninjas, spotting Lin Yi's back, turned to thrust forward with a kunai. With a resounding crack, his arm and shoulder were reduced to mere flesh and skin. Now was not the time for restraint. Beware of that brat's bloodline. Danzo barked at the 4 ninjas surrounding him. The 2 among them engaged with the invisible world. Although the world was undetectable as a jonin, they could still sense its presence. Lin Yi, unfazed, pressed on towards Danzo. What audacity! Danzo's face twisted with fury. White Fan was one thing, but a mere child dared to underestimate him. Wind style, vacuum wave. A colossal gust surged towards Lin Yi. The 2 nearest ninjas swiftly supplemented with fire style. The flames, propelled by the wind, surged forth as a roaring inferno, illuminating the dark base. Suddenly, the 2 ninjas besieging the world felt their grip loosen. The sun blade and the slashing technique clattered to the ground. Lin Yi's eyes reflected the flames. Platinum star. A purple figure erupted from Lin Yi's back, arms outstretched. Sensing the approaching heat wave, Lin Yi slightly turned his body and raised a finger. Aura, 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 aura. In a moment of disbelief for Danzo, a hole materialized in the center of the wind firewall. Then, a glimmer of crimson caught his eye. Sharingan. Gazing at the 2 black spinning tomo, Danzo momentarily lost focus. He felt a chill in his chest and quickly retreated. Looking down, he saw a wound, an inch long, oozing blood. The 2 nearby ninjas immediately obstructed Lin Yi's advance. Lightning style, earth walk. The 2 quickly formed hand signs, yet to Lin Yi, their movement seemed to slow to a crawl. The platinum star shattered one ninja's hand sign with a punch. Meanwhile, Lin Yi's wind chakra swiftly coiled around the moon blade and the second slash. With a crash, 2 wooden stakes fell to the ground. A substitution technique? Behind him, the 2 root ninjas, having verified the world was absent, hurried to assist Danzo, only to be intercepted by a short blade. They were a bit outmatched. White Fang, originally facing 7 ninjas, now found only 3 still standing, drenched in cold sweat. Against White Fang, should they fail to react to his blade, even a slight opening or a moment of negligence could mean their demise. Initially, the 7 could manage a counterattack, but with the first casualty, it cascaded like an avalanche. Numbers dwindling rapidly to just 3. While clutching his wounded chest, Danzo shouted, Uchiha Lin Yi. Has he awakened the Sharingan? Truly, the Uchiha clan is. Before he could finish, Danzo entered Lin Yi's 10-meter range. Why don't you learn from experience? With a sudden appearance, the world manifested at Danzo's uninjured flank. Cold ruthlessness gleaming in his sharp gaze. A punch descended with tremendous force. With a resounding thud, 2 already loose teeth flew forth, and Danzo spat out another mouthful of blood. How resilient you are. All of you, return. Danzo commanded, his voice thick with urgency. Form the formation. Trembling, he rose from the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. His elite guards, disregarding the ghostly presence of White Fang, gathered around Danzo, albeit at the cost of another fallen comrade. Danzo retreated step by step, now flanked by just 6 remaining ninjas, 4 of whom were barely holding on, encircling him as they began forming hand signs. Lin Yi and White Fang, unaware of their intentions, were not about to let them succeed easily. The 2 rushed towards Danzo and his group. The 2 ninjas outside, instead of retreating, charged toward the master and apprentice duo. Lin Yi, retreat. White Fang's voice resonated in Lin Yi's ear. Naturally, Lin Yi would not recklessly advance and promptly followed Shuo Mao in retreat. With a thunderous boom, a cloud of smoke enveloped the area. Are they detonating explosive tags? Lin Yi turned to his master, who bore a cold expression. He detested turning ninjas into mere machines. For Scarlet Sun formation. As the smoke began to clear, for crimson light walls enclosed the 4 forming the technique and Danzo within. Lin Yi and White Fang exchanged glances, both gripping their short blades, preparing to slice through the barrier. As the moon blade barely made contact, the barrier merely quivered slightly, rebuffing Lin Yi. Shuo Mao experienced the same fate beside him. It's futile. Your killing techniques cannot breach this formation. Inside, Danzo leisurely settled down, the panic on his face vanished. The Hokage will arrive in 5 minutes. It would be best for you to leave. White Fang and his apprentice were formidable assassins, possessing remarkable efficiency in extermination. Against an enemy, if they could bypass defenses, it would be a swift kill. Yet, they most feared opponents like tailed beasts, with high defenses and substantial vitality, those who could not be penetrated or whose recovery was too rapid. The 4 Scarlet Sun formation could even withstand tailed beast balls. Under normal circumstances, this technique was intended to seal enemies. Yet today, Danzo unhesitatingly chose to use it for himself, allowing the four casters to employ it, transforming a trapping formation into a defensive barrier. Swallowing a soldier's food pill, Lin Yi straightened up. Aura, 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 aura. As time slipped away, the surface of the four Scarlet Sun formation rippled incessantly. The four ninjas within trembled slightly, and the entire barrier appeared on the verge of collapse. Casting a reluctant glance at the now fading barrier, Lin Yi settled back down. Give up, brat. Lin Yi, perhaps we should retreat, White Fang gently suggested. The Hokage is almost here. Some matters, when done clandestinely, yield different outcomes than when done in plain sight. Lin Yi shook his head. His decision to eliminate Danzo stemmed from the realization, after consulting with his master, that this man was a cunning old fox. Even Shuan Mao, the head of the Umbu, was oblivious to even the slightest of his movements, nor did he have any inkling of the root organization that fell under Umbu's jurisdiction. If possible, he would prefer a gradual approach. However, he could not grasp Danzo's movements, while Danzo would steadily gather intelligence on him and White Fang. Moreover, the third Hokage was aging, and the ascension of the fourth Hokage could happen at any moment, whether to facilitate his master's rise or to prevent Danzo's subordinates from ascending. He needed to suppress Danzo here. Swallowing another soldier's food pill, Lin Yi murmured, aura, 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 aura. Time continued to slip away. Lin Yi, if we don't leave now, it will be too late. I cannot abandon my master. Even if we cannot break through, we cannot flee. Lin Yi gently shook his head. Chapter 22, Counterattack. The ultimate game. Do not leave, master. In response to White Fang's urging, Lin Yi resolutely shook his head. After swallowing a military food pill to ensure his condition, Lin Yi slowly addressed the perplexed Shuan Mao. If we leave now, this round will be considered a victory for Danzo. Subsequently, master, your chances of contending for the Hokage title will be utterly extinguished. Danzo's plans to target you have been meticulously orchestrated, involving tasks, traitors, and public opinion. Even now, the outside world still perceives White Fang as a rogue ninja. Thus, while it may seem that I have unraveled the situation, in truth, I have merely revealed the chessboard. My strategies and gambits are all aimed at uncovering the true player behind this game, regardless of the schemes at play. I intend to kick aside these scattered pieces and confront the player directly. However, there are drawbacks. As the one who upturns the board, one must possess sufficient strength. If I can decisively defeat Danzo, then the ensuing developments will unfold as I have previously stated. Danzo would be slain by the enemy village's ninja, and Konoha's White Fang would once again rise to restore order, bringing the perpetrators of Danzo's and his companions' deaths to justice. The Hokage would have no choice but to acknowledge it, considering he had previously conceded the presence of foreign ninjas. At this moment, with reason and emotion at play, asserting that Shikimoku Shuan Mao is a compassionate ninja, public opinion could swiftly pivot in his favor without Danzo's interference. Yet, Lin Yi lifted his gaze to the four ninjas within the room, half kneeling and spitting blood, desperately holding on. He had not anticipated that Danzo would possess such a contingency. Lin Yi bore no grievances regarding this. After all, reality is not a novel, nor is this a passionate anime on television. The villain does not invariably face defeat. He too is gambling. Which old schemer, having survived to this age, lacks a hidden card? He had simply won the last bet and lost this one. Everyone, stand down. A resonant voice shattered the silence. Lin Yi and White Fang turned simultaneously. Sarutobi Hiruzen, clad in ceremonial robes and wearing a conical hat, appeared. He seemed to be holding a pipe, yet Lin Yi could discern the black armor and attire beneath the white robe. Accompanying him were two advisors and several Umbu members. Hiruzen waved his hand, and several Umbu swiftly extracted Danzo from the barrier, commencing medical attention. What transpired, Danzo? Lin Yi narrowed his eyes, choosing to inquire directly about Danzo rather than the actions of others. At this point, both he and Shuan Mao had removed their hoods. There was no need for concealment now that their identities were known. This is about to lead us to condemnation, White Fang murmured, devoid of blame towards Lin Yi. On the contrary, he began contemplating how to shoulder the blame entirely himself. Trust me, master. Lin Yi offered Shikimoku a reassuring glance, continuing to focus on restoring his chakra, remaining cautious. He had retained the two of them to ensure that the outcome would be preferable to a hasty escape. Hokage, I was merely at the base seeking information regarding the corpses when White Fang and his apprentice suddenly barged in, wreaking havoc before me, leaving me bewildered. The third Hokage scrutinized the scattered ninjas and severed limbs, his brow furrowing. Uchiha Lin Yi, Shikimoku Shuan Mao, how dare you? Hokage-sama, please wait a moment. Lin Yi spoke clearly, defying orders and engaging in fratricidal conflict. What merit is there in waiting? Seize them immediately. Yet, Danzo, despite his injuries, forced himself to rise. Interrupting Lin Yi, the third Hokage narrowed his eyes, exhaling a puff of smoke. Let us discuss matters in the interrogation room. Clearly, he intended to define the situation conclusively. Lin Yi nudged Shikimoku Shuan Mao, inching closer while speaking in a tone only the master could hear. Master, immediately perform a gesture of bowing and extending your hand. Remember, your expression must show no hint of surprise. Then, say, Hokage-sama, there is no need to rush. Though Shikimoku was perplexed, he subtly moved his fingers to indicate acknowledgement. He then raised his hand, gradually bowing. The ninjas present became instantly vigilant. White Fang, you smash, Naruto. Sensing the rapidly depleting chakra, Lin glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Now within 10 meters. The world crystallized before the third Hokage, who reached for his pipe and turned to place it into Shikimoku's outstretched hand. Feeling a sudden weakness, Lin fought to maintain his stance, discreetly swallowing another military food pill. Fortunately, he owned a ninja tool shop. Shikimoku felt a weight in his hand, while Sarutobi Hiruzen experienced a loosening in his mouth. Shua Mao adhered to Lin Yi's words, fluidly bowing and extending his hand without revealing any sign of distress. Yet his mind recalled Lin Yi's previous intervention to prevent his suicide, an equally desperate moment. Hokage-sama, there is no need to rush, Shikimoku declared. Instantly, the third Hokage turned his gaze toward the pipe in Shikimoku's hand, his expression darkening. Apart from him, those nearby failed to notice immediately. When did this happen? He swiftly raised his hand to halt the umbu. White Fang, when did your strength reach such heights? Then, let Lenny finish speaking, he conceded. Lenny revealed a faint smile. This was his assurance technique, performing a duet with White Fang. After all, White Fang was renowned for his speed in killing. If he could seize your pipe, he could just as easily take your life. Unfortunately, time was limited. During his previous engagement with Danzo, he had utilized his full strength, which, while capable of killing Danzo, would leave him vulnerable to being slain by Danzo's guards. His master would never arrive in time to save him. When the Hokage arrived, although the four Red Yang formation was lifted, Lin Yi would have had the opportunity to strike. But as previously stated, clandestine assassinations, even if mutually acknowledged, held little consequence. However, to kill openly would tear apart the facade. Did he truly intend to eliminate the Hokage as well? Thus, by acting as he did, Lin Yi ensured his voice would be heard while concealing his time-stop ability. He waved his hand, causing everyone to instinctively recoil. In a swift motion, a ninja was yanked into the air and dragged before Lin Yi, crashing to the ground. Upon seeing the fallen ninja, Danzo's expression darkened immediately. How could this brat know? A master of the blade. Recalling the reports from his one-armed subordinate, Danzo's mind raced, his gaze fixated on Lin Yi. So it was you. Indeed. The ninja on the ground was none other than the one Lin Yi had incapacitated, an old acquaintance. How could he not consider the possibility of failure? Beyond his time-stop ability, this constituted his confidence. While Danzo could deduce their arrival stemmed from his impatience, he would never suspect that the person who fought him that night was Lin Yi. At this moment, the body Lin Yi had slain had long been meticulously disposed of by Danzo, for Danzo would never allow others to discover the memories within the deceased's mind. Thus, the first order of business upon obtaining a body was to eliminate any trace. This meant Lin Yi could substantiate that the individual on the ground had indeed murdered White Fang's companion. Hokage-sama, would you care to compare? Lin Yi produced a scroll from his pocket, unfurling it with a thud, revealing a severed hand. Danzo, would you care to take a look as well? Chapter 23, The Wisdom of Jojo Danzo. What do you have to say for yourself? The third Hokage's expression darkened, a headache brewing as unwarranted anger simmered within him. Sarutobi Hiruzen was no fool. He was acutely aware of Danzo's true nature. Ever since he received Danzo's urgent correspondence, he had come to realize the extent of Danzo's misdeeds. It was a lamentable situation. His strength was nowhere near that of the first Hokage, and his cunning paled in comparison to that of his mentor, Tobirama. Danzo had indeed assisted him in many ways that his position could not allow. Yet now, with the mask torn off and evidence laid bare, what was he to do? If you have aspirations for the title of Hokage, why tarnish the name of Shikaku Hatake? He had never intended to pursue it, yet you insisted on provoking him. Please. Lord Third, do not be angry. Lin Yi interjected before Danzo could utter a single word in defense. Shikaku Hatake subtly shifted his gaze to fixate on Danzo. Though he found himself somewhat out of sync with Lin Yi's line of reasoning, it appeared that a reversal of fortunes was underway. Regardless, he decided to remain a passive listener. Uchiha Lin Yi, you cease your words. I think perhaps the third Hokage has misunderstood Elder Danzo, Shikaku declared. Sarutobi, Shikaku, and Danzo were momentarily taken aback, particularly Danzo. Am I ensnared in Uchiha's genjutsu? Is he speaking on my behalf? He and his mentor had pursued this individual to this point. Surely his attire suggested an intent to frame Elder Danzo for the root's misdeeds. Indeed, Danzo nodded, astonished that someone had articulated what he had intended to say. In that case, the root must avoid any semblance of suspicion. This man shall be detained by the Umbu headquarters, interrogated thoroughly, and rigorously tortured. Yes, no. Danzo's eyes widened in alarm as he sought to interject, only to witness the unconscious one-armed root being drawn back to Shikaku and Lin Yi. Lord Third, my subordinate's actions align with protocol. Last time, the root sought a corpse, and you acquiesced. This time, they have framed the root. If you grant them again, it would be clear assistance to Danzo in exonerating him. Sarutobi cast a deep gaze upon Lin Yi, nodding in understanding. Lin Yi then turned to Danzo with a cold smirk. Could it be that Lord Danzo does not wish to clear his name? He placed particular emphasis on the words clear his name. Humph. Danzo shut his lone eye, letting out a muffled grunt, uncertain whether it stemmed from anger or pain. Thus, this mission concludes. Lin Yi paused. Minister White Fang, along with his team, has successfully pursued the elite ninjas of the enemy village, thwarting their sinister plot and salvaging significant losses for the village. With such a minister, how could Konoha not thrive? Under the scrutinizing stares of White Fang, who appeared both flushed and bewildered, Lin Yi delivered an array of formal platitudes. The Hokage and the three elders can attest that I speak not a word of falsehood. You little. Danzo's face, eyes closed, displayed a prominent vein. Of course, there may be other vested interests. If Elder Danzo harbors doubts, we can reserve further discussions until we have thoroughly examined this fraudulent root operative. With that, Lin Yi gently addressed Shikaku. Minister, it is time for our departure. Indeed. The pair proceeded to drag the captive out with an air of nonchalance before the onlookers. Shikaku, following Lin Yi, soon realized he had strayed from the correct path. For ninja of their caliber, a route traversed once could never be forgotten. Lin Yi brazenly activated his Sharingan, glancing upward. The archives. It seems I have taken a wrong turn. My apologies for my inexperience in this esteemed base. The unconscious Danzo now bore an additional mark upon his forehead. The laboratory, it appears I am rather prone to losing my way. Teacher, no, Minister. Do you recognize this place? It seems in this regard, the master and disciple were strikingly in agreement. Neither was adept at navigation. How can you, the executioner who has felled dozens of elite and mid-tier shinobi, feel such shame? Hiss, is this the transformation chamber? Enough. Someone, escort our guests out. In a fluster. He was clearly agitated. Ultimately, after a wounded root ninja guided them out, both exhaled a sigh of relief in unison. Once outside the root base, Lin Yi glanced at the one-armed root, who was stirring from unconsciousness, and summoned forth a formidable hand blade. Upon their return to the Hitaki clan, an anxious Kakashi rushed to greet them. Only after confirming that his brother and father were unharmed did he finally relax. How did it go? Kakashi inquired eagerly. Convinced that the Black Hand had been vanquished, not eliminated, that old turtle is surprisingly adept, Lin Yi replied, shaking his head. Shikaku interjected, of course. We emerged unscathed in the end, but Lin Yi, why did you choose to exonerate Danzo? Lin Yi poured himself a cup of tea and took a delicate sip, searching for the essence of JoJo within him as he prepared to indulge in a moment of grandeur. Teacher, do you believe Danzo will attempt to wriggle out of this? Shikaku paused, then replied with certainty, he will undoubtedly try, but in that moment, such efforts would be futile, wouldn't they? Lin Yi shook his head. It is both useful and useless. He continued, Teacher, let us not dwell on that. Even if Danzo refrains from disputing, do you believe the third Hokage would execute him? Shouldn't he? Absolutely not. Kakashi raised his head, puzzled. Why, brother? Quite simply, in essence, neither I nor you have suffered any loss. The so-called reputation of the teacher holds no weight in their eyes, yet Danzo is significantly weakened. Shikaku nodded. It's true. After all, we did unleash a flurry of chaos. Moreover, if the Hokage were to exact punishment, what would he seek? Shikaku's brow arched slightly, as if he began to grasp the nuance. Lin Yi gestured toward the one-armed root operative not far away. He will certainly detain him. Then, he will likely concoct some excuse to keep Danzo in custody, awaiting interrogation. And thus, a severely weakened Danzo, with incriminating evidence against him, would the third Hokage truly dare to execute him? Shikaku's realization dawned upon him. He may not actively intervene, but he was by no means a fool. Lin Yi patted a still bewildered Kakashi on the back. Danzo has always been the blade for the Hokage, wielded for unsavory tasks. This time, his scheme to frame the teacher was unbeknownst to the Hokage, which signifies what? The blade has grown unruly, and nearly succeeded, which further signifies what? The blade has become too sharp. Thus, at that moment, if Lin Yi were to suppress Danzo, he would simultaneously temper the third Hokage's blade, rendering it obedient while providing leverage. The third Hokage would be delighted and would surely not wish to discard such a fitting instrument. That is undoubtedly true. Yet even if Danzo is not executed, the third Hokage will still impose punishment, will he not? Shikaku remained perplexed, as Danzo had yet to face any repercussions. No, teacher. Our objective has never been to eliminate Danzo, nor to trouble him. Chapter 24, Restoring Reputation at this moment. Kakashi found himself seated at the same table as Tsukumo Hitaki. Their extensive efforts were directed towards a singular goal, the demise of Danzo. Sensei, our objective is to restore your reputation and, ideally, to cultivate an even greater renown, Lin Yi articulated. The restoration of your reputation is pivotal for your subsequent ambition to compete for the position of Hokage, allowing your aspirations to flourish while also enabling Kakashi and me to inherit the legacy of the second Hokage. Tsukumo shook his head with a smile, acknowledging Lin Yi's words. Previously, after dealing with Danzo, their narrative was structured to achieve this aim, which justified their intention to eliminate him. However, now that the assassination seemed unfeasible, alternative strategies must be devised. A trivial punishment was certainly not what he desired. Lin Yi took a sip of tea, moistening his throat before continuing. As mentioned before, punishing Danzo would necessitate handing him over. He gestured towards the one-armed ninja nearby. Delivering him to the third Hokage, does that not mean he would escape Danzo's clutches? Tsukumo countered. Indeed, But have you considered that the third Hokage is indifferent to your so-called reputation? He would neither strike a blow when you were down nor would he extend a helping hand. In that eventuality, the ensnared Danzo would not be inclined to assist us, especially after he has already faced punishment. Lin Yi explained slowly. In truth, Danzo serves as a tool for the Hokage, just as White Fang does. Should a weapon aspire to become its own master, the Hokage would prefer to see Tsukumo Hataki's blemishes amplified. If we were to capture Danzo, the leverage would shift to us, enabling us to threaten him at will. Thus, Danzo would not only cease to obstruct us, but might even express gratitude towards us for aiding you. Sensei, gratitude? Tsukumo inquired, his curiosity piqued. Yes. Lin Yi nodded in affirmation. Do you believe Danzo would prefer to be in our company or that of the third Hokage? Surely with us. Tsukumo speculated. Precisely. When we ultimately take him away, did Danzo offer any resistance? White Fang recalled their earlier encounter, where they had even toured the Foundation in Danzo's presence. He did not, except for expelling us in the end. But why was that? Because he deemed the lesser evil. Lin Yi chuckled lightly. We must remain astute regarding Danzo's intentions. His ambition lies with the Hokage, or at least he requires the Hokage's assistance for his schemes. However, the third Hokage is unwilling, compelling him to either become the fourth Hokage or to support a candidate for that position. If we hold the leverage and restore your reputation, he merely gains another rival. If you, Sensei, continue to shy away from the Hokage position, you would not even count as a competitor. Yet, should he be handed over to the third Hokage, he would lose all hope of becoming Hokage himself. The third Hokage would never permit a tool that has performed shady deeds for him to ascend to that role. In comparison, he would naturally opt for us. Ah, I see now, Tsukumo exclaimed, finally comprehending the intricate web of relationships. He glanced at Lin Yi with a mixture of relief and apprehension. Thankfully, he had such a disciple, talented, powerful, and astute. Meanwhile, Kakashi gazed at Lin Yi with stars in his eyes. Although he did not fully grasp the intricacies, he felt an overwhelming admiration for his senior. Sensei, we must now proceed to the next phase. If our previous mention of you becoming Hokage was merely jest, we can still extricate ourselves from this situation. Lin Yi stated with gravity. However, if you are genuine in your aspirations, we have merely scratched the surface. Tsukumo too gently set down his teacup and replied earnestly. I would never jest about such matters. Excellent. Look, Lord White Fang has once again thwarted the enemy's plot. A villager exclaimed. I saw it. The enemy had infiltrated deep within the village. Had it not been for Lord White Fang, the consequences would be dire. Indeed, it was reported that the enemy killed the companion that Lord White Fang was determined to rescue, suggesting a close bond between them. One cannot blame Lord White Fang. He is simply a man of great loyalty, another villager chimed in. On the streets of Konoha, the villagers buzzed with discussions about White Fang's recent exploits against enemy spies. Moreover, I must confidentially share that my cousin's neighbor's husband's brother is in the Umbu. A villager whispered excitedly. Really? That's incredible! Another responded, eyes wide in amazement. Hush. Keep it down. This is classified information. It is said that the companion saved by Lord White Fang possessed crucial intelligence from the enemy village, which is why he was so adamant about bringing him back. Otherwise, how could he have been attacked? Oh, so that is the case. Did we misjudge Lord White Fang previously? I must apologize to him. If it weren't for him, my son wouldn't have returned from the war. I spoke so harshly of him. I feel terrible. I shall go apologize as well. From a distance, Kakashi gazed at Lin Yi with admiration. Senior brother, you are truly remarkable. This is human nature, Lin Yi remarked, patting Kakashi's head gently. Most of the populace tends to follow blindly. However, their prior unfounded accusations against Sensei will now evoke a profound sense of guilt, leading them to cherish him even more. Kakashi nodded, though somewhat perplexed. In truth, this strategy was merely a common public relations maneuver from Lin Yi's previous life. Yet, its commonality did not stem from being simplistic, but rather from its effectiveness. Prior attacks, followed by a reversal, would evoke guilt in the masses, and the individual involved, having endured such trials, would see their reputation vindicated and their popularity soar. Moreover, since Tsukumo really had been wronged, this tactic would prove extraordinarily effective. Now that the matter of reputation had been resolved, Lin Yi could not afford to relent in his efforts to help Tsukumo ascend to the role of Hokage. To achieve that, two primary factors must be addressed, the strength to command respect and a sufficient following. Tsukumo's prowess was already established. However, the number of supporters was, to be frank, limited. After all, White Fang had only recently become the head of the Umbu, and the Umbu primarily served as the Hokage's personal guards. Nevertheless, this issue could be resolved. Supporters, in essence, were simply ninjas, categorized into two types, common ninjas from humble clans and clan ninjas from prominent families. With the matter of commoners settled, it was time to address the concerns of the various clans. Lin Yi's Sharingan began to spin slowly. It was time to meet with the clan leaders. Chapter 25, The Dutiful Son of the Uchiha Clan. Lin Yi in the Hidden Leaf Village. Within the Uchiha clan, the clan leader, Uchiha Fujin, was present. Uchiha Jainin knelt halfway before a man in the room. Very well, you may leave, Uchiha Fujin stated calmly, turning to Lin Yi with a smile. The Uchiha clan is fortunate indeed to have a ninja of your caliber, Regrettably, I failed to recognize your brilliance before the White Fang did. That is because I had no intention of serving you at that time, Lin Yi thought to himself, though his face displayed a courteous smile. Such words are unnecessary. Clan leader, the clan has provided me with excellent conditions and confidence. Lin Yi had barely returned home when he was summoned by a clan ninja to meet the clan leader. This was within his expectations. The likelihood that Fujin was aware of the recent commotion with the White Fang was slim. However, it was impossible for Fujin to remain oblivious to Lin Yi's actions in the hospital. Fujin shook his head. If the clan had truly given you confidence, I would not be just now discovering that you have become the White Fang's disciple. Lin Yi graduated early after just over a year of study. He did not join a conventional team or the police force, but rather entered the Umbu directly under the White Fang's arrangement. His attempts to remain inconspicuous and the clan's lack of regard for a distant relative resulted in Fujin only now realizing that there was indeed an Uchiha who had become the White Fang's sole disciple. Ah, it seems your swift graduation led you directly into the Umbu, where the burdens of secrecy leave little room for camaraderie within the clan, Fujin remarked, hinting that the clan had not valued him highly enough to warrant his attention. After a brief silence, Fujin spoke earnestly, Lin Yi, if I may address you so. Discussing these matters is of little consequence now. I wish to inquire about your perspective on the village and the clan. What is my perspective? Were it not for my obligation to assist my teacher in becoming Hokage, I would simply sit here, enjoying some seats. I presume you can see that the majority of the villagers do not hold us in high regard, and the Hokage's stance has always been somewhat ambiguous, Lin Yi continued. To put it mildly, you could say they do not particularly favor us. You may not be aware of the whispers behind your back. As for the Hokage, I must be cautious as well, given historical reasons and his considerable strength. The only reason I gather this data is due to the teacher's influence. Fujin was unaware that Lin Yi had faced the Five Tails and was, at most, a Genin himself. It could only be attributed to his teacher's reputation, which had not only been restored but had also ascended to greater heights, whether for the sake of ingratiating himself for more influence or to secure positions within the Umbu. This was highly beneficial for the Uchiha clan. However, even Fujin was unaware that Lin Yi's ambitions extended far beyond these considerations. After all, I bear the Uchiha name. Clan leader, Lin Yi asserted with a serious demeanor, which stirred something within Fujin. Good child. Fujin instinctively rubbed his fingers together, contemplating his words. Lin Yi, you are aware that most villagers harbor animosity towards the police force, and many in our clan are reluctant to follow the village's traditional small group structure. Thus, would the White Fang require additional manpower in the Umbu? With the Uchiha clan's notorious self-importance, assigning them menial tasks like catching chickens or cleaning sewers would be more painful than death. Placing them in the police force would only sour the villagers' opinions further. What can I do? I am equally helpless in this matter, Fujin confessed. The Umbu is, after all, directly subordinate to the Hokage. I fear my teacher may. Fujin's expression soured at this thought. However, I will do my utmost to inquire on behalf of the clan leader. If you could provide me with a list of those interested in joining the Umbu, I ask that it not be too extensive. I hope you can understand. Of course. This will suffice. I will prepare the list immediately, Fujin replied, his expression brightening. Fujin then produced a token from his robes. Lin Yi, accept this. With this token, you may freely access all the clan's ninjutsu scrolls, including the secrets of the Sharingan, which will lay a foundation for your future awakening. Lin Yi pushed the token away, stating earnestly, Clan leader, it is my duty to assist the clan. I do not seek such rewards. Besides, the outcome remains uncertain. I cannot accept this without merit. Please, keep it. Upon hearing this, Fujin's gaze softened, and he resolutely placed the token in Lin Yi's hand. The clan may have been absent in the past, but as you have stated, the Uchiha clan is also your foundation. Lin Yi lowered his head, discreetly summoning the platinum star to manifest a finger and rub his eyes. He then lifted his head, revealing reddened eyelids and slightly moist eyes. By the heavens, platinum star, you have been too heavy-handed. Thank you, clan leader. I shall take my leave now. Should you have any needs, do not hesitate to communicate with the clan, Fujin replied. Lin Yi nodded earnestly and turned to depart slowly. Once Lin Yi's figure had fully vanished, the previously departed Genin returned to the room, kneeling before Fujin. Clan leader, can he be trusted? Is it not too hasty to allow him access to all our ninjutsu? Fujin raised an eyebrow slightly. You dare question this? Even if Lin Yi cannot facilitate our clan members entering the Umbu, I am willing to do so. Why is that? The kneeling Uchiha Genin inquired, lifting his gaze. To be chosen by the White Fang as his sole disciple, and to have concealed himself for so many years, he should not be underestimated. Regardless of the outcome, he is still one of us. A late investment is still an investment. Adding embellishments is not as effective as providing essential support, yet it is better than doing nothing. Furthermore, if we do not offer benefits, how can we expect him to act on our behalf? Indeed, the clan leader is wise. On his way home, Lin Yi tossed the token in his hand while pondering. Even if Fujin had not bestowed this sweet plum to him, he would still assist Fujin. It was quite simple. Fujin sought Lin Yi's aid to secure a pathway for the clan members into the Umbu, merely to alleviate their resentment towards the village. However, Lin Yi had a far grander scheme in mind, to bind the entire Uchiha clan to his chariot of war. How to achieve this? The simplest method is to recruit individuals. If 6 out of 10 support me, will the rest still follow? Of course, it is imperative to remain discreet for now. Had Lin Yi approached Fujin and suggested that the entire clan follow him, the best outcome would be Fujin's dismissive laughter. Thus, he must proceed gradually. First, establish a chain of benefits, send people in, and then foster relationships. After all, those who can enter the Umbu are the elite among the elite. The Uchiha clan places great importance on relationships. With both benefits and relationships in play, there is little to fear. I shall await the clan leaders' list before formulating my next steps. For now, it is time to return home for dinner. Chapter 26. Lin Yi schemes 3 days later. In the forest outside Konoha. In a meadow, Lin Yi leisurely peeled an orange while observing the distant figure of the world, who was brandishing dual blades. The sounds of steel clashing echoed continuously, accompanied by the crisp falls of countless shurikens onto the ground. Minato, appearing somewhat exasperated, revealed himself. Lin Yi, you are far too relaxed. After returning to the village the previous day and completing his mission, Minato had immediately sought out Lin Yi for training upon confirming that he could not meet Kushina. The infatuation with love was indeed alarming. However, the outcome left Minato astonished. Previously, he could both attack and evade, but this time, Lin Yi's unique bloodline had expanded from a mere 2 meters to an astonishing 10 meters. 10 meters. It was utterly ridiculous. The world did not pause, and Minato found it challenging to keep up with the speed of his Flying Thunder God technique. Yet, the world could certainly match the speed at which Minato threw his shurikens. Consequently, within a radius of 8 meters centered around Lin Yi, not even a single shuriken could be tossed in by Minato. Lin Yi felt an exhilarating sense of satisfaction. Still calling me a flash dog? Oh, Minato, weren't we supposed to spar? I've been waiting so long that the flowers have wilted. Lin Yi picked up a teapot beside him and poured himself a cup of tea. Order a cappuccino for Auntie. You're being quite the trickster, and how can we train like this? Minato lamented, having exhausted most of his chakra with continuous body flicker techniques. Then you could train your taijutsu with my bloodline technique, Lin Yi proposed. Minato wiped the sweat from his forehead. Recalling the time he stubbornly endured a punch from Lin Yi's bloodline technique and ended up bedridden for 3 days, even with Lin Yi claiming he had held back. All right. Let us take a break, Lin Yi said, accepting the dual blades thrown by the world, sheathing them, and calling back the world. He raised the teapot in a toast to Minato. Sometimes I truly envy your bloodline. Minato shook his head, wiping his face. I envy your ability to teleport. Lin Yi rolled his eyes. He had attempted to learn the Flying Thunder God technique, but having abandoned most ninjutsu from a young age, it felt like deciphering an ancient script. Even with Minato's explanations, he struggled to untangle the intricate logic involved. Oh well. My superior intellect tells me I have no need for such flamboyant techniques. Still no sign of Kushina? Minato asked, sipping his tea, a hint of silence enveloping them. Well, suddenly he appeared to have an epiphany, looking at Lin Yi with a hint of urgency. Lin Yi, weren't you once faced with a tailed beast? What do you think would happen if it were me? Hard to say. Lin Yi pondered briefly before shaking his head. Minato and the Jinchuriki are not the same type, making comparison difficult. What do you mean it's hard to say? Minato's expression fell. Simply put, if you wish to leave, a tailed beast cannot stop you. But if you intend to fight, you wouldn't even breach its defenses. Thus, it's hard to say, because in reality, if you were forced to battle a tailed beast. Lin Yi chose not to finish his thought, but Minato understood, his fist clenching slightly. Lin Yi, let us continue. I still have the sealing technique I just learned to try. Shall we continue? We've been training all day. Don't you run out of chakra? Thanks to the military rations you provided me, Minato replied with a sheepish grin. Lin Yi took a deep breath, feeling a sense of impending doom. What a calamity. Training hard, are we? At the Hitaki residence, Lin Yi lay languidly in the bathtub. The infatuation is truly terrifying. Infatuation? Hitaki Tsukumo inquired. It's nothing, teacher. It's something a single middle-aged man like you wouldn't understand. Hitaki Tsukumo playfully tapped Lin Yi's head in annoyance. By the way, Lin Yi, I reviewed the list you gave me. The candidates are all suitable. Should we bring them all in? Can we bring them all in? Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. There are only 4 of them. If we can't bring them in, what am I even doing? Hitaki Tsukumo rolled his eyes. Having spent a considerable amount of time with Lin Yi, he had begun to grasp the meanings behind some of his peculiar phrases. That may be true. Fugaku might have taken my previous words to heart, carefully selecting 4 elite individuals. No, don't. Huh? Which one? None of them. Hitaki Tsukumo was baffled. None? Then what is the purpose of this list, Lin Yi? To ensure Fugaku places sufficient importance on this matter. Then why are we still? Lin Yi slowly submerged himself deeper into the water. Teacher, if we let them in this time, do you think Fugaku would be grateful to us? Hitaki Tsukumo sat down to contemplate. He should be, right? He would be, but not excessively. After all, he has provided me with benefits while also painstakingly selecting 4 elite clan members. Given his considerable investment, if we facilitate this, he'll feel it's merely expected. Seeing his teacher still somewhat confused, Lin Yi continued, for instance, when you undertake a mission and, after immense effort, receive your reward. Do you feel it's something you deserve, or do you thank the village for it? Both, I suppose, but more of the former. Linny nodded, spreading his hands. But if we leave none behind, won't that lead to enmity? Not at all. Not only will there be no enmity, but we will also become even closer allies. Why is that? Quite simply, I previously mentioned to the clan leader that the Umbu is not yours, but the Hokage's. If there were to be a failure at this moment, and he sees no reason why we shouldn't allow the Uchiha to join, who would he blame? Us or the third Hokage? Hatake Tsukumo grasped the implication. It should be the third Hokage. After all, in Fugaku's eyes, I am one of the Uchiha, and you have no grievances against them. Moreover, the individuals sent over are the elite among the elite. There is no reason to refuse them. The only reason they can't join is if the Hokage obstructs it. Lin-Yi snapped his fingers. Now, if at this moment, you go against the tide and allow them to join the Umbu, how would Fugaku feel? Would he merely express a slight gratitude? Looking at the smiling Lin-Yi, Hatake Tsukumo felt fortunate once again to be his teacher. You certainly have a knack for strategy. Fugaku's careful selection only heightened his expectations. Upon discovering his efforts were in vain, his dissatisfaction with the third Hokage would only grow. Now, if they were to allow those four into the Umbu, Fugaku would feel as if he had regained something lost, believing that it was Lin-Yi and Hatake who had utilized their resources or connections to assist him. From initially holding the majority of credit, it would shift to Lin-Yi and Hatake, who would now be seen as the key contributors. The final outcome would still be that Hatake Tsukumo permitted 4 individuals into the Umbu, albeit with Lin-Yi's additional maneuver. This would undoubtedly earn Fugaku's gratitude while simultaneously further alienating him from the Hokage. Is this truly a child of merely over a decade? Very well, let us proceed. Hatake Tsukumo nodded, realizing that once he embarked on the path to contend for the Hokage position, certain measures were unavoidable. Chapter 27, New Mission. Teammates Minato and Jiraiya, thank you so much. Lin-Yi. Uchiha Fugaku slightly bowed towards Lin-Yi. Please, clan leader, it was my duty, and besides, the one truly bearing the pressure is Master Shimo. Indeed, please also extend my gratitude to Lord Shimo. Once Lin-Yi left, Fugaku's expression turned grave, revealing 2 pointed creases at the corners of his mouth. Clan leader, it appears that the Hokage still harbors some reservations towards us. This was within my expectations. Fugaku waved his hand dismissively. After all, if the Hokage permitted the Uchiha to join the Umbu, the elite Nin of the Umbu could have been significantly bolstered. Was it reluctance on the Hokage's part? Or fear? However, this time the rejection felt rather abrupt. In the past, when he submitted applications for the clan's ninjas, the third Hokage would at least offer some diplomatic words, delaying the process. After some time, he would come back with some platitude about not needing personnel temporarily, reiterating the will of fire, and so forth. But this time, shortly after the submission, it was promptly returned, with the excuse that they were short-handed. And only after Shimo insisted did they finally accept it. Fugaku did not doubt Lin-Yi. He could never fathom that Lin-Yi and White Fang would covet the entirety of the Uchiha clan. We must be prepared. The Hokage's attitude towards us is becoming increasingly unfriendly. Is this paving the way for the 4th Hokage? As Lin-Yi left the clan leader's residence, cradling his head in contemplation, he strolled along the path home. The setting sun gradually bathed him in its golden hue, lending an air of tranquility. If only Minato would refrain from seeking me out for sparring, that would be even better. Messenger, a mission has arrived. The familiar canine masked figure appeared before him. Ahem. What should I call you now? Messenger team leader, we have a mission. The badger remained silent for a moment before uttering these words. Shortly after Lin-Yi and White Fang had caused a ruckus at the root, White Fang had promoted Lin-Yi to team leader of the 3rd Umbu division. The Hokage was aware of Lin-Yi's capabilities and raised no objections, primarily because the individual who often contested such matters was now under Lin-Yi's thumb and dared not voice dissent. Thus, Lin-Yi had transitioned from addressing the badger, the actual squad leader, as such, to having the badger now refer to him as the leader. Let us depart. His previously homeward-bound steps shifted direction. Umbu missions were not like ordinary tasks. They required immediate readiness, with little time for preparation. This time, you won't be joining us. Just come with me. The badger shook his head. He would have preferred to accompany Lin-Yi, but his strength did not permit it. Lin-Yi raised an eyebrow and followed behind the badger as they sprinted towards the Hokage building. Moments later, they revealed themselves at the entrance of the Hokage building and stepped inside. Lord Hokage, the messenger team leader has arrived. The badger half-kneeled in report. And upon the 3rd Hokage's nod, he vanished in an instant. Lin-Yi? At that moment, Lin-Yi had yet to don his mask and attire. Upon hearing the familiar voice, he turned to see a figure adorned in yellow and white. Minato? Lord Jiraiya. He first acknowledged Minato and then nodded gently to Jiraiya beside him. A few years prior, Jiraiya had remained outside the village following the end of the war and seemed to have just returned not long ago. All right, we can catch up later. The aged voice of Saratobi Hiruzen interrupted as he set his pipe aside. This is the target of our mission. Lin-Yi and Minato straightened their expressions and accepted the scroll. The land of Earth. Are they making moves again? Previously, Lin-Yi had experienced the longest and most perilous mission, which involved infiltrating the rock village for intelligence. Indeed, this task has been ongoing. It was merely a matter of finding the right candidates. Originally, Shimo could have handled it, but he recently found himself embroiled in a scandal. At this moment, the third Hokage does not wish to elevate Shumo's reputation any further. Coincidentally, with Jiraiya's return to the village, he became the ideal candidate for this mission. Jiraiya, I trust in your strength. Minato's flying thunder god ensures mobility, and Lin Yi has had previous encounters with our target. Therefore, I entrust this mission to you all. Hiruzen's voice, tinged with age, resonated as the three nodded in agreement. At the border of the land of fire and the land of grass, Lin Yi chuckled as he journeyed through the forest. Looks like you've finally gotten your wish. Minato, with a wry smile, shook his head. This kind of wish fulfillment is best kept to a minimum. Oh, by the way, Lin Yi, have you ever faced the Four Tails and Five Tails? Quite impressive. Jiraiya, leading the way, turned his head with a slightly exaggerated expression. Indeed, our mission this time is to investigate the movements of the Jinchuriki from the land of Earth. Typically, Jinchuriki are kept under strict watch within their villages, yet the two from the land of Earth have been emerging sporadically. Isn't that likely to drive other nations to madness? Hence, the three of them were dispatched for this investigation: Jiraiya, Minato, and Lin Yi. This configuration represented the pinnacle of Konoha's elite operatives capable of independent action. Even if they encountered two-tailed beasts simultaneously, while victory was uncertain, retreat would remain a viable option. As long as they could ascertain that their intentions were not directed towards the land of fire, they could let them roam freely. However, if their objectives were indeed hostile, preparations must be made in advance. Lord Jiraiya, you jest, Lin Yi replied with a resigned smile. We know our own circumstances. Our team was once chased like frightened dogs. And I only fought the Five Tails Jinchuriki, ultimately escaping through feigned death. Lin Yi did not withhold the truth. During missions, teammates are those with whom one entrusts their life and back. Boasting to them only invites personal suffering. Even so, that was still quite an accomplishment. Jiraiya did not underestimate Lin Yi. Instead, he held him in even greater esteem. To have two Jinchuriki pursuing you, and to remain behind with one while ensuring your teammates' safety, even if it meant faking death, is remarkable. As for specific intelligence, I have not witnessed complete tailed beast transformation, but in their normal and half-transformed states, the Five Tails Jinchuriki can utilize steam. Before Jiraiya could speak, Lin Yi proactively shared all the information he possessed. Steam? Jiraiya and Minato inquired in unison. Yes, Lin Yi affirmed. He is encased in armor that enhances his speed, physical techniques, and damage through steam. In a half-tailed beast state, he is enveloped in a chakra cloak, which grants him exceptional recovery and defensive capabilities, as well as the ability to unleash small-tailed beast bombs. Tailed beast bombs. Minato's eyes shifted slightly at this revelation. As for the Four Tails, we sensed a wave of heat at the time. The steam from the Five Tails did not evoke the same intensity, leading me to deduce that the Four Tails likely excels in fire-style ninjutsu. Jiraiya nodded in comprehension. Then, let us proceed at full speed. Chapter 28. The battle with the Five Tails within the borders of the Earth Country. Barren rocky peaks rose and fell, the air shimmering with waves of heat. So, you're from Konoha, are you? A deep voice resonated before them. Lin Yi and his companions gazed tensely at the two Jinchuriki before them. They had barely approached when they were already detected. They had intended to explain themselves, but their words fell on deaf ears, leaving them no choice but to engage in combat. Kid, you're still alive? The Five Tails Jinchuriki, Han, recognized Lin Yi, narrowing his eyes. His towering figure exuding an overwhelming presence. It seems you have grown complacent, Han. The Four Tails Jinchuriki, Otsutsuki, stood at half Han's height yet matched his imposing aura. Han let out a low grunt, tightening the mask over his mouth, his voice muffled as he replied, It's not too late to settle this today. In an instant, a flurry of shuriken was hurled toward Otsutsuki and Han. Lava release, boil release, molten rock and scalding steam deflected the shuriken that approached them. With such basic skills, you dare confront us? Before he could finish, a glimmer appeared, and a sharp blade was almost at Otsutsuki's throat. My heavens, Lord Minato. Otsutsuki felt a sticky sensation as a dark red chakra encircled his neck. In the next moment, a gigantic lava bomb, the size of a human head, was launched toward Minato. As the scorching wind rushed in, Minato vanished from his spot, reappearing beside Lin Yi and Jiraiya. Fire release, great fireball technique. Jiraiya melded oil and fire in his mouth, sending a massive wave of intense flames toward the two Jinchuriki. Playing with fire in front of us? The two Jinchuriki showed no concern, their chakra surging as they charged directly into Jiraiya's wall of fire. Boom! The firewall was torn apart, creating two large holes, causing Jiraiya to step back slightly as he dispelled his technique. Earth release, earth flow wall. A massive wall, extending for dozens of meters, blocked the fireball expelled by Otsutsuki. Jiraiya then leaped high into the air, his wild white hair instantly elongating, ensnaring Han's robust form. Beside him, Otsutsuki attempted to break free. With style, with style, with style, with style. Two nearly 1 meter long blades appeared before Otsutsuki, slashing furiously. Meanwhile, Lin Yi opened his crimson eyes, brandishing dual blades as he struck from behind Otsutsuki. Slash. Otsutsuki's pupils constricted as he quickly wrapped himself in tailed beast chakra, but the relentless onslaught cleaved through his protective layer as though it were mere cloth. On the other side, Han struggled violently against Jiraiya's hair binding, steam billowing from his trachea. Yet, He could not break free from the grip of the hair. Minato. A shuriken suddenly appeared before Han's eyes. Not good. Instinctively, Han tilted his head back, narrowly avoiding Minato's strike aimed at his throat. Such swift movement, still. Han's gaze turned grave as he looked at Minato. In the next moment, Han's body swelled. Meanwhile, Otsutsuki, overwhelmed by the pressure from the world and Lin Yi, also unleashed his full power. Black and red chakra spread across his body, and unlike the half-tailed beast transformation Lin Yi had encountered before, two gigantic beasts towered over the trio, gazing down upon them with disdain. Roar, 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 the game is over. If you wish to defeat us, bring the 9 tails. Instantly. Their momentum coalesced as the two-tailed beasts opened their mouths, a torrent of chakra converging toward the center, gathering, condensing, swirling. In mere seconds, the Jinchuriki had formed tailed beast balls several times larger than those Lin Yi had previously faced. The spicy sauce of the cafeteria. The imposing figure of the Platinum Star emerged. I am not the same as before. Lin Yi surged forward rather than retreating, teleporting to the top of the 5 tails head. Aura, 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 aura. The massive fist of the Platinum Star rained down upon Mu King's head. As the punches fell like raindrops, Mu King let out a lamenting wail as his mouth slowly pressed down. The tailed beast ball was squeezed into an oval shape under the pressure of his jaws. Meanwhile, Jiraiya swiftly bit his finger. Summoning technique. As the smoke dissipated, a giant toad, comparable in size to a tailed beast, appeared. Fire release. Toad oil fireball. The colossal toad opened its mouth, unleashing a surge of toad oil like crashing waves. Jiraiya stood atop its head, igniting the oil with flames, transforming a narrow stream of fire into a cascading waterfall of flames. The 4 tails had no choice but to spread its arms wide. Minato clenched his jaw, gripping the shuriken tightly. Lin Yi was right. It truly is impenetrable. Yet, his year-long devised technique still showed no progress. Chakra alone cannot yield sufficient lethality. Wait a minute, the tailed beast ball. Minato's eyes brightened slightly. He had long desired to develop a highly lethal, instantaneous ninjutsu that required no hand signs. It had merely been a concept until now, but gazing at the tailed beast balls swirling in the mouths of the 2 beasts, inspiration surged forth in his mind. Boom! A colossal explosion drew the attention of the group. Mu King's mouth was finally smashed shut, the tailed beast ball detonating within, sending the massive figure crashing to the ground. However, Han, looking pale, quickly used chakra to repair Mu King's form and stood up once more. Damn it, they're back. Lin Yi's expression changed as he dashed outward. The tailed beast ball was barely stabilized. Before it could even be unleashed, it had already gathered near its lips. If he dared to attack, the backlash would be enough to consume him. The 4 tails also slowly opened its arms, revealing the tailed beast ball that was overflowing within. Minato, let's go. Jiraiya slapped Minato on the back. Minato nodded instantly, pulling Jiraiya to Lin Yi's side, placing a hand on Lin Yi's shoulder as they vanished from the scene. Boom, boom, boom. Miles away, the 3 gazed at the mushroom cloud rising in the distance. So this is the power of the tailed beasts? Minato's face paled slightly. Kushina's vessel still holds the strongest power. Teacher, shall we continue? Minato turned to Jiraiya for guidance. Jiraiya waved his hand dismissively. This is sufficient. They should be unrelated to Konoha. Otherwise, we wouldn't have found them here. If we provoke them further, it would be tantamount to initiating a confrontation. The 2 had essentially gathered all necessary intelligence. The mission could be deemed complete. Although the reason for the 2 Jinchuriki's unruly behavior remained unclear, as long as they did not venture into the land of fire, Konoha would prefer their erratic movements. After all, it was merely an investigation into the 2 Jinchuriki, not a pursuit to the death. The return journey was naturally less rushed. Teacher, I have gained further insight into that ninjutsu. Oh, really? Jiraiya replied while licking an ice pop he had purchased in the land of grass. Ninjutsu? What ninjutsu? Lin Yi, also savoring a strawberry-flavored pop, stepped beside Minato, placing a hand on his shoulder and pulling him closer to inquire. Well, it's an offensive ninjutsu. Once I develop it, Lin Yi, you will surely witness it. By your tone, I presume I shall be the first to face it. Lin Yi's lips twitched slightly. Chapter 29, The Development of New Ninjutsu by the Straight Man Watergate Old Man. Here is the mission report. Jiraiya casually picked his ear while tossing a scroll to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Despite being a teacher, he exhibited a lack of composure. Sarutobi set aside his pipe, shaking his head with a wry smile. Is there no immediate threat to Konoha? As he unfurled the scroll, he quickly noted Jiraiya's concluding remarks. It seems they are merely frolicking outside. Watergate scratched his glimmering golden hair, a hint of embarrassment flickering across his face. In truth, those 2 Jinchuriki hadn't made any effort to hide. They were either rushing here or wandering off in another direction every day. With this thought, Watergate discreetly cast a glance at his teacher, Jiraiya. It felt somewhat similar. Watergate, what are you staring at? Jiraiya's voice feigned steadiness. In nothing, Jiraiya-sensei. All right, then I shall trouble you with the task at hand. The 3rd Hokage smiled as he handed a reward to Jiraiya, though a sliver of apprehension lingered in his heart. He was reluctant to intervene as long as there was no threat to Konoha. In a tranquil corner of Konoha, a solitary tower stood tall, guarded silently by masked Umbu. Even under the bright sun, Kushina felt an oppressive weight in her heart. Raising her eyes to the window, at last, the figure she had longed for appeared before her. Watergate. She could hardly contain her excitement as she burst through the door and dashed outside. Calm down, Jinchuriki. Two cloaked umbu swiftly positioned themselves in front of Kushina. Her crimson hair billowed, and her formidable presence even made the umbu tremble slightly. Did I not tell you that I would be training sealing techniques with Watergate today? With that, she charged past the two, not glancing back. She seized the man before her. Ah, just as I expected, Watergate. You've managed to time your mission so perfectly. Let us continue our training in sealing techniques. By the way, how did you master it so quickly? Most of the Uzumaki clan takes ages to learn, yet you grasped it in an instant. Watergate gazed at the chattering red-haired girl with a smile, but his expression dimmed slightly upon recalling the beast within her. All right, let us resume our training. I will be quite strict. Kushina stamped her foot, pointing her finger to the sky, her energy contrasting sharply with her previous eagerness. Apologies, Kushina, but today, I must train elsewhere. What? Kushina's smile faltered, yet she quickly forced a grin. It's fine. If you don't wish to learn sealing techniques, I can accompany you in learning other ninjutsu. I'm sorry. Then, where are you going to train? Is it again with that Uchiha Hate? You promised me. Kushina's eyes began to redden. If you dislike me and don't want to be with me, you can just say so. Watergate felt a pang in his heart. The words to stay hung on his lips. It wouldn't be a problem to spend today with Kushina, would it? However, Jiraiya-sensei would soon leave. And Hate was available today. If you must stay behind, you want to even be able to break through the Beast's defenses. Hate's words echoed in his mind. I'm sorry, Kushina. I wish to master the power that can protect you. Watergate steeled himself, turning away and waving his hand. Kushina instinctively pursued him. But as she reached a circle marked by a red line, her shoulder was halted by someone. You've crossed the boundary, Jinchuriki. Kushina's eyes narrowed. Chakra beginning to surge within her. She recalled what Mito had told her. Happiness must be fought for, and even as a vessel, one can still accept love. In the next instant, sealing chains ensnared the umbu before her. At the third training ground, after some maneuvering, only Jiraiya, Hate, and Watergate remained. Hate regarded Watergate as if he were a fool. You had arranged to learn sealing techniques with Kushina today, yet you come to seek me and the old man. Jiraiya-sensei? Are you all right? Hey, Hate. Were you just going to call him the old white-haired man? A hashtag formed on Jiraiya's forehead. So what? Your master is also white-haired. But Shikaka-sensei would never peep at girls bathing. Yet, recalling his master's infamous 1,000 years of pain, Hate quickly amended his thought. He probably wouldn't. That was for research, having completed their mission ahead of schedule. The three of them did not need to endure hardships on their return journey, while staying at an inn in the land of grass. Hate discovered that the old man had a penchant for peeking at the women's baths. Henceforth, Jiraiya became known to him as the old white-haired man. However, since you are all here, can you provide me some insights into this ninjutsu? I wish to develop it as soon as possible. Hate rolled his eyes in exasperation. This hopeless straight man is beyond saving. Then let us get started. Jiraiya declared enthusiastically. All right. The golden hair shimmered in the breeze, and the next moment, an explosive sound resonated. Boom. Nyua. Hate was startled, instinctively deactivating his Sharingan as he gazed at the crater left in the ground, his mouth twitching slightly. ISNT this. Quite good already. Not quite. Watergate shook his head. I can only barely stabilize it now, but it will soon spiral out of control and explode. And the damage is not what I expected. With that, Watergate began to gather chakra once more. The third training ground echoed with a cacophony of booms. What a war-torn training ground. Hate and Jiraiya stood aside, watching Watergate tirelessly destroy public property. Suddenly, Hate raised an eyebrow, sensing something familiar. Tailed Beast Bomb? Just as expected of Hate, Watergate flashed beside them, exhaling deeply as he sat down. It was after battling the Tailed Beast that the Tailed Beast Bomb inspired me to further develop this ninjutsu. So you intend to manually create a Tailed Beast Bomb? One could say that. Watergate scratched his head, feeling somewhat shy. The current issue is stability, correct? Indeed. I hope this technique can stabilize in my hand until I need to release it upon others. As for its power, it must at least breach the defenses of a tailed beast. Oh, you bear grudges quite well? Hate blinked. Understood. Stability, sufficient force to breach the tailed beast's defenses. And it must be a non-hand seal ninjutsu. Moreover, I plan to use you as my first opponent. Hiki, Watergate, you're quite the challenge. With you, I feel invigorated. I envisioned gathering chakra through rotational force, but have failed every time. Watergate chuckled ruefully, shaking his head. Ah, I've got it. Jiraiya clapped his hands, drawing both of their attention. How could I, as your teacher, allow you two juniors to discuss this alone? Allow me to guide you with the wisdom of the sage of Mount Mayaboku. They will surely be in awe of my brilliance. Ha ha. Hate looked at the old white-haired man lost in his own fantasies. Do share, will you? Chapter 30. The whirling Euro popsicle inspires Lin Yi and Jiraiya to develop the dual rotation technique that is the direction of the rotation. Jiraiya proclaimed, closing his eyes and adopting a serious demeanor. Direction? Lin Yi and Minato simultaneously expressed their confusion. Indeed. It is because I have always refined my chakra in a clockwise manner. Why? Both Lin and Minato inquired simultaneously. Ah, that is because. Jiraiya slowly raised his hand and pointed to his own hair. The whirl on my head rotates to the right. Both Minato and Lin were momentarily speechless. I knew he wouldn't be able to articulate anything profound. Lin sighed in resignation. How could a normal person possibly notice which way their hair is swirling? Observing Minato's equally bewildered expression, Lin couldn't help but marvel at Minato's exceptional talent in having such a teacher. Then which way am I supposed to rotate? Lin questioned incredulously. Isn't this superstitious? Well, it's worth a try. I found it easier to refine ninjutsu this way in the past, Jiraiya asserted confidently. Then glanced down at Minato's head. His expression fell. Why do you have two whirls on your head? Huh? Minato was equally taken aback. One spins to the left, and the other to the right, Jiraiya observed, widening one eye as he scrutinized the whirls atop Minato's head. Then, which way should I mobilize my chakra? Lin slapped his forehead in exasperation. Only Minato would trust Jiraiya this much. Minato, perhaps it's about speed. Speed? Minato lifted his head, questioning. Yes, I just thought of it. If it's unstable, it could be a matter of speed, much like a spinning top, Lin elaborated. Mimicking a whipping motion. When the speed of rotation is insufficient, the top wobbles and skitters about, but with enough speed, it stabilizes. Minato nodded, seemingly grasping the concept. Regardless, this explanation was far more credible than Jiraiya's. With that, he extended his hand, gathering chakra, and just as it began to dissipate, his other hand also formed chakra. Striking the chakra sphere, it stabilized. Gazing at the chakra energy sphere spinning steadily in his hand, Minato's face lit up with excitement. I did it. Instinctively. He loosened his other hand, causing the chakra sphere to swell rapidly. Quick, dodge. It's going to explode. Jiraiya's face reflected sheer terror. A moment later, both Minato and Jiraiya stared at Lin, who lay collapsed nearby, then glanced at the newly formed crater in the distance. Thanks to you, Lin. Jiraiya expressed his gratitude, though a sense of unease gripped him. What just happened? I didn't react in time. And no problem, Lin mumbled. Stuffing a soldier pill into his mouth and waving his hand dismissively. It's stabilized, but I can't release it normally, and I need my other hand to maintain it. Though Jiraiya's ideas were often questionable, he still possessed a fundamental level of discernment as one of the legendary three ninjas. At the very least, it had stabilized. Minato was not disappointed. Progress was a positive outcome. The trio sat down once more, and Jiraiya opened a pack of popsicles. Minato, which side would you like? I'm fine with either. Here, Jiraiya casually handed a popsicle to Minato, then shot a sideways glance at Lin. Sorry, kid. You don't get one. If you want it, buy it yourself. How childish, Lin rolled his eyes. However, Minato suddenly froze in place. If I maintain one hand, the single rotation is unstable. What if I try both sides simultaneously? He then extended his hand, conjuring a brilliant energy sphere that spun continuously. Unlike before, the internal rotation shifted from a single direction to two opposing directions. The two forces struck against each other like whips, stabilizing while continually accelerating. It's taking shape. Jiraiya exclaimed in delight. What does that have to do with you? Lin shot Jiraiya a sidelong glance. Let us call it. Minato beamed as he gazed at the energy sphere in his hand. The whirling Euro popsicle dual rotation technique. What a lengthy name. Indeed, it's quite cumbersome. Jiraiya nodded in agreement, his head drooping. Well, since the development of the new technique is nearly complete, I'll prepare for new missions. Just returned. And the old man doesn't treat me like a human. Jiraiya grumbled as he bid farewell to the two. You two should also take a break after just completing a mission and developing a new ninjutsu. All right, old white hair. Sure thing, Jiraiya-sensei. Once Jiraiya departed, Lin turned to the eager Minato. Let us not fight today. Okay, Minato scratched his head, not pressing the issue further. Observing the excitement on Minato's face, Lin exhaled in resignation. It felt akin to recruiting a new, powerful hero in a game. It was impossible not to want to try it out immediately. Fine. Let us head to the woods over there to train. We should avoid the third training ground. I'm worried the Hokage will make us pay for damages. Next to the Hatake clan, right? Next to your home, Lin retorted. Not wishing to dismantle the woods surrounding the Hatake estate. As the two gathered their belongings and prepared to step out, they heard a rustling from the woods outside the training ground. Suddenly, a flash of vibrant red hair emerged. Kushina, Minato exclaimed, astonished. Why are you here, Kushina? Isn't it dangerous? Lin, understanding the situation, stepped back a little, quietly observing. It's... Lord Third said that I could come out for a stroll today, Kushina stammered, awkwardly fabricating an excuse. Ah, that makes sense. I was wondering why I didn't see any guards. Lin noted. You're finished, Minato. Really, Lin remarked, patting Minato on the head. That is not important. Kushina interrupted, her expression shifting to seriousness. She suddenly bent down, her hair cascading down like a red waterfall. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that to you. Minato hesitated for a moment, feeling guilty as he lowered his head. It's not your fault. I failed to keep our training promise. Lin nodded in agreement, that's right. However, I'm willing to break our promise to develop this ninjutsu, and it's precisely for your sake. For me? Kushina's eyes widened with delight as she pointed to herself. Yes, during the previous mission, I witnessed the peril of the tailed beasts and understood the burdens you bear. Kushina. Thus, I developed this technique to enhance my power, allowing me to protect you. Minato did not voice the latter part of his thought, but Kushina had already leaped into his arms. Lenny smiled like a proud father, nodding as he prepared to turn away. Perfect timing. He could run off for a sparring match. However, just then, a wave of malevolent chakra surged forth, a familiar sensation causing Lin Yi to turn around immediately. Is it the Nine Tails? Chapter 31. Hockey Gate, you rascal. The resplendent golden figure burst forth from behind Lin Yi. Muda. A powerful fist intercepted the tail, aimed at Minato. Minato, stop dawdling. We cannot allow the tailed beast to spiral out of control. If the Nine Tails rampages through the hidden leaf village, the consequences would be dire. The most critical issue is that Kushina and Minato will be irreparably affected. It's akin to being caught in a high school romance, not only exposed but also rendezvousing in the principal's office sofa. Right. Minato immediately reacted, evading the oncoming tailed beast chakra in a flash. He swiftly formed hand seals and pressed against Kushina's abdomen. For symbol seal. Instantly, the Nine Tails within Kushina felt the previously loosened seal strengthen significantly, enhancing the four symbols seal with one's own intent. Since the time of the first Hokage, I have yet to witness such a phenomenon. The Nine Tails roared incessantly, attempting to manipulate Kushina's mind. Release me. Acquire my power. Those who imprison you are but mere chickens and dogs. Within the realm of the mind, the sealing chains were being relentlessly severed one by one. Meanwhile, in the external world, the two tails that had spread out were being tightly restrained, and Lin Yi was straining to contain them. Is this the power of the Nine Tails? This is merely a portion of its release, yet it rivals the active half-tailed transformations of the Four Tails and Five Tails. Minato, hurry, Lin Yi urged, unable to suppress his anxiety. Subduing is far more critical than conquering. If it were an enemy, he could unleash his full force without hesitation, but this was Kushina. He couldn't strike, nor could he dare draw a weapon. Why? She's merely a vessel. With your potential, why do you concern yourself with this human of the Uzumaki clan? The Nine Tails' voice penetrated the sealing technique, reaching Minato's ears. The setting sun bathed Minato's shining golden hair in hues of crimson. He gazed deeply into Kushina's chakra-enshrouded eyes. Because she is my beloved. Kushina is a strong person, and her heart is even more resilient than mine. I cherish her, and for that reason, I cannot lose her. In the realm of the mind, tears glistened in Kushina's eyes. At that moment, her expression shifted, and countless chains rose behind her, binding towards the Nine Tails. And shaking a tree, the Nine Tails roared. For reasons unknown, a mysterious foul odor suddenly invaded its being, inciting the solitary fox into a fury. The visage of the girl before it began to merge with that of the wretched woman from the past. You think you're superior? You prideful being. Fine. You possess inner strength, yet I, who have provoked no one, must suffer daily confinement. A tailed beast ball swiftly coalesced in its mouth. How to defend against a zero-frame initiation? Outside, Kushina's chakra surged dramatically. Soon, a fifth tail emerged beside Lin Yi's head. A sixth, a seventh. What have you done, Minato? Jiraiya, who had just arrived at the Hokage's office, halted his steps and immediately turned back. Lin Yi watched as the chakra tails relentlessly charged towards Minato. With no other choice, he relinquished the two chakra tails in his grasp, retreating to shield Minato from the impending assault. Muda 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 muda. The crimson Sharingan spun wildly in Lin Yi's eyes, locking onto the Nine Tails' tail attack. This is bad. Kushina has completely transformed into a half-tailed beast. The half-human, half-fox creature extended its claws toward Minato. Dodge. Kushina's voice echoed in the mental realm. Naturally, Minato noticed the claws rushing toward him. However, if he were to withdraw, the nearly completed sealing technique would be rendered futile. His sharp blue eyes brimmed with determination as chakra began to flow more steadily and swiftly. Spin. Refine. The claws consumed more of his field of vision. Tear off the vestments. Tear off the lining. Abruptly, they halted at Minato's chest. Cafeteria sauce, Muda, Platinum Star, World. Time cease. For the world had already experienced a time stop during Minato's development of ninjutsu. This was Lin Yi's first instance of utilizing time stop consecutively within a short span. And just as he intended to employ it again, he felt resistance. No, if the world experiences another time stop now, I will surely exhaust myself. In simpler terms, the internal cooldown was rather long, forcing it would require an even greater expenditure of chakra. Birds in the sky froze mid-flight. Hola. The claws imbued with malevolent energy were struck aside by the Platinum Star's punch. In the next moment, the startled birds resumed their motion. And Minato witnessed the claws that had been aimed at him abruptly flung aside. Beside him lay Lin Yi, who had collapsed on the ground. Thank you, Lin Yi. In the mental realm, Kushina, unable to bear the sight any longer, was in tears. You need to go. Minato, just go. In the next instant, Kushina felt herself being lifted. No, it wasn't just a feeling. She opened her reddened eyes to behold a head of shining golden hair. Such a familiar sensation, just like that night. I will not leave. A gentle voice resonated, bringing an overwhelming sense of security. Following that, Minato gently set the weary Kushina down. With outstretched hands, a constantly rotating sphere rapidly expanded. His sharp gaze fixated on the towering beast before him. I will absolutely not allow Kushina to Minato leapt into action, unleashing a multitude of sealing techniques and chains alongside his form toward the Ninetales. It's up to you. The sphere, accompanied by the sealing technique, crashed down upon the Ninetales' head, fiercely clashing against the tailed beast ball it had expelled. The surrounding chains swiftly bound the Ninetales once more. You human. Boom. Konoha Hospital. Minato groggily opened his eyes to a familiar ceiling. Huh? Jiraiya-sensei? Lady Tsunade? Before he could speak, a vivid splash of red collided into his embrace. Kushina, are you all right? Minato looked down at the girl clinging to him. Reluctant to let go, he felt a mix of embarrassment and a sweetness that far surpassed any three-color dumpling. A weary voice broke through. The moment Kushina, caught off guard, jumped away like a startled kitten, her cheeks flushed. Ah, ha 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 ha, Linny, are you all right? Minato then noticed Linny lying on the adjacent hospital bed, awkwardly scratching his head. I survived. Linny replied weakly, feeling as though his body had been emptied, although he had made some progress since his time at the root. Utilizing the time stop a second time in such quick succession had left him utterly drained. If not for Jiraiya and Tsunade's timely arrival, Linny might have truly succumbed to chakra depletion. Linny? Linny lazily lifted his eyelids, glancing at Minato's earnest expression. I owe you 2 lives. Why 2? Because Kushina is more important to me than my own life. Even when expressing gratitude, he had to flaunt his affection. Hokigate, you rascal. Chapter 32. The Ninetales, why didn't you reflect more on your own issues after being captured by the first Hokage? By the way, Minato, what was that energy sphere-like jutsu you used? Kushina, while peeling an orange for Minato, casually tossed an unpeeled one to Linny, Tsunade, and Jiraiya. Having confirmed that everyone was safe, then took their leave. That jutsu has been in my thoughts for a while. During the last mission, I was inspired by the tailed beast ball, and with the help of teacher Jiraiya and Linny, I was able to develop it. As Minato extended his hand, a small sphere began to spin quietly in his palm. Linny, letting Platinum Star peel the orange for him, teased. Why don't you ask him what the jutsu is called? Kushina blinked, equally curious. So, what is its name? Linny watched with amusement as he savored the orange peeled by Platinum Star. Just the thought of what Minato would say next made him want to laugh. Minato proudly raised the corners of his mouth and took a deep breath. The light will top ice pop inspired the dual rotating ball. What? Kushina's long hair flared up, swirling like tentacles. That's so clutch. She shouted, and the name is so long. Didn't T. Jiraiya and Linny stop you? It seems they didn't T. Linny, do you have any suggestions? It needs to be short. Kushina quickly requested. You've come to the right person. Short names are my specialty. Let us call it one kick. What do you think? Linny pointed his finger towards the sky, a smile gracing his face. Huh? One kick? Why? They both questioned simultaneously. Because when Minato uses Flying Thunder God to teleport in front of an enemy, they would surely find it difficult to react, right? They nodded in agreement. Indeed. At that moment, if Minato shouted one kick, what would the opponent do? They would look at Minato's foot? Kushina pondered, lowering her head. Exactly. Linny snapped his fingers. If Minato then struck the enemy with his jutsu, wouldn't that be foolproof? And you must admit, the name is quite succinct. It seems there is some logic to it. Minato stroked his chin, realizing that while his name sounded cool, in a real battle there is often no time to call it out. Linny's name is both shoutable and deceptive. What kind of logic is that? Kushina punched Minato on the head. It's clearly Linny who came up with the name. Why are you hitting me? Minato rubbed his head. You're not allowed to name your jutsu with such a despicable name. Hey, what do you mean despicable? That's called strategy, all right? Linny retorted inwardly. Minato, this jutsu was created for me, right? Yes, that is correct. Minato nodded. Ugh, this orange is so sour. Linny opened his mouth to receive the orange handed to him by Platinum Star. Then, let me name it. You want mind, right? Kushina looked at Minato gently. Of course, no problem at all. Kushina walked to the window, gazing at the scenery outside. The words of Granny Mito echoed in her mind. Although the Uzumaki clan often became the material for war due to their physique, even materials could possess love. The whirlpool is flat. But when love serves as the driving force, it transforms into a spiral, and a spiral holds infinite possibilities. Let us call it the spiral ball. Kushina spoke softly. The spiral ball? Minato opened his hand, the blue sphere reflecting colors in his pupils. What a splendid name. Yet, I still think one kick. Bang. Kushina's fist struck Linny on the head, nearly making him bite his tongue. I think your opinion is incorrect. By the time the 3 of them had recovered, it was already the afternoon of the next day. Speaking of which, did Kushina cause any trouble this time? It's a bit troublesome. Minato nodded. If he hadn't realized that Kushina had sneaked out, he shouldn't even be called a ninja. Kushina, like a child, rolled up her clothes and remained silent. Linny, let us talk to the Ninetales first, then explain to the 3rd Hokage. With Minato's current sealing technique, as long as Kushina doesn't act recklessly, the Ninetales should remain sealed. Kushina not acting recklessly is somewhat possible, but expecting her to do so is rather unlikely. What promises and vows? Linny shook his head. Are you insane? I can't defeat the Ninetales. You should take the lead. Talking to the Ninetales? You might as well bring back the 1st Hokage. Of course not in the outside world, but in Kushina's spiritual realm. The Nine Tails is currently sealed, so communication should be possible. Minato quickly explained. You can enter? It should be possible. With that, Minato grasped Lin Yi's hand, placing his other hand on Kushina's lower abdomen, chakra surging. In the next moment, Lin Yi found himself alongside Minato in a vast space. Within the cage, the Nine Tails was bound by countless sealing chains. Upon seeing the two of them, it began to howl. You little brats, taking advantage of an old man's misfortune. Nine Tails, we are here to negotiate terms. I'll negotiate with Yux. It was uncooperative. Lin Yi clicked his tongue, helplessly looking at Minato. Ah, this is going to be quite troublesome. What do you want? The Nine Tails glared at the increasingly unfriendly duo, shrinking back into its cage. Spiral ball. Wooden big. A quarter of an hour later. Stop. What terms are there to discuss? The fox, under the eaves, had no choice but to lower its head. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Do not underestimate the fox when it is impoverished. Just wait. I'll outlast you. I hope you can coexist peacefully with Kushina and protect her in times of peril. Minato smiled at the great fox. In your dreams. The Nine Tails roared. You humans have imprisoned me for 100 years. Now you want me to voluntarily protect her? Lin Yi and Minato certainly could not empathize with the great fox. After all, the textbook stated that the first Hokage deemed the tailed beasts too great a threat and captured them. Beside them, Kushina was also displeased with the Nine Tails' attitude. After all, if it weren't for the Nine Tails, she could practice with Minato as she pleased. Since you were captured by the first Hokage, why don't you reflect on your own issues? Upon hearing this, the Nine Tails' entire fox face flushed red, and it suddenly stood upright, the chains rattling ominously. A gigantic fox head leaned close to the bars of the cage, fury coursing through its eyes. Why don't you reflect on your own issues after being captured by the first Hokage? XXX, Nine Tails curse. You can't defeat Senju Hashirama. Shouldn't you reflect on your own issues? You can't awaken would release. Shouldn't you reflect on your own issues? Why are you the one chosen as the Jinchuriki? Why are you in prison like me every day? Can't you find your own issues? XXX, Fox's curse. Everything is about finding your own issues. That wooden man is as big as me, and that, whatever it is, has 100 wooden men S size, yet it still shouts about how great a threat the Nine Tails is. ISNT that driving the fox mad. Lin Yi and Minato exchanged glances. Though they didn't fully comprehend, the Nine Tails' reaction was immense. Hitting where it hurts, it's truly Kushina who suffers. Chapter 33, Leading the Jonin? No interest. After a final amicable negotiation, although the Nine Tails remained reluctant to actively protect Kushina, it at least guaranteed not to deliberately destroy the seal. After all, whether confined or not, with that blonde around, the Nine Tails was aware that escape was highly improbable. Given decades of imprisonment, it recognized the distinction between being locked away and being beaten while confined. The Nine Tails, enamored yet pragmatic, understood how to make a choice. Communicating this to the third Hokage should suffice. Perhaps Kushina could enjoy greater freedom. Despite the chaos caused by Kushina's recent escapade that nearly released the Nine Tails, it ultimately remained sealed. Both Kushina and Minato's sealing techniques had improved, rendering the Nine Tails' confinement even more secure. Most importantly, it was only with Lin Yi and Minato present that the rampaging Nine Tails could be contained. Thus, the third Hokage had no reason to be displeased. It was akin to a scenario from a past life. Skipping school? A perilous endeavor. What? Your exam scores have improved? Surely, there must be a family matter at play. Next time, come to me for an excuse. I shall grant it. With a sigh of relief, Minato, having detached from the spiritual realm, found himself in the Hokage building. Sarutobi Hiruzen set down his pipe, his previously furrowed brow smoothing out. Minato and Lin Yi had matured into capable ninjas. A sudden cough from Kushina interrupted the moment. Ah. Kushina too. As anticipated, the third Hokage did not pursue the matter regarding her. Lin Yi surmised that Jiraiya had likely briefed Hiruzen beforehand. So their reiteration was merely a formality. Am I free to act now? Kushina's eyes sparkled as she leaned toward the Hokage's desk. This. Hiruzen's expression faltered. What? Minato mentioned that the Jinchuriki from the land of Earth is out and about daily. Am I not allowed to stroll around the village? Both Minato and Lin Yi felt several black lines appear on their foreheads. So, after discussing mission experiences, the only takeaway was that the Iwagakure Jinchuriki could enjoy leisure? Hokage-sama. I have faith in Kushina, Minato asserted, meeting Hiruzen's gaze with unwavering determination. Suddenly, Lin Yi felt a poke on his back. A glance revealed a cascade of red hair incessantly brushing against him. Rolling his eyes, he mused that it seemed futile to speak up. Even now, the Hokage was amiably conversing with him, likely owing to the favor of Minato's father. Reluctantly, feeling the relentless nudging of the red-haired girl, Lin Yi finally spoke. I share her sentiment. Hiruzen took a drag from his pipe and fell into a contemplative silence before finally responding. The Nine Tails cannot be equated with other tailed beasts. Kushina's vibrant red hair dimmed momentarily. However, a little leniency would not be amiss. Kushina's heart soared once more, as if on a roller coaster, now invigorated by the third Hokage's words. You're the best, old man. As the briefing reached its conclusion, Lin Yi and the others prepared to take their leave. Particularly Lin Yi, who longed for the comfort of a proper bed in the hospital, which felt both hard and cramped. especially with the constant display of affection from his companions. Minato, Lin-E, wait a moment, Hiruzen called out, halting them just as they were about to turn away. Such formal address piqued Kushina's curiosity. Minato and Lin-E had both ascended to the ranks of elite ninjas within the village. And the will of fire in Konoha had always been passed down through generations. Hiruzen squinted his eyes and continued with a smile, so, would you be interested in taking on the role of leading Jonin? No interest, came the immediate response, causing Hiruzen's face to stiffen. Listen to the Hokage's arrangements. His rigid expression softened back into a smile, grateful for Minato's presence. Very well, here is the list. They're the future of Konoha. I entrust them to you, Minato. Hiruzen handed over a document before returning to his paperwork, signaling that they could leave. Once the trio had departed, Hiruzen retrieved a scroll and slowly unfurled it. Name, Uchiha Lin-E abilities, Tsutomu Sharingan, unknown bloodline, appears capable of remote manipulation within a 10-meter radius, exhibiting great speed, strength, and precision, proficiency in Konoha-style swordsmanship. Various ninjutsu, notably lacking in large-scale destructive techniques, suggesting a deficiency in ninjutsu. Evaluation, somewhat indifferent to others, but places great importance on those he acknowledges. His strength is unfathomable. Suspected to possess lethal capabilities. If possible, foster a good relationship. Under no circumstances should you cultivate enmity. Jiraiya, noted. Unfathomable strength, indeed. Hiruzen's eyes darkened as he rolled up the scroll with a sigh, simultaneously concealing another list containing the names of 2 boys from the Sarutobi clan and a girl from the Shimura clan. What? Kakashi? As Lin-E was about to depart for home, he overheard Minato mention a familiar name. Yes, it seems Kakashi is to become my student. Even Minato couldn't resist teasing Lin-E at that moment. Kakashi would refer to Lin-E as senpai and subsequently call Minato sensei. Would that not make Minato his superior? Although his age exceeded Lin-Yi's considerably, it was curious that after all these years, Minato felt no sense of that disparity unless he actively pondered it. Of course, I am a time traveler. This thought, of course, Minato could not hear. And what are the other 2? Lin-E shot a glance at Minato before continuing his inquiry. One is named Noera-Rin, and the other Uchiha Obito. Ah, Obito is of your clan. Kakashi, Obito, Rin. Is this mere coincidence? Lin-E narrowed his eyes. Kakashi was his junior, and Obito, being both of his clan and a friend to Kakashi, seemed to suggest a deliberate alignment toward the Hokage lineage. Minato was a student of the 3rd Hokage and a friend. Utilizing Minato as a bridge was indeed a wise choice. What is wrong, Lin-E? Minato inquired. Noticing Lin-Yi's sudden silence. Observing the pair before him, Lin-E suddenly smiled. When the time comes for Shikaka-sensei to vie for the position of Hokage, it remains uncertain which side he will take. No worries. I shall refrain from being a 3rd will any longer. I shall return to rest. Should I inform Kakashi of this? Minato pondered for a moment before replying, no need. We shall gather everyone later, and perhaps give him a surprise then. For Kakashi, the notion of his blonde friend becoming his teacher might not be much of a surprise. Then, see you tomorrow. Minato waved goodbye, guiding Kushina alongside him. Is there something planned for tomorrow? Lin-E queried, puzzled. Training. We had agreed that if possible, you could serve as an external aide during the afternoon's team assessment. Me. An external aide? Lin-E contemplated the idea. A Kakashi accompanied by 2 freshly graduated students from the Ninja Academy would face the bright-eyed dog and the enigmatic captain of the Dark Division. It seemed rather amusing. Chapter 34, Kakashi, has my senior's blonde hair become my teacher? The following day, the 3rd training ground appeared somewhat desolate and empty. Who could it be? Surely, it must be Rin. A small boy, clad in goggles, dashed in recklessly. In the clearing, 3 figures, 1 tall and 2 shorter, simultaneously cast their gazes over Rin. In an instant, Uchiha Obito locked onto the face of one individual. The speed was such that even Lin-E, perched on a distant tree branch, felt a twinge of inferiority. I've been waiting for you. You were late on the first day of assembly. A languid voice resonated, causing Obito's previously elated expression to falter. How could I be in the same class as that guy Kakashi? However, as long as Rin is here, that is of little consequence. Apologies, I was delayed as I had to assist an elderly lady on the way here. Obito scratched his unruly hair and offered an apology to the striking Minato. No worries, Minato replied with a squint and a smile, commending the good deed. Since everyone has arrived, I shall declare, Minato's class is officially established. Let us begin with self-introductions, starting with myself. Minato glanced at the 3. Noting only one of them, Yahaba Rin, seemed particularly anxious. Kakashi merely displayed his signature deadpan expression, filled with bewilderment. Why, after having graduated so long ago and being a ch-nin, was he still required to join a squad? And to top it off, the leading j-nin turned out to be that blonde. My senior's blonde friend has become my teacher. Such a predicament is simply intolerable. Obito's eyes were fixated entirely on the girl beside him. Nervous? What could that possibly mean? Lin-E mused that he might squirm like a maggot in bed for an entire day simply because he was in the same class as that girl. I am Namikaze Minato, your future j-nin leader. I have many likes and seemingly cannot recall my dislikes at the moment. My dream? It is to become Hokage. Minato sat cross-legged on the grass of the training ground, speaking slowly, emulating the style Jiraiya had taught him. Yahaba Rin was the first to introduce herself, while Kakashi, being quicker, merely uttered his name before falling silent. After all, self-introductions were primarily meant to bridge the gap between Minato, Rin, and Obito, who had yet to familiarize themselves with him. Kakashi had known Minato since childhood, thus felt no need for further elaboration. However, to Obito, this reserved Kakashi only appeared to be a pretentious show-off. I am Uchiha Obito, and my likes are. He cast a sidelong glance at Rin before clearing his throat and glancing at Kakashi, adding that he detested arrogant individuals. My dream is to become Hokage too. If it weren't for Rin helping you study, you might not have graduated. Hokage is not a title to be taken lightly. A faint voice abruptly caused Obito's face to flush. What nonsense. Kakashi, I scored 320 on the exam, and I passed that on my own. I recall the full score was 500. Did you perhaps fail a subject? Hey. Kakashi, let us duel. All right. Minato-sensei is watching, Rin interjected, tugging at the two as she had done back in ninja school. This concession is out of respect for Minato-sensei and Rin. It is not out of fear. Obito stood stiffly, brimming with indignation. You had better not be. Moving on. Minato retrieved 2 bells from his pocket. According to tradition, this would entail a bell-grabbing exercise. Grab the bells? Obito questioned. Yes, the 3 of you will work together to face me. The goal is to seize the 2 bells I have hanging from my waist, Minato clarified with a nod. Obito suddenly comprehended but was quick to voice another question. However, why are there only 2 bells for the 3 of us? Because the one who fails to grab a bell will be sent back to the academy. Losing their Genin status, Kakashi whispered menacingly to Obito. Is that so? Obito's complexion paled slightly. He may be naive, but he was certainly not foolish. He understood that his abilities were likely inferior to Kakashi's by a hair's breadth. If Kakashi claimed 1 bell, did that mean he and Rin would have to fight for the remaining one? If he succeeded, Rin would have to return, and in that case, he would be forced to leave her behind. Regardless, he could not end up departing with Rin. Of course. Minato smiled, elongating his words. Obito's heart leaped at the implication. Not quite. There are 3 bells in total. Minato secured the 2 bells he held onto his waist. What about the remaining one? Yahaba Rin inquired curiously. The last one is with me. A voice Kakashi was most familiar with chimed in. Senior. In an instant, the 3 realized that a slightly shorter boy than Minato had positioned himself beside him. So handsome, Rin exclaimed for the second time, having first reacted similarly upon seeing Minato. However, in contrast to Minato, if he was the warm and gentle sunlight atop Hokage Rock, then Lin-E was the cool moonlight amidst the rugged cliffs. This older brother seems quite formidable. Lin-E-G. Senior, Obito and Kakashi exclaimed in unison, then exchanged glances with one another. Senior? Lin-E-G. Only Yahaba Rin blinked in confusion. What is going on? Sensing Rin's curiosity, Obito took the initiative to explain. Lin-E-G is my clansman. Our homes are relatively close to his ninja tool shop. So we became acquainted in the past. However, I always thought he was a ninja since he held no position within the clan. Yahaba Rin nodded, realizing the similarity in their black hair. Kakashi added, my senior is my father's first disciple and the only one at that. At this revelation, Rin was genuinely astonished. Who was Kakashi's father? The White Fang of Konoha, who, as the 3rd Hokage aged, was subtly regarded as the strongest shinobi in Konoha. To be the sole disciple of such a figure? Yet, Kakashi had never mentioned this before. Minato did not rush to interrupt them but instead waited for their conversation to conclude before informing them of the rules. All right, you have 30 minutes to prepare. You may set traps and devise strategies. Ultimately, obtaining the 3 bells from Lin-E and me will signify your success. Be mindful, however. If you fail to secure a bell, the consequences will be severe. With that, he and Lin-E vanished, leaving only a lingering voice behind. In 30 minutes, we will enter through the gate of the 3rd training ground. Obito's expression darkened once more. The good news is there are 3 bells. The bad news is that failure still means returning to the academy. Kakashi, if Lin-E-G is your senior, how formidable is he? Minato-sensei is a J-nin leader, and his prowess is beyond question, undoubtedly impressive. That means I must devise a plan using my clansmen. We should pick the softer fruit, as they say. Don't even think about it. My senior is an Umbu J-nin. To my knowledge, 6 months ago, the results of a sparring match between Minato-sensei and my senior were predominantly victories for him. An Umbu J-nin. Chapter 35, Smash Naruto. Utilize the 1,000 years of pain. How is it that Lin-E possesses such remarkable prowess, yet I have never heard of him? Obito found it hard to believe. The Umbu is a concept that represents elite shinobi to freshly graduated genin. It is akin to a rookie encountering an ace special forces operator. Umbu Jounin. They're the Sea Army de la Sea Army. Yet, if Lin-E truly possesses such strength, how could I, as his neighbor, be entirely oblivious? There are no legends of Lin-E within the school either. Could it be that Kakashi is deceiving me? You would be right not to know, Kakashi remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Obito. Currently, my senior brother is somewhat of an open secret within the Umbu, especially since we are considered comrades. It is of no consequence if you learn of it. He joined the Umbu on the very day of his graduation. What? He joined the Umbu immediately after graduating? Obito leapt up, What kind of monster is this? Both graduated, yet one joins the Umbu while the other is off chasing cats. The disparity is immense, Rin gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. However, if Lin Yi possesses such power, it is illogical that neither his family nor the school speaks of him. One could argue that his family might have kept it under wraps due to his early entry into the Umbu, but what about the school? Surely, if he graduated and instantly joined the Umbu, he must have been top of his class every year. Oh, that was because my senior brother graduated after just over a year, breaking records in the process. His contemporaries had little chance to know him, even with his mask on. Obito sensed the mirth radiating from Kakashi. Naturally, since my brother's records overshadowed mine, you would only be aware of my achievements. This is something Kakashi takes great pride in. Damn it, he has outshone me again. Obito stomped his foot in frustration. Enough of this. Let us not waste time at the back of the pack. Kakashi ceased teasing Obito and spoke earnestly. The reason I share so much is to convey that seeking shortcuts is futile. If you wish to avoid returning to the Ninja Academy, heed my instructions. Understood, Kakashi. Rin nodded vigorously. Got it, Obito replied, turning away with a huff. Speaking of which, Lin Yi, do you think this will leave a shadow on them? On a branch, Minato twirled a kunai while addressing Lin Yi beside him. Lin Yi shot him an exasperated glare before closing his eyes once more to gather his thoughts. You called for me, didn't you? Moreover, even if they don't succeed, you wouldn't send them back home. Lin Yi was well aware of Minato's intentions, leaving a shadow upon them. Even if it were just Minato alone, he would not need the Flying Thunder God or Rasengan to instill doubt in their abilities. After all, Lin Yi's skills were perfectly suited for this type of training. Indeed, this is both a trial and a practice session. The Platinum Star could effortlessly toss around an off-road vehicle brimming with passengers. Such strength allows for an onslaught of punches without causing fatal harm. With Lin Yi's current capabilities, the Platinum Star could contend against tailed beasts without faltering. Yet, he could also be precise enough to shatter the shell of an egg without damaging its contents. It was precisely because of years of sparring with Lin Yi that Minato knew of his terrifying precision, prompting him to invite Lin Yi for this test. It was evident that Minato regarded those three as his students rather than merely as a team of jounin. Time's up. Lin Yi opened his eyes and vanished in an instant. Why is he in such a hurry? Minato shook his head and hurried to follow. At the entrance of the third training ground, Lin Yi stepped forward, only to be met with a barrage of shuriken flying towards him. To the left are explosive tags, and to the right, spikes from the ground. Surely, this will give Lin Yi some trouble. From dozens of meters away, Obito held his goggles with both hands, grinning maliciously. Yet, in the next moment, his expression froze. How is this possible? Lin Yi did not evade to the left or right as expected, but simply walked straight ahead. All the shuriken seemed to collide with an invisible wall of air 2 meters from his body, falling to the ground in defeat. Kakashi sighed, shaking his head in disbelief. It was futile to explain to this fool, who simply refused to believe. Damn it. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow as Obito boldly leapt forth, gesturing dramatically. Allow me to demonstrate my strongest jutsu. With that, Obito swiftly formed seals and puffed out his chest. Fire style, great fireball technique. A massive fireball hurtled towards Lin Yi, casting a shadow. Rin, execute the plan. Kakashi formed hand seals, and in shadow clone appeared, charging alongside Rin towards Minato, who had just arrived. So reckless. As the fireball entered the range of the Platinum Star, a purple, robust figure lunged forward. Aura. Sparks flew as the fireball was effortlessly dispersed. With the fireball gone, Lin Yi suddenly realized the shadow remained. Shadows do not accompany flames. Boom. A cloud of smoke erupted. Following the fireball, a projectile whizzed past Lin Yi's waist, transforming into Kakashi's form. Brother, you should be using your Sharingan. Along with his words, Kakashi extended a small hand. However, the smile on his face barely lasted a second before he felt an overwhelming force gripping his hand. Do you understand what it means to be within 2 meters? The Platinum Star strikes swiftly and accurately. That hand isn't very clean. In the next moment, Kakashi was sent flying, crashing into Obito. Apologies, that was unintentional. He dusted himself off and turned to softly address the now unwilling Obito, who rubbed his head and cast a resentful glance at Kakashi. It was hardly an accident. Oh well, it's all for Rin. On the other side, Minato, wielding a kunai, was fiercely engaged in combat with Kakashi's shadow clone and Rin. The sounds of metal clashing echoed repeatedly. Got it. Rin exclaimed excitedly, her calloused palms cradling 2 round bells. Kakashi's shadow clone instantly dissipated into a cloud of white smoke. In the training ground, Kakashi, who was in a tense standoff with Lin Yi, felt a wave of relief wash over him upon receiving his clone's message. At least it confirmed that his assumptions were correct. Obito, let us go together. My chakra is running low as well. Kakashi brandished his short blade, calling to Obito, who seemed equally on edge. You don't need to tell me. Obito accelerated, his chest swelling once more. The great fireball provided cover for Kakashi, who moved in tandem, his short blade glinting ominously. Boom. As the sparks erupted, Lin Yi finally drew his moonblade, blocking Kakashi's short dagger. Good angle, but insufficient power. Kakashi remained silent, continuing to shift his form, while Obito rushed in, yelling in excitement. Smash Furuto. The Platinum Star instantly transitioned into the magnificent and domineering world, then brought its hands together, extending its fingers towards the leaping Obito, bending slightly. The Leaf Village's ultimate technique, 1,000 Years of Pain, Naruto Edition. Chapter 36, The Watergate. If you're unwilling, let us fight again. Obito's form abruptly halted midair, as if jolted by a surge of electricity, his entire body tensing up. His face flushed crimson, and the tightly shut mouth could no longer suppress the impending outburst. A loud wail escaped him, prompting Kakashi to instinctively recoil in shock, retreating immediately. Even without witnessing the world's figure, Obito's familiar reaction was enough to reveal the torment he was enduring. Ignoring Obito's anguished cries, Kakashi took a deep breath, determined not to allow his senior to underestimate him. It was time to employ that technique. He believed his chakra reserves were sufficient for another release, albeit still imperfect. With a piercing shriek, Kakashi's palm became enveloped in surging electricity. Brother, I cannot control this technique. Be cautious. In the next instant, the blue currents morphed into sharp spikes that enveloped the tips of Kakashi's fingers. Like a flash of lightning, he darted towards Lin-E. Lin-E's eyes instantly glowed a blood red. Aura. With the combined might of the Platinum Star and the dynamic vision of the Sharingan, he deftly caught Kakashi's hand between two fingers. Was it still not enough? Feeling the weakness of his own body, Kakashi felt a wave of frustration wash over him. A tearing sound echoed as fabric ripped apart. What is this? Kakashi glanced down to see that the unleashed electricity had shredded the cloth adorned with bells. Very good, Lin-E remarked, closing his Sharingan and playfully ruffling the hair of the white-haired ninja before picking up the fallen bells and gently placing them in Kakashi's palm. What is the name of this technique? Chidori. Ah, quite impressive, indeed. The nomenclature is certainly more admirable than that of the fourth Hokage. Lin-E. I just became a teacher. Please refrain from undermining me. Watergate's voice chimed in, as Rin beside him held two bells as well. As expected of Rin, she managed to secure both bells. Obito, who had been lying on the ground groaning, sprang up at the sight of Rin, albeit in a somewhat comical and awkward manner. Oh no, Watergate-sensei is very accommodating towards me and Kakashi. This was precisely what Kakashi had surmised from the beginning. The crux of this test was to evaluate Lin-E. Watergate, upon seeing Rin, would certainly not impose excessive difficulty. As long as they met basic standards, the bells would be handed over with ease. Obito, what is wrong with you? Rin inquired with concern, noticing his limping stance. I'm fine, Rin. I'm not hurt at all. Thankfully, I sacrificed myself as bait. Otherwise, Kakashi wouldn't have been able to secure Lin-E's bells. With Rin's words, Obito felt a surge of exhilaration that temporarily overshadowed the pain in his backside. She cares for me. She holds me in her heart. This time, Kakashi did not refute him. Although he felt that securing Lin-E's bells was purely a matter of luck, he could not deny that Obito had, in fact, contributed positively to their success, surpassing Kakashi's expectations. Very well, Watergate said, gently clapping his hands together. Since everyone has passed the test, let us celebrate. It's nearly noon, and I shall treat you all to barbecue. Hooray! Obito exclaimed, hopping up while clutching his backside. On their way to the barbecue restaurant, Obito suddenly remembered something. Watergate-sensei, what would happen if we hadn't secured the bells? Would we be sent back to the academy? Rin asked, her curiosity piqued. Although she understood that her acquisition of the bells was due to Watergate's leniency, she was still intrigued about the potential consequences of failure. Watergate pondered for a moment, glancing up. Obito and Rin awaited his answer with bated breath, and even Kakashi couldn't help but lean in. Well, if a punishment must be assigned, perhaps it would entail grilling meat for us later? The three of them exchanged incredulous glances. After lunch, Watergate enthusiastically arranged a meeting time and place for the next day with the trio before eagerly taking Lin-E aside. A brief sensation of dizziness enveloped them, and a familiar hue of red soon materialized before them. Watergate. In the next heartbeat, two figures, one red and one yellow, collided. Ah. So this is how you utilize the Flying Thunder God technique. Why did you drag me into your date with Kushina? Lin-E grumbled, feeling somewhat disgruntled, as he still needed to consult his teacher regarding a new roster from the Uchiha clan. Come on. We agreed to train together today. Watergate scratched his head, feeling a bit sheepish. His little buddy had only fed the Nine Tails in the spiritual realm so far. They hadn't engaged in real combat yet, and he was growing restless. Then why not spar with Kushina? Because I'm concerned about accidentally injuring her, right? A Jinchuriki like her. And you're worried about hurting her, Lin-E retorted, rolling his eyes. Due to the previous incident where the third training ground had been reduced to a war-torn landscape, the trio sought a more spacious venue this time. Let us go, Watergate nodded, and in the blink of an eye, he was flashing towards Lin-E. Surprise attack. What style? World successfully intercepted Watergate's figure, but this time, Watergate didn't simply throw shuriken and watch them fly aimlessly like a mechanical pitcher. Instead, he extended his right hand, summoning a brilliant blue sphere. Rasengan. World sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the attack, while Watergate wore a triumphant grin. He hurled several shuriken towards Lin-E with his left hand. In an instant, having just been engaged in battle with World, Watergate reappeared before Lin-E. Lin-E. While deflecting the incoming shuriken, remained composed. The proportion of Rasengan within his Sharingan vision steadily increased. Spicy sauce from the cafeteria. The dual blades, flung back by World, dissipated instantly. The platinum star shot out from behind Lin Yi, catching the incoming blades and swiftly pivoting to strike at Watergate. A flash of golden light illuminated the scene as Watergate evaded to the side of a shuriken that had been deflected, although he still found himself at a disadvantage. Even failing to pose any real threat to Lin Yi, this encounter was markedly improved compared to their earlier skirmishes. Indeed, the emergence of the Rasengan significantly bolstered his capabilities. Previously, Watergate had struggled to engage Lin Yi in close combat due to his extraordinary bloodline. However, with the Rasengan in his arsenal, even Lin Yi's formidable bloodline had to temporarily retreat from its brilliance. In truth, Watergate had misunderstood the situation. The Platinum Star and World were not incapable of withstanding the Rasengan. Rather, it was Lin Yi who could not afford to bear the cost. His substitutes were not bound to his physical form but instead tied to his chakra. To endure a Rasengan would require an expenditure of chakra equivalent to that of forming one. Clearly, such an endeavor was not worth the risk. After all, whether it was a standard attack or a special ability, both demanded chakra expenditure, and it was wise to evade damage whenever possible. As the sun began to set, the two combatants finally collapsed, breathless and exhausted. The once flat terrain now resembled the pockmarked surface of the moon. Chapter 37. Departing for Lulan. Bored during my vacation at home, I decided to pin some diary entries. On the first day, I indulged in shopping and television. The second day passed similarly, as I chose to watch more television and declined a sparring invitation from Minato. The third day was filled with more television. By the fourth day, I found myself reflecting, Lin Yi, how can you be so indolent? Have you forgotten your unwavering resolve to grow stronger? The fifth day came, and I watched more television, eventually agreeing to spar with Minato, who had shown remarkable progress. On the sixth day, as I gazed at the words in my diary, I finally cast the remote aside. There was nothing worthwhile to watch anyway. To put it plainly, I simply did not wish to train. This, however, did not imply that I was averse to becoming stronger. The reality was that, given my current abilities, achieving significant growth was a daunting task. Strength, as it turns out, becomes increasingly difficult to augment as one progresses. If I desired a transformative enhancement, I needed either to double my chakra reserves, allowing me to utilize time stop without collapsing, or awaken more stand abilities. The likes of the Crimson King or Killer Queen could elevate my power significantly. In simpler terms, I needed to either enhance my stats or innovate my approach. Yet, therein lay the dilemma. I was incapable of achieving either. My chakra reserves, although still growing, only allowed for marginal improvements, akin to a few extra punches from the World or Platinum. Initially, my relentless training was driven by the imperative to safeguard my life and that of my loved ones. Furthermore, the rapid growth I had experienced in the past made the current slow progress feel disheartening. Once one has tasted the exhilarating feeling of exponential growth, any minor advancement seemed trivial. Moreover, since acquiring the ability to stop time, especially in its doubled form, my confidence naturally swelled. My current invincibility felt like a debuff. At the very least, it was akin to semi-invincibility. However, yesterday, witnessing Minato's adept use of sealing techniques and Rasengan during his Flying Thunder God technique delivered a jarring realization: strength is never excessive. In this perilous world, if you do not strive to grow stronger, you will inevitably weaken. Additionally, I had the responsibility to assist my teacher in his quest to become Hokage. And with nothing yet established, I could not afford to be complacent. It would be prudent to wait until SHM assumed the Hokage mantle before relaxing my efforts. Yet, my teacher could not remain Hokage indefinitely. A thought struck me. Once he stepped down, Minato would likely seek to become Hokage himself. Assisting him in that endeavor would allow me to resume my leisurely pursuits. I shook my head, dismissing the far-fetched notion. As for my chakra, I had contemplated taking shortcuts, such as siphoning some of Kushina's Ninetales chakra. However, that was not feasible. If chakra were likened to gasoline, any fuel could ignite the engine, enabling the use of ninjutsu. The Ninetales chakra was of superior quality, akin to premium gasoline. Yet, a stand is not a power native to this world. It is, in essence, a manifestation of my spirit or soul as a traveler. In this realm, spiritual energy harmonizes with physical power to form chakra, resulting in a transformation of my stand. In a straightforward manner, my injuries would not directly affect my body but would be compensated by chakra. Conversely, the actions of my stand would be influenced not only by its own sustainability but also by the quantity of my chakra. In effect, there was an added limitation alongside the stand's cooldown timer. This presented both advantages and disadvantages. Since the essence of my stand is rooted in my soul, it naturally cannot recognize anyone else's chakra, much like pouring gasoline into a charger for a new energy vehicle. It's simply 1T work. As for increasing the number of stands, I found myself at an impasse. Initially, I sensed that the number of stands was linked to the evolution of my Sharingan. But I later realized that both the Sharingan and the stands are reflections of my spiritual strength. The increase in stands did not stem from merely awakening or evolving the Sharingan. Rather, it was the stimulation of its evolution that significantly amplified my spiritual power.
The three-tomo Sharingan could instantly transform someone who knew nothing of Genjutsu into a master of it. Yet, the challenge was that the evolution of the Sharingan requires mental stimuli. And I pondered where such stimuli might be found. I would rather remain at the double tomo level for a lifetime than risk the lives of those dear to me. It is curious how the Uchiha clan operates. Losing someone significant ignites immense power, yet possessing such power does not restore the lost. After much contemplation, I concluded that the only viable option was to train diligently. I reclined slowly, my body resembling a character from a Tai Chi stance, before abruptly springing up. Without accumulating small steps, one cannot traverse 1,000 miles. Deep down, I understood what I truly needed to do. A month later, in the courtyard, I was doing one-handed push-ups, drenched in sweat. 781, 782. Linny, a voice called from behind. I leapt up, standing tall as I opened the courtyard door. Are we training so early today? I asked, noticing Minato's astonished expression at my drenched state. It seems I have been too lax, he remarked. Well, with nothing else to do, I might as well make the most of it, I replied, wiping the sweat from my brow. With tranquility enveloping both the village and the ninja world, I was determined to seize every moment to enhance my abilities. Are we to spar now? I inquired, glancing outside and noticing the absence of Kushina. Oh no, Minato shook his head. We have a mission, raising an eyebrow. I followed him as he vanished in an instant. At the Hokage building, I learned of our task, to protect the Queen of Lulan. Despite the time-consuming nature of this escort mission, I found it acceptable, considering it an opportunity for travel. I understand, Third Hokage. However, for this mission, I would like to include Minato's team as well. Minato handed over the mission scroll for Kakashi and his comrades to Hiruzen Sarutobi. The Third Hokage glanced over the document and pondered, this task may be somewhat premature for them. Protecting a queen, even from a small nation, is undoubtedly an A-rank mission. Kakashi is an exceptional ninja, and I trust Rin and Obito will hold their own. Hiruzen inhaled deeply, exhaling slowly as he contemplated. Very well, he finally conceded, nodding slowly before sealing the mission. Jonin Minato Namikaze, Jonin Linny Uchiha, Chunin Kakashi Hitaki, Genin Rin Noera, and Obito Uchiha set forth immediately to Lulan. Chapter 38. The mysterious Lulan and the attacked leaf ninjas today. The newly opened ramen shop is offering half-price bowls. Another bowl, please, exclaimed one customer. The streets of Konoha were bustling with a long queue outside the ramen shop. Shall we have a bowl too? Linny asked, resting his hands behind his head as he turned to Minato. We don't have time, Linny. I'll treat you after the mission is over, Minato replied, scratching his head as he politely declined. Suddenly, a hand slapped Minato's shoulder armor. He turned quickly to see Jiraiya, his teacher, beckoning mysteriously. Come here, come here. Linny and Minato exchanged glances and followed the eager Jiraiya into a narrow alley. Once there, Jiraiya scanned the surroundings to ensure they were alone before extending his right hand, rapidly gathering and swirling chakra. Look, this is an energy sphere I developed over 3 years. And you mastered it in just 2 months, Jiraiya said, turning to Linny with a challenging grin. You recognize my prowess now, don't you, kid? Impressive, Jiraiya-sensei. Linny replied nonchalantly, eliciting a twitch at the corner of Jiraiya's mouth, while Minato enthusiastically supported his teacher. Exactly. I'm in the midst of learning, Jiraiya began, but was cut off by Minato. Sorry, sensei, we have urgent matters to attend to. Minato bent slightly and, with Linny, vanished from sight. Ah, urgent matters, Jiraiya muttered, watching the spiraling chakra dissipate from his palm. Back at the lively ramen shop, Minato finally spotted his 3 students. Minato-sensei. Rin was the first to notice. Minato-sensei, Linny and I. Obito and Kakashi also hurriedly joined them, asking, Are you here for ramen too, sensei? Fool. Look at what the teacher is wearing. It's obvious he is on a mission, Kakashi remarked, shaking his head. Right, Minato's team, gather up, Minato said, nodding seriously. Although he was usually approachable, he knew that missions, especially A-rank ones, required seriousness. Not having ramen anymore? Asked Shizuka, watching the departing trio. Humph. I'm off to execute a mission with the teacher, that's the way of the ninja world, Obito said, retracting his foot from the queue. How annoying. Shizuka grumbled, 3 black lines appearing on her forehead. Outside the gates of Konoha, the group checked their supplies before heading towards Lulan. Minato-sensei, what kind of place is Lulan? Obito inquired. It's a small nation located in the desert, known for its hardworking citizens, Minato replied with a smile, glancing back at Obito. Desert. Obito gasped. Images of drought, heat, and death flooded his mind. Don't worry, there are unique architectural styles in Lulan that provide cool shelter, Minato reassured him. If you get the chance, you might even take some memorable photos. I've heard Lulan has been developing rapidly in recent years. Is that so? Actually, taking pictures doesn't matter much. My main concern is the queen's safety, Obito remarked, his eyes lighting up. Photos were trivial, but the thought of taking one with Rin in a foreign-style building. No, he couldn't let his mind wander there. Things have changed quite a bit. Linny observed, recognizing Obito's hidden intentions. What's wrong, Linny and I? Obito asked as they continued, the lush forests of the Land of Fire giving way to arid grasslands. eventually transforming into an endless expanse of desert. Wow! Obito exclaimed, captivated by the sea of gold before him, removing his goggles despite the blowing sand. You may enjoy it now, but give it a couple of days, and you'll start missing Konoha, Lin E remarked, shaking his head. The desert, like the snow-capped mountains, initially broadens one's horizons with its grand vista, but eventually becomes tiresome after prolonged exposure. All right, let us pick up the pace, Minato urged as they approached Lulan, not wanting to linger in the swirling sands. A few hours later, Obito gazed at the city ahead, tilting his head back in disbelief. Is this a small nation? He asked, pointing at the towering buildings of Lulan. Lin E was equally astonished, although aware of the world's technological advancement. Seeing dozens of nearly 100-meter-high buildings left him momentarily disoriented. It had been over a decade since he had witnessed such a scene. Minato, however, felt puzzled. According to his readings, Lulan should not boast such architectural styles. Skyscrapers in the desert? Are they not satisfied with the sand? He was aware of the nation's rapid development in recent years but had not anticipated it had reached this level. The group made their way into the city. First, let us locate our mission objective, Queen Sarah, Minato instructed, positioning himself and Lin E ahead to shield the younger ones. As they entered the city, Lin E noted the small earthen walls adorned with regional colors amidst the towering structures, reminiscent of village scenes from his past life. However, an unsettling feeling began to creep in. Minato halted, turning back. It's too quiet, he remarked, sensing an eerie stillness enveloping the entire city. Boom. Huh. Lin E and Minato immediately turned towards the source of the sound, while Kakashi instinctively drew his short blade. Lin E and I will investigate what is happening, Kakashi. You take care of Obito and Rin, and take this. Minato handed Kakashi a scroll. If an emergency arises, use the kunai I've given you, and I will come at once. Understood. Kakashi nodded firmly as Lin E and Minato vanished from sight. On the sky bridge, a sudden loud crash echoed. A figure plummeted from the bridge, landing heavily on the ground, followed by several humanoid figures charging towards the fallen individual. Minato recognized the headband of a Konoha ninja on the assailed figure. Puppets? Lin Yi's eyes gleamed coldly. His innate aversion to puppet masters stemmed from his mother's past. The fallen figure, with blonde hair, swiftly wrapped a bandage around his injured leg and brandished a chakra blade. Damn it, there are too many. The closer the puppets drew, the clearer the threads in his blue pupils became. This is bad. Clang. The sound of blades rang out as two swords soared gracefully towards the puppets, while the fallen figure was swept away by an unknown individual, leaving the battlefield behind. Minato glanced down at the blonde-haired boy with blue eyes, quickening his pace. Chapter 39 Naruto, Kakashi-sensei, your child has grown so much, huh? The world shimmered as a figure wielding dual blades unleashed a flurry of strikes that nearly summoned a tempest. The strings of the puppets were instantly severed by the gleaming blades, leaving several puppets suspended midair. Incredible, did he just cut all the puppet strings in an instant? Exclaimed the blonde-haired boy, who had been cradled by Minato. As soon as he spoke, the puppets above began to tremble, and countless fissures appeared across their surfaces. In the blink of an eye, they disintegrated into fragments the size of fingernails, cascading down like snowflakes. This is too extravagant. Minato-sensei, Lin E. Kakashi. After quickly scanning the surroundings, led Rin and Obito to Lin E's side. Brother, I haven't detected any living beings nearby, but there are numerous puppets scattered around. I suspect that Sunagakure might be up to something. Lin E furrowed his brow slightly. Indeed, such exquisite puppet techniques were rarely rivaled, making it difficult to find another force capable of cultivating them, aside from Sunagakure. Although Lulan did not border the land of wind, both regions were plagued by harsh, sandy conditions. Now that Lulan seemed to possess the means to withstand sandstorms, it was not inconceivable that the land of wind might covet it. Let us not jump to conclusions, Lin E shook his head. Despite his displeasure towards Sunagakure, making definitive claims based on mere conjecture would be detrimental to the shinobi world, which had enjoyed 4 years of peace. Understood, Kakashi nodded. Seeing no more puppets emerging, Lin E approached Minato. Minato-sensei, who is this? Obito finally noticed the newcomer beside Minato. After Minato had tended to the stranger's leg injury, he looked up with a smile. He should also be a ninja from Konoha. Konoha? Lin E gazed at the two individuals before him, both sporting blonde hair. Minato-sensei, if the Hokage has dispatched us, it makes little sense to send another blonde boy along. Kakashi sensed something was amiss and shook his head. Minato, unfazed by Kakashi's remarks, said, then I must entrust you to Kakashi. He then turned to Lin E with a serious expression. Lulan is facing a problem. I need to locate our target. Lin E. Stay here and keep an eye on Kakashi and the others. Lin E nodded. Minato-sensei, we can assist as well. Obito exclaimed before he could even inquire about the other blonde. Stay at the back and stop shouting. Kakashi gently tapped Obito's head. Given the current situation, this was indeed the best course of action. Despite Lin E's impressive prowess in dispatching puppets as if slicing through fruit, if Kakashi and his team were to engage, even a minor misstep could lead to injury or worse. However, they could not neglect their mission target. They still had no knowledge of Queen Sarah's specific circumstances. Swift searches would be futile. Even Lin E lagged behind Minato in terms of speed. Casting a glance at the bewildered blonde boy, Minato swiftly departed. Are you a ninja from Konoha? Obito directly questioned. Isn't it obvious? Naruto pointed at the forehead protector emblazoned with the symbol of Konoha. Linny, however, did not follow suit. Instead, he picked up a fragment of a puppet and examined it closely. The material of the shard should not be so fragile. Its quality was vastly inferior to that of the puppets he had just witnessed being cleaved. Meanwhile, the three younger ones had encircled Naruto. Ah. The Hokage truly does not trust us, even sending ninjas. Obito's complaint was cut short as Kakashi delivered a light punch to his forehead. Curse you, Kakashi. Fool, having a forehead protector does not guarantee one is a Konoha ninja. With that, Kakashi performed a transformation jutsu, momentarily manifesting as a nameless ninja adorned with the forehead protector of Sunagakure. Am I now considered a ninja of Sunagakure? The transformed figure echoed Kakashi's voice before reverting back to his original form. Che, what else with the attitude? Obito scoffed. Could you kindly present your identification? Rin approached Naruto and spoke softly. Unlike forehead protectors, which could be easily mimicked through transformation techniques, identification documents were much harder to forge. They bore unique anti-counterfeiting seals specific to each ninja village, coupled with essential information and mission records of the ninja. Ah, I believe I have it with me. Naruto blinked and began rummaging through his belongings. Found it, he exclaimed, grinning as he handed it over to Rin. Kakashi and Obito leaned in to take a look. Konoha Jinin, Uzumaki Naruto, Ninja ID number 012607? Kakashi read aloud, his eyelid twitching as he shot Naruto a sharp glance before tucking the document away. Naruto was momentarily dumbfounded. Having assumed that the individuals before him were all Konoha ninjas, hence his willingness to present his identification. Hey, why did you just take my ID? He protested. In what mission? Where are we? Are you here to capture the centipede? This is Luan, and we have no idea who the centipede is. How is it that you do not know the mission location? Kakashi gazed at Naruto's earnest expression, momentarily perplexed as to whether he was genuinely clueless or merely feigning ignorance. Lulan? Is this truly Lulan? I remember it being in ruins. Naruto scratched his head, recalling that during his battle with the centipede, Lulan had been nothing but crumbling walls, yet now it was adorned with magnificent skyscrapers, save for a hole he had just created. Kakashi observed the oblivious Naruto and suddenly turned to Obito. What are you looking at me for? Obito complained, retreating a step away from Rin. Nothing, Kakashi shook his head. No wonder he felt a sense of familiarity with Naruto's foolishness. By the way, Naruto stared at the white-haired figure before him, masked and bearing the same demeanor as Kakashi. You look a lot like Kakashi-sensei. Are you from the Hatake clan? Yes, Kakashi nodded. There was no reason to conceal this. It was no longer the Warring States period, and the Hatake clan had no hostile families. Ah, I knew it. Naruto clapped his hands. Kakashi-sensei. You should have told me your child had grown so much. Kakashi? He stared at the indignant Naruto, while Obito and Rin shared a moment of stunned silence. Then, Obito burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, Kakashi, when did you become a teacher? And you became your own son? Obito laughed heartily, pointing at Kakashi, while Rin also stifled a giggle. Enough. How long are you going to keep this up? Kakashi interrupted sternly, his expression darkening. Obito, Rin. Prepare for battle. He is an imposter. Huh, what imposter? I really am a Konoha ninja, aren't you? Naruto exclaimed, bewildered. Indeed, Kakashi, his identification seems legitimate, right? Obito scratched his head, though he took a few cautious steps back, still harboring some doubts. Linny, perched on a rock pillar, continued to observe the unfolding drama with great interest. Chapter 40. The time-traversing wood-style ninja. Is it your sensitivity, Kakashi? Obito mused, finding Naruto quite to his liking, primarily because he was teasing Kakashi. Kakashi? Teacher Kakashi? Where is he? Naruto, upon hearing Obito's words, immediately began to look around, as he thought he had just heard Obito call out Kakashi's name. Ha. This is hilarious. Obito chuckled, believing Naruto was still playing tricks on Kakashi, which only heightened his amusement. You fool, your number is 010886. While this Uzumaki Naruto's identification number is 012607. Kakashi, unable to contain himself, interrupted Obito's laughter. So what? Both Obito and Naruto queried in unison. A vein throbbed on Kakashi's forehead. You and Rin just graduated not long ago. Your ninja numbers belong to the latest batch. A ninja school typically has no more than 100 students per class, and this guy's number exceeds yours by over 1,700. That is absolutely impossible. Moreover, to my knowledge, members of the Uzumaki clan all have red hair. Whether it's Kushina or the records indicate, the Uzumaki clan is characterized by their crimson locks. And this Uzumaki Naruto clearly has not disguised himself adequately. Is that so? Obito realized the crux of the matter and promptly retreated. Fire style, great fireball technique. Kakashi followed suit, slashing at the fireball. Hey, even if you're Kakashi-sensei's son, I will make you cry. Despite having just injured his leg, Naruto effortlessly dodged Obito's fireball. Shadow clone technique. In the next moment, dozens, even hundreds, of Narutos appeared before the trio. Kakashi's expression shifted dramatically. What terrifying chakra. Rin closed the distance, ready to provide support and medical aid. Come on, let's give Kakashi-sensei's son a good thrashing. Chidori. The sound of thunder erupted as a straight line of clones was pierced and dispersed. Yet, in the following instant, dozens of clones reappeared to fill the gaps. Kakashi felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his brow. It seemed that the three of them were unable to defeat the Uzumaki Naruto before them. Aura, aura, aura. Aura, aura, aura. Suddenly, Naruto, who had been so proud just moments ago, clutched his head and let out a muffled groan. Looking pale as he gazed at the dark-haired man before him. I can't see clearly. He felt several flashes of blade light pass by, after which his clones were swiftly severed like rapeseed flowers in a field. What terrifying strength. Senior brother. Lindy. Lindy nodded slightly, observing the somewhat unsteady Naruto. What style? Silent binding technique? A thick wooden branch suddenly charged toward Lin-E, twisting as it aimed to bind him. What style? Kakashi was not like a beat oath. He understood the value of this technique all too well. Naruto, what is happening? Yamato, who had just arrived, supported the nearly collapsing Naruto and hurriedly inquired. He was equally perplexed, having been battling a centipede in a desolate area just moments ago, only to find himself in this bustling yet seemingly deserted city. I don't know. But Captain Yamato, that person is very strong. Naruto gestured toward Yamato, then flashed a playful smile, nodding toward Kakashi. Heh, look, Kakashi-sensei's son. Impossible. How could Kakashi-sensei possibly have? Yamato began to deny it, but the next moment, he caught sight of Kakashi's appearance. The same white hair, the same mask, aside from the eyes lacking a scar. He looks so much like him, and he shares the surname Hataki. Upon hearing this, Yamato chuckled in realization. Well, it's clear, in the entirety of Konoha. There is only one Hataki, and that is Kakashi-sensei. This must be his son. I can't believe Kakashi-sensei has an illegitimate child. Kakashi looked at the two, who were inexplicably laughing, and for the first time, he adjusted the ranking of those he wished to reprimand, moving Obito down 2 spots. Lin-E raised an eyebrow. What style, huh? This peculiar individual has already proven difficult to handle, and now another Wood style user appears. I must take action. However, how could someone from another village possess Wood style? Suppressing his doubts, Lin-E focused intently. Let us make this swift. He retrieved a rope from his scroll and casually tossed it forward. To Yamato's astonishment, the rope seemed to be grasped by an invisible hand, soaring into the air on its own. What? As Yamato uttered a single word, his expression froze. Lin-E's dazzling form appeared next to Naruto and Yamato in the time-stopped realm, swiftly extracting the rope he had just acquired and binding the two of them in an instant. Time resumed its flow. What? Yamato exclaimed, only to find himself and Naruto bound together. What? He gasped again, having failed to comprehend how the opponent had made a move. In less than a second. Though Lin-E felt slightly exhausted, he maintained a faade of composure, swallowing a military ration pill as if it were a jelly bean. Lin-E positioned the 3 young ones around the 2 captives. Now, speak up. Who exactly are you? Especially you. How do you possess what style? Lin-E spoke softly, yet his tone carried a hint of pressure. Yamato desperately produced his ninja identification. We are truly ninjas from Konoha. This is my ninja identification. Kakashi glanced at it. The number was similar to Obito's, yet it belonged to AJ Nin. How is that possible? Even Lin Eisnt AJ Nin right after graduation. What gives you the right? We are here under the orders of the 5th Hokage to apprehend the rogue ninja, Centipede. 5th Hokage? Obito exclaimed. Apologies. But Konoha is still under the leadership of the 3rd Hokage. Moreover, I am Hataki Kakashi, so who exactly are you? Kakashi furrowed his brow, as they exuded an odd aura. They didn't seem like enemies, yet there were numerous inconsistencies. What? The 3rd Hokage? But Grandfather Hokage clearly. Naruto looked at Kakashi in confusion. However, Yamato's mouth fell agape. The abruptly transformed environment, the supposed son of Kakashi who claimed to be Kakashi's younger self, and the still reigning 3rd Hokage, combined with his own experiences and everything he had just heard, a terrifying hypothesis formed in Yamato's mind. They had traversed time and space. The individual before them was not some son of Kakashi-sensei. He was the young Kakashi-sensei himself. Time travel. Obito and the others exclaimed in disbelief upon hearing Yamato's conjecture. Chapter 41. A dismal future. After listening to Dai's explanation, Lin-E, still somewhat astonished, untied the ropes binding him and the others. Naruto, you just mentioned that you were acting under the orders of the 5th Hokage. Who is the 5th Hokage? Is it Uchiha Obito? In Obito's mind, the 4th Hokage was certainly out of the question, but the 5th still held significant hope. What a dream you're having, dead last. Kakashi cast a disdainful glance at Obito, who immediately shot back with an angry glare. Kakashi, you scoundrel. And Naruto? Lin-E suddenly raised his head upon hearing the familiar name, looking towards Uzumaki Naruto. What is it, big brother? Although Lin-E's actual age should be less than Naruto's, his terrifying prowess compelled him to address Naruto as big brother. Nothing. Lin-E shook his head. Although he had never watched Naruto, he was aware that the protagonists were named Naruto and Sasuke. No wonder he hadn't encountered them over the years. It turned out he had traversed into this realm too early. So, is the 5th Hokage Uchiha Obito? It can't possibly be Kakashi, can it? Obito remained fixated on this issue. Not at all. The 5th Hokage is Lady Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin. Day scratched his head, responding awkwardly. Tsunade? Lin lifted his head, slightly furrowing his brows. How could it be Tsunade? It's not that she lacks the qualifications to be Hokage. In fact, if she wished to contest for the position, the current fourth Hokage would have to concede, including Kakashi. In terms of strength, she was one of the legendary Sannin, not greatly inferior to the White Fang. Regarding her lineage, the first and second Hokages were her grandfathers, and the third was her mentor. As for her prestige, countless ninjas had their lives saved by Tsunade on the battlefield, many of whom had received her aid more than once. However, judging from Naruto's designation, considering that fewer than 100 students graduated from the Ninja Academy each year, Naruto would be a ninja approximately 20 years in the future. 20 years from the soon-to-retire third Hokage to the fifth Hokage, the timeline seemed plausible. However, it was unreasonable for Tsunade to assume the position of Hokage. 20 years hence, her age would certainly render her unsuitable for the role. According to his plans, the fourth Hokage should be his mentor, Kakashi, while the fifth was likely Minato. If your mentor is Kakashi, you must have heard of Uchiha Obito, right? Obito, unwilling to concede, thought that even if he wasn't T Hokage, neither was Kakashi. I don't recall. Naruto scratched his head, pondering carefully before shaking his head. Kakashi-sensei seems to have always been quite solitary. What about Might Guy? The super bushy-browed teacher? He.S. Niji squad leader. Uzumaki Naruto did know Might Guy, recognizing him as one of Kakashi's few friends. And what about Rin? Kakashi suddenly inquired. He, like Lin, wished to avoid delving too deeply into the future. However, hearing that the other party was his student yet not knowing Obito filled him with an ominous feeling. Though he was reluctant to admit it, Obito was undoubtedly a friend he valued. No. Uzumaki Naruto shook his head honestly. Kakashi's heart sank. Both Obito and Rin possessed considerable talent. 20 years hence, even if not Jonin, attaining special Jonin status would be a certainty. Though he had always mocked Obito as the dead last, as a member of the Uchiha clan, having grasped C-rank jutsu before graduating, he surely surpassed his peers in terms of ninja aptitude, unless Obito and Rin had severed ties in the future. Such a scenario was impossible unless they defected from the village. This meant Kakashi hesitated to continue his thoughts. It's all right, Kakashi. The future me should be working in a hospital, so it's normal that I haven't heard of myself. Rin managed a forced smile. Unlike Obito, who was carefree, she could discern that her future might not exist. If the fifth Hokage is Lady Tsunade, how did the fourth Hokage step down? Kakashi inhaled deeply, posing the final question. According to his senior Lin Es plan, the fourth Hokage was most likely his father, Hatake Tsukumo. The fourth, he. Both Naruto and Day's eyes dimmed simultaneously, sacrificed himself to protect the village. Kakashi stumbled slightly, and Lin clenched his fists. Did Minato also encounter misfortune? Lin asked for the first time. Naruto and Day instinctively did not sense anything amiss, as in their minds, the fourth Hokage was Minato. They failed to realize that Lin and the others were unaware of who the fourth Hokage was. They thought Lin was merely reiterating that the fourth had sacrificed himself, and they nodded in agreement. Yes. Lin closed his eyes, concealing his spinning Sharingan. No wonder the fifth Hokage would be Tsunade. It seemed that all the strong individuals from Konoha had perished, leaving no option but to appoint Tsunade. There must have been some unforeseen circumstances. Kakashi opened his mouth, wishing to say something to break the silence, but then closed it again. He had many questions, such as whether his senior Lin was also. But Naruto's lack of recognition could be overlooked. Day's ninja credentials indicated he had experience in the Umbu. So it was unreasonable for him to address Kakashi as senior yet be oblivious to Lin, the Umbu agent. After all, Lin was indeed an agent, and his role in the Umbu was hardly a secret. This was also a way for Hatake Tsukumo to pave the way for Lin to take over as the Umbu leader in the future. There was no need to inquire further. His senior Lin must have. What do you mean? A gradually understanding Obito exclaimed. Could it be that besides Kakashi, we all died in the future? You all must divulge the future events. Yet both Naruto and Day felt conflicted, especially Day. As a person from the future, he feared that revealing too much might alter the timeline. He dared not take that risk. All right, Obito. Lin shook his head, restraining the eager Obito from pressing forward with his questions. They have their own struggles, and our future is ours to forge. If this is destiny, I shall fight tooth and nail for it. I will wait for the outcome with serenity. But, Brother Lin, Obito clenched his fists tightly, his voice quivering slightly. In truth, his own fate mattered little. Whether he became Hokage or not, even death seemed inconsequential. But, a pair of black eyes suddenly turned blood red, a small comma spinning incessantly above them. Rin, Brother Lin, Sensei Minato. Will they all die in the future? Obito could not accept such a fate. This future, I refuse to. Lin, I have located the mission target. Obito's moment of bravado was abruptly interrupted as he looked at the sudden appearance of Minato, his eyes welling up once again. Sensei Minato, the fourth Hokage? Day instinctively gasped. Chapter 42. Is it incomprehensible? A parallel universe. You just mentioned that the fourth Hokage is Minato? Lin was momentarily taken aback. Having painstakingly deduced why the fifth Hokage is Tsunade, Now he was told that the fourth is Minato. But how could Minato possibly be the fourth? Shikakanara, Orochimaru, Tsunade. Jiraiya, it seemed implausible that it would fall to Minato. Yet, when I mentioned the fourth sacrifice, you did mention Minato's name. Only then did Yamato realize that they were unaware that the fourth Hokage was Minato. It was merely his subconscious assumption. Minato himself was a bit bewildered. How did he leave to pursue a mission only to return as the fourth Hokage? Then who do you believe the fourth is? Linny inquired. Isn't it Shikakanara? Shikakanara? Naruto and Yamato echoed simultaneously, both unfamiliar with the name. Konoha White Fang, Itachi remarked, appearing incredulous at their lack of knowledge. Naruto remained confused. Yamato, however, seemed to contemplate, as if he had seen this alias in the Umbu's manual. Wait, White Fang, coupled with the surname Nara, that can only mean. Yamato glanced at Kakashi. But isn't that a taboo for Kakashi-senpai? The surname Nara is related to my father, Kakashi quietly revealed. But Kakashi-sensei, you never mentioned this to me, Naruto responded, tilting his head in thought before affirming. It must be a parallel universe. Linny pondered for a long time before arriving at this conclusion. A parallel universe? The others echoed in unison, with Minato casting a curious glance at Linny. They are ninjas from the future of Konoha. However, that future is not the future of our world. It was a convoluted statement that left Dato and Naruto scratching their heads in confusion. Damn, it feels like we need to think harder. How do you know it's not the future of our world? Minato quickly grasped the concept. Because in your world, you are the fourth. And if I'm not mistaken, Shikaka-sensei likely committed suicide, correct? Though it was a question, Lin Yi's tone held an unusual certainty. Yamato nodded, confirming that this was indeed his point of hesitation. Most importantly, if a jonin like Yamato could recognize you, Minato, yet not me, it makes sense. In that world, there's no me, or rather, no Lin Yi as a time-traveling envoy, so naturally, I wouldn't be taken as a disciple by White Fang. When faced with a crisis of reputation, there would be no one to prevent his suicide. As for why the fourth wasn't one of the legendary three, it could be due to other reasons. Thus, our future remains uncertain and must be fought for by ourselves. Linny patted Kakashi and Itachi on the shoulder, reinvigorating the trio. But whether it's parallel or not, how do we return? Naruto lamented, unable to comprehend the situation, but concerned about how he and Captain Yamato could return to their rightful time. If you crossed over due to the jutsu released by that ninja Baizu, then eliminating him should suffice, Minato mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Since you are in this time, then Baizu must also be nearby. Let us go. Naruto clapped his hands, glancing at the strangely familiar Minato before turning to Yamato and urging, Captain Yamato, let us hurry. All right. Yamato nodded. He was not one to underestimate the gravity of the situation, regardless of whether Linny and the others were ninjas from the past or from a parallel universe. Returning to their own time was of utmost importance. Naruto and I will continue the pursuit of Baizu. Fourth, Minato-senpai, farewell to you all. After bidding farewell to Lin Yi and the others, Yamato swiftly departed with Naruto. Now, let us proceed with our mission. Minato turned around, Lin Yi standing beside him, while the trio closely followed. Minato, Lin Yi began, don't you think Naruto seems quite familiar? Minato smiled. After all, in Konoha, there was only one blonde he knew, coupled with Naruto's surname, Uzumaki. Ah, there is a resemblance, Minato blinked, feeling a twinge of uncertainty, yet hesitating to confirm it. Are you going to verify? Lin Yi teased. Once we complete our task, if they still can't return, we'll lend a hand, Minato chuckled, feigning indifference. As they arrived at a towering structure, Minato pointed toward a building. The mission target is there. Lin Yi focused his gaze on the structure, where a red-haired woman was waving. Surely, this must be the Queen Sarah they were to protect. Yet, it seemed as though there was nothing amiss. The ground below was filled with cheering crowds. Lin Yi activated his Sharingan, revealing countless threads descending from pipes connecting various parts of the city, linking to the jubilant crowd. They were all puppets. Indeed, Minato nodded. This was why he hadn't hastily whisked Sarah away. What? Itachi exclaimed, pointing at the crowd. Are all those people puppets? Right, Kakashi suddenly recalled something. Naruto mentioned that the Baizu we were pursuing is a rogue ninja from Sunagakure. Lin Yi, upon hearing this, began to count on his fingers. Baizu is a rogue ninja from Sunagakure, and with so many unidentified puppets present, if it were a coincidence, even a ghost wouldn't believe it. It seems your opportunity to confirm has arrived, Lin Yi remarked playfully to Minato. In the next moment, a shriek drew the attention of the five. Queen Sarah, who had just been waving from the high platform, was now plummeting through the air. Below, the puppets continued to mimic the crowd's cheers, a starkly ironic scene. With a powerful leap, Lin Yi dashed to the side of the tower, matching Sarah's descent. Gold Experience. The elongated form of Gold Experience erupted from Lin Yi's back, delivering a punch into the wall. The previously bare wall transformed into a platform woven from vines, catching the two. After assessing the puppets below and confirming they posed no threat, Lin Yi gathered with the still screaming Sarah and the others. Stop screaming, Lin Yi said, slightly irritated, furrowing his brow. Sarah opened her eyes, realizing she was surrounded by two handsome men and three young children. Who are you? We are Konoha ninjas. Tasked with ensuring your safety, Minato gently replied, helping to calm Sarah's racing heart. Chapter 43. In Lushan and the puppet, how did you fall from above? It was a curious inquiry from Obito as he prodded Sarah. I suppose it was a misstep. Sarah hesitated, refraining from voicing her doubts. A misstep? Can a misstep shatter a railing and cause one to plummet? Kakashi's expression was one of skepticism. She was pushed. Rin was the first to suspect Naruto's target. Indeed. It is quite possible, Minato nodded, deducing that the puppets below were likely the work of the ninja known as Baizu. Even if Baizu was not the one intending harm to Sarah, he must be associated with it in some manner. What Baizu? I do not comprehend your words. For all these years, only Lord in Lushan has come to Lulan, and he would never harm me. In Lushan? Linny raised his head slightly, intrigued by the name. Then may I inquire why Queen Sarah has hired Konoha ninjas for protection? Minato gently assuaged Sarah's emotions. Sarah faltered. She herself was unsure why she had sought the protection of Konoha ninjas. It was merely her mother's dying wish for her to enlist their aid after her passing. Baizu, so you were here all along. With a mighty shout, Yamato and Naruto leaped onto the platform where Sarah had just fallen. Given the ruckus, it was likely they had been aimlessly flying about like headless flies, but now with a target in sight, they rushed towards it. Pointing a finger at Lushan on the high platform, Yamato exclaimed, Baizu, you've certainly gained some weight. That name, I discarded it 6 years ago. Now, I am the esteemed Lushan of Lulan. Baizu, having been discovered, dropped his ruse. He tore off his cloak, and dozens of puppets surged towards Yamato and Naruto. From below, Lin-E patted the astonished Sarah, who was bewildered by the sudden turn of events. It seems you have placed your trust in the wrong person. But, even if he is Baizu, he has indeed led Lulan to prosperity. The people love both me and in Lushan. Before she could finish, Kakashi drew his blade and struck down a villager still cheering in the crowd. Before Sarah could express her outrage, Kakashi lifted the villager's headscarf, revealing a hollow, puppet-like visage. Is this what you call beloved citizens? This cannot be. Impossible. Sarah gazed at the fallen puppet, its mechanical arms still twitching, and sank to her knees in despair. Shadow clone technique. On the platform connecting the trees and the high tower, Naruto instantaneously summoned hundreds of clones to charge at Baizu. Would release. Great forest technique? Yamato extended his right hand, and countless branches erupted from it, swiftly engulfing several puppets. Naruto's clones also dispatched a number of puppets with remarkable speed. Surrender, Baizu. Yet Baizu appeared unperturbed, his rotund figure slowly advancing towards the duo. In Lushan, whatever happened to the original citizens? Fourth, Minato brother? Naruto turned to find Lin-E and the others escorting Sarah to safety. It appears our missions have converged. Minato acknowledged with a nod and a smile. Baizu cast a disdainful glance downward. Sarah, you were so obedient before, unlike your mother, who sensed trouble. I had thought that once I dealt with your mother, you would quietly become my puppet, yet you have followed her wishes and sought help from Konoha. He gestured towards Lin-E and Minato. This must be your mother's contingency plan. What a clever woman. Even in death, she seeks to ensnare me. Perfect. I shall leave you all in this desolate wasteland. He then pointed at Sarah. As for you, since you refuse to obey, you shall become a true puppet queen. With a flick of his fingers, a puppet resembling Sarah stepped forth, swaying its head. You fiend, I will not allow you to succeed. Obito was the first to charge forward, his eyes transforming into a crimson hue, unleashing a fireball directly at Baizu. Yet in the next moment, a fragment suddenly rose to intercept it. As the puppet's remnants exploded, the scattered pieces did not disperse but instead drew closer, swirling around Baizu's form, including those previously scattered by Yamato and Naruto. Be cautious, that puppet is unusual. It possesses a unique energy that can continuously repair and enhance itself. Lin-E recalled the anomalies he had detected while investigating the puppet fragments. What nonsense about puppets? Just destroy them all. Naruto raised 2 fingers, summoning 2 shadow clones that began to spin chakra around his right hand, radiating a brilliant azure light. This is... Minato's pupils constricted slightly. Lin-E smiled, silently conveying to Minato, oh yes. Rasengan. As Baizu transformed into a massive, grotesque puppet, Naruto launched himself with the Rasengan, crashing into it. Boom. A cloud of white smoke erupted, leaving a gaping hole in the puppet's abdomen. Yet in an instant, the towering spire shone with a radiant light, and the puppet's wound began to mend as if it were flowing water. Over there, the keen-eyed Lin-E and Minato simultaneously glanced towards the distant tower. Die, Sarah. A colossal hand descended from the heavens. Gazing at the looming shadow, Lin-E merely smiled, then pretended to form a hand seal. Would release. Huh? Lin-E senpai. How can you? Yamato gasped, realizing Lin-E possessed the Sharingan, not belonging to the Uchiha clan. What style? Golden experience. Erupted from behind, charging towards the puppet's enormous hand with frenzied vigor. The hand, an inorganic entity, transformed into countless vines that spread towards the puppet's core. What? Baizu realized he could no longer sense the presence of the puppet's right hand. In a panic, he severed it, yet it quickly regenerated under the mysterious energy's influence. Obito observed the writhing vines below. Brother Lin-E, you also wield would release? It is merely a special bloodline trait, somewhat similar, Lin-E replied, noting the significant differences between his abilities and the would release. Yamato quickly discerned that the vines were living entities, not mere chakra constructs. Nor were they trees produced by wood release that absorbed chakra. Boom, 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 boom. Baizu, feeling apprehensive about Lin Yi's capabilities, retreated slightly. And the cannons behind him fired towards Sarah. Why is he so determined to eliminate you first? Lin Yi cut the golden experience into the world. Smash. Within 10 meters. The world was both precise and rapid. Lin Yi pulled Sarah close, advancing rather than retreating, as all projectiles disintegrated just beyond his 10-meter radius. Sarah bit her lip, gazing at the countless puppets below who were still cheering, and made a resolute decision. Because of the dragon vein. Chapter 44. You were truly annoying. Dragon vein? Naruto turned his head, somewhat familiar with the term. That guy's technique seemed to involve the sealing arts of Brother Minato, which together devoured some dragon vein to activate. But what does that have to do with killing you? Obito asked loudly while awkwardly dodging falling rocks. I can open the portal to the dragon vein, Sarah said succinctly, aware that it was not the time for lengthy explanations. Lin Yi understood, and the next moment, he looked at Minato. In that case, Queen Sarah, let us seal the dragon vein together. Kakashi, do you remember what I gave you? Minato immediately understood, pulling Sarah along and turning to Kakashi to inquire. Kakashi nodded slightly, pulling out several explosive tags from his pocket and expertly placing them on the building's load-bearing columns. Boom. The explosive tags thundered. Flames and black smoke collapsing the already precarious pillars. The next moment, countless falling rocks and building debris buried the 100-foot-tall puppet. Let us go? Minato embraced Sarah and then threw a kunai, vanishing from the spot. Boom. The massive body of the puppet surged from the pile of rubble. All you little bugs die. The puppet glowed with a crimson radiance, and in the next instant, countless beams of laser shot towards the group. Would release, tree world wall. Yamato quickly formed seals, and a huge wooden wall rose from the ground, soon riddled with holes from the barrage. Lin Yi deflected the remaining laser beams while escorting the three little ones to safety. Stay hidden. Leave the rest of the fight to me. Understood. The trio nodded, aware that now was not the time to be reckless. Boom. The long-dilapidated wooden wall crashed down. Captain Yamato, he has grown much stronger. Naruto panicked, the endless regenerative ability making this massive puppet comparable to a tailed beast. Indeed. Yamato frowned slightly. If he had mastered the wood human or wood dragon techniques now, he wouldn't be so passive. Swish, the sound of a sword whistling through the air. A beam of light split in two, narrowly missing Yamato on either side, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. Oh, thank you, Lin Yi. Don't get distracted. Lin Yi's voice echoed calmly. He charged towards the puppet, dual blades in hand, with two longer blades floating behind him. He extended his blades, pointing at the puppet's grotesque head. You little bugs, seeking death. You leaf villagers always meddle. I was on the verge of controlling Lulon. Why must you stop me? Just die quietly. Debris and projectiles rained down upon Lin Yi. You were truly annoying. The blood-red Sharingan drew two scarlet trajectories, intertwining with four silvery ribbons, then swept towards the puppet like a storm. Aura, 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 aura. Decapitation. Decapitation. Where the blade stormed past, the puppet was reduced to fragments, akin to being tossed in a blender, pieces scattering like snowflakes. Crush. Crush. Just Lin Yi's sheer might kept the puppet's repair and recovery speed in a delicate balance. Using the ability of the golden body would be more effective here. However, Lin Yi grinned. Your recovery speed has slowed. Aura, 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 aura. Nothing could compare to the satisfaction of personally shredding it to bits. What? The puppet's voice finally held a hint of panic. No, it's impossible. With the power of the dragon vein. Lin Yi remained silent, continuing his relentless assault. How? So powerful? On the ground. Naruto and Yamato's mouths slowly gaped. Oh, did I arrive late? A flash appeared as Minato gently set Sarah aside to rest. With Minato's return, the energy atop the tower waned further until it vanished entirely, no longer supplying power. Have we successfully sealed it, Brother Minato? Yes, indeed. Minato nodded with a smile, then glanced at Lin Yi, who had transformed into a whirling storm. That guy had truly provoked Lin Yi's wrath. Naruto, witnessing the diminishing puppet, knew he was no longer needed and retreated with Yamato. Why is Lin Yi so angry? Naruto noticed Lin Yi's brutal treatment of the puppet, slicing it into pieces. If it weren't for the dragon vein, it would take half a year to assemble those fragments back into a semblance of a person. Because my senior brother's mother died at the hands of a puppeteer. Kakashi spoke up, revealing that not only Lin Yi's mother suffered such a fate, but his own mother as well. Clenching his fist, Kakashi added that that's why he would be so enraged seeing the puppet before him. His gaze shifted to Lin Yi, who had now reduced the puppet to just its core. Lin Yi gently extracted it, patting its plump face. Not so tough anymore, are you, Lord and Lushan? And no. I'm just a small fry. Haha, a small fry. The puppet smiled ingratiatingly, its face wrinkled with fear. Lin Yi smiled back, sheathing his blades as the floating weapons returned to their scabbards. Thank you, my lord. Don't rush. Lin Yi interrupted, then tossed it lightly into the air. You can blame it on being the first puppeteer I've encountered. The puppet briefly felt weightless before being caught by a robust arm. In a place unseen. The cold gaze of the platinum star flickered with amusement. Shaking his arm, the puppet's ominous premonition grew stronger. The next moment. Aura, 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 aura. A massive fist descended like raindrops upon the puppet's face. Under the precise control of the Platinum Star, the puppet was injured but not killed. Its already round face swollen to resemble a pig's head. 10 minutes later, Minato glanced at the swollen-faced puppet, which looked thicker than its belly, and twitched his mouth slightly. Naruto and Yamato exchanged wary glances at Lin, relieved that they had proven to be allies. Otherwise, they might have been the ones to end up as the pig-headed puppet. Yamato, regaining his composure, drew a kunai, preparing to finish the puppet and dispel the technique. Wait a moment, Yamato-sensei. Yamato looked at Lin in confusion, unsure why he wanted to stop him. Are you still going to hit it? Giving Yamato a gesture that it would only take a few minutes, Lin called out to Minato. Minato, come over here. Once the two were alone and Minato had set up a soundproof barrier, Lin asked seriously, what should we do? What do you mean? Minato scratched his head. Lin interrupted impatiently, don't play dumb. Naruto is your son with Kushina, right? Blonde hair, surname Uzumaki, Rasengan, and most importantly, he has the Nine Tails within him. During the battle, although Naruto only released a hint of it, Lin, having studied the Nine Tails chakra closely, immediately sensed it. Shouldn't we tell him? Minato fell silent. His azure eyes quietly observing Naruto, who was curiously examining the two of them. Perhaps not, since he doesn't recognize me. Telling him would only add to his troubles. Chapter 45, Obito's desire to save the world. Naruto Uzumaki seemed to sense something. Baring his teeth at the two within the barrier, Minato smiled and nodded. Indeed, Naruto was his child, aside from the tales told by Lin. The most crucial point was that upon approaching Naruto, he felt his own chakra. Yet, regardless of whether this was a parallel universe, Naruto remained his future offspring. Currently, however, they faced a peculiar situation. They were aware that their future selves had become the fourth Hokage, yet their child did not recognize him. This could only imply one possibility. A significant upheaval had occurred in Konoha, leading to the demise of both himself and Kushina, as well as those closely related to him, before Naruto could even form memories. After all, if Kushina were still alive, she would have been unable to seal the Nine Tails within their child. Nor would she have failed to reveal his father's identity. Minato did not wish to dwell on what transpired in the future. If, as Lin suggested, this was a parallel world, treating the current circumstances as a glimpse into their future would evidently lead to complications. Conversely, if it were not a parallel world, the repercussions of tampering with time would be even more severe, and Minato had no desire to experiment with such outcomes. All he understood was that acknowledging their relationship now would only cause Naruto greater sorrow upon returning to his timeline. They were father and son from different dimensions, destined to be transient. Naruto, having lived without his parents, had likely grown accustomed to that existence. Minato understood that enduring a prolonged darkness was less painful than experiencing light only to be plunged back into darkness. That certainly aligns with your character, Lin remarked, stroking his chin, understanding Minato's reasoning. But how can you be so sure he will never discover the identities of his parents? Minato was taken aback. What do you think of that kid's current strength? Even without relying on the tailed beast transformation, his sheer tenacity surpasses what an average J-nin could handle. Naruto inherently possessed an immense reserve of chakra, a fact that Lin envied greatly. With that alone, combined with his mastery of the Shadow Clone technique and Rasengan, he could easily overwhelm the majority of J-nin based solely on numerical superiority. Indeed, Naruto possesses such strength at this age, considering his future capabilities. Along with his status as a Jinchuriki, do you truly believe you can keep this secret from him for a lifetime? He will inevitably seek to uncover the identities of his parents. Minato fell silent. At that moment, he would genuinely regret the singular opportunity he had to meet his family without recognizing them. Lin patted Minato on the shoulder. Time travel is an astonishing phenomenon, and fate has orchestrated this encounter between you two. It is a remarkable twist of destiny. Observing Minato still in turmoil, Lin decided to return first. Lord Yamato, I just had a discussion with Minato. Do you and Naruto have any pressing matters to attend to? Naruto exchanged glances with Yamato. It seemed there were none. Yamato pondered briefly before replying hesitantly, is there something on your mind, Lin-san? Lin shook his head, gesturing towards the pig's head on the ground. This fellow, as you mentioned, merely entered the technique a few seconds earlier than you, yet he arrived in this world 6 years prior. Naruto scratched his head, puzzled by Lin Yi's statement. Yamato's eyes brightened slightly. Are you suggesting? Yes, Lin affirmed, whether due to the technique, the flow of time, or some other reason, the temporal rates of the two realms are likely disparate. Therefore, if you have no urgent business, you could seize this opportunity to train diligently for a while. Although this reasoning was constructed to allow Minato and Naruto more time together, it was not entirely unfounded. For Yamato and Naruto, if they trained here for a period, they would almost return to the moment they first crossed over. This duration could be considered a windfall. To avoid unforeseen complications, let us set it at 1 week. Yamato and Naruto exchanged glances and nodded. Not only could they potentially gain a week without cost, but they would also have the opportunity to train alongside powerful figures like Lin and the fourth Hokage, an opportunity that ordinary people might never encounter in their lifetime. Only a fool would refuse such an offer. However, having just endured a battle, and with Lin having consumed several soldier pills, everyone agreed to commence training the following day. The training grounds would be in Lulan, primarily to ensure Naruto's return to his timeline. Additionally, Linny and the others' protection mission was initially designated for a month, and since they had resolved the underlying issue on the very first day, the remaining time could be used for leisure. Queen Sarah, upon learning this, was naturally eager to host them. After the gathering dispersed, Yamato used would release to repair some structures, while Naruto stood beside Minato, fidgeting, unaware that Minato was equally anxious inside. Obito and Kakashi had wandered off to bicker, while Rin cheerfully took her camera to capture the unique scenery of Lulan. 5 hours later, as night fell, the door to Obito's room creaked open, and a spiky-haired head cautiously poked out. After scanning the surroundings and confirming no one was present, Obito quietly made his way to Naruto and Yamato's room. Knock, knock, knock. Obito controlled his strength, gently tapping on the door. Naruto opened it, allowing Obito to enter, his sneaky demeanor piquing Naruto's curiosity. What are you up to? Yamato, standing nearby, twitched his lips, likely realizing Obito's intentions. Visiting the time traveler's room at this hour could only be for two reasons, either to learn about the future or to play cards. Nevertheless, Yamato felt the likelihood of a parallel universe was quite high, so he was less resistant to disclosing future information. At least it would provide them with a reference. Big brother Naruto, I came to ask you some questions, Obito stated candidly, revealing his purpose. In the future, do you not know Linny? To Obito, Uchiha Linny held a unique significance, his childhood neighbor, now a half-teacher, half-brother figure. I only met Linny today, he added. Yamato shook his head. I have not encountered Linny-san either. How can this be? Obito clenched his fists, struggling to accept that Linny's prowess could lead to any unforeseen events in the future. However, after pondering, he found no significant occurrences involving Linny. Or perhaps there were, but he was unaware. Damn Kakashi, he's your senior. Why don't you mention him more? Left with no choice, Obito shifted to another question that weighed heavily on his mind. What about Noerarin? Did you visit the hospital in Konoha? Is she there? She has exceptional medical talent and is so beautiful. You must know her, right? Even if you haven't met her, Kakashi has mentioned her frequently, hasn't he? Naruto and Yamato exchanged glances once more, then shook their heads, much like Linny before them. This was someone they had never even heard of. How can this be? Obito instinctively activated his Sharingan, pounding his fist against his legs in frustration. Minato-sensei. Right, you all know Minato-sensei, don't you? Obito recalled how they referred to Minato as the fourth Hokage. The two nodded. Minato's visage was etched into the faces of the Hokage at Konoha. How did Minato-sensei die? Naruto was uncertain about this detail. He was not even born at that time. Yamato opened his mouth, about to speak, when knock, knock, knock. The door was suddenly rapped upon again. Chapter 46. Captain Yamato earns the MVP, while Kakashi is just coasting along. A sudden knock on the door startled Obito, causing him to jolt upright. He quickly glanced around before his gaze settled beneath the bed. With a swift roll, he lay sideways and gestured for Naruto to be silent. Slipping beneath the bed. During the day, they had all acted nonchalant, and it seemed that Minato-sensei did not want them to carelessly probe into the future. Thus, Obito had signaled for them to keep quiet. Little Kakashi-sensei. Naruto opened the door, and his eyes fell upon a head of white hair. Since Kakashi was technically his teacher, he could only refer to him as Little Kakashi-sensei in this timeline, where Kakashi was considerably younger. Underneath the bed, Obito discreetly activated his Sharingan, shielding its crimson glow with his goggles as he peered outside. Kakashi? Does he wish to know about the future as well? Hearing Naruto's address, Kakashi's forehead creased with several lines. What an odd way to be called. I have a few inquiries, Kakashi stated calmly, though his hand tightened. Naruto exchanged glances with Yamato. That opening line felt eerily familiar. Hadn't they just experienced something similar? Like Obito, Kakashi first inquired about Rin, and Obito himself. Naruto answered promptly. After all, they were all strangers to him, and he merely needed to shake his head and profess ignorance. For some reason, Kakashi felt a wave of relief wash over him. Perhaps Lin, Obito, and Rin did not exist in Naruto's world at all, which would explain Naruto's lack of knowledge about them. So, what am I like in the future? Kakashi pondered for a moment before posing this question. Since he could not directly inquire about himself, he decided to reverse the approach. As Yamato's senior and Naruto's teacher, they were likely familiar with him. If his future self differed drastically from the present, it might be due to the absence of those three individuals in Naruto's world. Naruto perked up immediately. Ah, Kakashi-sensei, you become quite the slacker in the future. You always make us do the heavy lifting during missions. He began to jest. And you just lounge around watching Intimate Heaven, occasionally laughing creepily and muttering something like I'll burn you alive. Thank goodness for Captain Yamato. He quickly added, just to clarify. It wasn't my idea. Kakashi-senpai tricked me into finishing the tasks. Yamato silently raised his hand in agreement. Once again, Captain Yamato has secured the MVP title. Kakashi-sensei is just coasting along, either reading those yellow books or slacking off. The task rating was 3-0. Kakashi's lips twitched slightly. Was his future self truly such a sloth? Yet, he felt a weight lift from his chest. Such a reckless behavior must belong to a parallel timeline. This meant that Obito, Rin, and Lin were likely unharmed. I always knew Kakashi was no good. I must keep Rin away from him. Obito silently criticized from beneath the bed. However, despite Kakashi's penchant for tardiness and his ridiculous excuses about helping old ladies cross the street or rescuing lost kittens, the tasks were always completed under his guidance. With Kakashi-sensei around, they felt secure. After voicing his grievances, Naruto began to reminisce about Kakashi's merits, eager to offer praise. Yet, Kakashi's expression darkened. Strange excuses for being late. Upon seeing the change in Kakashi's demeanor, Naruto hastily backtracked. No. Kakashi-sensei, your future self is incredibly powerful. The copy ninja Kakashi, your name reverberates through the ninja world. Yamato nodded vigorously. Indeed. Kakashi's brows knitted tighter. What do you mean by copy ninja Kakashi? Oh, right? Kakashi-sensei, you don't have the Sharingan yet. Naruto finally realized. Yamato's face shifted slightly, but he candidly replied, Kakashi-senpai, in the future, your left eye will be a Sharingan. Kakashi staggered back 2 steps upon hearing this. If he had not defected from the village, then the Sharingan must have been given to him by a member of the Uchiha clan. Obito, or perhaps it was his senpai? His earlier suspicions shattered in an instant. Another possibility loomed. What if the 3 individuals they did not know had already perished before Naruto became his student and Yamato became his junior? No, that cannot be. He refused to accept it, his eyes resolute. If you believe in the future Kakashi, then please trust me as well. Tell me everything about the future. He gazed intently at them. Trust me, regardless of whether it is a parallel timeline or truly the future and past, I will make this world a better place. Little Kakashi-sensei. Naruto felt a stir of emotion, but he knew nothing about it. He was the record holder for being the worst in the history of ninja studies. Bang! Yamato suddenly raised his fist and struck Kakashi's white hair, exhaling heavily. That's what you get for always picking on me. Feels good. Kakashi. So, the present me is settling debts for my future self, is that it? Yamato closed his eyes, contemplating for a moment before slowly speaking. According to your current timeline, Kakashi-senpai, the first major event in the future should be the third. Knock. The door was knocked upon once more. Kakashi immediately lay flat and whispered to the 2, do not inform anyone about my arrival. I will bear these burdens alone. He quickly scanned the room, settling his gaze on the only double bed in sight. Little Kakashi-sensei. Just as Naruto was about to intervene, Kakashi had already rolled into the space beneath the bed. Turning, he found a familiar set of goggles before him, through which he could faintly see a pair of red eyes spinning. In that moment, the atmosphere grew eerily still. Kakashi and Obito locked eyes, with only the sound of knocking echoing from outside. Kakashi, Obito, are you out for a stroll? Obito chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head in an attempt to ease the tension. Kakashi closed his eyes in despair. The thought that Obito had overheard everything made him want to dig a hole and hide. Yet, there was no escaping it, having heard it all. He shot Obito a warning glare before they both controlled their breathing, waiting quietly for the visitor. It's Rin. Are you here to ask something? Naruto opened the door and spoke naturally. Huh? Naruto, how did you know I was coming to ask something? Rin blinked, her intentions so transparent. Yamato subtly nudged Naruto. No, I just guessed randomly. Haha, just a random guess. Naruto quickly laughed off, ushering Rin inside. Kakashi and Obito exchanged speechless glances beneath the bed. It seemed their entire team wanted to join in. Yamato, too, facepalmed in disbelief. What was happening? They might as well form a group. It was exhausting having to repeat everything each time. About Obito. I don't know. Lin-senpai. Unfamiliar. Since Rin was already on her 3rd loop. Yamato and Naruto could often answer her inquiries before she finished asking, their responses sometimes quicker than her questions. Rin eyed the 2 speedrunners with suspicion. This was far too smooth. Were they trying to pull a fast one on her? She was no Obito. She was quite clever, just as she prepared to confront the 2. Another knock resounded at the door. Naruto? Yamato? Are you resting? It's Minato. After much contemplation at the entrance, Minato Namikaze ultimately resolved to acknowledge his identity. Inspired by Lin Yi's words, he realized that perhaps this was fate's compensation, allowing Naruto to meet his father while still alive. Shaking his head, Minato thought to himself, oh, Minato, you have been selfish and arrogant. You have deprived your child of the sole opportunity to recognize his father, despite not having even embraced the role of a father yourself. Inside the room, Rin was taken aback. Minato had explicitly instructed them not to pry into the future. Swiftly surveying the surroundings, she gestured to her 2 companions and hurriedly crawled beneath the bed. Naruto and Yamato exchanged glances. Captain Yamato, perhaps you could use wood release to create 2 more beds? Yamato twitched his lips in response. Rin, having just squeezed under the bed, was left bewildered. Before her stood Obito, awkwardly fidgeting, and Kakashi, who was averted, pretending to be indifferent. No wonder Naruto and the others had responded so quickly. Brother Minato, are you here to inquire about the future as well? Naruto asked directly as he opened the door. Minato hesitated for a moment. Of course not. I am here for. Yet, the words faltered on his lips, uncertain of how to proceed. However, why did he use the word also? The 3 young ones beneath the bed tensed at the thought. Chapter 47. The reunion of father and son. It's nothing. Perhaps I misspoke. Naruto hastily ruffled his hair, revealing an embarrassed expression, and then curiously inquired, Brother Minato, what brings you here? Yamato also found it peculiar. It was quite late. And why would he come to their room without inquiring about the future? Was he truly here to play cards? Minato closed his eyes and took a deep breath. A wry smile crept into his heart. Even he experienced moments of hesitation. Suppressing the oddities and uncertainties within, Minato steadied his gaze. Two pairs of blue eyes locking in mutual acknowledgement. I am your father, Naruto. Oh, so brother Minato, you are my FA. Naruto was still pondering how to swiftly dismiss Minato in order to explain matters to his three companions when the realization struck him, leaving him momentarily stunned. Brother Minato. You must be joking. No, Minato rarely interrupted others. His cerulean eyes were resolute. I am quite certain. Yamato's pupils widened in astonishment as he oscillated his head between Minato and Naruto. Was this truly something he could hear? The three companions hidden beneath the bed were equally bewildered. Minato-sensei is Naruto's father? Obito exclaimed in a hushed tone. Shoo. Kakashi swiftly covered Obito's mouth. In the presence of a ninja of Minato's caliber, lowering one's voice seemed futile. Fortunately, Minato was equally anxious, failing to notice them. Outside the door, Height leaned against the wall, a comforting smile gracing his lips. Yamato glanced at the two silent figures before him and cleared his throat. Ah, I'm suddenly feeling quite sleepy. He then collapsed onto the bed, his hands gently clasped together. Several wooden planks shot up from the ground, partitioning the room in half. As the three companions breathed a sigh of relief, they hurriedly squeezed out from beneath the bed, pressing their ears against the wooden barrier. Meanwhile, Yamato maintained the same position on the bed, his ear pressed against the wood. Naruto stared blankly at the visibly tense Minato before him. His vision blurred as tears cascaded down his reddened cheeks. In that instant, a flood of memories overwhelmed him, unleashing the pent-up grievances within. He recalled the loneliness of watching other families after school at the Ninja Academy. He remembered the scorn from villagers, the disdain that left him isolated. He thought of rummaging through expired food in the refrigerator to survive. He lamented the inability to even dream of his parents' faces, only able to guess at their appearance. How he longed to feel the embrace of his parents, to hear their comforting words, to receive their praise, to savor a meal prepared by them. Even if none of that was possible, even a photograph of his parents would suffice. But none of it existed. As he began to sob, Minato gently placed his hand on Naruto's shoulder, an expression of regret on his face. I am sorry, Naruto. Regardless of what may happen in the future, it is evident that I have failed in my duties as a father. Naruto lifted his head and slowly unzipped his jacket, revealing the sealing technique inscribed on his abdomen. The Ninetales, is it sealed within me by you? Minato recognized the familiar seal on Naruto's belly and nodded. Yes. Naruto swatted Minato's hand away from his shoulder. Memories of his childhood flooding back, and the feelings of grievance and confusion surged within him. With a determined fist, he struck out at Minato. Despite lacking chakra, the blow was undeniably impactful. Minato's body bent slightly, yet he said nothing. Naruto was his descendant, since he had failed in his responsibilities in the future. Let him bear the burden now. The Ninetales within Naruto clenched its claws tightly. Well done. Naruto raised his head, tears brimming in his eyes. Why did you seal the Ninetales within your own child? Because of it, the villagers despise me, adults have never treated me kindly, and children refuse to befriend me. Naruto clutched Minato's sleeve, fervently recounting the trials and tribulations he had faced over the years. Minato felt a mix of sorrow and confusion. It was heartbreaking that his child had become an orphan and endured such treatment. Yet, it was puzzling. Typically, one would face the consequences of their past actions in the future. He was witnessing the opposite. The sins of the future were being paid for in the present. Minato gazed at Naruto, who was nearly as tall as he was, and smiled as he wiped the tears from Naruto's eyes. I am sorry. I am not a good father. If this can bring you some comfort, then. Naruto did not continue to strike. Instead, he leapt forward and embraced Minato tightly. The previous punch had released his pent-up emotions, and now he could not bear to strike his own father again. How boring. The Ninetales, observing the scene, shook its head and curled back up. Initially, it had intended to reveal Minato's identity as Naruto's father when he was about to leave, hoping that the sudden realization would not lead to a violent outburst. It had not anticipated that Minato would voluntarily reveal himself so soon. As Naruto gradually calmed within Minato's embrace, Minato gently patted his back. In the time to come, I will be here for you. You can share any request with me. Thankfully, with Height around, he could at least compensate for the absence of a father and accompany Naruto for a week. Yet Naruto shook his head, drying his tears as he looked at Minato. I have no other request right now. I only wish for you to understand how you encounter danger in the future. Minato hesitated. Boom. The sound of wooden walls collapsing suddenly drew the father-son duo's attention. Yamato's eyes glistened with tears. How moving. His own childhood had been quite tragic as well. As a test subject and a tool of root, it was precisely this that allowed him to empathize with Naruto. He had intended to share this with Kakashi-sensei anyway, so he no longer cared about the consequences. If it was a parallel universe, at least he hoped that this world's Naruto could have a better life. If not, he chose to believe that Minato and Height would surely create a brighter future. The fourth Hokage perished in the chaos of the tailed beasts, merely a year after the war ended when the Ninetales suddenly went berserk. Minato felt helpless. He could not prevent Yamato from speaking. The three companions and Hate outside the door were all ears, listening intently. The confidentiality surrounding this matter was exceptionally high, even now. He did not know the full details. However, the outcome was that the fourth Hokage sacrificed his life to seal the Nine Tails, thereby protecting the village. Naruto furrowed his brows. He only knew that his father had sealed the Nine Tails within him, unaware that his father had lost his life in the process. He could never allow the Nine Tails to rampage again. As for Hate, Obito, and Rin, I suspect they may have perished during the Third Great Ninja War. The three companions beneath the bed hastily pulled out pens, feverishly taking notes. The Third Great Ninja War? The door creaked open, and Hate peeked in, his brow furrowed. Chapter 48. A Grim Future Brother Lin-E? Naruto hastily wiped his face again. Goodness, it seems everyone is gathered here tonight. Had I known. Queen Sarah need not have arranged so many rooms. Indeed, Lin-E nodded, turning his gaze to Yamato. Yamato, what does the Third Great Ninja War refer to? Yamato's expression turned serious. Based on his inquiries regarding the current timeline, there was less than a year before the outbreak of the Third Great Ninja War. It will be a far more brutal conflict compared to the second, he solemnly stated. The five great nations, fire, water, earth, lightning, and wind, along with several smaller nations, including the Rain Country, will all be embroiled in this war, with devastation visible everywhere. Does Konoha face many opponents? Minato gently inquired. Yamato nodded. Yes, the Water Country, Earth Country, Lightning Country, and Wind Country, all engaged in warfare against Konoha. That battle nearly brought Konoha to its knees. Lin-E and Minato exchanged glances, each reflecting the seriousness and concern in the other's eyes. Historically, there have been two previous ninja wars. The first occurred after the death of the first Hokage, when the four great nations united against Konoha. However, as the fighting progressed, the Earth and Water countries inexplicably turned on each other. Even though Konoha faced two foes alone, the war ultimately ended in negotiations, yet it still resulted in the demise of the second Hokage at the hands of Kin and Jin. The second Great Ninja War was, in truth, less devastating. The Earth, Water, and Lightning countries did not participate, primarily involving the Rain country, which fought indiscriminately. Yet, according to Yamato, the impending Third War might surpass the first in brutality. After all, the Earth, Water, and Lightning countries, having abstained from the Second War to recuperate, are now all poised to strike against Konoha, which has already been severely weakened by two prior conflicts. What is the cause? Lin-E pondered for a moment before directing his question to Yamato. Every war must have a catalyst, much like the death of the first Hokage. Yamato shook his head. At that time, I was still a test subject. I couldn't possibly know what triggered it. Kakashi frowned as he took notes. If my senior, Obito, and Rin were to perish, it seems the Third Great Ninja War could very well be the cause of their deaths. Lin-E exhaled softly and continued to question Yamato. Is there any more specific information? Yamato scratched his head, looking somewhat embarrassed. I apologize, Lin-E senpai. My knowledge of the details surrounding that war is quite limited. He then turned to Naruto. Naruto, does the history textbook contain specific information about the Third Ninja War? Naruto replied. Oh, does the school even teach that? Lin-E glanced at Naruto, sensing a familiar resemblance to a neighbor from his clan. May I ask, Naruto, how do you fare in your theoretical studies at school? Usually. I'm in last place, Naruto mumbled, casting a shy glance at Minato. Under the bed, Kakashi's lifeless eyes shifted towards Obito, having finally gleaned some information. It was unfortunate that one was oblivious while the other was just as academically challenged as Obito. It seems Naruto's academic performance differs greatly from that of teacher Minato. Minato patted the guilt-ridden Naruto on the shoulder. It's all right. Your contributions have been immensely helpful. Thank you, Naruto. Suddenly, Yamato recalled something and quickly spoke up. Minato-senpai, Lin-E senpai. There's one more thing. Lin-E gestured for Yamato to continue. Be cautious of Danzo and Orochimaru. I cannot speak for others, but as a member of Root and a participant in human experimentation, I am aware of the inhumane acts Danzo has committed. Furthermore, Orochimaru was not only a collaborator but ultimately defected from the village, becoming the very cause of the third Hokage's demise. Minato and Lin-E exchanged a glance, committing Yamato's words to memory and expressing their gratitude. Minato then glanced beneath the bed before addressing Naruto and Yamato. It's getting late. Naruto, Yamato, Lin-E, and I shall take our leave now. Lin-E nodded in agreement, turning to exit alongside Minato. Upon reaching the doorway, Minato turned back to the somewhat anxious Naruto and smiled. Naruto, if there's anything you wish to do not hesitate to inform me. Lastly, good night. Yeah. Naruto vigorously nodded in response. In the corridor outside, Lin-E leaned against the railing, his brow furrowed. Unlike the hesitations of others, he was certain that Yamato's timeline was distinctly different from theirs, as their teacher had committed suicide in that reality. There was no doubt about it. However, he could not guarantee that even in parallel timelines, their experiences would not mirror one another. To say nothing of the incessant assaults from the Four Nations and the Rain Country, he truly could not ensure his survival. After all, he lacked the instantaneous travel ability of the Flying Thunder God technique. No matter how formidable time manipulation or substitutes may be, they could still fall prey to the relentless machinery of war. If, in the impending conflict, Both he and his teacher, White Fang, were to perish alongside Obito and Rin. The only remaining candidate for Hokage would be Minato. Hence, the future of his world might very well resemble that of Naruto's. Should he inform the third Hokage? Minato softly spoke, his heart heavy with concern. No, Lin shook his head, putting aside the challenge of explaining such an extraordinary situation once Hiruzen Sarutobi became aware. He would undoubtedly inform Danzo. And as Yamato indicated, Danzo was utterly untrustworthy. Moreover, they only possessed a singular outcome, lacking knowledge of the intricate details and causes. Even if they disclosed this information, preparation would be futile, as they did not require Hiruzen's strength. With a year's time, he must strive to grow stronger for a brighter future. Lin turned, leaning against the railing and gazing at the pristine night sky of Lulan, softly declaring. The next day, at the break of dawn, in an open area of Lulan, Minato patiently instructed Obito and Rin. Meanwhile, Lin was practicing swordsmanship with Kakashi, using the Platinum Star as a sparring partner. Yamato and Naruto, stretching lazily, approached the group. We're supposed to be receiving special training. Why are they even more diligent than we are? Yamato understood. They were undoubtedly striving to alter the future. Keep it up, Minato-senpai, Lin-senpai. Upon noticing the two, Minato paused his guidance to Obito and Rin, smiling as he approached them. Yamato, I don't quite grasp your wood-release technique. Lin seems to possess similar abilities. Perhaps you could seek his advice. He then turned his attention to Naruto. Naruto, have you thought of anything you want? If not, why not train with us? Naruto blinked. About to agree, when suddenly a thought of someone dear to him surfaced, someone he cherished and could not see again after returning. Dad, if it's training, could I ask the Pervy Sage to train with me one last time? The Pervy Sage? Minato's gaze flickered with recognition. Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin. Chapter 49, The Perverted Sage and Naruto Uzumaki. Indeed, he is also my mentor. Watergate found this arrangement rather peculiar, being both father and senior brother to his own son. Father, could you allow me to meet the Perverted Sage once more? The old white-haired one? Lin switched the Platinum Star to the World mode, handing over the dual blades to continue practicing with Kakashi. He then made his way towards Naruto and the others. Previously, when Naruto had expressed his grievances, he had indeed mentioned something amiss with the old white-haired sage, though it had been somewhat vague, leading Lin to believe it was merely an injury. However, witnessing the current situation, it appeared that even after the Ninetales turmoil that had caused Watergate's troubles, Konoha had yet to attain tranquility. Watergate pondered for a few seconds before nodding at Naruto. Certainly, this was Naruto's first request, and to deny it would be quite unthinkable. After speaking, he gave Lin a knowing glance, and in an instant, he vanished from sight. Yay, big brother Lin, where did Dad go? Naruto scratched his head, bewildered by his sudden disappearance. He went to find the old white-haired sage. Back home, Watergate, he has done with his business. Lin cracked his fingers. All right, now I shall train with you all. Hey, big brother Lin, can you handle 5 of us by yourself? Obito inquired curiously while stretching. Upon hearing this, Lin displayed a smile that seemed somewhat dangerous to the others. Who knows? In Konoha, at the bathhouse. Hey. Watergate looked on with a furrowed brow at Jiraiya, who was swaying his hips amid the grass. Cough. Please do not interrupt my research. We can discuss any tasks later. Jiraiya instinctively assumed it was the Umbu sending him on another mission. Had the old man become so unused that he was trying to reclaim the time he had previously escaped? Ever since he returned from the Land of Rain, he had been tasked with everything from scouting for tailed beasts to eradicating bandits to protect merchants. The old man had not granted him a single day of rest. Today, he had finally managed to rise early to gather materials, only to be interrupted again, causing Jiraiya to feel quite displeased. Teacher Jiraiya, it's me. Watergate cautiously whispered from behind Jiraiya. Watergate, Jiraiya exclaimed, his golden hair glinting in the morning sun. Ah, perverts. Over there, one with white hair and another with yellow hair. Once the two managed to escape, Jiraiya casually remarked, gathering materials. Watergate could only shake his head in resignation. It was no wonder Naruto referred to Jiraiya as the perverted sage. Shouldn't you be on a mission? Why are you back so soon? I specifically returned to find you. Teacher Jiraiya, looking for me? Jiraiya asked, somewhat puzzled. Have you encountered some trouble that even you cannot handle? There is a person who wishes to meet you. Watergate hesitated, realizing Naruto was already 15 or 16 years old, which hardly classified him as a child, and thus adjusted his phrasing. Meet me? And you personally came to inform me? In Lulan. Jiraiya stroked his chin, pondering. Could it be that the Queen of Lulan admires the name of Jiraiya, the Great? Wolfing Watergate. No, it is a ninja from the future. To prevent Jiraiya from guessing further, Watergate decided to be straightforward. A ninja from the future? Jiraiya burst into laughter, surprised at Watergate's sense of humor. However, as the conversation continued, Jiraiya's laughter gradually faded, replaced by a serious expression, for Watergate showed no sign of jest. Is it truly a ninja from the future? Indeed, and he is also my child. What? In a clearing outside Lulan, dust and sand swirled in the air. In the midst of it, The three small ones in Naruto were struggling against Lin Yi's shadow clones within the substitute world, while Lin Yi himself was conversing with Yamato about would release. Indeed, this was inspired by Naruto. The essence of Naruto's tactics lay in shadow clones and the Rasengan, which drew Lin Yi's attention to this ninjutsu he had previously undervalued. After all, he often found himself in a state of chakra deficiency, and the thought of creating numerous shadow clones was beyond his means. Furthermore, the substitute jutsu was far more effective than mere clones. So he had only used shadow clones a few times during his time at the Ninja Academy before largely abandoning it. This time, however, he was struck by inspiration. Knowing that the essence of the substitute was his unique chakra, and that shadow clones were also composed of chakra, he wondered if his shadow clones could utilize the substitute. After all, while other chakra sources, such as tailed beasts, might not resonate with him, this was his own chakra. To his delight, it worked. However, not entirely. While shadow clones could indeed utilize the substitute, it consumed the chakra used to create that shadow clone. If a shadow clone was dispelled, the substitute would vanish as well. Yet, regardless of how many clones he had, he could only use one substitute at a time. It was akin to Killer Queen releasing Bites the Dust. With the substitute transferring to the earlier individual, Lin Yi found that once a shadow clone employed the substitute, he could not use it simultaneously. However, the transition between them could occur instantaneously, irrespective of distance. In summary, calling forth multiple substitutes at once was an impossibility. Nevertheless, even this limitation greatly enhanced his flexibility. If my shadow clone is 10 meters away, summoning the Platinum Star would allow me to strike you from 12 meters away. Or, by preparing a shadow clone in advance before a battle, he could utilize the time stop at a critical moment, effectively freezing time without leaving any openings. Perfect. Moreover, this idea sparked another thought in Lin Yi's mind. Was there a way to store chakra for prolonged periods? After all, the duration of shadow clones was inherently limited. If he could equip himself with a sort of power bank, he would undoubtedly evolve into a T0 level. Uchiha Lin Yi, not lacking chakra. Big brother Lin Yi. Slow down a bit, Naruto gasped, raising his hand towards Lin Yi's seated shadow clone. The shadow clone opened its eyes, nodded, and snapped its fingers. The world's movements slightly slowed, granting the trio and Naruto a much-needed respite. In the next moment, a flash of golden light appeared as Watergate and Jiraiya returned to Lulan. Their sudden appearance drew the attention of several onlookers. Upon recognizing them, Naruto's mouth opened wide, yet no words came forth, leaving him standing frozen in place. The world retracted its blade, its sharp gaze fixated on Naruto, who had fallen awkwardly to the ground. Chapter 50, Master and Apprentice Naruto immediately rose from the ground. Brushing off his backside, his gaze was fixed upon that familiar, yet unfamiliar figure. The familiarity stemmed from the expression and the faint lines at the corners of his eyes. Reminiscent of the Jiraiya he would later know. Conversely, the strangeness arose from Jiraiya's youthful visage and his attire, which was devoid of the typical mature aura he would later exude. So this is what the lecherous sage looked like in his youth? Jiraiya likewise gazed at Naruto Uzumaki in the distance. There was a hint of Minato in him, yet he appeared rather foolish. Lin Yi and the others silently vacated a space for them, moving to another area to train. Are you the lecherous sage? Naruto endeavored to control his tone and expression, striving to keep his eyes from reddening and his voice from trembling. After all, at this moment, Jiraiya did not recognize him. Any exaggerated declarations would surely startle him. What lecherous sage? Jiraiya replied, a vein throbbing on his forehead. I am the great Jiraiya of the legendary Three Ninjas. Or simply call me the sage of Mount Maiboku. How rude. But you were quite lecherous, Naruto retorted, pouting. He recalled how, during their training, Jiraiya had warned him about the three vices of a ninja: alcohol, women, and money, proclaiming that once entangled with any of these, a ninja would meet their doom. Yet, how did it feel as though indulging in these would bring him closer to becoming one of the legendary three? All right, brat. I've taken time out of my precious research for this. Speak. What do you want from me? Jiraiya lightly tapped Naruto on the head, then began walking alongside him through the streets of Lulan. After the capture of Baizu, the queen had liberated the populace previously imprisoned in the puppet factory, and the streets began to gradually regain their vitality. Naruto opened his mouth, clenched his fists, brimming with things to say but unsure of how to begin. Lecherous sage. Do you know that I am a ninja from the future? Jiraiya's eyes flicked towards a beautiful woman from a foreign land, and his initially drowsy gaze suddenly sharpened. Lecherous sage. Naruto stomped his foot, exasperated by the moment. Well, so what if I know? Jiraiya shrugged nonchalantly, clicking his tongue. Then, don't you want to know your future? Even if what Lin Yi said about parallel universes is true, it would still be of great significance. Naruto felt a surge of frustration. Previously, Obito and the others had been eager to extract every detail of his time traveling, yet Jiraiya seemed completely indifferent. Well, under Naruto's expectant gaze, Jiraiya replied, I don't want to. He could traverse the world for prophecies and impart teachings, but knowing his own fate was another matter entirely. If one were to know their future, what meaning would life hold? Living is about crafting one's own destiny. But Naruto jumped anxiously. You will die a miserable death. Before he could finish his sentence, Jiraiya covered Naruto's mouth. Hey, kid, don't go around saying things like that. Besides, if you really speak of something that disrupts the timeline, you might just vanish yourself. Jiraiya had a suspicion that the end awaiting him was not particularly bright, yet so what? He was who he was, the great Jiraiya, one of the legendary three, the guide of the child of destiny. If his future truly was bleak, he would accept it with a smile, for he had never acted against his conscience. It doesn't matter, as long as you all can be well, such things are inconsequential. Tears finally streamed down Naruto's face. If his father, Lin Yi, and the lecherous sage could survive, then even if he were to disappear, he would willingly accept it. And what if it's a parallel universe? You said it wouldn't change your past. Jiraiya regarded Naruto earnestly. On the way here, Minato had mentioned that Naruto was likely a future ninja from a parallel universe. At the very least, I have saved the lecherous sage of this timeline. Naruto gazed back at Jiraiya, determination gleaming in his eyes. Such an unlovable little brat, Jiraiya smirked, ruffling Naruto's blonde hair. All right, I don't need a little kid like you to save me. Just take care of yourself. Jiraiya glanced around, his gaze landing on a newly opened ramen shop, steam wafting from within. Let me treat you to ramen. You didn't have breakfast this morning, did you? I'll pay, as long as you agree to listen to me. Naruto shook his head and replied, turning the tables. No thanks, I'll treat you instead. TCH. Forget it then, Jiraiya scoffed. But seeing Naruto's downcast demeanor, he exhaled and gently patted his shoulder. Naruto looked up, puzzled by Jiraiya's sudden change of heart. If we don't go now, it seems we'll have to wait in line. Naruto's eyes sparkled, and he eagerly nodded, jogging into the shop with Jiraiya. After ordering 2 bowls of specialty ramen, Naruto was brimming with excitement to share his future revelations with Jiraiya, particularly the crucial point that he should refrain from seeking intel. Just as he was about to speak, Jiraiya stuffed a piece of meat into Naruto's mouth. I only agreed to eat ramen together. Naruto swallowed the meat. The two of them enveloped in rising clouds of steam. Naruto found himself transported back to the first time he had shared ramen with the lecherous sage at Ichiraku. The moment felt timeless, echoing the present. Is it delicious? Jiraiya asked between slurps, glancing at the somewhat silent Naruto. Naruto raised his slightly flushed eyes, his face radiating happiness. It's delicious. Even though the owner had just resumed preparations the previous day, and the flavors of Lulan differed significantly from those of Konoha. Even with the ingredients being rather ordinary, Naruto truly wished this bowl of ramen could last just a little longer. Just a little longer. Naruto. Jiraiya pulled out a book from his pocket and handed it to Naruto. Naruto took it and saw the title, The Tale of Strong Will. Ah. It's just a draft I wrote years ago during my travels in the Land of Rain. Jiraiya ruffled Naruto's yellow hair, noting that, coincidentally, the protagonist of the book was also named Naruto. After finishing the last bite of his ramen, Jiraiya smiled at Naruto. As a ninja, you must always be strong. When faced with difficulties, do not shy away. When encountering setbacks, do not be discouraged. Lastly, believe in your dreams and persist. No matter how unrealistic they may seem, there will always be a possibility of realization. Naruto set down his chopsticks, refraining from interrupting Jiraiya's preachy words he had once despised. Yet, he felt a sense of unease creeping in. Jiraiya reached out to wipe away the tears forming at the corners of Naruto's eyes. Naruto. If I ever have another disciple, I will train him to be as exceptional as you. With that, Jiraiya's figure vanished, leaving behind an empty bowl and the tale of strong will in Naruto's hands. Lecherous sage. Naruto could no longer hold back. Tears blurred his vision. He dashed out into the street, desperately searching for Jiraiya's silhouette. Why didn't you want to hear me out? I just wanted you to survive. Chapter 51. With hopes from another world upon witnessing Naruto's despondent return, Yamato could surmise without doubt that Jiraiya had ultimately disregarded Naruto's spoilers. Such a paragon as Lord Jiraiya would never accept such assistance. Yamato silently lamented. Nevertheless, Naruto remained steadfast. After a brief period of dejection, he immersed himself anew into training. Throughout the week, apart from sleeping and eating, everyone engaged in rigorous training, with Queen Lulan tirelessly providing sustenance and other essential supplies. This opportunity for intensive training not only proved immensely beneficial for Naruto and his 3 companions, but even Lin, Minato, and others reaped considerable rewards. After 7 days of specialized training, Lin observed Naruto's reluctance to part and granted him an additional day of life. He encouraged Minato to spend a final day with Naruto as a father would, shopping, dining, and admiring the desert's breathtaking vistas. Although Naruto had visited many of these places before, he felt no tedium. This was, after all, his first journey with his father. As night fell, Lin cast the nearly lifeless Baizu to the ground. The swollen visage, resembling a pig's head, had yet to recover. Are you ready, Naruto, Yamato? The world had quietly pressed its blade against Baizu's neck. Goodbye, Dad, Brother Lin, Kakashi-sensei, Obito, Rin. Until we meet again. Naruto waved fervently, making his final farewells. Farewell, Naruto, Minato echoed, also waving. However, Lin suddenly recollected something, skillfully swallowing a soldier pill. Chakra began to surge. Naruto, come here. Naruto scratched his head, uncertain of Lin's intentions, yet obediently approached. Lin gently placed a hand on Naruto's shoulder, channeling a steady flow of chakra into him until Naruto felt slightly lightheaded, then called to Minato. Minato sealed his chakra within Naruto. Minato hesitated but eventually nodded, applying a seal at the site where Lin had infused chakra to ensure it would not dissipate. Naruto, this is the hand sign to release the seal. After imparting a simple hand sign, Minato signaled to Lin that the task was complete. Naruto blinked, perplexed by Lin's actions. Brother Lin, what does 1 second mean? Lin did not respond further, instead shaking his head, signaling that Naruto could return. Yamato approached Naruto, but as he passed Kakashi, he could not contain himself. Bang. Ouch. Kakashi grimaced, retracting his neck. Apologies, Kakashi-sensei, but you've always bullied me, haha. I couldn't help it. Yamato chuckled heartily. Farewell, everyone. Kakashi squinted, shielding his head. Yamato? Was it? I'll remember that name. My father is the current head of the Umbu, and my senior is likely to be the next. Just wait. I hope I don't catch you. Lin regained some chakra. The world reappeared as he retrieved the fallen blade. A flash of cold light ensued. Then, the seals binding Baizu were lifted, and the immense residual energy of the dragon vein erupted, a dazzling purple light flashing as Naruto and Yamato vanished from sight. In the 66th year of Konoha, Lulan. Naruto? Naruto? As Naruto groggily opened his eyes, a familiar pink-haired figure came into view. Naruto, Captain Yamato, are you both all right? On the back of the ink-painted eagle, Sakura and Sai gazed anxiously at the newly awakened Naruto and Yamato. Hehe, we're fine, but are you two uninjured? Sakura replied with exasperation. You and Baizu were caught in his technique amidst the dragon vein's energy. What could possibly happen to us? Naruto turned to the equally bewildered Yamato and recalled that Baizu had been dispatched by Brother Lin. Oh, speaking of Baizu, Sakura, have you been waiting long? Sorry to keep you. What are you talking about, Naruto? Sakura crossed her arms, displeased. Do you think we lack patience? You only disappeared for a brief moment. A brief moment? Both Naruto and Yamato sighed in relief. After accounting for the initial day, they had actually been gone for nearly 10 days. It seemed Brother Lin's suspicions were accurate. Had they known, they would have lingered a bit longer. What are you daydreaming about? Sakura waved a hand in front of Naruto's face. No, nothing. It's all fine. Naruto shook his head, trembling slightly as he opened his inner lining. Inside was a book titled The Tale of Strong Will and Perseverance and a Trident Kunai. Pulling down his collar revealed a seal akin to the one on his abdomen. It was not a dream. Everything was indeed real. Naruto quickly raised his gaze to Sakura. Sakura, do you know Linny? Yamato also turned his attention to Sakura. If it's the same timeline, did Brother Lin succeed? Huh? No. Is he a renowned ninja? Sai, what about you? Just Linny? I haven't heard of him. Sai pondered before shaking his head. Uchiha Linny. Huh? Well then, is the current Hokage still Tsunade Baba? Bang. Sakura punched Naruto on the head. Have you been dazed by the dragon vein's energy? Who else could it be but Lady Tsunade? Naruto's spirit sank, his fist clenched tightly. What's wrong, Naruto? After disappearing for just 10 seconds, he seemed like a different person. It's nothing. Yamato gently patted Naruto's shoulder. Perhaps Sakura and Sai did not sense the historical changes due to their proximity to the dragon vein. Let us hasten back to Konoha. Yes. Naruto carefully stored away the book and kunai, nodding earnestly. As they rushed forward, the scenery gradually transformed into lush greenery. Upon returning to Konoha, the monumental Hokage rock was the first sight to greet them. Minato's visage remained resolute atop the cliff, his stone-carved expression unwavering. Still, nothing has changed? Observing Naruto's forlorn demeanor, Yamato understood that his heart was undoubtedly heavy. After dispersing the team, he led Naruto to Kakashi. Hey, looks like this mission went smoothly. You return quickly. Just as Yamato was about to speak, Naruto interjected, eager to confirm if they were in the parallel timeline Brother Lin had mentioned. Kakashi-sensei, do you know Uchiha Obito and Noara Rin? Kakashi's eyes widened, his expression turning grave. How do you know those names? They were my former teammates. And what about Lin? Knowing Kakashi recognized Obito and Rin, Naruto inquired if he also knew Brother Lin, suspecting he had simply not shared it with him. Lin? Kakashi asked in confusion. Uchiha Linny, he is your senior. What are you talking about? Kakashi rapped Naruto lightly on the head. I've never had a senior. What on earth has happened to you? Yamato glanced at Naruto, who only managed a forced smile. It's nothing at all. I was just joking with Kakashi-sensei. It seems we have entered a parallel world. However, in this alternate realm, Lin-E, his father, and Master Jiraiya should be safe, right? I truly envy the version of myself that exists in that world. A gentle breeze rustles the leaves, causing two of them to drift down. Gently caught by Naruto, he brings them close, savoring the friction between the distinct veins of the leaves. Kakashi, somewhat perplexed, firmly grasps Yamato's shoulder, regardless of the circumstances. Since our mission was successfully accomplished, let us have Captain Yamato treat us to ramen, shall we? Huh, why me? Yamato points to his own nose. You've saved quite a bit from our recent missions, so don't be so stingy. That infuriating Kakashi-senpai. Behind them, Naruto, watching the two walk ahead, quickly shouts and rushes to catch up. No matter what, I shall carry the hopes of the other world and strive to create a brighter future. For I am Uzumaki Naruto. Phew, the storyline of the Dragon Veins concludes here, but if everyone wishes to see the subsequent battle between Naruto and Pain, I could write a separate epilogue. Chapter 52. Is the enemy of the Uchiha clan, whom I created? What? Are you starting to think about having a son? As Linny packed his belongings, he teased Minato, who responded with a wry smile and softly spoke, I hope he will be well. He certainly will. For he is my dear nephew. Nephew? Minato glanced at Linny in confusion. But Naruto has always referred to you as big brother, which means you are my nephew. Stop it. Minato quickly dodged. Linny concluded his packing and stored his belongings in a scroll before heading out to gather the three children. Once everyone was assembled, they bid farewell to Queen Sarah. On their way back, Minato and Linny deliberated once more, ultimately deciding that this matter must remain confidential. The fewer who know, the better. After all, human nature is frail under temptation, and the dragon vein might incite insatiable greed among countless individuals in the ninja world. Regarding Jiraiya, Minato reiterated his trust in Linny despite the old man's notorious lechery. Upon returning to Konoha, Minato first submitted the mission report to the third Hokage, deliberately omitting the details about Naruto and Yamato. Subsequently, they dispersed. Minato went to find Kushina, while Rin and Kakashi returned to their respective homes. Linny, however, did not seek out his teacher, Kakashi Hitaki, but instead accompanied Obito back home. Why return to Uchiha first? Linny recalled that day when Minato and the three children hidden under the bed had left, and Naruto had approached him alone. The Uchiha massacre? Well, Linny, I'm not entirely sure. It seems that a man named Itachi Uchiha killed them all, except for Sasuke. Sasuke? He is my friend, and also a former teammate. Do you have any further information about this Itachi? None. I only know his name, and that he was indeed responsible for the Uchiha massacre. All right, thank you, Naruto. Now back. Lin-E naturally sought to locate the individual named Itachi Uchiha. Is there no one? Lin-E furrowed his brows and confirmed once more. Uchiha Fugaka shook his head. As the clan leader, he surely remembered the names of most clan members, even if he couldn't recall them all. He had just perused the list and still found nothing. Is he a renowned ninja? Fugaku inquired, puzzled. No, it's nothing. It seems my father might have mentioned him before. Perhaps I misremembered or he misspoke. Lin-E shook his head dismissively. Well, since you consider him a strong ninja, I shall name my son Itachi. Fugaka contemplated for a moment before looking at Lin-E and speaking. Coincidentally, during this time, Uchiha had transferred 2 J-Nin from the guard division to the Umbu. With nearly 10 elite ninjas in total, the clan's grievances had significantly diminished. And Fugaku was contemplating how to express his gratitude to Lin-E. This also subtly flattered Lin-E. You deem him a powerful ninja, yet cannot find him. That's all right. My son is to be born, so I shall name him after this person. Huh? Lin-E looked up, astonished. Oh, Lin-E. You've been so focused on training and missions that you might not know. My wife is pregnant and is expected to give birth early next year. We are still undecided on a name. It is now the latter half of the year 46 in Konoha. Sasuke was born in 51, 5 years after Itachi, who was born just in time during the Third Great Ninja War. Uchiha Fugaku refilled their tea and smiled as he spoke. Lin-E found the situation rather absurd. The one who annihilated my clan is the name I have chosen for my child? However, since the child had not yet been born, he could afford to postpone this decision. He would not let his experiences from a parallel world dictate the fate of an unborn child. He truly envied the clan leader's harmonious family life. Lin-E raised his teacup in a gesture of acknowledgement towards Fugaku, took a sip, and prepared to take his leave. Lin-E, please wait. Yes, is there anything else, clan leader? Lin-E halted and turned to Fugaku. It's just that you still have no disciples, and I was hoping you, as a talented shinobi, could take one under your wing. Lin-E raised an eyebrow, inwardly scolding the old fox while maintaining a smile. Previously, the Hokage wished for me to lead a team of J-Nin, but I declined. I tend to avoid complications and do not wish to hinder others. Fugaku shook his head. There is only one. We Uchiha do not have an abundance of children. Moreover, since you graduated within a year and immediately joined the Umbu, mentoring an ordinary individual might not yield the desired results. However, having a genius teach another genius will surely prove fruitful. Lin-E narrowed his eyes. If that is the case, I shall give it a try, but clan leader, my standards are quite high. Fugaku nodded, offering Lin-E a reassuring expression that conveyed his confidence in handling matters. I will ensure you are satisfied. Humph. Rather than simply taking on a disciple, it is more about strengthening our ties. As Lin-E walked home, he contemplated this. Fugaku was no fool, initially. He viewed Lin-E merely as a stepping stone for the Uchiha clan's entry into the Umbu. However, as more individuals joined, Fugaku soon recognized Lin-E's immense value. But was Lin-E truly his subordinate? No, not at all. They were not even partners. To Fugaku, Lin-E was merely showing respect to the clan. Primarily because the Uchiha clan was indeed powerful, and their presence in the Umbu would be beneficial to the current Umbu head, Kakashi Hitaki. Yet, who would be the next Umbu leader? It was highly likely to be Uchiha Lin-E. At that time, the elite J-Nin who had been in the Umbu for some time would have to choose between allegiance to the leader or to the clan leader. Thus, Lin-E remained aligned with his own interests, neither for the village nor the clan, but rather for himself and Uchiha Fugaku. Did Fugaku wish to dominate Lin-E? He could not. In terms of strength, even the legendary White Fang, let alone Lin-E himself, Fugaku could not confidently claim victory. In terms of influence, Lin Yi was the current captain of the Umbu division, a position Fugaku could not manipulate. Clearly, a hard approach would not suffice. So he had to resort to a softer strategy. However, Lin Yi was a branch family member, whose father merely sold ninja tools. What mattered more? The pride of the Uchiha clan or the price of this month's supplies? There was no choice, no matter how difficult it was to cultivate a good relationship. It had to be nurtured. Without a bond, one must create one. When a person has vulnerabilities and connections, there are naturally areas to manipulate. Lin Yi understood this, which was why he initially declined. This was akin to the previous approach of Hiruzen Sarutobi. Sarutobi believed that with Minato around, even if Lin Yi refused to lead the J-Nin team, he still had ties to the Hokage. Therefore, there was no need to force the issue. Well, an additional disciple wouldn't hurt. Lin Yi counted on his fingers. Playing the soft card has its advantages and disadvantages. As long as there is earnest guidance coupled with a touch of value installation, will the disciple trust the clan more or their teacher? Chapter 53, Taking on a Disciple. Uchiha Shisui father, it's time to procure and craft more ninja tools, Lin Yi declared as he entered the family's ninja shop. Addressing Uchiha, who was casually lounging at the entrance with his legs crossed. Are you planning some grand trial or event? Uchiha inquired, raising an eyebrow in curiosity. In this era of relative peace, it was mainly those undertaking missions who frequented the shop. Ninja tools, unlike other commodities, incurred significant maintenance costs when hoarded. Prolonged inactivity could degrade their quality, potentially jeopardizing a ninja's life in battle. Nothing of the sort. I wouldn't dare take advantage of you. After all, it's my money now, Lin Yi replied with a smirk. Kid, I'm still alive, Uchiha retorted with a chuckle, yet he pondered Lin Yi's words seriously. He might not fully grasp what Lin Yi was up to, but he was certain his son was extraordinary and would never deceive him. The following morning, Uchiha Fugaku had arranged for Lin Yi's prospective disciple to be delivered to his doorstep. Lin Yi looked at the 4 or 5-year-old child before him, swallowed his breakfast, and inquired, what is your name? Shisui, Uchiha Shisui, the child replied. Lin Yi was too uninterested in conducting any formal assessment. If the family had chosen him, he must possess some merit. Very well, I shall be your teacher from now on. You should know my name. The young boy nodded eagerly. Yes, teacher Lin Yi. Lin Yi gestured toward the breakfast spread on the table. Have you eaten? Thank you, teacher, but I've already had my meal, Shisui replied, shaking his head and patiently standing by, waiting for Lin Yi to finish. Let us go to the Uchiha training ground, Lin Yi instructed. Accepting the family's bond was a commitment worth acknowledging. Teaching his disciple at the family training ground was a way to repay the trust. Under the morning sun, they swiftly arrived at their destination. Have you begun to extract chakra? Lin Yi asked, aware that he had started later due to his previous lethargy. In a prominent clan like the Uchiha, children with ninja potential typically began chakra refinement around the age of 4 or 5. Yes, Shisui nodded, looking up at Lin Yi. I have been refining my chakra for over half a year now. My chakra attributes are fire, wind, and lightning. Lin Yi calculated, finding Shisui's chakra attributes comparable to his own. As he slightly turned, he noticed the blade Shisui carried on his back. You've truly gone to great lengths to find me a disciple, he remarked. Now, let us see what you can do. Lin Yi formed hand seals and summoned a shadow clone. Shisui stepped back, preparing to engage, his gaze locked onto Lin Yi's shadow clone. The previous afternoon, members of his clan had approached Shisui, stating their intention to find him a teacher. Initially resistant, Shisui believed he could navigate his own growth. However, upon learning of Lin Yi's likely elite J-Nin status and similar chakra attributes, he was intrigued. Additionally, he sensed the importance of the clan's decision and ultimately acquiesced. With a swift motion, Shisui drew the blade from its sheath and charged forward, aiming a decisive strike at Lin Yi's distracted clone. The sound of metal clashing filled the air as Shisui gazed in astonishment at his blade, now suspended in midair, and quickly retreated. Go all out. Hold nothing back. Lin Yi encouraged, gesturing for Shisui to unleash his full potential. Fire release. Great fireball technique, Shisui proclaimed, his small chest swelling as he expelled a massive fireball towards Lin Yi's clone. With a casual flick of his wrist, Lin Yi dismissed the fireball as if it were mere smoke. Shisui's eyes widened, and he quickly retrieved a folded wind shuriken from his pocket, launching it at Lin Yi while simultaneously reinforcing it with another fireball, increasing both its speed and power. Meanwhile, Lin Yi remained composed, arms crossed, effortlessly catching the shuriken in one hand. With a gentle exhale, he dissipated the flames that clung to the shuriken, rendering them non-existent. From Shisui's perspective, the shuriken halted midair upon nearing Lin Yi, and the flames vanished without a trace. Remarkably strong, Shisui marveled, observing the unyielding Lin Yi clone and the real Lin Yi, who was seated nearby, seemingly meditating to refine his chakra. That will suffice, Lin Yi stated, opening his eyes and dispelling the clone. The shuriken fell to the ground with a clatter as Lin Yi picked it up, folded it again, and handed it back to Shisui. Continuing would strain your body. Shisui, slightly out of breath, nodded and accepted the shuriken. After all, he was still just a young child, and 2 great fireballs had nearly exhausted his chakra reserves. Lin Yi was not there to harm his disciple. His main goal was to gauge Shirsui's current progress and strengths. Well done, Lin Yi praised, patting Shirsui's shoulder. Your foundation in ninjutsu is solid, and your taijutsu and swordsmanship show promise. Even though Shirsui had exerted himself to the utmost without getting close to Lin Yi, it was due to the latter's extraordinary capabilities. At his age, Shirsui's proficiency in C-rank ninjutsu, along with his taijutsu and sword skills, made him stand out even among genin. Take a moment to recover. Once you're ready, we'll begin sword training. Lin Yi was always decisive. While he lacked proficiency in ninjutsu, Shirsui's chakra was not suited for learning additional techniques at this stage. Mastering the Great Fireball was effective for both containment and offense, a hallmark technique of the Uchiha. Training in taijutsu and swordsmanship would not only enhance his abilities swiftly but also minimize chakra expenditure, potentially increasing his chakra reserves. During rest periods, they would practice chakra extraction techniques instead. In the distance, a watchful observer noted the developments and reported back to Uchiha Fugaku. With Shirsui as his disciple, Lin Yi's daily life became somewhat richer. Alongside training and sparring, he occasionally teased his disciple with his platinum star. The ninja world seemed to remain tranquil, leading Lin Yi to doubt whether they would ever witness another war. Suddenly, a note launched by a kunai soared toward Lin Yi. Upon receiving it, he unfurled the note to reveal a terse message that made his brows furrow in concern. At the border of the Wind Country, White Fang has been ambushed. Chapter 54, The Wrath of Lin Yi, 3 Tomo. The air roared on either side of Lin Yi, creating waves of force. His expression darkened. The Umbu should have only reported to the Hokage for assistance. The covert transmission of information might have been a directive from his teacher or an unauthorized decision by the other party. Regardless, the situation for Hitaki Tsukumo was undoubtedly dire. Move faster. Beside him, the platinum star hovered closely in pursuit. Stones shattered, trees fell before them. As Lin Yi maintained his speed, the scenery around him flickered rapidly. Soon after entering the Land of Rivers, his crimson eyes swiftly caught sight of the markings left by the Umbu. At the border of the Land of Wind, amidst swirling yellow sands, a dilapidated Earth-style fortress stood. Lord White Fang, you should retreat. Several Umbu members, their faces gradually turning purple beneath their masks, spoke with difficulty. Hitaki Tsukumo's expression was equally grim, but he managed to suppress the spread of the toxin with his formidable chakra. He had dispatched the only Umbu member from the Oil Woman clan who had not been poisoned to hurry back to the village to summon Tsunade for support. Yet, Tsukumo felt uncertain. Tsunade had recently left the village, and this was merely a fleeting hope. There was no escape. The enemy's intent was clear. After poisoning them, they would simply encircle and eliminate them. Whoosh, 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 countless arrows flew toward the Umbu. Clang, 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 Tsukumo swung his blade with remarkable speed, deflecting the dark arrows aimed at his comrades. The body flicker technique required an explosive output of chakra, which caused the toxin to spread more rapidly. A streak of dark green blood trickled from the corner of Tsukumo's mouth. Lord White Fang. Tsukumo shook his head, swallowing another soldier's food pill and an antidote. They had brought antidotes for their mission in the Land of Wind, but against the current enemy, their effectiveness was negligible. At most, they could suppress the toxin for another 2 hours. Tsukumo sensed the deteriorating condition of his body. Time was of the essence. In the next instant, another barrage of arrows descended upon them. He prepared to use the body flicker technique to shield his teammates. Earth style, Earth flow wall. One Umbu member, blood seeping from beneath his mask, trembled as he formed hand seals. Chakra surged wildly, and a towering wall of earth, 20 meters high and 4 to 5 meters thick, erupted from the ground, sealing the breach in their defenses. The other Umbu gasped, concern evident in their voices. Their chakra was primarily focused on suppressing the toxin, and using it to perform ninjutsu would not only release that suppression but also accelerate the toxin spread due to the conversion of chakra. I can't hold on. Captain, everyone, this is my last bit of chakra. Having uttered these words, In's body collapsed, his mask slipping to reveal a middle-aged face. Despite the poison oozing from his 7 orifices, his final expression remained resolute. Oh, are you building a turtle shell again? From a distance, a red-haired boy spoke indifferently amidst the swirling sands. Meaningless struggle, merely a grave for oneself. Wouldn't you agree, little insect? The puppet strings trembled slightly. In the nearby little insect's mouth began to move silently. It seems you think so too, but their corpses cannot go to waste. Let us wait a bit longer. Boom, boom, boom. A cacophony of explosive sounds caught Scorpion's attention. Reinforcements from the enemy? The little insect beside him twitched its arm, a stiff smile on its face. Useless. Merely adding another material for myself. Inside the fortress formed by the earth, White Fang and the others also heard the thunderous roar of Lin Yi's approach. However, as the toxin spread more severely, most of them, aside from White Fang, found their cognitive abilities dwindling. Did we really manage to summon Tsunade? Tsukumo struggled to step out of the fortress. He needed to relay more detailed information to Tsunade about the enemy. As for the risks of coming out, they had become irrelevant. If Tsunade were also to fall victim to the enemy's schemes, they would have no chance of survival. However, as Tsukumo deflected a few arrows and caught sight of the approaching figure, his expression froze in disbelief. Lin Yi, How could it be Lin Yi? Tsukumo had no time for further thoughts and quickly shouted, "Run! Lin Yi, beware of the sands. His toxin is extremely potent and can blend within the winds." Lin Yi, upon seeing his teacher, felt his anger swell even more. The sight of white-fanged, pale-faced, and with purple lips was harrowing. Most alarmingly, his teacher was now left with only one arm, the severed stump soaked in dark blood. Holding his breath, Lin Yi used chakra to isolate the surrounding air. In the next moment, the crimson in his eyes grew ominous, locking onto two figures in the distance. He propelled himself forward with explosive force. Boom! Dust and sand erupted. Lin Yi's figure shot forth like an arrow aimed at the two silhouettes. Spicy sauce. Aura. As if sensing Lin Yi's emotions, the robust figure of the Platinum Star let out a furious roar. The slender red-haired figure remained unflustered, swiftly producing several scrolls, summoning nearly 10 puppets. Clack, clack, clack. The sounds of mechanisms and gears echoed. Purple poisonous gas surged with the yellow sands, accompanied by arrows and flames, rushing toward Lin Yi. Aura, 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 aura. How dare you? The pressure from his fists dispersed the toxic gas and flames in an instant. Lin Yi's Sharingan spun rapidly. The figure of the Platinum Star transformed in an instant, shifting to a world within the Uchiha clan's home in Konoha. Lin Yi's shadow clone opened its eyes. A golden figure emerged beside him with a cold demeanor. Shattervoludo. Time stood still. The already rigid movements of the puppets came to a complete halt. In the air, the particles of sand within the flames froze in place. In the blink of an eye, the distance of 100 meters was traversed. A second passed. The shadow clone dissipated due to chakra depletion. Lin Yi stood atop the yellow sands, extending a finger toward the cluster of puppets. The world returned to the space surrounding the shadow clone, where he now grasped the Nichiren blade and a single strike. Scorpion's eyes narrowed. How is it possible to be so fast? The particles of sand resumed their chaotic dance in the air. Two blades approached Scorpion and the puppets. How dare you? Fire style. Great fire annihilation. A wave of flames surged forth, intertwining with the whirlwind of blades, creating a fiery vortex. The sands were engulfed, dissolving into glimmering glass. Scorpion barely had time to utter a word before he and all the puppets were consumed by the fiery tornado. With a cold gaze, Lin Yi watched as the puppets were shredded into pieces, countless remnants engulfed in flames and helplessly plummeting to the desert below. His eyes prickled slightly. But there was no time for reflection. He immediately turned back towards White Fang's location. Teacher. Lin Yi rushed to support the staggering White Fang. Lin Yi, you have surpassed me, Tsukumo said, gazing at Lin Yi with a hint of pride. Although he had anticipated this, witnessing the towering fire vortex was undeniable proof that Lin Yi had indeed surpassed him. Do not speak, teacher. Endure a bit. I will get you the antidote. Tsukumo thought Lin Yi intended to search through the pile of debris, shaking his head with a bitter smile. It's futile. This poison. Only Tsunade may have the cure. The puppet masters of Sunagakure are known only for creating toxins. They possess no antidote for their own potent poisons. No. There's no need to search. The three Tomo and Lin Yi's blood-red eyes spun slowly. Hatake Tsukumo weakly raised his head. I can heal. Lin Yi unfurled a scroll, from which a purple gas gradually spread. This was what he had specifically cast earlier during the time stop. Golden Experience. Chapter 55, The Power Closest to the Divine. What is this? Where did the snake come from? The frail Kakashi Hatake cast a weak glance at the venomous serpent that had suddenly appeared in Lin Yi's hand. Had he begun to hallucinate? The tall figure of Golden Experience slightly arched, then thrust its finger forcefully into the newly conjured snake. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The snake quivered and writhed. Lin Yi hurriedly brought Golden Experience to the increasingly despondent Kakashi Hitake's side. Teacher, hold on. Kakashi, puzzled, did not comprehend the meaning behind Lin Yi's words. What? The previously weak Kakashi suddenly let out a scream. Golden Experience had already injected the antidote into Kakashi's body. How did it get injected? You needn't worry about that. Lacking a syringe, a more direct approach had to be employed. In any case, Kakashi's memory was that of having his entire circulatory system opened up and something forcefully inserted within. In reality, it was not mere imagination. As the serum began to take effect, Kakashi's complexion gradually improved. Lin Yi, go rescue our comrades inside. Kakashi, drenched in cold sweat, grit his teeth and urged Lin Yi. Wait a moment, teacher. Lin Yi did not act immediately but focused his gaze on Kakashi's severed arm. It was his first attempt at having Golden Experience create a body part. After careful consideration, the stand aimed at a nearby stone and began to swing its fist. Transform. In the astonished gaze of Kakashi, a stone transformed into an arm. Is this medical ninjutsu? Even Tsunade couldn't manage that, could she? Just hold on a little longer. Teacher, what do you mean? A foreboding feeling arose in Kakashi's heart. Lin Yi grasped the arm and forcefully pressed it against Kakashi's stump. Hiss. After confirming that Kakashi's arm was secure, Lin Yi entered the makeshift fortress created by Earth Release. Soon, amidst Kakashi's gleeful gaze from outside, the fortress echoed with cries of agony. In the distance, among the shattered remnants Lin Yi had left behind, a small ball, no larger than a palm, rolled out with the character for Scorpion clearly inscribed upon it. Without some means of self-preservation, even if it were poisonous, he would not dare confront the legendary ninja. White Fang, alone. As the small ball rolled, several fragments adhered to it, then it began to roll toward the distant Sunagakure. Additional note, at this moment, Scorpion possesses the ability to create human puppets. The small insect is his first creation, not the third Kazekage. Furthermore, Scorpion intended to take revenge on White Fang, who had already committed suicide, hence the assassination of the third Kazekage. Although both White Fang and the third Kazekage were of similar strength, the third Kazekage was accessible, while White Fang was not, which is why he had preemptively transformed himself into a human puppet. The arrangement seems quite reasonable. If White Fang succumbed to the poison, Scorpion's revenge would be fulfilled. If he survived, it would be more challenging to rely on poison again, necessitating the enhancement of his methods. The direct cause of his parents' demise was White Fang, but the third Kazekage also bore some responsibility. As Scorpion plotted against the third Kazekage, he recalled the pair of crimson eyes and the tempest of blazing swords. Just the reinforcement I need. You shall replace White Fang and become my most formidable collection. Lord White Fang, I couldn't bring Tsunade, but I have brought the hospitals. Shimi Yamanaka, using his insect cloud to carry 2 medical ninjas, arrived just in time to witness their despondent comrades lying on the ground. After assessing the surroundings and confirming the absence of enemies, Shimi directed his attention back to his companions. Though they appeared lifeless, even Shimi could discern that they were no longer in imminent danger. However, to be cautious, he set down the 2 medical ninjas. With Tsunade absent from the village, he could only bring along the 2 most skilled medical ninjas available. After dismounting from the insect cloud, the faces of the 2 medical ninjas paled. After being transported by insects for nearly half a day, it was understandable. I entrust them to you. Of course, Lord Shimi. The 2 medical ninjas quickly retrieved their instruments from their scrolls and hastened to the side of their comrades for examination. Shimi then glanced at the 2 figures sitting atop a small mound of earth in the distance. Could it be him? He recalled how he had inadvertently shared information with Uchiha Lin-I while seeking the third Kazekage. He had not thought much of it, believing Lin-I could potentially arrive faster alone and help White Fang and the others stall for time. It's Shimi. Kakashi Hitaki and Lin-I paused their conversation, brushing off the dust from their clothes. Their reason for remaining was twofold. First, to observe whether the enemy would recklessly approach, and second, everyone had experienced excruciating pain, needing a moment to recover. If Uchiha had been present, they might have opened their eyes in agony. Captain, what about the poison? It was Lin-I who helped us. He possesses some unique methods, though rather aggressive. Shimi nodded, understanding without probing further. The comrades lying on the ground, after receiving pain relief and massage from the medical ninjas, were feeling considerably better, at least no longer appearing lifeless. Observing this, White Fang gathered the bodies of 2 fallen comrades and prepared to return to Konoha. Lin-I did not accompany them. Firstly, he theoretically should not have been notified. And secondly, having activated the 3 Tomo, he had gained an additional stand. He had not had the opportunity to examine it closely until now, in this secluded wilderness. He could study it in detail while on the move. Upon closing his eyes and sensing the novel stand, Lin-I opened them in delight. This is the stand. He randomly selected a grove and plunged into it. In the distance, within the home of a hunter in the land of rivers, a man prepared to bid farewell to his wife and daughter as he set out to hunt. This area, near the border of the land of fire, was dense with trees and abundant in wildlife. With good fortune, he could hunt a few precious creatures and sell them for a handsome price in the capital of the land of fire. Dad, what's wrong? His daughter inquired, seeing him motionless at the door. The hunter merely lifted his gaze to the swirling vortex gradually forming in the sky. Even he could see the fierce winds and rain pelting the earth in the distance. Having lived in these woods for generations, it was the first time he had witnessed such an ominous weather phenomenon. Heavens, it seems wrath is brewing. Had the hunter ventured into the heart of the torrential downpour, he would have exclaimed at the marvels unfolding. Contrary to the havoc outside, the center of the storm was tranquil, bathed in sunlight, illuminating a man hovering in midair. He was enveloped in a golden aura, akin to a divine messenger gracing the mortal realm. The man was, of course, Lin-I. With a gentle gesture, a bolt of divine lightning struck a colossal tree before him. A naturally formed lightning-struck tree materialized. With a clenched fist, the dark clouds dispersed, the vortex faded. The tempest calmed, and the rains abruptly ceased. Lin-I slowly descended back to the ground, not because he wished to stop playing, but due to his dwindling chakra. All of this was, of course, the work of his new stand. Behind Lin-I, a humanoid figure composed of clouds and mist emerged, intermittently flashing with bolts of lightning. The stand with the power closest to the divine. Weather report. Chapter 56. The epic enhancement of Lin-I. Even Lin-I, at this moment, could not help but feel a surge of excitement. If one were to ask what the strongest stand is, countless fans would have varying opinions. Yet, when it comes to the most versatile and practical stand, Weather Report undoubtedly takes the crown. However, even while reaching new heights, he retained a certain amount of chakra. To ensure absolute security, Lin-I still swallowed a candy, not just any candy, but a military food pill. With a whimsical nod to Harry Potter, the blue and white mystery emerged, transforming into a humanoid form. Chakra coalesced beneath his feet, and in the next instant, a powerful gust of wind erupted, creating what felt like a solid platform of air beneath him. Lenny leaped into the air, his speed surpassing the speed of sound. Yet, this time, no sonic boom echoed in his ears. As the air pressure compressed, it was promptly restored by weather report, minimizing the impact of air resistance on Lenny. "Look, Dad." In the hunter's home, a young girl bounced excitedly, tugging at her father's arm to gaze at a white streak in the sky. The hunter slightly parted his lips, witnessing what appeared to be the sky split in two. Remarkably, Lenny returned to Konoha in a fraction of the time it would typically take. Having spent only a quarter of the usual duration, it was that he couldn't have been faster, rather. Any further acceleration or reduction of air resistance would require chakra, which seemed unnecessary for the journey. Riding a bicycle to the bar. One should save where possible and spend where necessary. Upon arriving home, Lenny disregarded Uchiha Itachi's puzzled expression and hurried to his room. He still had much to explore. It felt akin to a boy receiving his most coveted toy. Seated in a meditative posture, Lenny took his time, first restoring his chakra completely. As he meticulously sensed the chakra within him, a smile blossomed on his face. Indeed, the amount of chakra had significantly increased. Each evolution of the Sharingan greatly enhances mental strength. In particular, the transition from a double to a triple tomo represents not just an increase in quantity, but a qualitative leap as well. Since chakra comprises both mental and physical energy, it is only natural that there would be a substantial rise. This explains why Lenny could fight against Sasori, heal several individuals with gold experience, and still have the energy to enjoy a bit more time with weather report in the land of rivers. Even though the time stop technique, which consumes the most chakra, was utilized by his shadow clone left at home, had he attempted those maneuvers before, he would have started consuming candy much earlier. Now, with the time stop, he could halt time for nearly 3 seconds without a care. Prior to unlocking the triple tomo, he would have only been able to stop for about a second. This advancement effectively doubled his chakra capacity. Finally, he no longer had to be so miserly. After confirming his chakra levels, it was time to thoroughly explore the recently acquired weather report. As one of Lin Yi's favorite stands from his previous life, well, one of them. He also cherished Platinum Star, Crimson King, Miracle U, and Yellow Town. In short, weather report was among the few stands that could significantly enhance his strength. Power A, Speed B, Precision E, but AoE E. To summarize succinctly, Father Panel, Ancestral abilities. The power of weather report essentially allows one to manipulate all natural weather phenomena. On the surface, this includes sudden rainstorms and water spouts related to water, thunderstorms and lightning associated with electricity, tornadoes and typhoons tied to the wind, sandstorms related to earth, scorching heat and fire tornadoes connected to fire, and blizzards involving ice and snow. Who would dare claim that Lin Yi is inept at ninjutsu? He need not even form hand seals. I see that Danzo is rather dim-witted, and the third Hokage lacks insight. The title of Doctor of Ninjutsu should rightly belong to me, Lin Yi. Furthermore, when developed in greater detail, one could alter air and wind pressure, allowing for levitation or even flight, reduce air resistance to enhance speed, or even create environments rich in pure oxygen or devoid of it. However, Lin Yi felt this last capability was of little use, as he only knew this world contained oxygen, while the other components of air remained a mystery to him. Not to mention, in his previous world, aside from the familiar carbon dioxide, oxygen, nitrogen, and hydrogen, he could recall little else about the composition of air. While such pure or oxygen-free spaces might prove perilous for ordinary individuals, in a world where chakra exists, even in a vacuum, formidable ninja could still engage in combat, as evidenced by Naruto and Sasuke battling on the moon's surface. Therefore, when dealing with lesser adversaries, there was no need for Lin Yi to alter the air composition. A gust of wind mixed with fire techniques would suffice to vanquish them. The original text does not definitively state whether weather report can summon multiple weather phenomena simultaneously. However, Lin Yi's version certainly can, as long as he possesses sufficient chakra. Orchestrating thunderstorms while conjuring water spouts is no challenge, and having chakra does not impede his ability to utilize the water from the spouts for water-based techniques. This effectively compensates for Lin Yi's previous lack of area of effect abilities. Most importantly, a ninja who aspires to be a master swordsman without the desire to wield magic is not truly a good ninja. In the past, he believed swordsmanship was impressive, but that was mere youthful folly. If one could truly become like a deity, the allure of swords and blades would pale in comparison. Kakashi, Enwa. Moreover, the sustainability of weather report is equally impressive, boasting an almost non-existent cooldown period. For Lin Yi, who is no longer the weakling he once was, as long as he does not overexert himself and attempt to unleash large-scale natural disasters that could engulf a city, he could summon lightning, rain, and wind even in prolonged battles. I could keep this up all day. Captain America, don't you have your own words? After all, with the increase in chakra, the efficiency of chakra extraction also rises. Currently, he could utilize Platinum Star to maintain an equilibrium of energy expenditure and intake. There is, however, one more capability that requires verification: the world-ending potential of weather report. Tempestuous storm. This tempest is not merely about altering the weather, it pertains to modifying the ozone layer. employing light to implant suggestions that transform individuals into snails at the mental level. In truth, one would genuinely become a snail, complete with an infectious quality akin to a zombie virus. While world-ending may seem an exaggeration, the extinction of civilization is far from it. After all, as long as one is blind or foolish, the former would remain unaffected by light, while the latter might be too dim-witted for the mental suggestion to take effect. However, upon reflection, Lenny sensed that he might not possess this ability. It remains unclear whether this is an extension of weather report or a result of his lack of destructive intent. Regardless, Lenny does not feel particularly regretful. Even if he did possess it, he likely would not employ it. After all, such a technique indiscriminately affects both friend and foe. Furthermore, the rate at which an opponent transforms into a snail would depend on their strength. If Lin Yi were forced to use this technique, it would mean his adversary was extraordinarily powerful. In that case, the opponent might not even transform, but rather, his companions would be the first to do so. How adorable. To become snails would be quite the eyesore. Besides, Lin Yi truly cannot fathom who in this world could possibly be powerful enough to compel him to resort to such a mutually destructive skill. Inflation. Surely, tales of the Sage of the Six Paths cannot be true, can they? That would be utter nonsense. Chapter 57. Emergency Jonin Meeting in the Realm of Ninjutsu. Possessing an excessive mastery of the art of transformation holds little significance. If one truly aspires to achieve a qualitative breakthrough, it is imperative to perceive the transformations of chakra. A month has elapsed, and Lin Yi has returned to the monotonous routine of training and instructing his disciple. The transformation of chakra? Little Shishui blinked his eyes in confusion. Well, it is customary for most ninjas to commence learning this only upon reaching the Chunin rank. However, Shishui, you may begin your preparations now. In this world, geniuses often defy reason. Those with influential backgrounds are even more extraordinary. Take Kakashi, for instance. While others were still uninitiated at the tender age of 5, he was already preparing for the Chunin exams. In Lin Yi's eyes, Shishui's talent might even surpass Kakashi's. What is the essence of fire attribute chakra? Explosiveness? High temperatures? After a moment of contemplation, Shishui offered his conclusions. Lin Yi shook his head slightly. While those attributes are indeed manifestations of fire release, they do not encapsulate the fundamental nature of fire. Extending his hand, a flame hovered gently within Lin Yi's palm. Bending down, he aligned the flame with Shishui's gaze. The essence of fire is combustion. Combustion? Lin Yi nodded, extinguishing the fireball in his hand. Regardless of the high temperatures, explosions, or other characteristics, they are merely the manifestations of fire after combustion, and the sole reason for the existence of fire is, indeed, combustion. Observing the contemplative expression on little Shishui's face, Lin Yi smiled and ruffled his hair. However, it is undeniably more delightful to tousle the white-haired one. After imparting his teachings, Lin Yi rested his head on his hand, intending to continue his training upon returning home. Yet, as he approached his abode, he found two figures, one with red hair and the other with yellow, standing at his doorstep. He was referring to their hair colors. What brings you two to my door? Are you here to purchase ninja tools? Minato shook his head, holding Kushina's hand. We convened an emergency Jonin meeting. I just finished picking up Kushina and thought to inform you as well. I initially presumed that Uchiha's Jonin had already conveyed the message since you were not at home. Lin Yi furrowed his brow slightly, exchanging a glance with Minato, both recognizing the concern in each other's eyes. Jonin meetings are typically held twice a year, once in January and once in June. Lin Yi, having recently ascended to Jonin after a skirmish with White Fang, had yet to attend such a meeting. An emergency gathering typically signifies either a change in the Hokage's position or the onset of war. By the way, can Kushina attend? Bang. A fist struck Lin Yi's shoulder. It was not that he wished to strike his head, but at the age of 13, Lin Yi had already surpassed Minato in height, nearing 1 meter 80, rendering Kushina unable to reach him. 13 years old. Sometimes, Lin Yi worries that he might grow into a character from JoJo's art style. Handsome as he may be, he would prefer to avoid that fate. Fortunately, after a rapid growth spurt, he has now stabilized. I'm a special Jonin as well, you know? Kushina argued, pointing at her forehead protector. Impressive, impressive. Bang. It was a perfunctory response. Kushina retracted her fist, disdainfully pouting. Upon entering the meeting room, several ninjas were already present. Once they entered, the ninjas promptly greeted the trio. After all, one was a disciple of the legendary Sannin Jiraiya. Another was a pupil of White Fang, and the last was, quite literally, the host of the Nine Tails. Is this Lord Lin Yi? A ninja with pale white eyes approached, expressing his admiration. And you are? Lin Yi inquired, puzzled by the unusual cordiality exhibited by Hyuga towards an Uchiha. I am Hyuga Hizashi, the uncle of Kageyuki. He often speaks highly of how well you treated him. Lin Yi finally understood, though Kageyuki belonged to the branch family and had seemingly withdrawn from the Umbu. Glancing nearby, he noticed another ninja, nearly identical to Hizashi, except for the lack of a mark on his forehead, conversing with others. That is my elder brother, Hyuga Hayashi, Hizashi remarked. Seemingly aware of Lin Yi's gaze, Lin Yi nodded. It was his first participation in a Jonin meeting, and he was not very acquainted with most of Konoha's Jonin. Soon, the Uchiha Jonin entered, led by Fugaku, and they too greeted Lin Yi. At that moment, Tsukumo Hatake was likely off on a mission, as his presence was notably absent. Once all the Jonin had gathered, Sarutobi Hiruzen lightly tapped the table, initiating the meeting. As the meeting commenced, the assembled Jonin gradually quieted down. The Hokage and 3 advisors occupied the front row of chairs. Kumo has declared war on Suna. A ripple of unrest swept through the room. Are we now facing war from 2 major ninja villages of equal standing? Will we be affected? And what of it? Do they dare to confront both their original foes and Konoha simultaneously? Aside from Lin-E, a rare genius, the majority of Jonin had experienced war to varying degrees. The land of lightning and the land of wind were separated by vast distances. One was a desert, the other a mountainous, rocky terrain. To attack Suna, one would need to traverse through several smaller nations or take a route through the land of fire or the land of earth. Thus, the concerns of the gathered Jonin were not unfounded. This information was obtained through external espionage. Sarutobi Hiruzen distributed scrolls to everyone. The 3rd Kazekage is missing? Lin-E blinked in surprise at the information he held. The last time Tsukumo had ventured into the land of wind, he had nearly lost his life along with several Jonin. Upon his return, he had informed the 3rd Hokage, since Tsunade is unavailable, do not provoke Suna. Facing direct confrontation was beyond their capabilities. They could not withstand the enemy's biochemical weaponry. Tsukumo had not disclosed Lin-Yi's healing abilities, merely stating that he had been fortunate enough to find an antidote among the enemy. This was partly to protect his disciples' hidden potential and partly because that healing was not something any ordinary person could endure. Tsukumo feared that if the individual did not succumb to poison, they might perish from the pain first. As Lin-E lamented the enemy's cunning, the leader on the opposing side had vanished. This was indeed a blow to White Fawn's reputation. However, with the Kazekage's disappearance, Suna would undoubtedly be frantically searching for him. After all, the Kazekage was not merely a leader for the Wind Country. He was essential for generating income through his magnetic techniques. Other hidden villages derived their funds from a combination of their own ninjas accepting missions and the support of the feudal lords. Suna, with its arid landscape, could be said to rely heavily on its leader to extract iron from the sand to supplement their livelihood. Now that he was missing, how could they not be anxious? Upon receiving the news, Konoha had not given it much thought. Peace had barely been restored for a few years, at most. They would revel in the misfortune of others. After all, the land of fire was a land of abundance. What did they care for that desolate desert? Yet, external spies had discovered that the land of lightning was stirring, having recuperated since the first Great Ninja War and secured stable Jinchuriki for their tailed beasts. The aggressive warriors could no longer contain their restlessness. What? Your 3rd Kazekage has gone missing? How outrageous. But do not panic. We happen to have a 3rd Reikage. Since you have lost your leader, allow me to lead you instead. No matter the distance, we are resolutely determined to assist the people of Suna. Chapter 58. The Great War approaches. Sarutobi Hiruzen began to speak seriously after most of the ninjas present had completed reading the scroll. Compared to the 2 countries, our primary concern should be Iwagakure. Why is that, Lord Hokage? A curious ninja inquired. After all, it appeared that the land of lightning was poised to invade the land of wind, leaving them to spectate the chaos from a distance. Sarutobi Hiruzen cast a glance at a ninja in the audience. Kakuzu, please elaborate, as this is your deduction. Nara Kakuza nodded and slowly approached the front of the meeting room. This is a game that we must not underestimate, he stated gravely. He cast a shadow on the wall, simulating a map. Currently, the land of lightning plans to attack the land of wind. Given Kumogakure's reckless and direct nature, they will undoubtedly avoid a roundabout route through the smaller nations. Thus, compared to the land of earth, traveling through the land of fire would be swifter. Kakuza continued to illustrate on the map. At this moment, if Iwagakure were to strike, Kumogakure would likely choose the route through the land of fire, thereby weakening Konoha's strength while swiftly advancing towards Sunagakure. As Kakuza demonstrated, arrows representing the land of lightning and the land of earth extended simultaneously, encircling Konoha in a pincer formation. Is there a solution? An anxious Jainin asked. Kakuzu closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and slowly replied, there is. What is it? Kakuzu glanced at the 3rd Hokage, receiving a slight nod before extending 2 fingers towards the assembly. 2 options. First, we adapt to the changing situation and prepare to face both Kumogakure and Iwagakure simultaneously. The Jainin nodded in agreement. This was indeed the most prudent course of action, as Konoha had always operated this way. Second, we mobilize our elite forces to the land of hot water, maintaining secrecy while leaving the route from the land of hot water to the land of sound open. What? The assembly gasped in surprise. Lin-E raised an eyebrow as well. Konoha had always adopted a passive stance, so Kakuzu's proposal of such an aggressive strategy was unexpected. However, Lin-E could comprehend the brilliance of Kakuzu's move of forcing Kumogakure's hand. As previously mentioned, if Kumogakure intended to attack the land of wind through the land of fire, then the land of hot water would almost certainly be a necessary passage, unless they opted for a maritime route. Should we secure the border between the land of hot water and the land of fire, Kumogakure would have to reconsider their supply lines, leading them to either the land of earth or through numerous smaller nations. The ingenuity of this tactic lay in the fact that Kakuzu had not declared war on Kumogakure, instead leaving them an avenue of retreat. If Kumogakure attempted to pass through Konoha, they would need to ponder whether their supplies might mysteriously vanish or if critical intelligence would fail to reach them. Ultimately, after a vote by the majority of the Jonin, it was decided that while they should not take the initiative to provoke conflict, they could not simply wait to be besieged. Furthermore, if Kumogakure were to decisively defeat Sunagakure, Konoha would be obliged to assist. A Sunagakure that was barely surviving was preferable, lest the next target be Konoha itself. Thus, after Sarutobi Hiruzen outlined the wartime arrangements, he instructed Jiraiya to lead a contingent of elite Jonin to the border of the Land of Hot Water to establish defenses and traps. Jiraiya quipped, "Just wait until they come for me." Meanwhile, Konoha officially entered a wartime state, prioritizing military missions above all else. The Third Great Ninja War was about to commence. After the meeting concluded, Minato felt a sense of unease. Lin-E remained contemplative. Sometimes, mere desire for peace from Konoha would not suffice. The vast land, abundant resources, and favorable climate of the Land of Fire naturally invited envy from other nations, and once war was ignited by one side, others would inevitably engage in the ensuing conflict, reminiscent of the Dark Forest theory from Lin-Yi's previous life. Konoha could not be certain that Kumogakure, while attacking Sunagakure, would not cast a covetous eye upon them, thus they had to prepare for war and compel Kumogakure to engage with other nations. Once Iwagakure observed Konoha's response, they would undoubtedly devise a countermeasure. They could not gamble on whether Kumogakure would take the route through the Land of Earth, nor could they rely on goodwill for passage fees. Inevitable chaos among the great nations was almost foreseeable. "Those insufferable brutes," Kushina exclaimed. Having nearly been abducted by Kumogakure in the past, she harbored no fondness for them. "Our mission may soon commence," Lin-E spoke slowly. Given their exposed prowess, he and Minato were akin to elite Jonin, and their presence in battle was indispensable. "Prepare yourself, Minato. This is the moment," Lin-E urged. Minato nodded silently, fully comprehending the weight of Lin-Yi's words. Kushina blinked. "What riddle are you two discussing? I don't understand." Lin-E remained silent, passing the burden on to Minato. The fervent inquiries from Kushina were daunting. As soon as Lin-E returned home, an Umbu arrived at his door. "Sir, this is from Lord Hokage." The swift arrival following the meeting was unexpected. Lin-E, expressionless, accepted the scroll and nodded at the Umbu, who vanished from sight before he slowly opened it. Surprisingly, it was not a covert mission. Upon reading its contents, Lin-E was momentarily taken aback, not due to the task's difficulty, but rather its simplicity. To summarize, while he understood the previous decision not to lead as a Jonin, with the storm brewing, remaining idle in the village was not an option. Konoha seedlings required the nurturing of a robust tree like himself, hence he was assigned 3 individuals. This time, however, Lin-E had no intention of declining. As he glanced at the names, Yuhi Kurenai, Might Guy, and his own disciple Uchiha Shursui, he noted the absence of any Sarutobi or Shimura. It seemed the third Hokage was aware that he could not be coerced into action under the pretense of impending war. Stepping out of his house, he cast a distant affirmative response, which an Umbu gracefully caught before dashing toward the Hokage Tower. Upon returning home, he retrieved the remaining 3 sheets of paper, each containing a brief introduction of the assigned individuals. Shursui required no introduction, as he was his student. Thus, no note was necessary for Lin-Yi's understanding. As for Yuhi Kurenai and Might Guy, they appeared to be contemporaries of Kakashi. Lin-E had little recollection of Kurenai, but he had heard Kakashi mention Might Guy several times. One was adept at genjutsu, while the other excelled solely in taijutsu, quite intriguing. The third Hokage had indeed made prudent selections. He himself was no slouch in martial arts and swordsmanship, and as a Uchiha, it was universally acknowledged that he excelled in genjutsu. Now it was time to meet them. Flames erupted from Lin-Yi's hand, and the 3 sheets of paper, adorned with photographs, were instantly reduced to ashes. As the forecasted clouds and fog materialized behind him, Lin-E soared into the sky. Chapter 59. Might Guy and Might Due in the tranquil training grounds of the southern forest. Jishui, who was diligently honing his skills, suddenly sensed something and lifted his head, squinting his eyes. What could that be? In the air, a figure was gliding towards him like a streak of light across a sea of white clouds. Indeed, it was flying. As the figure drew nearer and slowed down, Jishui finally relaxed upon recognizing the face. "Teacher Lin-E? Surprised, are you?" Jishui nodded in astonishment. He had never known his teacher could fly. "A war might be imminent. The Hokage requested me to form a class, and I would like you to meet the other 2 team members." Logically, at Jishui's age, he should be attending school. After all, he was not yet a ninja and thus ineligible to join a class. However, given the extraordinary circumstances, the third Hokage could not find other candidates. Since everyone already knew Jishui was Lin-Yi's disciple, it was decided to include him. Moreover, Jishui had attended school for 2 days before only practicing the shadow clone technique. Lin-E naturally permitted this, knowing Jishui could graduate with just a word. "All right, teacher," Jishui said, nodding his head as he packed his ninja tools. Steadying himself, Lin-E grasped Jishui, and, before he could comprehend the meaning, a thick mist of rain formed beneath their feet. In the next instant, they soared into the sky. "How does it feel?" In midair, Lin Yi reduced the wind pressure around them to prevent Ji Shui from being blown away. It's magical and exhilarating. Ji Shui cautiously glanced down at the ground, swallowing hard. Despite Lin Yi's efforts to slow down, they returned to Konoha before they could exchange many words. Once in Konoha, Lin Yi refrained from taking off again. It would be too conspicuous. Let us head to the Yui residence. It's closer. Ji Shui nodded, following Lin Yi closely. He still had no idea who the other two students in Lin Yi's class were. As they leisurely strolled through the streets of Konoha, they passed a dumpling shop and casually bought 2 skewers. Lin Yi, the Jonin? At the Yui residence, Yui Kurenai welcomed Lin Yi and Ji Shui inside. Having participated in the emergency meeting, she was already acquainted with Lin Yi, the new Jonin prodigy. Is there something you require, Jonin Lin Yi? Yui Kurenai offered a cup of tea to Lin Yi, sitting at the opposite end. The third Hokage has asked me to lead a class, and one of the students is Yui Kurenai. She may not have been informed yet, Lin Yi said, handing over the scroll provided by the Umbu. Ji Shui quietly set down the dango he had been munching on, gently pushing it behind his back. I prefer to resolve matters promptly. Since I have committed to this, I thought it best to seek out my team members myself. After reviewing the scroll and confirming its contents, Yui Kurenai returned it with both hands. Kurenai is not at home right now. She may take a while to return. If you do not mind waiting, Jonin Lin Yi, you are welcome to rest a bit. Not at home. Lin Yi shook his head. It's no trouble. Please inform Kurenai to meet at the 3rd training ground before lunch. Yui Kurenai nodded. Very well. I'll make sure to pass that on to Kurenai. Lin Yi blinked, finding her words somewhat peculiar. What I meant was, I hope Jonin Lin Yi will take good care of Kurenai in the future. Yui Kurenai seemed to sense the awkwardness and quickly attempted to clarify. But wasn't that making it worse? Rest assured, Jonin Kurenai, I will look after my students well. Lin Yi waved his hand, pulling Ji Shui, who was still discreetly nibbling on dango, out the door. At a crossroads, Lin Yi and Ji Shui stood there, somewhat dazed. Teacher, why are we standing here? Ji Shui offered another skewer of dango, which Lin Yi declined with a wave, prompting Ji Shui to happily pop it into his mouth. We're waiting for someone. Lin Yi calculated the time. Should be about right. Suddenly, 2 green figures, one large and one small, puffed and panted as they dashed down the street. Go for it, guy. Youth is about pouring forth blood and sweat. The larger figure, Might Due, cheered on his son. Yes. Even if my face is flushed and covered in sweat, I understand. Father, if I can't finish, I'll do 1,000 push-ups. Ji Shui blinked, to the point of forgetting to swallow the dango in his mouth. Excuse me, Mr. Due. Since Might Due was a genin, it felt inappropriate to address him as Genin Due. Lin Yi, recalling what he had heard from White Fang, felt a mix of amusement and admiration for the father-son duo. Not everyone can endure the peculiar gazes of others day after day while remaining true to themselves. Their perseverance was, even for Lin Yi, somewhat extraordinary. Oh. May I ask who you are? Might Due immediately halted, slightly bowing. Please, do not leave yet, Guy. Might Guy, believing the familiar ninja called for his father, was about to continue running when he heard this and also stopped. Mr. Due, I am Jonin Uchiha Lin Yi. Your son Guy will be joining my class, and a designated person will notify you of the details. Thinking it best to seize the day, Lin Yi decided to seek them out personally. He showed Might Due his Jonin credentials and scroll. While merely displaying the Jonin vest would suffice, Lin Yi found it too unappealing and had never worn it. Was there anything uglier than that uniform? Lin Yi unconsciously glanced at the tight-fitting attire of the Might duo. Oh, indeed there is. Might Due quickly reviewed the documents, then solemnly returned the scroll and credentials to Lin Yi before scooping up Might Guy. Seeing the 2 emotional figures brought Lin Yi and Ji Shui to take a small step back. Guy, father, that. Lin Yi began to speak, but was interrupted by the exuberant Might Due. Did you see that? The village has recognized your talent. You are a genius. As long as you work hard, you too can be a genius. Father, Guy, Lin Yi. After releasing Might Guy, Might Due hastily wiped his face. Whether tears or sweat was unclear. He bowed deeply to Lin Yi. Lord Lin Yi, I entrust Guy to you for training. Please do not go easy on him. I will, Lin Yi assured, helping Might Due back up. Then Guy, come along and assemble with me. We shall have lunch together. Thank you so much, Lord Lin Yi. Just call me Lin Yi. There's no need for titles, Lin Yi replied, sensing Might Due's sincerity. After bidding farewell to the continuing Might Due, Lin Yi led Guy and Ji Shui towards the 3rd training ground. Chapter 60, The Establishment of Lin Yi's Class. As the 3 of them arrived at the training ground, Lin Yi spotted a little girl with black hair dressed in red. Kurenai Yuhi? Upon hearing her name called, Kurenai, who was swinging her legs while sitting on a wooden stump, quickly looked up. Yes, her reaction, reminiscent of a student caught daydreaming by the teacher, amused Lin Yi. There is no need to be so formal. I am Uchiha Lin Yi, your teacher and captain for the foreseeable future. You may call me Teacher Lin Yi. All right. Teacher Lin Yi, Kurenai replied, jumping off the stump and giving a slight bow. After raising her head, she couldn't help but steal a few glances at Lin Yi. Standing nearly 1.8 meters tall, with a handsome yet masculine face and a well-proportioned physique, Lin Yi was indeed quite striking. Come, have a seat. Huh? Shui and the others looked around, uncertain where to sit. On the floor? With a snap of his fingers, a cloud of mist materialized behind them. To the astonishment of Might Guy and Kurenai, Lenny simply sat down on a cloud. Shui, already aware of his teacher's extraordinary abilities, confidently joined him on the cloud. The other two soon followed suit, cautiously settling onto the cloud behind them. It really doesn't feel like I'm going to fall, exclaimed Kurenai. Teacher Lenny. You're amazing. After each of them introduced themselves, Lin Yi's class was officially established. Our class has its own trio. Normally, establishing a class requires traditional assessments. But as I am not one for tradition, we shall skip that step. Previously, the purpose of the test in Minato's class was primarily to gain insights for tailored training with the Platinum Heart. However, since my class is led by me, we naturally lack the assistance of a platinum-ranked training partner. With an hour remaining until lunch, you may all train as you usually would. The trio exchanged glances but obediently began their practice. Shui continued to meditate while refining his chakra extraction technique, contemplating the nature of fire. Kurenai also began to extract her chakra, while Guy opted for a more vigorous approach, sprinting around the training ground. Lenny floated above, observing them. After about 10 minutes of observation, Lenny clapped his hands to signal them to stop. Your training methods are all valid. However, I feel that Guy may be overdoing it a bit. Yet, having observed him transform into a platinum star, I know his physique can withstand it. If it were not for Guy's extraordinary physical talents or the Might family's special potions, it would be concerning. Regardless, since Guy can endure this training method, I shall not interfere. Tailoring instruction to individual needs is the best form of teaching. However, you all have focused too much on the surface and overlooked another aspect of chakra. Another aspect? The trio asked in unison. Indeed. Chakra consists not only of its quantity, but also of the control over it. Chakra is composed of physical and mental energy. And practicing the chakra extraction technique essentially enhances mental strength. This is particularly applicable for Shui of the Uchiha clan and Kurenai, who excels in genjutsu. As for Guy, he has a natural deficiency in chakra attribute concentration, making it difficult for him to release ninjutsu. Furthermore, he is entirely unfamiliar with the chakra extraction technique, leading to extremely slow extraction efficiency. Thus, he must rely solely on physical techniques, striving to enhance his physical abilities to supplement his chakra. Physical techniques do not eliminate the need for chakra. Rather, they require less compared to ninjutsu and generally do not involve nature transformation. Yet, whether in ninjutsu or physical techniques, the amount of chakra can be augmented by improving one's control over it, creating alternative pathways to surpass limitations. In simpler terms, invest a little to gain a lot. Then, Teacher Lenny, how can we enhance our chakra control? Climbing trees and walking on water. This was a technique Minato had used while teaching his class, and Lenny found it quite effective, thus noting it down. Initially, he planned to teach Shui after graduation, but given the unexpected turn of events, he became the class instructor and decided to teach them all together. As for Lin Yi's chakra control, he understood well the value of employing precision akin to that of a platinum star. With chakra, if Lin Yi claimed to use 1 milliliter, he would not exceed half a drop. Climbing trees, Guy looked around and found a tree large enough to embrace with one arm and immediately wrapped his arms around it. He resembled a caterpillar wriggling upward. Is this how it's done? However, he felt no improvement in his chakra control. Lin Yi shook his head. Of course not. Watch closely. Floating gracefully to Guy's side, Lin Yi effortlessly lifted him as if he were a mere chick and placed him back on the ground. Before Guy could comprehend what had just happened, the trio gasped in astonishment as Lin Yi began to walk on the trunk of the tree. Indeed, he walked, maintaining a vertical position against the trunk while parallel to the ground, traversing it as if it were solid ground. Upon reaching the top, he turned and walked back down. This is how you climb trees. Impressive, Kurenai marveled. In comparison, I can't help but feel that my own teacher is lacking in such flashy skills. The essence of tree climbing lies in covering one's feet with a layer of chakra to adhere to the tree, allowing oneself to remain securely in place. The challenge is not only in controlling the adhesive force but also in releasing it each time one lifts a foot and quickly re-engaging it upon landing. Otherwise, one might. Bang! Dust billowed as Guy, unable to contain his eagerness to try, plummeted from the tree. Lin Yi shrugged and chuckled. That's what happens, just like Guy. Also, you can start by lying on the ground and gradually working your way up from the roots. Don't jump directly to the middle of the tree like Guy did. As for walking on water, I will teach you that once you have mastered tree climbing. To prevent the trio from suffering too much from falls, Lin Yi conjured a layer of cushioning clouds beneath them using weather manipulation. After half an hour, Guy's progress was slow, as he did not utilize much chakra. Kurenai and Shui managed to cling to the tree, though they often lost balance and fell. Alright. That concludes our morning training. To celebrate the establishment of Lin Yi's class, I shall treat everyone to barbecue for lunch today. Lin Yi patted the slightly disheartened Guy on the back. Guy, make sure to eat a lot. You'll need the energy for this afternoon's training. Guy instantly perked up, his eyes sparkling with determination. Yes, Teacher Lin Yi. Lin Yi thought to himself, so passionate, but what exactly are we igniting? Chapter 61, the initial experience of Lin Yi's team's mission. Teacher Lin Yi, when can we start the mission? In the afternoon, Might Guy, who had been practicing diligently and could barely walk on the tree trunk, asked Lin Yi while doing squats. After all, completing a mission would earn them a reward, allowing him to alleviate some burdens from his father. Well, do you all wish to undertake a mission? Lin Yi inquired with a smile, stroking his chin as he looked at Shizue and Hong. The two exchanged glances and saw mutual anticipation in each other's eyes. Yes, Shizue and Hong nodded in unison. They were equally eager to experience something they had never encountered before. After all, the difference between training and being at school was not particularly vast, although the knowledge imparted by teacher Lin Yi was indeed invaluable. Then let us proceed to see, Lin Yi replied with a smile, glad to leave the village, which he had grown weary of. The three little ones were slightly astonished, not expecting Lin Yi to agree so readily. However, upon reflection, they realized that he had approached them directly without waiting for the Hokage to send a notice. Teacher Lin Yi was indeed a man of swift action, ready to go at a moment's notice. After allowing the trio a brief respite, Lin Yi led them towards the Hokage building. I'll take my team to accept the mission. Here's my ninja identification. Lin Yi presented his proof to the registering ninja, who verified it before returning it to him. As a jonin, your team should ideally begin with D-rank missions, the registering ninja remarked. It was clear that Shizue had yet to graduate as a ninja, and both Might Guy and Yui Hong had only recently graduated, having not yet embarked on any missions. Even with a jonin leading them, they were still expected to start with the most basic tasks. What kind of D-rank missions are there? Might Guy asked eagerly. Here are some, the registering ninja replied, producing a selection of D-rank mission scrolls. Find a lost cat for an elderly lady, weed the fields, collect trash from the sewer. What? This is nothing like what I imagined. Yui Hong pouted, somewhat dissatisfied. Don't worry, just give me a moment, Lin Yi reassured his students. He, too, was not keen on such trivial tasks. He felt it would be more beneficial for them to focus on their training instead. He turned and headed upstairs. 2 minutes later, Lin Yi returned with a confidential order in hand. Now, we should be able to undertake C-rank missions, correct? The registering ninja, upon seeing the order stamped with the Hokage's seal, promptly exchanged the scrolls for a new batch. Subdue bandits, eradicate marauders, eliminate ferocious beasts, escort a merchant convoy. Lin Yi scanned the mission scrolls and ultimately fixed his gaze on the scroll for escorting the merchant convoy. Let's go with this one. Escort the merchant convoy back to the land of hot water. Lord Lin Yi. This task may not purely qualify as a C-rank mission anymore. The registering ninja hesitated. The client placed this order 10 days ago when they arrived in Konoha, and they are only returning today after selling their goods. Given the current state of affairs in the ninja world, I would recommend that you consider some domestic missions. After all, the land of lightning has declared war on the land of wind. Even though Jiraiya has already deployed some personnel to the land of hot water, it is undoubtedly more perilous than remaining in our own country. And what about you three? Lin Yi turned to the trio. He personally favored going to the land of hot water, as the likelihood of the land of lightning initiating the third great ninja war was high, making it an opportune moment to observe the situation. However, this mission could potentially exceed the normal risks associated with a C-rank task, especially for his students. This one, teacher, Might Guy exclaimed, fearless in his youth. His eagerness stemmed not from recklessness but from the attractive rewards associated with this mission, one of the highest in the C-rank category. Yui Hong also leaned towards this task, as it would allow them to avoid encounters with bandits, marauders, and wild beasts. She wasn't afraid, merely disinclined due to her feminine sensibilities. Moreover, it presented an opportunity to escort while exploring the scenery of another country, truly a multifaceted endeavor. As for Shizue, he was indifferent. To him, undertaking missions was primarily about honing his skills, though he couldn't ascertain the full extent of his teacher's formidable prowess. He believed that even if complications arose during a C-rank mission, they would be easily resolved. Then it settled. Since his students expressed no objections, Lin Yi decided against pursuing other missions. The registering ninja, recognizing the consensus, refrained from further persuasion, offering a kind reminder before handing over the scroll and informing Lin Yi of the client's meeting location. Once the four exited the Hokage building, Might Guy could hardly contain his excitement. Escorting a merchant convoy from another country, this is the essence of a ninja's youth. Yui Hong and Shizue instinctively distanced themselves. Teacher, if there are risks, will they come from the ninja of the land of hot water? Hong queried, displaying a rational demeanor. While the mission appeared promising, it was crucial for the three of them, as the main force, to maintain a realistic expectation of potential dangers and avoid cultivating a dependency on Lin Yi. Shizue also perked up, eager to listen. Well, the strength of the ninja from the land of hot water is relatively average, and they tend to act in a peaceful manner. The true risks are likely to come from the neighboring land of lightning, where the ninjas from Cloud Village are often aggressive and reckless. Lin Yi chose not to disclose the news of the war declaration between the land of wind and the land of lightning, nor the fact that Jiraiya had already gone ahead to make preparations in the land of hot water. Sharing such information would only serve to increase their concerns without providing any tangible benefit. Instead, he simply advised them to be cautious of the formidable elbow strikes from those burly ninjas. Nevertheless, there is no need for alarm. After all, this is merely a C-rank mission. Should you encounter anything beyond your capabilities, I will intervene. Ultimately, it will be up to the client and the village to consider the situation. Although the ninja world was indeed turbulent, Konoha had yet to directly engage in warfare. The likelihood of facing significant risk was low. The three would escort the convoy while traveling, allowing Lin Yi to gather information along the way, bringing the mission to a close. Upon arriving at the inn where the client was staying, Lin Yi encountered the individual who had initiated the task. "Are you the Konoha ninjas assigned to my mission?" A slightly overweight, middle-aged man paused for a moment upon seeing the trio, exclaiming, "Indeed, heroes emerge from youth. I am Ishikawa Ryuji, the client who previously reserved this task. This is my wife and daughter." Ishikawa Ryuji turned and smiled as he introduced his family. Lin Yi nodded in confirmation and introduced himself. Uchiha Lin Yi, the team leader for this mission. Upon hearing this, Ishikawa Ryuji finally felt a sense of relief. Although Konoha ninjas were among the world's elite, he felt a twinge of anxiety at the thought of only having those three young children. However, seeing that the remarkable young man before him was in charge, he felt assured that everything would be fine. Chapter 62. The Cult of the Dark God. "Are you all prepared?" asked Ishikawa Ryuji, rubbing his hands together with a smile. Lin Yi turned to glance at the three little ones, and upon noticing their agreement, he replied, "If possible, we can set off now." "Very well," Ishikawa nodded repeatedly, eager to return home. After all, each additional day spent here incurred extra costs. Once they departed from the village, Ishikawa's wife and daughter settled into a horse-drawn carriage while he drove the horses. Behind them, Lin Yi followed leisurely with the three little ones. Compared to the speed of ninjas, the pace of the carriage was rather slow, and even Yuhi Kurenai appeared effortlessly at ease. As night fell and the group took a rest, they exchanged a few words. The Ishikawa family hailed from the land of hot water, engaging in a business related to baths between the fire and hot water nations. Jiraiya was ecstatic. "But why did you decide to hire ninjas for protection this time?" Yuhi Kurenai inquired, curious since Ishikawa, having established a mature route, had no need to spend money on guards, particularly not on Konoha's ninjas, which was quite an expense. Ishikawa sighed, glancing around before speaking softly, "Because there is a cult of the dark god in the land of hot water, who seeks to please their malevolent deity through murder, and the three of us are utterly defenseless." "Cult of the dark god?" The three little ones exchanged bewildered glances, having never heard of such a peculiar name. Lin Yi, too, was intrigued, wondering if such dark sects existed in this world. "Don't worry, uncle, you can count on us. With us around, you will surely reach your destination safely," Mato Guy assured, patting his chest. "Then I shall entrust this to you, esteemed ninjas of Konoha." Ishikawa bowed slightly. The escort journey was generally smooth, even when they encountered bandits once. Upon seeing the Konoha emblem, the bandits swiftly retreated without the little ones needing to intervene. However, the trio, eager for their first adventure outside the village, pursued and dealt with them. The rest of the journey was rather monotonous, merely traveling along the road, leading Yuhi Kurenai to begin missing Konoha. However, upon leaving the land of fire, the atmosphere became slightly more lively. The novelty of entering a new country alleviated the tedium of the journey. The land of hot water lived up to its name. Even before reaching a proper city, bathhouses and hot springs were already abundant. Lin Yi gazed at the wisps of steam wafting along the road, slightly astonished. No wonder that old white-haired man showed no complaints about being sent here. For Jiraiya, this place is nothing short of paradise. They occasionally encountered a few oblivious bandits, perhaps young or unfamiliar with the Konoha emblem, who foolishly attempted to rob merchants like Ishikawa. Naturally, they were swiftly dispatched by Mato Guy's powerful kicks. On the first night in the land of hot water, Lin Yi was preparing to use a shadow clone to check the weather in the land of lightning when he noticed some movement nearby. The sound of rustling leaves emanating from the shadows of several large trees. "Teacher, I'll go take a look," Mato Guy remarked, having also noticed the commotion. Lin Yi gently restrained him, shaking his head. The trees had made noise without a breeze, indicating something was amiss. "Our primary concern during this escort mission is ensuring the safety of our client. Guy, we must not act rashly." Mato Guy nodded and obediently stepped back. Shirzue then threw a few shuriken towards the source of the noise before quickly forming hand seals. Fire style, Camellia Blossom Claw. This was an advanced ninjutsu that Shirzue had mastered after comprehending the essence of fire. The searing flames enveloped the shuriken like a blooming flower, hurtling forward. As the fire illuminated the darkness, two figures emerged, one tall and one short, both clad in black robes, their exposed skin barely visible beneath intricate tattoos. "I thought we could eliminate one of them," the tall man rasped. "Are they ninjas?" Yuhi Kurenai quickly drew her kunai, feeling anxious. "They don't look like it," Lin Yi replied, his vision undiminished in the dark. The pair bore no ninja headbands and wore peculiar attire. "They are members of the cult of the dark god," Ishikawa shouted, pointing at the flickering figures illuminated by the flames. "Shut up," the tall cultist yelled, scratching his ear before gesturing towards Yuhi Kurenai and Ishikawa's daughter. "If you offer us these two girls as sacrifices to the dark god, we will spare you." "What do you say?" The short cultist licked his lips, pointing at Shirzue. "This one would make an excellent offering as well." Lin Yi gently patted Ishikawa. "Stay inside the tent and don't wander. Leave this to us." Ishikawa nodded repeatedly, realizing his family would only be a burden and quickly took his frightened daughter into the tent. Lin Yi took a small step back, The blue and white figure of the weather forecast had already appeared beside him. However, he did not intend to intervene just yet, primarily aiming to test his disciples. The three little ones understood Lin Yi's retreat and subtly spread out to avoid interfering with their teammates. Illusion, Hell's Gaze. Yuhi Kurenai rapidly formed hand seals. Though it was merely a simple D-rank illusion, it was sufficient to disorient opponents in battle, determining life and death. Yet, the two cultists seemed unfazed. Instead of succumbing to panic, they charged toward the trio. With the Dark God on our side, there is nothing to fear. Konoha Whirlwind. Madogai quickly positioned himself in front of Yuhi Kurenai, launching a flurry of kicks like a small whirlwind aimed at the two. Shirzue also unsheathed his short blade, slashing low towards his opponent. The short cultist was sent reeling by Madogai's kick, while the other was thwarted as Shirzue severed the arm reaching for Kurenai. Ha ha, that hurts. Ha ha ha. The three little ones grimaced, fixated on the man who was now nursing his severed arm, particularly Kurenai, who felt a wave of nausea. Fire style, great fireball technique. A fireball nearly a meter in diameter erupted from Shirzue's mouth, aimed at the deranged cultist. As smoke cleared, the trio anxiously peered ahead, their pupils constricting. The two figures, one tall and one short, appeared scarcely harmed, their tattered garments revealing intricate tattoos beneath, while the severed arm had reattached itself, as if his body were a puzzle. In the next instant, they charged at the three, their blades glinting in the moonlight. Just as Madogai prepared to intervene, a blinding flash of light engulfed the scene. Thunder rumbled as two bolts of lightning struck down. Chapter 63, Jiraiya's astonishment after a flash of blinding light. The sharp crackle of electricity echoed in the ears of the onlookers. As the vision of the three young ones gradually cleared, they instinctively touched the corners of their eyes, feeling the tears that had involuntarily flowed. Before them lay two charred figures, emitting wisps of black smoke. Among the countless fissures in their bodies, a faint red glow flickered ominously. The diminutive cultist was utterly still. Yet what left the trio in disbelief was the sight of a taller figure still writhing grotesquely. Lin Yi was equally astonished, even for AJ Nin. Enduring a lightning strike without chakra protection would undoubtedly lead to utter demise. Yet, these two cultists, based on their previous actions, seemed to possess no more than the capabilities of a CH Nin. However, their remarkable regenerative abilities were decidedly abnormal. Lin Yi's form slightly ascended, the pressure of the wind creating a disparity that propelled him towards the charred remains. With a swift descent, a figure, known as the World, appeared, wielding a blade of sunlight to sever the head of the towering cultist. In the tent behind them, the Shikawa family mistook the thunderous roar for a manifestation of divine intervention, and thus dared not venture outside. Although the three young ones were of tender age, their training at the Ninja Academy included specialized psychological courses designed not for counseling, but for cultivating an expressionless demeanor suited for slaughter. Teacher, it seems. He is still alive? Yuhi Kurenai felt a genuine fear. A charred head was not particularly frightening. Yet, a head that, while burned, continued to open and close its mouth, was rather unsettling. The cult of the evil god. Lin Yi recalled his previous conversation with Shikawa about this organization. Was it an anomaly? Or could all members achieve such resilience? Shikawa had mentioned that many within the evil god cult were vagabonds and ruffians. In simple terms, they were a rabble to the ninjas. However, if the cultists possessed such terrifying self-healing abilities, even lacking ninjutsu but having the qualities of a CH Nin, they could be exceedingly formidable. This reminded Lin Yi of a work from his past life, Demon Slayer. Compared to Naruto, Demon Slayer was much shorter. Yet Lin Yi had watched a few episodes. The demons in that series bore some resemblance to these cultists. Step back, Lin Yi gestured. The ensuing scene was too brutal for the three young ones to witness. Shirzue and the others exchanged glances and obediently retreated a step. The figure of the weather forecast appeared in blue and white, and Lin Yi extended a hand towards the pile of charred remains on the ground. The internal pressure within the cultists plummeted rapidly. The immense pressure differential instantly compressed them into a singular mass. Cultists. Zip indeed, they lacked chakra. This technique was something Lin Yi had recently developed, albeit a rather underwhelming one. By manipulating pressure and wind differentials for flight and movement, he had contemplated whether adjusting the pressure within a human body could create a fatal atmospheric disparity. Unfortunately, ninjas possess chakra, which locks the body's pressure and does not belong to the natural realm. Thus, the weather forecast could not directly diminish it. Nevertheless, it could generate similar results by rapidly increasing the atmospheric pressure around an opposing ninja. However, the chakra expenditure for such manipulation was greater than simply striking down with lightning. After all, anything capable of withstanding a lightning strike could similarly endure a pressure differential created by an equivalent chakra amount. Yet, for ordinary individuals devoid of chakra, this technique was exceedingly terrifying. After confirming that the two compressed packages were beyond revival, Lin Yi instructed the world to dig 2 graves to inter them. This matter would need to be reported to the old white-haired man to prevent the Konoha ninjas from being ambushed by these entities later on. Naturally, Lin Yi felt a twinge of temptation regarding their extraordinary regenerative abilities. Yet, observing their grotesque, tattooed forms, it was evident that such a bizarre capability would not be easily obtained. As for how to handle it, Lin Yi lacked the righteous spirit. War had already commenced. His own life and that of his friends were not guaranteed, leaving him no time to act as a ninja enforcer. At most, he would offer a warning to the Tanuki village, allowing them to grapple with their own troubles. Of course, if he could impede Kumo, he would not refuse the opportunity. All right, that's resolved. After conveying this to the three young ones, Lin Yi left behind a shadow clone and soared into the night sky towards the Konoha base in the land of hot water. Shortly thereafter, Lin Yi presented his credentials to the station ninjas and inquired about Jiraiya's whereabouts. Under the peculiar gazes of the guarding ninjas, he gleaned the outcome. Indeed, in a nearby outdoor hot spring, Jiraiya was reveling in the experience. Who claims that these assignments are arduous? This is splendid. Suddenly, Jiraiya felt a slight bump against his backside, followed by his body gently lifting into the air. Numerous eyes turned towards this unexpected pervert. Jiraiya, with a bewildered expression, faced Lin Yi, who was barely able to contain his laughter. Lord Jiraiya, what kind of expert did you engage with? The opponent has left even the Sannin in such disarray. You little brat. This is artistic inspiration. You wouldn't understand. Jiraiya hastily wiped his face, erasing the imprints of footwear. This kid was becoming increasingly disrespectful. If he could embarrass him publicly now, what would happen in the future? If Jiraiya could not deduce that it was Lin Yi's doing, he would be a fool. What brings you here? Did the old man send you? Despite the commotion, Jiraiya understood that Lin Yi's presence was not merely for amusement. No, I took on a mission myself, Lin Yi replied, shaking his head. It's about the evil god cult. He succinctly relayed the events regarding the cult to Jiraiya. Jiraiya's expression grew slightly grave. They possess formidable regenerative abilities. Understood. I will address this matter. I have heard whispers of this cult, believing it to be merely a typical evil sect. As for Kumo, if they truly seek to pursue a path of hostility against the land of hot water, I shall ensure this gift is delivered to them. Despite Jiraiya's usual jovial demeanor, he recognized the seriousness of the situation. All right, I shall take my leave. With that, Lin Yi leaped, soaring into the night sky, leaving Jiraiya in a state of bewilderment. Trouble. He truly can fly. Upon returning to the three young ones, Lin Yi dispelled his shadow clone. No unexpected events occurred during his absence, indicating that the evil god cult was not particularly well organized. While strength could be acquired through unorthodox means, a stringent organizational structure was not something a band of vagabonds could establish. With Lin Yi's return, the three young ones could finally rest easy and drift into slumber. Chapter 64, Peril on the Return Journey. Last night, Lin Yi kept watch during the first half of the night, while the three young ones took turns for the latter half. It wasn't that Lin Yi was unable to keep watch the entire night, but that would defeat the purpose of mentoring his disciples. At dawn, Shikawa, still groggy, rose early as was his habit. It seemed the restless night had taken its toll, leaving his head feeling heavy. After ensuring his wife and daughter were snug under the covers, Shikawa Rue listened intently to the sounds outside the tent. Everything seemed normal. He gently unzipped the tent and cautiously poked his head out, stepping lightly into the open. However, as soon as he stood upright, he froze in place. The vibrant little forest from yesterday now resembled a construction site. The ground was scorched, and the two craters nearby felt as if they could burn him if approached. Trees were either bent at odd angles, as if ravaged by a tempest, or stood bare, their dark branches stark against the sky. Had he not seen the lush forest on the other side, Shikawa would truly question his whereabouts. Is this still the land of hot water? Is this the power of the ninja? Shikawa Rue swallowed hard. No, this was merely the strength of teacher Lin Yi. Beside him, Ji Shui silently acknowledged the thought. Shikawa Rue had always believed that ninjas were merely slightly more formidable than guards. This was why he had chosen to hire ninjas instead of a guard brigade. He envisioned their prowess as being capable of shattering stone with their fists or uprooting trees, alongside some mystical ninjutsu. He never anticipated that, in a single night, the thriving forest would be reduced to charred earth. Were ninjas and humans truly different species? Good morning, Uncle Shikawa, Ka, who had just returned from a 3-kilometer run, greeted him. Good morning. Shikawa managed a faint smile, relieved to be on their side. After about 10 minutes, Shikawa's wife and daughter began to awaken. Following a brief tidying up, they commenced the final leg of their journey. Not long after entering the official road of the land of hot water, they encountered no further issues. After all, this land also housed ninja villages, and most bandits would not dare enter the governed towns. Upon reaching the capital, the Shikawa family finally breathed a sigh of relief. I am truly grateful to all of you. If there is another opportunity, I will certainly invite several of you to assist again. Shikawa bowed deeply to Lin Yi and his companions. Goodbye, big brother and sisters. Goodbye, handsome uncle. Shikawa's daughter waved cheerfully at them. Farewell. Yuhi Kurenai squinted against the morning sun, fond of the adorable little girl. On the way back, Lin Yi deliberately slowed his pace, allowing his disciples to savor the exotic charm of the land of hot water. As they approached the site where they had vanquished the cultists, Lin Yi raised an eyebrow and halted. Seeing their teacher stop, the three young ones followed suit. Is something wrong, Teacher Lin Yi? There are ninjas ahead, Lin Yi replied, his three-tomo beginning to spin slowly in his eyes. It seemed the remnants of the previous battle had attracted passing ninjas from a neighboring village. Leaping onto a large tree, he conjured a thin layer of mist to refract the sunlight, effectively concealing their presence. Teacher Lin Yi, they appeared to be cloud ninjas. Ji Shui squinted, catching a glimpse of ninjas clad in gray in the distance. Wow, Ji Shui, can you see that far? Might Guy leaned forward, intrigued. Suddenly, a loud crack echoed as Might Guy's expression froze, and he tumbled from the tree. Thud. The weather forecast magically conjured a layer of mist to cushion Might Guy's fall. However, the distant ninjas had heard the commotion and quickly advanced toward Lin Yi and the others. One ninja swiftly formed hand seals. Earth release, earth spear. A barrage of earth spikes surged toward the unsuspecting Might Guy. Trees along the path toppled over. Earth release, earth flow river. The leading ninja continued his hand seals as he ran. In an instant, the rear spikes transformed into a torrent of mud, allowing the ninjas to glide swiftly over the mire. Leaf Great Whirlwind. Might Guy leaped from the cloud, using his weight to spin rapidly and kick the rising earth spikes into oblivion. Is this cloud ninjutsu disguised as rock ninjutsu? Lin Yi narrowed his eyes slightly. Ji Shui and Yuhi Kurenai had reached Might Guy's side. Fire release, Phoenix Fire Technique. A wave of flames surged toward the rock ninjas, sliding on the mud, the intense heat quickly solidifying the mire. Earth release, earth flow wall. A wall of earth rapidly rose to block the flames. Behind it, the Chunin, Dashi, grinned wickedly. Captain Dashi is nearing you. Earth release, earth rift palm. The ground trembled, and a towering figure materialized beside the three young ones. Leaf ninjas? Although Ji Shui lacked a forehead protector, as long as they were leaf ninjas, it was sufficient. Dashi's lips curled into a cruel smile. Blame it on the cloud ninjas. Then, after we eliminate this group of leaf ninjas, we will be considerate enough to use lightning release to whip their corpses. Illusion. This place is not. Yuhi Kurenai hurriedly formed hand seals, intending to use her most potent genjutsu to disrupt the enemy. However, Dashi pressed forward without hesitation, the cracked earth extending menacingly toward the three young ones. Don't waste your time with such feeble illusions. Leaf Great Whirlwind. Might Guy gritted his teeth, continuously kicking away the oncoming debris, yet he found himself helpless against the ever-crumbling ground. Yuhi Kurenai shut her eyes tightly, unable to bear watching any longer. Boom. Dust erupted. Might Guy lowered his arms, which had shielded his face, and patted himself down. I'm fine. Looking up again, he saw Lin Yi floating gently before him. With a slight wave of his hand, the three young ones felt themselves lifted and swiftly placed outside the battlefield. Teacher Lin Yi, be careful. They should be rock ninjas. Yuhi Kurenai couldn't help but shout, hoping to assist her teacher even in the slightest. Yes, you all have done remarkably well. Lin Yi nodded in acknowledgement. Dashi hesitated, gazing at the chasm that halted his advance and the levitating Lin Yi, struggling to believe his eyes. Weighty earth technique? This ability to levitate and fly was something only the Tsuchikage lineage would possess in the ninja world. No, this is not weighty earth. Dashi quickly sensed something amiss. He could feel the subtle flow of air around the man before him. If it were weighty earth, then all earth release techniques would be meaningless against him, and there would be no need for such defenses. Earth release, return to the earth road. X3 The three rock ninjas who had just arrived understood Captain Dashi's signal. Several massive mud plates rose swiftly. Dashi stood atop the newly created pile of rubble, forming hand seals. In the next instant, a bolt of lightning struck down, shattering Dashi into fragments. Earth clone. Lin Yi's eyes took on a crimson hue. Uchiha clan. Don't look at his eyes. Dashi's true form roared at his teammates, then unleashed the ninjutsu he had prepared. Earth release. Earthstone dragon. Chapter 65. Lin Yi's strength. Countless rocks, formed from earth-style chakra, swiftly coalesced and morphed. In the blink of an eye, a serpentine dragon of almost 20 meters emerged with a resounding roar. This display was somewhat exaggerated. Such mastery of chakra manipulation could only belong to an elite jonin, or rather, a paragon among jonin. In the distance, Shirsue's face paled slightly. Could it be that teacher Lin Yi is in danger? Kurenai thought anxiously. She was aware that Lin Yi was a jonin, yet he was up against a jonin accompanied by multiple chunin, a formidable configuration even before the war had officially commenced. Lin Yi's crimson eyes glinted with a hint of mockery. Interesting. I shall respond to you in kind. The figure of the weather report swiftly transformed into that of Platinum Star. Unlike usual, Platinum Star did not reach for the blade behind Lin Yi, but instead began to form hand seals rapidly. In less than a breath, 7 seals were completed. Do you comprehend the significance of a peak Platinum Star's speed and precision? Fiery flames coalesced instantly from Lin Yi's mouth. The next moment, the figure of Platinum Star morphed back into the bluish-white weather report. What a powerful gust! The 3 small figures, hiding 100 meters away, suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure that nearly lifted their petite forms off the ground. Wind. A tempest. In an instant, a colossal tornado nearly 100 meters high spiraled around the fiery dragon unleashed by Lin Yi. The boulder and the surrounding rock ninja could hardly believe their eyes as a magnificent 100-meter dragon hovered in midair. The scorching airflow threatened to ignite their cloud village attire merely by proximity. The wind intensified the flames. Fire rode the winds. The once mighty earthen dragon now appeared as feeble as an eel beneath Lin Yi's composite firewind dragon. With a thunderous roar, the dragon gaped wide, poised to engulf both the rock ninja and the earthen dragon. Is this The strength of teacher Lin Yi? The three small figures, even from a distance, could feel the heat and murmured in astonishment. Earth release, earth flow wall. Daisher understood their inability to withstand such jutsu and immediately clapped his hands to the ground. The terrain beneath the rock ninja surged upward, resembling a fortress, while they rapidly burrowed underground. Boom. The earthen dragon was instantaneously incinerated, shattered into fragments. As the fire dragon descended relentlessly upon the fortress wall, the immense force punctured the 20-meter-high wall in an instant, leaving behind a dark pit oozing with magma. Earth release, multiple rock iron cannons. Charred and with hair curling, Daisher endured the searing heat as he unleashed a barrage of mud blocks towards Lin Yi. The blocks collided and splintered, transforming into numerous hard rocks hurtling toward Lin Yi. Meanwhile, Daisher prepared to retreat underground with his surviving Chunin. Realizing that this adversary was beyond their capacity to confront, at least at the level of a Quasi-Kage. Such a powerful presence in Konoha warranted immediate intelligence to the village. For most ninjas, eliminating them was akin to mowing grass. Lin Yi merely raised a hand. The air density surged dramatically. Countless rock projectiles froze mid-air as if a pause button had been pressed, reminiscent of bullets suspended in the Matrix. Then, Lin Yi ascended, and the rock projectiles fell helplessly to the ground, their tips already charred. In the blink of an eye, he caught up to the three. Daisher gritted his teeth. You two split up and return with the information. I will hold them off. The two Chunin understood they would only hinder Daisher now, without a backward glance. They changed direction and prepared to flee in different paths. Daisher turned, swiftly forming hand seals. Roar. You choose not to flee, but rather to approach me? Suspended in midair. Lin Yi watched as Daisher formed his seals. Uchiha, you shall pay dearly for your arrogance. Daisher felt a wave of shame wash over him, realizing he had encountered a foe who would allow him to complete his seals uninterrupted. Just as Daisher was about to finish his final seal, the two Chunin had already sprinted 100 meters away. Zasfuruto. The resplendent golden figure appeared, its icy gaze tinged with crimson, perfectly contrasting with Lin Yi's blood-red Sharingan. The world fell silent. In half a second, Lin Yi's crescent blade gently sliced through Daisher's neck. In 1 second, Lin Yi delivered a vertical strike to the Chunin fleeing to the left. In 1.5 seconds, he stood before the fleeing rock ninja on the right. Time resumed its flow. Daisher felt a flash before his eyes. The seemingly despairing Uchiha ninja had vanished from sight as he prepared to unleash his jutsu. Searching for his opponent, a sudden wave of weakness washed over him. He reached up to touch his neck, only to see crimson staining his fingers. Trembling slightly, Daisher realized he had been dealt with. Such strength is almost despairing. Boom. The residual chakra rapidly eroded Daisher's vitality, and his towering form collapsed backward, blood seeping into the ground. The last surviving Chunin, Toya, suddenly felt an unseen weight pressing down on him. Looking up, he saw Lin Yi leaning against a tree just a meter away. Unbeknownst to him, to the east, the robust arm of Platinum Star rested gently against his head, a dangerous smile gracing his resolute face. Aura. Toya was hurled into the air. Aura, 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 ah. Platinum Star, having restrained himself, seized the opportunity to unleash his frustrations. Only after Toya was rendered unconscious from the onslaught did Lin Yi bind him. Simultaneously, he sealed Daisher and another Chunin who had been split in two within a scroll. As for the remains, obliterated under his fire dragon, were nothing but ash. Searching for them would yield nothing. One surviving Chunin, one intact Jonin corpse, and two halves of a Chunin were more than sufficient. As Lin Yi felt his chakra dwindle to about 1/5, he could hardly contain his elation. What a thrill! This unrestrained sensation. Yet, the previously contemplated strategy still needed to be executed. Despite indulging in extravagant displays, he knew he could have effortlessly dealt with them in mere seconds of time suspension. However, with larger numbers, chakra would inevitably deplete, and war would not lack for numbers. Previously, during discussions with Shua Imo about methods to conserve chakra, Shua Imo had mentioned that Tsunade had devised something similar, though he was unclear on the details. But now, Tsunade's whereabouts were uncertain. The last time he saw Jiraiya too was only partially informed. Theoretically, he could either seek Tsunade directly or embark on developing a solution himself. But who was Lin Yi? He desired both. Currently, Minato's sealing techniques were at their pinnacle. In Uzumaki Kushina's words, he excelled in sealing techniques, embodying the essence of the Uzumaki clan, to store chakra within oneself. Lin Yi understood it necessitated sealing techniques, which he would entrust to Minato for development while he pursued Tsunade. Two paths would progress in tandem. What? You say Minato's development has nothing to do with him? Then allow me to ask, is the creativity not Lin Yi's? Oh, you assert that Tsunade is the true first creator? Chapter 66. Lin Yi. I have a modicum of understanding, teacher Lin Yi. Are you alright? As the turmoil subsided, the three youngsters hurriedly rushed over to express their concern, particularly Hinata Yui. Initially, she thought he was merely a charming Jonin instructor, but little did she know of Lin Yi's formidable strength. The enemies have been dealt with. What could possibly be amiss? Lin Yi replied, smiling as he retracted his Sharingan. He then entrusted the unconscious Tsuya to Might Guy, noting that since Yuhi was a girl and Shirzue was still too young, it was only fitting that the responsibility fell upon Guy. Yes, Teacher Linny. I will certainly keep a close watch on him. Guy tightened the ropes around Suya and cast a glance at the battered figure, shouting with determination. Meanwhile, Guy felt guilt for the noise he had made, which had led to their discovery. Although Lin Yi had effortlessly neutralized the threat, a mistake is still a mistake. Had Lin Yi not been present today, or had he been just an ordinary Jonin or even a Chunin instructor, they could have all perished due to his blunder. Teacher, they can't possibly be ninjas from the Cloud Village, right? Shirzue inquired, perplexed. Indeed, there is a significant issue. They are most likely from the Rock Village. Lin Yi confirmed with a nod. Why Rock? Might Guy queried, struggling to understand the exchange between Lin Yi and Shirzue. After all, the assailants were clad in Cloud Village attire, and while his academic performance was average, he possessed some knowledge of the ninja world. Each village specialized in different ninjutsu. Cloud Village was predominantly adept in lightning techniques, which counter earth techniques, hence most of their brutes would not be proficient in earth ninjutsu. With a chuckle, Lin Yi elaborated. Sand Village excels in wind and puppet techniques, particularly in the use of poisons and underhanded tactics, while Mist Village is renowned for water techniques and numerous bloodline clans. In fact, the two most notable bloodline families in Konoha are the Hyuga and Uchiha, both of whom possess ocular techniques. Other clans, like the Inuzuka or Saratobi, are more reliant on secret family techniques for their heritage. Lin Yi continued, as for Mist Village. The information I gathered from the Umbu archives reveals an array of advanced techniques such as ice, boil, explosive, and dissolution release, as well as various body-related bloodlines like the corpse bone pulse. And what about Konoha? Might Guy tightened his grip on Tsia's unconscious form, his curiosity unabated. Konoha is quite diverse, encompassing a wide range of abilities. Each clan has its strengths and weaknesses. The Uchiha clan is proficient in fire release and illusion techniques, while the Hyuga clan excels in sensory and physical techniques. In essence, we possess a rather eclectic array of skills, Lin Yi patiently explained. As a teacher should impart knowledge. Oh, Hinata Yuhi and Shirzue were both intrigued, gaining a more systematic understanding of the strengths and weaknesses of the major ninja villages. Then what about you, teacher? What are your specialties? They gazed at Lin Yi with eager anticipation. With a gentle smile, Lin Yi replied, I possess a modicum of understanding in various disciplines. It is widely acknowledged that to claim a mere modicum of understanding often implies mastery of the subject. Lin Yi's taijutsu and swordsmanship are, without question, among the finest in the ninja world. After all, he can single-handedly take on two adversaries. With the addition of the three-tomo Sharingan, he became an illusion master almost instantaneously. While his ninjutsu might be considered average among Jonin, the advent of weather forecasting has rendered him proficient in all attributes. With this unique ability combined with his ninjutsu, he can readily summon devastating calamities with a mere clap of his hands. It can be said that Lin Yi has indeed achieved a harmonious balance of body, ninjutsu, and illusion techniques, complemented by his signature ability to halt time. His claim of having a modicum of understanding is far from boastful. How impressive. Truly worthy of being teacher Lin Yi. Before today, Hinata Yuhi and Guy might have harbored doubts about his assertion, but after this encounter, they instead regarded his humility with admiration. So, is that why you deduced they were from Rock Village, due to their primary expertise in earth techniques? Might Guy gestured toward the unconscious Suya. Precisely, Lin Yi affirmed, a proud smile gracing his face. Initially, the assailants had perceived the trio of young children as mere novices, planning to swiftly eliminate them before concealing their actions under the guise of lightning techniques. After all, fatalities caused by earth techniques are the most challenging to detect. Water leaves drowning signs, and fire or lightning results in charred remains, while wind conveys the sensation of cutting. Earth, however, can obscure death through physical prowess or other secret techniques, and any soil disturbance during a battle in the wilderness is entirely normal. By the time they added some lightning-inflicted wounds to the mix, discerning the truth would indeed be a formidable task. Why would they go to such lengths? Might Guy scratched his head as he carried Suya. It is likely to incite conflict between Konoha and Cloud Village, Lin Yi replied as they walked. Currently, Cloud Village's focus is on Sand Village, but their route is perilously close to the Earth and Fire countries. By provoking a war between Cloud and Konoha, Rock Village stands to gain, whether by watching from the sidelines or by joining Cloud in a 2-against-1 scenario. It's a win-win strategy. It seems that no major nation is devoid of cunning. After Konoha dispatched Jiraiya for reconnaissance, Rock Village had already begun to take action. This was evidently not a spur-of-the-moment decision upon discovering Jiraiya's presence. They had likely devised this strategy upon receiving news of Cloud Village's declaration of war against Sand Village. Even within Cloud Village, there are military strategists. The Raikage may be brash, but not all are so reckless. How outrageous. Hinata Yuhi kicked Suya in frustration. Following this unexpected turn of events, the group hastened their pace back to Konoha. Although this was classified as a C-rank mission, the adversaries they encountered were formidable enough that even a majority of the Umbu's elite teams would struggle to handle them. In less than half a day, Lin Yi led the trio and the still unconscious Suya back to Konoha. The precision of A-rank missions is such that once someone is rendered unconscious, they remain so until the mission is complete. After transferring Tsuya's weight to Guy, Lenny clapped his hands together. This mission has concluded. You may all disperse and return home. There are no further trainings or missions today. Rest well, and we shall reconvene at the 3rd training ground tomorrow morning at 6. Understood. Teacher Lenny. The 3 youngsters chorused, their faces betraying fatigue yet brimming with exhilaration. After being taken under Lin Yi's wing, they had experienced training, guidance, missions, and ambushes, all within just a few days, events that many teams might never encounter in a lifetime. Meanwhile, Lin Yi turned to make his way to the Hokage's office. Come in, Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice called gently upon hearing a knock at the door. Lin Yi entered, letting Tsuya drop to the floor, and retrieved 2 scrolls from his robe. Encased within were the remains of a large rock and 2 half-chunin. Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared bewildered. Lin Yi, I thought you were merely escorting a merchant? What is the meaning of this? Chapter 67, C-Rank Mission? A-Rank Mission. Leaning slightly backward, Lin Yi supported himself against the air wall created by the weather forecast. Sarutobi Hiruzen's brows twitched slightly. These should be the Iwa Nin disguising themselves as Kumo Nin. Lin Yi decided not to keep them in suspense any longer. Sarutobi was momentarily taken aback by the implications of this statement. What had transpired? They had encountered a squad equipped with the standard Umbu formation. The adversaries were all adept in Earth-style ninjutsu, and the leading Jonin seemed to possess a similar secret technique of phasing. Ultimately, one was incinerated to ashes, leaving behind a surviving Chunin, while the leading Jonin was left intact. As for the other 2, Lin Yi chose not to elaborate, treating them as collateral damage. No matter. As long as the brain data was preserved, sufficient intelligence could be extracted, not to mention they had a live captive. A captive meant they held the upper hand. Once Sarutobi pieced it together, he quickly surmised Iwa's intentions. An Iwa Nin masquerading as Kumo Nin to target Konoha. What were they scheming? Even Obito could discern their motives. Naturally, both Kumo and Konoha would not tolerate Iwa's actions. Was this an encounter during a mission? The land of hot water connects to the land of lightning and the land of fire, and is quite close to the land of earth. It was highly probable that Lin Yi had crossed paths with them while on a mission in the land of hot water. Indeed, he had encountered a cult of the evil god, and had mentioned it to Jiraiya. It was during his return journey that this transpired. Of course, Lin Yi had also dispatched a shadow clone to inform Old Whitehair about the Iwa Nin's activities during the subsequent travel. Cult of the evil god? Sarutobi inquired with a puzzled tone. After Lin Yi briefly explained to the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi nodded in understanding. It was uncertain whether Lin Yi's team was simply unlucky, or if the 2 groups that encountered him had the misfortune. A tumultuous time indeed. Sarutobi couldn't help but take a puff from his pipe. Given this context, classifying the mission as C-Rank seemed rather inappropriate. Lin Yi's team had uncovered intelligence on the evil god cult and thwarted Iwa's conspiracy, elevating this mission to A-Rank. As he spoke, Sarutobi added a note to Lin Yi's mission scroll. After returning the scroll with the updated mission rank and reward to Lin Yi, who expressed his gratitude, he turned to leave. Sarutobi tapped on the table, and soon, 2 Umbu appeared in the room. One carried the unconscious Tsuyu, while the other unfurled a scroll inscribed with the title of Jonin. The corpse of Oishi retained its lifeless form. If not for the crimson stain at the throat, one might not readily discern the fatal injury. Capturing one alive and leaving such a clean wound could only indicate one reason. Lin Yi's strength had transcended their realm. He had grown stronger. Uchiha Lin Yi. The 3rd Hokage was at a loss whether to feel joy or concern. Take these to the interrogation department. As long as that Chunin remains alive, feel free to employ any methods. Yes, Lord 3rd. After leaving the Hokage's office, Lin Yi proceeded to the mission hall, where he received his reward amidst the incredulous and affirming expressions of the registering ninjas. The affirmation stemmed from the inherent risks of the mission, which had indeed escalated as he had previously indicated. Their incredulity was due to the fact that the risk had escalated from C to A, and he had successfully completed it. Truly worthy of an Uchiha Jonin. After mentally tagging Lin Yi as formidable, the registering ninja respectfully handed over the reward. Lin Yi then extracted the portion meant for his 3 students. Naturally, it was calculated based on the A-Rank mission. He was not the type to partake in unscrupulous gains. On his way back, Lin Yi first stopped by Minato's home but found it empty. It seemed Minato had taken his team on a mission as well. Busy. Everyone was busy. It was for the best. The following morning, at the 3rd training ground, as Lin Yi arrived almost precisely on time, the trio had already gathered. Here is your reward from the last mission. Don't forget it after training. Lin Yi produced 3 thick stacks of bills and handed them to the 3. Wow, that's so thick. Yuhi Kirin marveled at the bills that required both hands to hold. 100,000 Ryo? Might Guy exclaimed after counting quickly. Isn't this too much, Lin Yi-sensei? Shirzue also expressed astonishment, although he had yet to graduate. Receiving 30,000 Ryo for a C-rank mission for just the 3 of them seemed indicative of rampant inflation in Konoha. Indeed, the 3rd Hokage elevated our mission to A rank afterward. Lin Yi shook his head, offering them a reassuring glance. A rank? Compared to the 100,000 Ryo. The elevation to A rank evidently thrilled Yuhi Kirin even more. It felt akin to winning a national competition while peers remained in local contests. A sense of superiority. Linny nodded with a smile, reaffirming their inquiries. This was beneficial for the trio, as both the Jinin and Chunin had exams. While the evaluation of a Jonin depended on a ninja's strength, the number of missions completed, and the quality of those missions. Alright, joy aside, we can't neglect training. By now, the three had become quite adept at tree climbing. Linny gestured, summoning a water vortex that continuously filled a depression in the ground. Soon, a pond the size of a swimming pool emerged. You've mastered tree climbing. Today, we will begin further training, learning to walk on water. With that, Lin Yi lightly stepped onto the water surface created by the weather forecast, as if walking on solid ground. Walking on water posed a significantly greater challenge than tree climbing. The difficulty of climbing a tree lay in mastering the variations in suction during ascent and descent. In contrast, walking on water required the manipulation of chakra to push the water aside, generating a tension akin to repulsion. The water was formless, and compared to the tangible trees, controlling chakra on the water's surface demanded a more intricate understanding. Today's objective was to stand upon the water's surface. The trio nodded, somewhat understanding. After stowing the money, they removed their outer garments and approached the pond. Splash! Might Guy, as vigorous as ever, leaped forward just like during tree climbing. The chakra in his legs combined with his weight caused the water's surface to erupt, followed by a performance rivaling that of the Philippine diving team. The other two were instantly submerged up to their ankles. Linny contemplated for a moment and quickly formed a hand sign. Earth style, earth flow wall. 2 earthen walls rose, partitioning the pond into 3 sections. This way, they could practice without interfering with one another. Otherwise, not only would Shirzue and Kirin struggle, but even Might Guy's antics would significantly increase the difficulty for the others. Once their chakra control improved, Lin Yi would naturally allow the water's surface to become tumultuous. But that time had not yet come. Chapter 68. The Tool, Minato Namikaze. After a few seemingly leisurely days, Minato returned to Konoha with his team. Upon learning that Lin Yi had sought him out, what was initially meant to be a break for the team turned into an eagerness to accompany him. Obito was keen to reunite with his long-lost brother, Lin Yi. Kakashi was naturally delighted to see his senior. Rin, indifferent at first, decided to join in the venture since everyone was going. Their mission was merely a C-rank task aimed at driving away wild beasts within the Land of Fire. It was neither arduous nor exhausting, yet the villagers insisted they linger a few extra days, fearing there might be stragglers, which accounted for the prolonged duration. Teacher, I can walk on water now, Might Guy exclaimed, droplets glistening on his face, having finally succeeded in his endeavor. Just as Lin Yi was about to offer words of praise, a familiar voice echoed. Lin Yi, brother. Guy's curiosity caused his chakra control to waver slightly. Splash. Oh. Minato, Kakashi, Obito, and little Rin. Lin Yi greeted them with a warm smile. Lin Yi, have you taken on the role of a leading teacher as well? Minato observed the disheveled state of the third training ground, where 3 individuals were walking on water. It was a stark contrast to Lin Yi's previous outright refusal to take on such responsibilities. Indeed, for the time being, Lin Yi replied. For the time being? Minato questioned, puzzled. Hee, brother Lin Yi, we just completed a C-rank mission. Obito boasted, hands on his hips, his face beaming with pride. Most newly graduated genin typically spend a year doing menial tasks. C-rank missions usually required prior experience with several D-rank tasks before one could be permitted to undertake them. Obito's pride was not without merit. As for their previous expedition to Lulan, although it was classified as a rank, it was assigned to Minato and Lin Yi, both elite genin, while Kakashi and the others merely tagged along, contributing little. The task records included additional notes, indicating it could not fully be counted as their accomplishment. In short, they had coasted through with an easy win, earning a score of 3.0, which would not serve as a reliable reference for future genin evaluations. I wonder who it was that screamed when a sizable snake wrapped around Minato-sensei's leg. Kakashi snickered. What? What did you say? That snake was at least 2 to 3 meters long. Obito's face flushed with embarrassment. Rin knows, I was the first to charge at that lion, she remarked earnestly. Indeed, Obito was very brave, Rin affirmed. Rin, I knew it. Obito's eyes welled up with tears. However, had it not been for Kakashi, you might have lost your hand to that lion, Rin added seriously. Obito's expression stiffened at that. Damn you, Kakashi, Lin Yi chuckled, shaking his head. Sensing that his younger comrade had a somewhat sycophantic demeanor, he waved over to Shirzue and the others, who hurriedly made their way to shore. Lin Yi raised his hand, summoning a warm breeze to dry the 3. Hey, Kakashi, let us have a water-splashing duel, Might Guy exclaimed excitedly, noticing Kakashi's white hair. No, Kakashi replied firmly. We just completed a C-rank mission outside the village. Eh? So did we? Did you complete a C-rank? Obito asked, bewildered. No, Guy shook his head. Oh. D-rank is fine too. Everyone starts somewhere. It's an A rank, Obito interjected, confused. Lin Yi observed the playful interaction among the 6 and decided against dampening their spirits with talk of training, instead leading Minato aside. Minato, regarding sealing techniques. Is it possible to seal chakra within oneself? Minato blinked, unsure of Lin Yi's intentions but nodded. That is correct. Could you create a seal to store chakra and retrieve it at a crucial moment? Minato paused, realizing it was not a frivolous request. It is possible. I can help you seal away some chakra now and teach you the unsealing technique. No, 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 Lin Yi waved his hand. That would be too cumbersome. I want a method to continually store chakra at any time, allowing for immediate access whenever needed, and it must persist indefinitely, not requiring resealing after each use. If it also needs a technique, and is single use, then it's no different from military rations. I could just consume a couple of those instead. Minato pondered this seriously. Theoretically, we might be able to try. We could seal a non-locked seal onto your body, allowing for on-demand access, though we must consider the issue of chakra leakage. I will give it a try. By the way, Minato, you asked me why I'm now a leading Genin again, Lin Yi noted with a grin. Indeed, you mentioned it was for the time being, Minato recalled, his memory sharp. Lin Yi chuckled. No longer just for the time being. HM? Minato's azure eyes reflected confusion. Come, let us gather everyone. Lin Yi did not answer Minato directly but beckoned Shui and the others over. Once the three arrived, he pointed to the blonde beside him. This is the village Genin, Minato Namikaze, a formidable shinobi with great patience. Minato stood awkwardly, smiling despite the embarrassment of being praised by Lin Yi. As a sense of foreboding grew within him. As for me, I will be away from the village for a while. During this time, I entrust you all to Minato-sensei's guidance. Now, everyone, call him Minato-sensei. Shui and the others exchanged bewildered glances but complied, calling in unison, Minato-sensei. Minato? Ha ha ha, hello everyone, he replied politely, quickly pulling Lin Yi aside behind a tree. Lin Yi, you. Oh. It's all the same whether I heard 3 sheep or 6, right? But I'll be back soon. I'm just going to find Tsunade and will return immediately. If all goes well, it will only take a few days. With the impending war, Tsunade, the foremost medical ninja in the ninja world, is irreplaceable, don't you think? Minato felt a sense of unease but struggled to pinpoint why. Is the third Hokage sending you to find her? Lin Yi hesitated but quickly regained his composure. Ah, yes, that's right. Old Man Whitehair is in the land of soup, and my master is always busy. Most of the village's elite are occupied. So I'm the only one available. Minato eyed Lin Yi with skepticism. But how can a team consist of 6 members? Didn't he the third Hokage assign any other Genin? Ugh, I just don't trust anyone else, Lin Yi replied, his expression sincere. Minato reluctantly accepted this designation of tool for himself. Alright then. Lin Yi signaled an okay gesture, exchanged a few words with Shui and the others, and then hurried towards the Hokage Tower. Minato's words served as a reminder to Lin Yi, though he was driven by personal motives in seeking Tsunade. Konoha undoubtedly desired her return. With war looming, Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted her back more than anyone. Chapter 69. The Defeated Hound. Old Whitehair, seeking Tsunade? Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned, instinctively picking up his pipe for a puff. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly began to speak. Was it not an inappropriate time for such a request? Did he not wish for Tsunade's return to the village? Was he unaware of the immense value of the strongest medical ninja, an Akage-level powerhouse in the ninja world? As Hokage, he was acutely aware of the impending storm and desired Tsunade's presence more than anyone. Yet, it was futile. Tsunade's status rendered it impossible to forcibly bring her back. Even his entreaties as her mentor bore no fruit. How could he expect to persuade her so easily? Furthermore, Hiruzen was cognizant of Tsunade's blood phobia. Afflicted by such a condition, she would struggle not only in battle but even in treating the wounded, which could lead to dangerous consequences for both her reputation and the patients. It was perhaps best to allow Tsunade to find solace elsewhere. For the enemy remained oblivious to her affliction and would not dare provoke her. In the end, Lin Yi ought to consider his own surname. He was Uchiha. After all, moreover, Lin Yi had no significant connection with Tsunade. What benefit could possibly come from this endeavor besides wasting time? Under normal circumstances, if Lin Yi wished to go, he could have done so freely. However, with war looming, losing Tsunade was already a setback. Adding an emerging elite jonin like Lin Yi to the mix would be reckless. He was no fool. Lin Yi was bewildered. This was not at all how he had envisioned it. Logically, the third Hokage should have eagerly agreed to his request. It was not entirely Lin Yi's fault for miscalculating. He had not anticipated that a ninja of Tsunade's caliber would suffer from a blood phobia. Although he sensed the third's reluctance to seek Tsunade, he could feel the underlying reason, fear of lacking a skilled fighter at a crucial moment. Hey, third Hokage, with this, should an urgent mission arise, I can return immediately. Lin Yi produced the Flying Thunder God Kunai from his pocket and gave it a shake. The third Hokage paused momentarily. Indeed, this would ensure Lin Yi remained available in critical situations. Yet, he hesitated, recognizing the futility of the mission and the fact that Lin Yi was currently leading a team which posed its own challenges. However, Lin Yi's class. I've asked Minato to act as the temporary leader and join him with his team for training. The third Hokage felt a slight headache. He realized that Minato was the one truly caught in the crossfire. Ultimately, he decided to let Lin Yi try. After all, if he succeeded in bringing back Tsunade, the Sand Village would have fewer concerns. Although the Cloud Village was currently waging war against the sand, they had initially suspected Konoha of eliminating the Wind Shadow. Hiruzen recalled the words left by White Fang, "Without Tsunade, do not provoke the sand." In light of this, it seemed Linny had anticipated his concerns. So allowing him to attempt it was not out of the question. Very well. In that case, I entrust this task to you, Linny. This is classified as a special mission, and if you truly manage to bring back Tsunade, you shall be compensated as per an S-rank mission. After receiving the mission scroll and some intelligence from Hiruzen, Linny flashed an OK gesture and departed. Most A-rank, S-rank, and special missions were directly issued by the Hokage, bypassing the need for registration at the mission hall, much like his previous expedition to Lulon. In truth, Linny was not particularly fixated on retrieving Tsunade to complete the mission. If he could bring her back, he would collect his reward. And the village would gain a formidable healer. Everyone would benefit. If he failed, it was of little consequence. His primary aim was to acquire the sealing technique that Jiraiya had mentioned Tsunade developed. Even a few hints would be sufficient to enlighten Minato. Upon exiting the village, Linny did not flounder aimlessly. The first step in locating Tsunade was to ascertain her whereabouts. The individual most familiar with Tsunade, whom Linny knew and could locate, was undoubtedly one, Jiraiya. With a plan in mind, he set his sights on the direction of the land of hot water and soared into the skies. Without the presence of the three little ones, Linny could travel at speeds reaching tens of times the speed of sound, departing in the morning. He arrived in the land of hot water, thousands of kilometers away, before noon, perhaps due to the threats posed by the evil god cult and Iwagakure. Jiraiya was unusually serious, stationed in the command room. "Hey kid, what brings you here again?" Jiraiya's gut instinct told him something was amiss upon seeing Lin's face. Either he had faced interference in his research, or something had gone awry. In any case, it was not good news. "Serious business. The third Hokage has sent me to find Tsunade." Lin spoke earnestly, revealing a corner of the mission scroll. It was clear that he had initiated the request to Sarutobi, but now it appeared as though the third had commanded him to seek Tsunade, an authoritative directive. Looking for Tsunade? Jiraiya's expression faltered. This was right. Tsunade's current state was unsuitable for warfare. The old man could not possibly be unaware of this. Why would he send Linny after her? Could it be that he had discovered a method to cure her? Jiraiya confirmed that this was indeed an official order from the Hokage. Without further hesitation, he instructed his subordinates to withdraw and set up a soundproof barrier. "What do you wish to inquire about?" Linny asked, eager for information regarding Tsunade's preferences, potential locations, and any distinguishing features that might aid in the search, as well as her past experiences outside the village. Linny posed his questions in rapid succession. Jiraiya frowned slightly. Yet he understood that this was not the time for hesitance. Tsunade's inclination was gambling. Gambling? What does she gamble on? Linny asked, puzzled. "It's the act of betting," Jiraiya clarified. Linny's expression turned peculiar. Orochimaru wore a sinister demeanor, lurking like a serpent in the shadows. Old White Hair was visibly unsettled. Tsunade, it seemed, had a penchant for games of chance. Good heavens, the trifecta of vice, gambling, drugs, and debauchery. Is this the third? Shinobi? Lin mused, recognizing the irony in Hiruzen's mentorship of such a trio. Jiraiya, noting Lin's reaction, felt a twinge of embarrassment and cleared his throat, continuing, "If you're looking for her, you might check the larger casinos in various cities. As for her distinguishing features, her appearance can be altered using transformation jutsu, but she usually travels with her disciple, Shizen, and a summoning beast, a pig named Kyo." Linny nodded, committing this information to memory. This meant he was searching for a trio, 2 humans and 1 pig. Regarding her past experiences, Jiraiya hesitated, but after a moment of reflection, he divulged what he knew. Tsunade once had a younger brother named Nawaki, who was also a disciple of Orochimaru, but he perished in the Second Great Ninja War. Furthermore, no, that is all. Tsunade developed a disdain for war because of it. Lin observed Jiraiya's hesitance, sensing deceit and concealment. "Old White Hair, you'd better speak the truth. If you fail to find her, the blame will rest squarely on your shoulders." Jiraiya's face flushed red. "I am speaking the truth. It's just that she had a boyfriend who also died in the Second War. His name was Katsudo-dan." Chapter 70. Discovering the key to Tsunade's heart, Lin suppressed a smile and patted Jiraiya's shoulder. "It's all right, Old White Hair. This world lacks Gotham and Batman, so there's no need to worry about anyone coming to apprehend you." From Jiraiya's words, Linny could discern his fondness for Tsunade. Otherwise, his years of experience as an emotional master in his previous life would have been in vain. It was no wonder that Jiraiya ended up stuttering. Kato-dan and Kato Shizen. Linny blinked. Are they truly master and disciple? Of course. Jiraiya immediately grasped Lin's meaning, jumping in a panic. Kato Shizun is Kato-dan's niece. Ah, Lin feigned enlightenment, inciting Jiraiya's desire to punch him. Having obtained what he needed, Linny decided to take his leave, bidding farewell before turning to soar back towards the Land of Fire. In the capital of the Land of Fire, Lin did not rush to seek Tsunade, but instead found a place to study the materials he had just retrieved from the Konoha Anbu. Naturally, they pertained to Kato-dan and Senju Rope Tree. "Do you understand the significance of a deputy minister in the Anbu?" Lin Yi preferred to exert pressure through force, as violence often served as the swiftest solution in this world. However, he was not like the Cloud Village ninja who relied solely on brute strength. When sheer force failed to resolve an issue, one had to employ their intellect. Whether it was persuading Tsunade to return to the village or to teach him that chakra storage technique, the initiative did not lie with Lin Yi. Moreover, Tsunade was not someone he could coerce through intimidation, unless he wished to cease his existence in Konoha. Much like his childhood scheme to become White Fang's disciple, he had once plotted against Danzo. In truth, these were not profound strategies, but rather an understanding of human nature. Lin Yi did not need to know what kind of person Tsunade was. He merely needed to grasp the unique vulnerabilities inherent in her character. Tsunade, with her grandfather being the first Hokage, her granduncle the second, and her teacher the third, could be considered a quintessential Konoha noble. Typically, such individuals are strong-willed and often use their tenacity as fade to conceal their inner fragility. Additionally, those who gain recognition do not seek material wealth or skills. As Tsunade lacks neither stature nor financial resources, she is the greatest asset in her own right. Conventional threats and temptations would hold no sway over Tsunade. What could truly touch her were intrinsic qualities of the spirit. With newfound direction, Lin Yi's pace in sifting through the materials accelerated. Senja Rope Tree, Tsunade's younger brother, and the myriad of jutsu he had mastered, as well as the tasks he completed and their rankings. None of these held significance for Lin Yi. He paid little heed and focused solely on two phrases. First, Rope Tree aspired to be Hokage. Second, he perished in war. Flipping through Kato Dan's records, he bypassed details about the spirit transformation technique and the number of completed missions. Again, the key points emerged. First, the dream of becoming Hokage. Second, death in battle. Third, support for the reform of medical ninjas. Lin Yi's smile broadened. Behold, the key to entering Tsunade's heart was now firmly in his grasp. Of course, he had no interest in rushing to Tsunade, shouting about his desire to become Hokage. Tsunade would not believe him, and he could not convincingly perform such a role. This was more akin to Obito and Naruto's style. Interestingly, in Naruto's world, Tsunade indeed became the fifth Hokage. However, while he could not embody that role, he could certainly direct the narrative. And for the role of the actor, Lin Yi's gaze fell upon one name, Kato Shizen. As the niece of his beloved and Tsunade's apprentice, she undoubtedly bore some of Tsunade's sentiments for Dan and Rope Tree. Lin Yi was convinced that Shizun naturally occupied a significant portion of Tsunade's heart. His task now was to amplify that significance, using Shizun to sway Tsunade. For instance, he could have Shizun shout in Tsunade's presence about her desire to become Hokage. Whether Shizun wished to become Hokage was irrelevant. The thoughts of the actor are determined by the screenwriter and director. She merely needed to perform her role well. After formulating a rough outline in his mind, Lin Yi packed his belongings and set off once more. He would begin his search at the capital's casino. With the screenwriter and director already in place, it was time to locate his preordained protagonist. Commencing his search throughout the kingdom, Lin Yi focused on specific details. First, 2 individuals and a pig. Second, a tendency to lose wagers. Based on these 2 points, Lin Yi soon tracked Tsunade's whereabouts to a town adjacent to the capital of the Land of Fire. While it could not compare to the capital, it was still bustling with life. Disguising himself as an ordinary gambler, Lin Yi seamlessly entered the casino, exuding the air of a seasoned player. His gaze casually swept over a dice table, where a golden-haired girl with a single ponytail was enthusiastically slapping the table. Her face flushed, while beside her stood a dark-haired girl cradling a small pig. Found her. Tsunade-sama. Tsunade-sama, we are running out of money. Shizun whispered anxiously into Tsunade's ear. Huh, didn't we just win 500,000 Ryo? Yes, but Tsunade-sama, you keep losing. We only have 50,000 left. Tsunade's expression faltered momentarily before she waved her arm dismissively. No problem, I will definitely win it back on the next round. With a determined fist, Tsunade pushed all 50,000 Ryo from Shizen's arms forward. All in on the triple sixes. Betting on anything less would not suffice to recover their losses. Only a bet on the triples could possibly restore everything in one go. Lin Yi, posing as a gambler, also placed his entire stake on the triple sixes. The dealer, suppressing laughter, nodded and began to shake the dice. What a juicy target. Having lost so much, they still dared to bet on triples. However, unseen by the crowd, a figure cloaked in platinum flashed past. All right, bets are closed. Roll. The next moment, the dealer was stunned. 3 sixes, triples. A 15-fold payout. Shizun leaped up in excitement. This was the first time she had won money since departing from Konoha months ago. How could she not be thrilled? Yet, Tsunade's expression shifted. Hastily gathering their winnings without checking if it was sufficient, grabbing Shizun and preparing to leave. Based on her own experiences, Tsunade knew that losing was commonplace, but winning indicated that something unfortunate was about to transpire. Hey, where are you going, Tsunade-sama? We haven't collected all our money yet. Anywhere but here, Tsunade insisted. Clutching the money box as she exited the casino, Lin Yi furrowed his brow slightly. Why flee after winning? After casually pocketing some cash, he quickly followed suit. Not to worry, leaving won't have much impact. Such is the nature of high-risk endeavors. Chapter 71. There is no filthiest, only filthier. Lin Yi's coercive card technique. Originally, Lin Yi's plan was to exploit Tsunade's notorious bad luck at gambling to profit handsomely. In this scenario, only he and Tsunade would be betting on the same hand, creating an illusion of coincidence. Coupled with a long streak of losses turning into a win, it would be easy to strike up a conversation. Subsequently, he intended to implant the notion of aspiring to be Hokage in the mind of a young girl using his 3-tomo Sharingan Genjutsu, without any malicious intent. It wasn't about inciting her to betray the village or commit any wrongdoing. He would casually lament the current plight of Konoha, surrounded by formidable foes and fraught with uncertainties. This truly is a time of desperation. Even if Tsunade wasn't persuaded to return to Konoha by Shizun, she would at least owe him that technique. You won't go back? You want to contribute something to Konoha, then. Give me that technique, and my strength equates to Konoha's strength. In essence, he aimed to evoke Tsunade's memories through Shizun, dismantle her inner defenses, and ultimately apply moral coercion. It was a despicable tactic. Yet Lin Yi was willing to employ even the most unscrupulous means to ensure his safety and that of his loved ones during the impending war. However, the first step of his plan faltered. How could someone win and yet feel discontent? Lin Yi was utterly perplexed. He retrieved the dice that Tsunade had just used. The dice morphed into a butterfly and fluttered away, while Lin Yi turned back towards the casino, preparing for the next act. This patron, you have just exited. Thus any unresolved bets shall not be honored, grumbled a burly casino employee, his face a canvas of excess flesh. He presumed Lin Yi sought to reclaim his unfinished gambling stakes. No, I am here to negotiate a business deal with the owner of your establishment. Lin Yi replied with a faint smile. The hefty man scrutinized the somewhat slender Lin Yi before acquiescing. If negotiations failed, they could always resort to underhanded tactics. Following the brawny man, Lin Yi entered a private room within the casino. Behind a tea table, the bald proprietor of the establishment was indulging in a sumptuous feast, flanked by 2 elegantly attired women. What business do you wish to discuss, young man? He rasped, his voice reminiscent of a phlegmy cough. Lin Yi cracked his knuckles and produced 2 pills from his pocket, placing them on the table. Military rations? The owner picked one up, sniffing it inquisitively. Having some assets in the land of fire and dealings with shinobi, he recognized the item. No, Lin Yi replied, shaking his head slightly. This is the Qinglong Imu Changshan Immortality Pill, priced at 10 million ryo each. The owner's demeanor immediately soured as he crushed the military ration in his hand. Are you jesting with me? Certainly not, sir. This is a transaction. If you are unwilling, then so be it. Lin Yi's eyes began to glow a blood-red hue. Regrettably, you have already taken possession of it, so. A minute later, the once raucous casino fell into an eerie silence. Lin Yi emerged, his pant legs soaked crimson, carrying a burlap sack. After sealing the 10 million ryo with a scroll, he soared towards the direction where he had released the butterfly. Do not misconstrue this. Lin Yi did not take lives within the casino. He merely incapacitated the owner and his subordinates. One could not know how these individuals bled profusely, akin to characters from JoJo. As for the others, he found them too noisy and subdued them with a mere display of his aura. He was a law-abiding shinobi from Konoha, not one to commit robbery or indiscriminate murder. Although this group of gamblers would surely face consequences in his previous life, shinobi engaging in outright theft would be branded as traitors, especially during peacetime. After all, legitimate missions offered swifter rewards, but if such actions became commonplace, it would disrupt the order. The funding for shinobi villages stemmed from the daimyos, who collected taxes from wealthy merchants. Direct robbery by shinobi would not be tolerated, as it could lead to the collapse of the village system. Of course, Lin Yi did not rob them. He had offered the Qinglong Imu Changshan Immortality Pill and stated a price. It was the owner who had crushed it, thus he was entitled to his due. As for the second pill, since the casino owner had not claimed it, Lin Yi only charged for the one he had taken. 1 is 1, 2 is 2. Naturally, once the unconscious gamblers regained consciousness and witnessed their grievously injured boss and guards, whether they would assist them in seeking medical aid or pursue other actions was beyond his concern. With Lin Yi's agility, he soon caught up with Tsunade and Shizun. However, he halted first. Estimating the distance, he plastered several posters at a nearby intersection. Grand opening of the ongoing casino in the land of rivers. Then he resumed flight. Tidying his appearance midair, he retrieved the mission scroll given to him by Sarutobi Hizashi, rubbed his face, and donned an excited expression. Lady Tsunade, I have finally found you. Tsunade, who was in the midst of fleeing with Shizun, abruptly halted. She furrowed her brow at the unexpectedly appearing man, her expression betraying a flicker of recognition. Who are you? I am here on the orders of the 3rd Hokage, imploring you to return to the village. Recently, the Cloud Village has been eyeing us covetously, while the Rock Village has even masqueraded as the Cloud to launch attacks against us, attempting to incite a war. The village is in dire straits. As Lin Yi earnestly spoke, he presented his ninja identification and mission scroll to Tsunade. Uchiha Lin Yi, Tsunade recalled, recognizing him as the disciple of White Fang, as well as a student of Jiraiya and a friend of Minato Namikaze. I'm afraid I cannot assist you. A trace of anguish flickered in Tsunade's eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. Lenny lowered his head, feigning reluctance, yet a smirk tugged at the corners of his mouth. But the village? Enough. I do not wish to hear any more about the village. You may return, and tell the old man to cease bothering me. Or else I cannot guarantee I will show leniency towards Konoha. Before Lenny could finish, Tsunade interrupted him sharply, raising her brow. She then grasped Shizun's hand, and turned away from Lenny. That brat from the Uchiha clan is not permitted to follow me. Lenny naturally did not pursue her. Given that Tsunade's route back was the same as his route here, she would surely see the posters by now. Indeed. Lenny had not come with the intention of persuading Tsunade, nor did he desire the technique he sought. To request it now would only lead her to believe that was his true objective, making her unlikely to comply and possibly inciting hostility. What he truly sought was to compel Tsunade into a choice, with the next stage of the theater he had prepared for her in the Land of Rivers as the target of that choice. In the realm of magic, this is known as a coercive card technique, forcing one to select from the options I provide. Chapter 72, The Tiger Swallows the Wolf. Lin Yi's latest masterpiece as Lin Yi returned to the casino, the game of persuasion had already begun. The primary objective was to coax Tsunade into the scenario Lin Yi had orchestrated. Why did Lin Yi repeatedly emphasize the significance of the cloud and rock villages? This was a subtle hint to Tsunade that a war might erupt between those two regions. At this moment, rather than detesting war, Tsunade was evading it. The Land of Fire was flanked by the Land of Lightning to the northeast and the Land of Earth to the northwest. Tsunade, seeking to avoid conflict, would subconsciously reject venturing to either of those places. With Lin Yi's insistence on her saving Konoha, it implied that she would be compelled to engage in war within the Land of Fire. Naturally, this would lead her to depart from the Land of Fire. The Land of Fire was surrounded by the lands of Earth and Lightning, along with a cluster of smaller nations, while the rest was bordered by the sea. Eliminating the Fire, Lightning, and Earth, even if Tsunade was undaunted by the sea, she would need to contemplate the quietude it offered, which would leave her with only the small nations to consider. At this juncture, upon seeing the grand opening promotional poster for the Great River Casino, the gambling-inclined Tsunade would undoubtedly be drawn there. What a conundrum to unravel. Thus, Lin Yi's next course of action was straightforward. He would swiftly travel to the Land of Rivers, establishing a casino with 1,000,000 temporary funds. Then, the performance he had arranged could commence. The weather forecast indicated turbulent air currents, and Lin Yi soared across the sky like a streak of white. In the Land of Rivers, he surveyed the casino, pieced together from various modifications, nodding in satisfaction. The security personnel, the owner, and even some of the gamblers were all actors he had hired. The cost? Merely a single medicinal pill. Ah no, it was a precious Qinglong Imu Changchun immortal pill. Within days, Tsunade indeed arrived at this location with Shizun, following the address on the poster. Could such a small nation truly host a casino of this magnitude? Shizun marveled, noting that its scale was nearly comparable to some of the casinos in the major cities of the Land of Fire. Tsunade, however, was indifferent. As long as she could gamble, drink, and numb herself, she had no qualms about the size of the nation. All right, Shizun, bring out all the money and exchange it for chips. We're going to have a grand time today. Okay, Shizun replied weakly, retrieving the cash from her pocket, unsure if it would suffice for Tsunade's expenditures for the day. Dear guest, our casino is celebrating its grand opening. Drinks are on the house, and if you win, it's yours. Should you lose to the casino, we only take a third. If you lose to other guests, the casino will absorb a third of that as well. The middle-aged man, playing the owner, smiled warmly at Tsunade. This was, of course, Lin Yi's proposal. He had no choice but to implement such measures to ensure Tsunade would linger a while longer. He genuinely feared that she might lose all her money in a single day and depart without a trace, leaving him in despair. Why is there no alcohol? Tsunade exclaimed. Her cheeks flushed as she banged her empty cup on the table in dissatisfaction. Apologies, dear guest. While our drinks are complimentary, they are, after all, limited. However, our beverages are sourced from a renowned tavern in the eastern part of the city. You can exchange this Gambler-S voucher for drinks there, but you are entitled to a daily quota of up to 5 pounds. The middle-aged owner, with a smile plastered on his face, recited his prepared lines while gesturing to her gambler's voucher. Shizun, take this and fetch me 5 pounds of liquor, Tsunade said, somewhat dazed as she handed the voucher to Shizun without a care. Understood, Lady Tsunade. Shizun sighed, responding helplessly. This was not her first time assisting Tsunade with drinks, but she felt that such excessive drinking was detrimental to her health. Not far above, Lin Yi watched Shizun's figure gradually recede. Everything was proceeding smoothly. It seemed the next phase could commence. Why had he chosen the Land of Rivers as the venue? There were indeed reasons behind this decision. As previously calculated, Tsunade's first line of defense was the Hokage. All 3 Hokages were her elders, and her brother and lover harbored dreams of becoming Hokage as well. This was indisputable. Unfortunately, the first step of the plan had already faltered. The second point pertained to war. Tsunade had lost close relatives to conflict. Thus she lived in fear and avoidance of warfare. Lin Yi's objective was to compel Tsunade to confront the reality of war. So, where was the war currently? On the surface, it appeared in the Land of Wind, where the brash warriors of the Cloud Village were recklessly diving into the desert. However, having distanced herself from Konoha, Tsunade was unaware that the Cloud Village had declared war on the Sand Village this month. Although the main battlefield was in the Land of Wind, it was entirely plausible for the nearby Land of Rivers to be affected as well. In the next moment, Lin Yi's form shot upward. In the Land of Wind, at a reconnaissance camp of the Sand Village, the captain expressed his confusion. What is the Cloud Village plotting, crossing so many nations to battle us in the desert? Maki, the Ch-Nin, inquired of his J-Nin leader, Tsunaki, with bewilderment. Who knows what those brutes are thinking? Tsunaki replied, his face half concealed beneath his hood, revealing a mix of anger and helplessness. The anger stemmed from the fact that a major nation like the Land of Wind was being invaded while its Kazekage was absent. The helplessness arose from their weaker position. The very environment they had once complained about had now become a protective shield. Captain, we have a situation. Maki's expression shifted as he, the sensory ninja of the reconnaissance team, detected something unusual. Tsunaki hurriedly roused another Sand J-Nin, specifically a puppeteer. The elite configuration of the Sand Village's reconnaissance team included a sensory ninja, a J-Nin, and an elite puppeteer. It seemed that an injured Cloud Ninja was retreating towards the Land of Rivers. The Land of Rivers? Could it be that the Cloud Village has established a base there? Tsunaki felt a sense of foreboding. If the Cloud Village could maintain a long-term battle against them, once they set up a base in the nearby Land of Rivers, with short-term supplies, they would gain a significant advantage. This was the recklessness of the Cloud Village. If it were Konoha, they would have already established a base in the Land of Rivers before preparing for war, much like Jiraiya was currently doing in the Land of Soup. Relay the information back to the village and leave markers along the way. We'll follow them. Reconnaissance teams were obliged to ascertain any situations they encountered. Meanwhile, high above, observing the movements of the Sand Village, Lin Yi cracked his fingers. With a gentle wave of his hand, the weather forecast altered the sunlight and moisture in the air. A thin layer of illusion enveloped Lin Yi's shadow clone in the distance, creating the semblance of an injured Cloud Ninja. With chakra fluctuations and the interference of the weather forecast creating mirages, he crafted a natural optical illusion for concealment. Having partnered with Inkei for 3 years, Lin Yi was adept at ensuring the sensory ninja of the Sand Village would not become complacent. The injured Cloud Ninja ambled towards the Land of Rivers, trailed by the reconnaissance team of the Sand Village, intent on uncovering any bases. At this moment, it was the 4th day since Tsunade had arrived at the Great River Casino, and Shizune was preparing to fetch drinks for her once more. Chapter 73. The Life and Death Crisis of Shizune. Is there no one at the tavern today? Shizune, carrying a barrel, skillfully made her way to the storage area. Typically, this would be a time when patrons come to fetch their drinks, yet today seemed unusually quiet. However, Shizune did not dwell on it, as fine liquor was a luxury in this small nation. Ah, are you here to fetch more drinks for your father? A kindly old man inquired with a smile. Yes, it's the village elder. I'm here to get some more, Shizune replied, scratching her head shyly. After all, it was somewhat disgraceful for a young girl to be fetching liquor, but claiming it was for her father made it somewhat more acceptable. The elder was someone she had frequently encountered during her recent visits to the tavern. As she retrieved the barrel, she curiously asked, Elder, why is it so quiet today? I haven't seen the owner around either. Oh, that's because the owner goes to restock on this day every month. Everyone in town knows. So they don't come in, the elder explained cheerfully. Shizune was taken aback, pointing to herself. So does that mean It's no trouble. Young one, I'm here to watch over the place, the elder reassured her. The newly opened casino has attracted some outsiders, and the owner thought there might be some business today. Since I had nothing else to do, he asked me to keep an eye on things. Understanding the elder's words, Shizune nodded and cheerfully bounced towards the wine cellar, accompanied by her little pet pig, Tun-Tun. Once the elder left the tavern, his form twisted, and with a puff of white smoke, he revealed himself to be Lin Yi. Today marked the final day of his plan. The ninjas from Sand Hidden Village would be drawn over, and Lin Yi was determined not to let those actors die unnecessarily. We are almost there. With the speed of his elite scouting unit, even if they could not match him, the short distance made it manageable. Had Lin Yi not been using the shadow clone of a Cloud Nin injured to distract them, they might have already arrived. Lin Yi leaped into the air, the mist swirling around him, rendering him invisible. Meanwhile, a clone of the elder remained behind, leisurely sipping his drink. In the distance, the Sand team closely monitored the injured Cloud Ninja. His speed is slowing down, Marky whispered. The outline of the tavern gradually came into view for the Sand team. Lin Yi's shadow clone suddenly halted, scanning the surroundings as if confirming the absence of others. Then, with a burst of speed, he dashed into the tavern. Indeed, something is amiss, Marky grinned, quickening his pace. That tavern may very well serve as a cover for the Cloud's base. One would never expect the Cloud Nin to possess such cunning. Phew, that's done. Shizune sighed with relief while holding the barrel. By the way, once Lady Tsunade finishes losing today, she should be leaving, right? Puff. Tun-Tun echoed from the ground. Indeed. Only Lady Tsunade could manage to lose everything under such generous opening offers. Puff, puff. Tun-Tun bobbed its head in agreement. Are you outsiders here to fetch drinks? The elder's aged voice rang out just as Shizune exited the cellar. Using ordinary folks as a disguise? Where did that cloud ninja go? What cloud ninja? I don't understand. The elder's voice suddenly shifted to a pained whimper. If you are unaware, then you might as well perish. Marky revealed a twisted grin, observing the terror etched on the elder's face as he licked his cracked lips. Enough, Marky. Let us assess this tavern, Sand replied. A fellow Jounin arching an eyebrow, but not stopping him. Marky promptly nodded, discarding the elder's body into the nearby bushes. In midair, Lenny finished a glass of cola and snapped his fingers. The mist soon dissipated, and the elder's form vanished without a trace. Shizune, who had just taken a step, suddenly turned pale, hurriedly placing the barrel aside. She covered Tuntun's mouth and slowly retreated back into the cellar. No, I must go again. Shizune, I need to exchange for more chips. Lady Tsunade, her face flushed, pounded the table in frustration. Instinctively reaching for more drinks, her hand grasped only air. Typically, Shizune would have returned with the liquor by this time. Tsunade furrowed her brow. Shizune, scanning the bustling casino filled with noise and revelry, she wondered, where could that girl be? Rising from her seat, she peered towards the entrance but saw no sign of her hurriedly carrying the barrel. The dealer interjected, "Ma'am, here is your compensation for the losses you incurred." Tsunade instinctively accepted it and slammed it on the gambling table, placing a bet on a number that no one else was wagering on. Bet placed, let us go. Congratulations, ma'am. It seems fortune is smiling upon you. The dealer exclaimed, noting Tsunade's dazed expression after winning. Ma'am. The dealer waved a hand in front of her face. I need to step out for a moment. What about your winnings? Those are of no consequence. Also, where is the tavern that supplies your establishment with liquor? Tsunade pressed, her chakra surging as her previous inebriation diminished instantly. That way, here is the map, the dealer stammered, feeling an inexplicable pressure as he handed it over and pointed in a direction. Tsunade snatched the map and vanished in an instant, leaving only 2 deep footprints behind. Is there truly no one? Sand pondered, somewhat perplexed. Not entirely. I can still faintly sense chakra fluctuations inside. Most of the brutes from the land of lightning practice body techniques, and if this is a cloud base, the chakra signatures should be as conspicuous as lights in the night. Let us investigate. Sand narrowed his eyes, signaling his team. Since we're here, we must at least capture that cloud ninja we've been pursuing. In the dimly lit cellar, Shizune clutched Tuntun tightly. Have they killed the elder? They mentioned something about a cloud ninja. Are they adversaries of Konoha or from another great nation? Why are they here? A barrage of questions swirled in her mind, making time feel agonizingly slow. The rich aroma of alcohol clouded her thoughts. The sound of footsteps echoed ominously in the cellar, sending shivers down her spine. If I'm discovered, will I? Her face turned ashen. Suddenly, the footsteps ceased. Found you, a voice declared. Shizune looked up in terror. Lady Tsunade, it seems there is no saving me now. Chapter 74. The fragile Tsunade. Shizune lifted her head, colliding with a face rendered pale by the sandstorm. Chakra gathered in her palm, and instinctively, she struck out with a punch. A soft thud echoed. The sand ninja effortlessly blocked Shizune's attack with 2 fingers. Clearly, they possessed chakra, indicating they were no mere civilians. With a slight parting of her lips, Shizune launched a senbon swiftly towards the sand ninja's eyes. Was she to toy with hidden weapons before a ninja from Sunagakure? The sand ninja gracefully caught the senbon and tossed it aside with a crisp sound. Machi, check for any hidden passages. That cloud ninja must have escaped through some secret route. Machi nodded and prepared to move, only to turn back and point at Shizune. Teacher, no, Captain. What about her? The sand ninja glanced at Machi, who was licking his lips, fully aware of the inappropriate thoughts in his mind. No, this is wartime. An unidentified ninja must be brought back to the village for interrogation. I am a Konoha ninja. Upon hearing that she would be taken back to Sunagakure for questioning, Shizune, having attended the ninja academy, understood the horror that awaited her and quickly invoked the name of her village. Konoha? The sand ninja narrowed his eyes. Shizune hastily produced her forehead protector. Indeed, it bore the symbol of Konoha. The puppet master Jonin picked up the protector, examined it, and spoke in a hoarse voice. Having experienced the Second Shinobi World War, he was all too familiar with Konoha's forehead protector. Then let us just kill her. I had the same thought. The puppet master Jonin replied, exchanging glances with the sand ninja. Lightning crackled in the sand ninja's hand, while the puppet master summoned a puppet. The air charged with a thunderous energy. It seems we are indeed in agreement. After confirming there were no hidden passages, Machi returned, gazing at the 2 crackling with electricity, perplexed. Captain, aren't we supposed to take her back for questioning? Not necessary. She is a Konoha ninja. At her age and skill level, she is unlikely to possess any valuable information. She is probably an orphan trained by Konoha. The sand ninja gestured towards Shizune while responding. But since we are already at war with the cloud, it is inappropriate to engage Konoha as well, isn't it? Machi asked, confused. The cloud is already enough trouble for us. Adding Konoha, which is just next door, would only complicate matters, the sand ninja countered. Are we not the ones fighting against the cloud? Under the flickering lightning, the sand ninja smiled in response. Machi immediately understood. Such orphaned. Covert ninjas are often used to gather intelligence, and they likely possess little information about their own village. If they were captured and Konoha discovered her, it could lead to disastrous consequences. However, the Cloud, with their brutish logic, would likely think nothing of killing a mere child. Konoha, do you dare kill my ninja? So what? Oh dear, it seems you overheard that. It appears you cannot die too comfortably. The Sand Ninja's expression twisted further. What can one expect from a twisted individual like Machi? In the next moment, a hand, accompanied by arcs of electricity, plunged directly towards Shizun's head. She tightly shut her eyes. Boom! The building collapsed, a figure crashing through the outer wall. Such a violent act. Was it the Cloud? The Sand Ninja contemplated. Yet his actions remained unyielding. Smash Valuto. Time stop. The electric arcs froze grotesquely in the Sand Ninja's palm. A distortion filled the originally dark wine cellar. Lin Yi's shadow clone emerged from the shadows, alongside a dazzling figure. Wood. In the blink of an eye, he appeared by the Sand Ninja's side. Undeterred by the arcs of electricity in the enemy's hand, he extended a finger and gently adjusted the angle of the hand aimed at Shizune's head, redirecting it towards her chest. According to Lin Yi's calculations, it should pierce Shizun's lungs. A normal ninja would undoubtedly perish, but Tsunade, being the foremost medical ninja of the shinobi world, could likely handle such a non-fatal injury, especially since it was merely a lung. At that point, Tsunade would realize that war was inescapable, and Lin Yi would emerge to battle alongside her. He would then dispense some motivational platitudes about facing one's fears. Once that was done, even if they returned to the village without a plan, acquiring a technique would be a trivial matter. Time resumed its flow. Lin Yi's shadow clone, having exhausted its chakra, vanished into thin air. Splat! Blood splattered across the Sand Ninja's face. I was clearly aiming for the head. The Sand Ninja withdrew his bloodied hand, staring in confusion at the collapsed Shizun on the ground. Puyo! Puyo! The pig was anxiously bouncing around. Get lost. With a kick, he sent the pig away. Turning his stern gaze back. What a powerful chakra disturbance. Boom! The wine cellar's walls crumbled, sunlight dispersing the darkness, shattering several wine jars, mingling the spilled wine with blood, which began to flow slowly towards Tsunade's feet. Blood. Tsunade, and the puppet master both slumped to the ground. The legendary Sannin, Tsunade? The Sand Ninja narrowed his eyes, sensing something amiss. Hearing the commotion, Shizun struggled to twist her neck to look at Tsunade, having lost her lung. She could not utter a word, blood gushing from her mouth and nose, her lips forming a silent plea. Hurry, Lady Tsunade. Tsunade, trembling, attempted to rise. But her limbs felt weak, and even utilizing chakra proved challenging. Shizun began to merge with the broken forms of the rope and trees. Why? Why must you do this to me? The sensation of suffocation enveloped Tsunade. I must save Shizun, her injuries. I can heal. Move, legs move. Wait. Is she really one of the legendary Sannin? The puppet master, previously paralyzed with fear, stood once more, coughing. Observing the trembling Tsunade moving forward, he too found the situation peculiar. This demeanor, coupled with the earlier display, indicated a chakra fluctuation. It was indeed her. The Sand Ninja glanced down at the blood mingled with the spilled wine on the ground, as if struck by a revelation. He slowly dipped his hand into it, and flung it towards Tsunade. He watched as the woman instinctively fled, screaming. The Sand Ninja grinned, revealing dry lips, extending his tongue to lick the blood wine from his hand. It seems today we shall make a name for ourselves in the shinobi world. Wind release, wind cutter. His chest suddenly expanded, compressing a whirlwind into a horizontal line aimed at Tsunade. Bang! Tsunade opened her eyes, realizing she had not been harmed. Looking up, she saw a figure floating before her, one she had encountered just days prior. Lin Yi extended his palm forward, before the sharp wind blade could approach. It shattered before Lin Yi. Captain, there is something in front of him. Machi, sensing an unusual chakra presence before Lin Yi, noted the odd form. The platinum star released its grip on the shattered wind blade and slowly floated to Lin Yi's side. Lin Yi had never anticipated that Tsunade could not bear to see blood. However, it mattered little now. His eyes were veiled in crimson. Make a name for yourself in the shinobi world? Unfortunately, you shall not.